Already we have some warnings that are starting to dot the southern areas of Missouri, also into Arkansas. So let's take a look at what's going on. Look at all this lightning. These storms are in an area that has a lot of available energy. So you don't actually have to have those days with the bright sunshine, the 80-degree temperatures. The ingredients are coming together today where these storms are going to be popping up either way. So here's a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. This is for the counties of Baxter and Fulton as we cross from Missouri into the Arkansas area, just over the border. Mountain Home, that's a city there. Right now we're looking at quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. And of course, these storms are booking it. So again, 55, 60 miles an hour. So it's going to be some pretty fast storm motion. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning. The threat considerable for some larger hail as well as some 70-plus mile-per-hour winds here for the counties of Perry, Pope, and Yell. This is just between Danville and Cherry Hill as this continues to track up. Even Russellville included a little bit of that. And then if we switch modes on our radar, we go from the rain to the velocity. We can see a little bit of a spin here just around Danville, a little broad right now. But again, these storms could just like a drop of a hat change and start to be tornadic. So again, watching this very closely from Danville up into areas like Atkins. This is just times and towns there for you. Atkins would be hitting you just around 12:45 if this starts to hold together and continue in that storm motion. Another one here with a tornado possible tag. This is in Arkansas as well for the counties of Howard and Sevier. This goes until 12:45 Central Time. Little broad rotation being looked at in this thunderstorm as it continues to roll through. And again, these guys are moving into a favorable environment. So this is just the beginning as these storms start to get a little oomph. And so not only are we going to be looking at that tornado threat, but some very large hail and some damaging straight line winds as these guys go through. And then up a little bit to the north here, there's that tornado watch until 8 o'clock Central Time, Mason City down through Kirksville, just east of Kansas City, also including Springfield and Peoria. And then the areas that I was just showing you around Arkansas and Missouri, looking at, we will likely have a tornado watch issued for those areas too as we go through the afternoon. No surprise there, as those areas are going to be looking at a pretty big hotspot for some tornadic thunderstorms. There's a look at the high-res future radar and our tornado parameter on there. That's the shading underneath as we show likely areas that tornadoes could be possible as we go through areas from Missouri all the way down through Little Rock and then even stretching into the northern portions of Louisiana. This continues to track off through your Friday night, moving into western Tennessee and even western Mississippi. We'll be talking about the north and the south, these areas of severe. And welcome back to Weather Underground. Of course, a very active and dangerous severe weather day for areas to the north and the south. Our Torcon values have gone up, a very high risk for some tornadic activity in places like Memphis, Davenport. We have a Torcon of a 9, and then St. Louis, you have a Torcon of a 7. So we're watching areas around Arkansas and Missouri and western Tennessee, and then hundreds of miles away up around eastern Iowa and also western Illinois, northern Missouri, looking at spots that could be seeing all modes of severe weather throughout the day. So I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb to break it all down for us as we have a lot of real estate to cover this afternoon.
We sure do, Colleen, and I want to make sure I've got the watches displayed here for you because they're coming out fast and furious. Now, I'm going to move this around because I want to make sure this highlights our particularly dangerous situation tornado watch here that's on the north side of all of this. This is in Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and you can see how the moisture and instability is making its way all the way up into that zone. And there are going to be a lot of storms that are coming out of Missouri and then into that watch area farther to the north and east that are really going to light up. So we don't have warnings there. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier there, and it is not going to be long before we have multiple rounds of severe weather in that zone. So here's the storm that had been producing the hail that went over Salisbury and Jacksonville. So if we take that full, I'm going to switch over to the south side of what I have going on so I can get a better idea. Look at that hail core that went over Salisbury and Jacksonville. Hail is going to be a big part of what's going on today. But now we have a new tornado watch farther to the south. Okay, so this is adjacent to that PDS tornado watch that goes up to just north of St. Louis. But then this new tornado watch from St. Louis through Paducah, Little Rock, Memphis, That is in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time, and we've already got storms firing up there on the western side of that area. Look at all that moisture and instability. The storms are really rocking and rolling from northern Arkansas, the border with Missouri, down to the southwest. And we've got a line of severe thunderstorm warnings, and there's going to be a lot more of this where that came from. So let's go north to south through these with Scott, our weather producer, driving the bus here today. Here's Howell and Ozark counties, very southern part of Missouri in West Plains, Missouri. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 p.m. Central Time. You're going to have the damaging winds and the large hail. And then here's Interstate 40 going through Conway. Little Rock is right down here. So we've got a couple of supercells that have really spawned up near I-40, not far from Russellville, Arkansas. So here's Conway, Pope, and Yell counties until 1 p.m. Central Time. And again, these are moving off quickly off to like the northeast. 50+ miles an hour is the forward speed with the damaging wind and the large hail. And then there's the warning just to the north of there with the other cell that's just north of Russellville as that moves quickly off to the north and east. Heads up in Marshall and Clinton along Highway 65. You're not in the warning yet, but I would imagine this supercell is going to be holding together, and it's moving very quickly. So it won't be long before a warning has to be issued farther to the north and east there in Arkansas. So we've got that view on the reflectivity, and the velocities are starting to show rotation. So, Colleen, even though we don't have a tornado warning, we do have mesocyclones, supercells, and those are only going to get more robust and more capable of producing the long track strong tornadoes.
And more to the point of, even if you have a severe thunderstorm warning today and it's not a tornado warning, you need to treat these like tornado warnings. So this could be materializing and changing so quickly that that severe thunderstorm warning just in a snap could be a tornado warning. So again, please, please, please have a way to get those weather alerts today. Keep your phone with you. I know you can get all those alerts on your phone as well, because this is going to be a rapidly evolving situation throughout the day. Take a look at our future radar, putting it into motion throughout this afternoon. Below you see our tornado parameters. So that's where the ingredients are coming together, where we feel like it's likely that we'll see those robust supercell thunderstorms. And so that stretches all the way from the north down through the south in those big cities like Little Rock, Memphis, St. Louis, as we head through about the 3-4 o'clock hour. And then 5 o'clock on, this continues through much of Illinois, down through the eastern parts of Missouri, getting into eastern Arkansas, stretching into a place like Memphis as we head into the 7-8 o'clock hour. And then this slowly rolls into parts of Indiana, even into Nashville by 11 o'clock. So this line of storms stays pretty strong through midnight tonight, and then continues to track across parts of the south as we go through your Saturday morning. A place like Little Rock, a Torcon of a 7 today. So again, on the higher end of the scale there. So places to watch certainly have that chance for tornadic activity, along with the potential of some very large hail and damaging wind gusts. There's a look at Little Rock. We're going to have multiple rounds of those severe thunderstorms coming through. We're tracking it all here on Weather Underground.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. We are dealing with a very dangerous day over a very large area. A particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch up here in portions of Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, even touching portions of Wisconsin there. Des Moines is in it, Peoria is in it, a lot of big cities. And the reason it's a particularly dangerous situation is because of not just the instability going farther to the north with this low up in Iowa, but all of the really strong wind fields going up in the vertical that are configured in such a way that we've got really strong winds here. The winds are coming out of the south up the Mississippi River, and then a few thousand feet up, really strong low-level jet at the southwest. And that change of wind shear with height is a classic shape for producing supercells, and we've already got that PDS watch down to the south as well. We'll get to the south part of this in a little bit, but let's talk about what's going on up here in Missouri and Iowa. Tremendous increase in moisture. That is adding to the instability along with the daytime heating, and these updrafts are going to start rotating very, very quickly, and we're going to have multiple rounds of them. So here's Des Moines, and here's the border of Iowa and Missouri. You've got a couple of supercells that are kind of training one behind the other, and here we are in Clark, Madison, and Warren counties, a severe thunderstorm warning, but with tornado possible. We're going to say this over and over again today. If you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, we would urge you to shelter like you would in a tornado warning. One, because the damaging sweeping winds of these supercells could be 75 miles an hour or greater, and because so quickly a tornado can be spawned out of this. Look at the considerable threat on this warning farther to the south and west because of the stronger winds and the really, really large hail that are accompanying these supercells. So again, you might go through one warning, but then that one supercell goes by and then the next one comes by and it's going right over the interstate here as you head toward Des Moines on I-35. Look at the velocities. We do have mesoscale cyclones here, and you can kind of make out the rotation on this one, but the rotation on this next one is really, really more noticeable. And again, these supercells could very quickly evolve into not only long-lasting, long-track supercells, but could put strong, maybe even violent and fast-moving long-track tornadoes on the ground. So again, in these severe thunderstorm warnings, I would start to shelter like you would for a tornado. And lo and behold, this has quickly gone to tornado warning. So again, this is I-35 Osceola down to Lamoni, down in south central Iowa as you head toward the Missouri border. This supercell is really looking menacing, and now there's enough rotation on here for the Weather Service to issue a tornado warning for Clark, Decatur, and Ringgold counties in south central Iowa. Again, moving very quickly off to the north and east, and these are moving at highway speeds, so you have no chance of outrunning the tornado. And if you're like on I-35 here, this will be quickly crossing the interstate between Osceola and Lamoni. This whole zone, you can have a tornado rambling across the interstate. You do not want to be on any kind of road, and don't think because you're on the interstate that you can outrun it and get past it. This could be barreling across the interstate along with the towns that are near it and adjacent to it. So this is in south central Iowa, not far from Interstate 35. So right now we're at 42 minutes past the hour. It's 12:42 Central Time, and if you're in Kellerton, then the next 10 or 12 minutes, this storm could be right on you, and Van Wert could be there by 1:15 Central Time, and there is very large hail with these storms. The supercells have these tremendous rotating updrafts that are supporting the supercell precipitation, in not just the form of rain, but really large hail. So you can imagine if you're out on the roads, what the hail can do to your vehicle and your ability to safely drive. You want to park your vehicles underneath some kind of cover, and hail is one of the reasons why this is a severe thunderstorm. Look at this, 2-inch diameter hail. This is serious business, folks. This can do serious damage to cars and to roofs. And it's an indication of just how strong the updrafts are, how strong the wind shear is, because strong shear supports the large hailstones as well. But that rotating updraft is also capable of generating downdrafts, the rear flank downdraft that can add to the mesoscale rotation and cause a tornado. Now, south side, let's go down to the Little Rock area. Here we are in Interstate 30. Little Rock's up in here. Here's Hot Springs, Arkansas. You, along with Glenwood, are in this tornado warning. This is a supercell that is going not far to the north of Highway 70, not far north and northeast of Muddy Fork, Arkansas. Again, these are moving quickly off to the north and east, and it won't be too long before this could get into portions of the Little Rock metro area. It's time to get off the roads in that zone. But again, because of the fast forward motion of these supercells, if you're in Hot Springs, even though the supercell is way off to your southwest, could be there by 20 or 25 after the hour. But right now, if you're in Caney Valley, Glenwood, Mazarn, take shelter in the lowest level, most interior room. This is moving too quickly for you to go out and visually confirm it. Trust the warning. Take shelter right now in Arkansas. We have tornado warnings in multiple states that are pretty far apart because we have a weather system that is producing very dangerous conditions over a large area. The surface low is going over Iowa, and we've got dangerous weather in that zone, but we have a lot of instability and deep layer and low-level wind shear all the way down here in the southern part of the warm sector. Look at all that instability moving northward through Louisiana and Texas up through Arkansas, Missouri, and Iowa and Illinois. So there is just as much capability of this overall system to produce damaging winds and strong, long track, maybe even violent tornadoes up as far north as Iowa and down here in this unstable air with this prefrontal convective and convergent zone in western portions of Arkansas. So this is a zone that's under a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch that includes St. Louis, goes over to Paducah, includes Memphis, Little Rock, down to Texarkana. A lot of folks in cities and in rural areas at significant risk today. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, but we do have west of Little Rock this severe thunderstorm warning. Here's Interstate 30 coming out of Little Rock. Here's Hot Springs, Arkansas. Here's Glenwood, Arkansas. So in Glenwood and Hot Springs and Rockwell, you're in Garland, Hot Spring, and Montgomery counties. This is a tornado warning until 1:15 Central Time. Now this is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. These are moving very quickly at highway speeds. So you've got to take shelter in this warning area right now, including in the Hot Springs area. So radar indicated rotation significant enough that the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. So the mesoscale cyclone is right there, and it looks like it's about to go very near or just north of Glenwood, very close to Highway 70, that it's going to be moving near over parallel direction. Don't be out on the roads on Highway 70 right now. Very, very dangerous. Here's Highway 84, Highway 240 west of Glenwood. This also has 1 1/4 inch diameter hail with it. So this is our mesoscale cyclone, and we have very robust rotation that is indicative of that mesoscale cyclone that could be producing a tornado. And what happens here too is this part of the rotation here that's going into the mesoscale cyclone, this is that inflow that is feeding into the mesoscale cyclone. So it's rotating parallel to the ground, then turning into the vertical. And because we've got such strong low level and deep layer shear, those strong wind fields aloft are moving the storm along so very quickly. So if you're in Glenwood, even though it's 52 minutes past the hour, it could be there in less than 10 minutes. You have just a few moments to get to a safe spot, lowest level, most interior room right now. And this is the velocity depiction, but there on the reflectivities, we got a hook echo and a notch right in there. That is where a tornado could be forming. If it's going to form, it's going to be right in that zone. And again, very large hail to go along with this. So here's our supercell. And again, here you've got the forward flank downdraft in here. You got the rear flank downdraft in here. And there's kind of a hook echo with a notch there. That's based on the reflectivity where a tornado would be forming. But we've got the velocities to go along with it. And again, moving very quickly off to the northeast at highway speeds, basically. Hot Springs, it could be there by 1:35, even though it's got a ways to go. And Colleen, this is just the southern part of the very significant severe weather episode that is going all the way up into Iowa.
Yeah, we were just talking during the break, Dr. Napa. We were like, hey, both these zones started issuing tornado warnings at the exact same time. So I want to touch on the north zone here because we do have a tornado warning in south central Iowa here. This is just around Kellerton and moving up to the northeast very quickly at around 50 to 55 miles per hour. Counties of Clark, Decatur, and Ringgold until 1:30 Central Time. This is the reflectivity. Now let's switch to the velocity, showing you the motion within the thunderstorm. And an area we're watching here, there's that rotation. Thank you, Scott, our weather producer there, putting on that rotation as well. This is just west of I-35, tracking up into some areas just south of Osceola. So we have a tornado warning encompassed with severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So again, if you're in this red box, if you're in the yellow boxes, you need to seek shelter immediately. There's Kellerton, as I mentioned, 1 o'clock. So it's pretty much on top of you right now. And then this continues to stretch up to the northeast, hitting Grand River at around 110, Weldon just a little bit after that. And earlier we were seeing some hail core, some sizes there, upwards of golf ball size or more within this same supercell thunderstorm. So not just the tornado threat, but a hail threat and a damaging wind threat here for south central Iowa. This is just one of many warnings that are out there right now. We're continuing to track the severe weather right here on Weather Underground. Hello and welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm Colleen Coyle here with storm specialist Dr. Rick Knabb, and this is already shaping up to be a very dangerous weather day. We already have tornado warnings in Iowa and Arkansas as both these areas, north and south, have really ramped up at the same time.
We are on the cusp of a tornado outbreak, a severe weather outbreak with multiple hazards that is high end over a very large area. Look at two different zones are at the highest risk, but you don't have to be in that highest risk to get life-threatening weather today.
Yeah, we have 75-mile-per-hour plus winds. With those straight line winds, we have golf ball size hail or larger in areas. And we also have 2 tornado watches that were issued within the last hour, and they are a PDS tornado watch, meaning a particular dangerous situation. So it's just a heightened level. We don't issue these all the time. And so this is areas for the south and the north.
Yeah, and there is action already to be taken. If you are in these tornado watches, it is time to get off the roads and get to a sturdy structure for the rest of the day and the evening. You might be thinking, well, there's such a large area. Tornadoes are so small by comparison. My chances of getting hit are so small. But today, the chances are greater, and it's made more possible for a lot of communities to be affected because of the fast forward motion of what could be strong, long track, maybe even violent tornadoes.
Yeah, this is a very fast-moving system rolling at around 50 to 60 miles an hour. So these warnings are changing rapidly, a very fluid situation. We've already seen it within the last hour, these severe thunderstorm warnings quickly turning to tornado warnings. So that's why we're asking you, even if you have a severe thunderstorm warning in your area, to treat it like a tornado warning because it could quickly turn into that.
And even if it isn't a tornado, the damaging winds could be, by comparison, very similar to tornado damage that you need to shelter in the lowest level, most interior room, even without a tornado.
And you've been mentioning too, you know, this is the time, cancel the plans tonight. Don't be out on the roadways. That is an extremely dangerous place to be. And as we mentioned, a PDS tornado watch, about 3% of tornado watches get this tag, but this is for, unfortunately, what you said, long track, violent, intense tornadoes that could be over these 2 areas as we head through today.
You know, Colleen, I tell people in 100% of tornado watches that it's time to get off the roads and get to a sturdy structure and prepare your safe place. In a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, it could cost you your life to not get off the roads now, because if you're caught out on a road or outside or in an unsafe structure and a tornado warning is issued and that thing's moving 60 miles an hour, you're not going to have time to get to that safest spot.
Yeah, and you don't want to be thinking, hey, I'll outrun it, I'll do something like that. Absolutely not. So we're taking this extremely serious today as we continue to track these 2 areas. Let's get some live looks at spots that have some severe weather just around you right now. Des Moines, Iowa, right now 75 degrees just down to your south and south central Iowa. We have an ongoing tornado warning. Memphis, you are going to be another hot spot as we head through the afternoon and evening for some severe weather popping up. A very windy day today, a warm day today. And gosh, Dr. Knabb, those ingredients coming together, already seeing the radar really lighting up fast as we roll through this Friday.
Yeah, and Colleen, what's different about today as compared to last Friday is where the surface low, the parent weather system is. It's a couple of states farther north. Last week it went over Arkansas. Now it's going over Iowa, but it's so large and powerful, and the middle and upper level system is producing so much deep layer shear. This strengthening low is producing a strong low-level jet and strong low-level wind shear, and we've got instability all up and down the Mississippi River Valley, that we've got severe weather that's occurring over multiple states, over hundreds and hundreds of miles. You've got maybe a little bit more instability down here, but not by much. And you've got more forcing up here, but there's plenty of forcing down here too. So we have a large area at risk today. And now you get down to the specifics. What currently are the areas we're most concerned about? One would be western Arkansas. Here's Little Rock, and here's Interstate 30, here's Interstate 40, here's Hot Springs and Glenwood, and Highway 70 in between the 2. That's where we have this tornado warning until 1:15 Central Time, and it will be moving, quickly off to the north and east at about 60 miles an hour. However fast you typically drive on an interstate, that's how fast the supercells will typically be moving today, as Glenwood has that mesoscale cyclone pretty much right on top of you right now. You've got got to be in your lowest level, most interior room, taking shelter for what is radar indicated. It could be a tornado. Now, the velocities have broadened out, but only slightly. It is still worthy of a tornado warning, and these supercells can cycle up and down. And again, because of that fast forward motion at about 60 miles an hour, even though you're many miles away from Hot Springs right now, about a half hour, that mesoscale cyclone, that supercell could be over you and could be bringing a tornado to Hot Springs and or other places in that warning area. So if you're in Bear by 127, in Rockwell by 132, and one thing we look at, and I'm fearful that we'll have to look at this a lot today, look at the velocities and the reflectivity on the radar, but then we look at the correlation coefficient to see if there's any indication of things that are not meteorological debris. Is there an indication that there is damage going on? So if we go back and forth between the velocities right here that have been tracking along this path, it's possible that there is something being damaged with that dropout in the correlation coefficient. That's possible. Hopefully, if that's happening, it is something like trees and not structures, but that is at least a possibility that there could be some damage going on, but not crystal clear. Now, if we kind of look a little bit farther out, look at the history of that hail core, by the way, and then we've got a line of storms that is really training supercells, okay? This is all going to evolve into a quasi-linear convective system. This is kind of a prefrontal convective and convergent zone, and we're getting multiple supercells forming in this area. So here's Interstate 40, Conway out to Russell. Here's a supercell just north of the one that is tornado warned. That could have damaging winds and large hail. And then farther up to the north, going north from Conway up toward Clinton, Arkansas, there's another cell that is also a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, because of the strong possibility that these severe thunderstorms could produce damaging winds at 75 miles an hour or greater, and that they could quickly turn into a tornado warning situation, if you're in these severe thunderstorm warnings, I would strongly urge that you take shelter like you would in a tornado warning. But we've also got a similar setup. 2 states to the north. Colleen is taking a look at Iowa.
Yes, we have the northern side of this system that's also been pretty robust, already dropping a tornado warning as well. And then we have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's get straight to it. I want to show you the broad picture here. Just riding up 35, we have these warnings in south central Iowa, just south of Des Moines, rolling into an atmosphere that is very favorable for these storms to continue to strengthen. So first, I want to touch on the tornado warning. This is for the counties of Clark, Decatur, and Ringgold until 1:30 Central Time. This is just rolling through cities of Grand River. You are right by this. This had been previously through Kellerton and now moving up to the north as it continues just to the west of Leon. So again, as we switch modes of the radar from the reflectivity, the precipitation that we can see, and then we start to look at velocity, the motion within this storm, you can see some broad rotation there just starting west of 35 and then continuing to roll up to the north and east. And then ahead of this, we have severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in Osceola right now, Liberty, any of these places that are even in the yellow boxes, I would seek shelter immediately because you have almost 2 supercells here that are producing some broad rotation, and this is continuing up to the northeast. So these are areas that are going to be under the gun in not too long. We're talking in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So you need to go to your lowest level, put as many walls between you and the outside world, and hunker down until these storms roll through. So again, here's some times and towns for you. Weldon at around 1:20 if this continues to hold together. So that's a tornado warning there. And then as I mentioned, in some of these spots, we have had a previous hail core that was pretty strong. So not just the tornado threat, damaging wind threat, as well as hail upwards of golf ball size or larger as this moves through. There's those severe thunderstorm warnings. This is just north of that tornado warning, right around Osceola, rolling up into New Virginia. And again, if you're in these yellow boxes, these guys are just moving fast and things are changing so rapidly. You need to seek shelter right now. This is for the counties of Clark, Madison, and Warren until 1:15 Central Time. This also has that tornado possible tag because there is some broad rotation within these mesocyclones that are giving us that indication that they could turn tornadic extremely quickly. Now, I also want to touch on some of these warnings here in Missouri. This is for Adams County, just around the city of Clayton. Again, 1:30 Central Time. Threat is considerable for some golf ball size hail that's been falling just around between Payson and Richfield. Look at that. We got a big core here just to the north of 96. Also east of 172 there, and this is continuing to roll through those areas of Missouri. So a lot of hail cores within these thunderstorms, as well as some rotation as well. Another severe thunderstorm warning here for Bates and Henry County as we go into Missouri as well. This is just to the west of Clinton, and these guys, they're all by themselves. These are these discrete supercells that eventually, as Dr. Knabb mentioned, are going to roll into a line. But before they do so, they're all by themselves. So they got a lot of fuel to work with and a very, unfortunately, healthy atmosphere that they're rolling into to continue to strengthen. So again, even if you're not seeing a tornado warning right now, these severe thunderstorm warnings are very serious with the hail and the wind threat that's going to continue through, and they're rolling so fast. Severe thunderstorms as we continue through tonight. This will be an area we're watching already active right now, very likely to continue to see severe weather even after the sun sets here as we head into eastern and southeastern Iowa, as well as getting into western Illinois and even parts of Missouri. So a lot that we're going to be talking about. And also, Dr. Knabb, of course, always needing to refresh ourselves for what to do when these warnings strike.
Yeah, and it is so important, Colleen, for everybody to realize that you don't want to wait until a warning is issued to start taking action. You need to know where you're going to be before a warning is issued where you live. Taking a look at this home in Silver City, Mississippi, there's nothing left. Last Friday's tornado tore it apart, but looking closely, you can see what looks like an interior bathroom, a lowest level, most interior room still standing. Contrast that to what the outcome would have been if instead of in that lowest level, most interior room, you would have been in a mobile home or a manufactured home or out on a road or in a car or outside. The outcome would have been much different. We want people to avoid those really dangerous situations. And Colleen, I'm really adamant about this. You need to do things when a tornado watch is issued, especially when a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch is issued, and that starts with getting off the roads. Yeah, getting off the roads, getting home or wherever your safe place may be. I know we've been mentioning this week, maybe it's work, maybe it's a friend's house, maybe it's somewhere where, hey, you are in a mobile home or a manufactured home, or you're going to be in a gymnasium, a large room, so you need to find somewhere else that is safer to go, and that is something that you need to be doing right now. We got that PDS tornado watch here, not just for the north, but all the way down to the south until 8 o'clock tonight. Yep. So again, a very large real estate under for some really bad weather as we head through today. And this southern watch is also a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. And throughout those watch areas, I also think of people who might have shifts at warehouses or factories this afternoon or tonight. Ask your boss. What's the plan if we go under a tornado warning? If you're the boss, huddle with your employees this afternoon when they come into work. Okay, we're under this dangerous tornado watch. Here's what we're going to do if we go under a warning. You got to talk about that today and not wait until a warning is issued. Yeah, because we talk about that. Hey, get your family together, get that plan in place. How about your coworkers and your boss getting everyone together so you know what to do if severe weather strikes? Here's a couple things to have, supplies. We always talk about have your shoes nearby. I mean, you think about people that are just about to go into the evening hours later on today. These storms are going to be going into the nighttime hours. You're going to sleep. Have shoes. How about that bike helmet? We talk about There's no shame in the mattress and the bike helmet. No, mattress and bike helmet, no shame at all. Absolutely. I have those ready to go when I've got a tornado watch situation. And you want to charge up those phones before the weather gets bad. And the thick shoes and the gloves and the rain jackets, well, why do I need that for my safe room? What if there is damage? The aftermath immediately afterward can be very dangerous. You want to be ready to take care of any injuries that happen. I mean, we don't want to talk about that possibility, but the risk is so high today. We want to, number one, ensure your survival. So getting to the lowest level, most interior room of a sturdy structure is number one. But number two is being ready for whatever might happen if there is damage. Yeah, have those supplies ready to go, not just getting to that sheltered area, but having those in place. How about even, you were talking about phones, how about some battery packs, something that you may not be able, you can carry with you and it's mobile. You don't have to plug it into a wall. Just make sure to have those things charged and ready to go. Now, I think, again, on a Friday afternoon and evening, either ending or starting spring break for a lot of folks, if you live in a mobile home or in a manufactured home, we saw last week how badly that can turn out. Stay with someone else. If you live in a sturdy structure, invite someone who lives in a mobile home or manufactured home to stay with you. If you are traveling today, curtail those trips because you don't want to be driving on these interstates that are in the PDS tornado watches, because if you're in a vehicle going under an underpass, trying to outrun it, none of that is going to work out well.
And you mentioned spring break. Know the counties you're in, know where you're going, so you know whether there has been warnings issued for those areas, because this may be a spot that you're unfamiliar with. So if you are already there right now and you're saying, hey, we're on vacation, please don't get into that vacation mode just yet. We got a long way to go today.
And again, if you work in a factory, in a large warehouse type of thing, that is not a safe place to be. Talk about where the safest room might be, or it might be a different building.
Yeah, and talk about it right now. We want to also take you to the active radar. Of course, we are going through all of this because look what's already been issued. 2 tornado warnings, one in Iowa, one in Arkansas, and then a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings.
And Hot Springs is one of those communities that is still under this tornado warning as it moves 60 miles an hour off to the northeast. That tornado warning has been expanded a little bit farther to the right. Hot Springs, it could be there within the next 20 minutes or so. Please take shelter now in Arkansas and up in Iowa. We have tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings in Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas, and there's 2 tornado warnings in Arkansas right now, not in the Little Rock metro, but off to the northwest and to the southwest, close to some significant sized towns and some major roads. So Hot Springs, along with Lake Hamilton and Rockwell, under a tornado warning until 1:45. This is the cell that went very close to Glenwood a little while ago, and they're making headway very quickly, moving northeastward at 50 to 55 miles an hour. These cells in Arkansas are. So there's the reflectivity. You can see the hook echo taking shape a little bit with pretty decent rotation on the velocity. So you would expect with that hook echo that that's where the mesoscale cyclone rotation would be focused, and that is in fact the case. We've got a tremendous inflow right here. So this is the way it's rotating. This is going toward the radar. This is going away from the radar in Little Rock. And again, going very close to Highway 70 and moving quickly northeast at 50, 55 miles an hour. So what we're looking at is the radar depiction of the rotating thunderstorm, the supercell, the mesoscale cyclone, and the whole thing is moving quickly off to the northeast. So right now at 21 minutes after 1 p.m. Central Time, in 15 minutes, it could be in Hot Springs. So you need to take shelter right now. Lowest level, most interior room. Same goes for you in Lake Hamilton and Fountain Lake, where it will be just a little bit after Hot Springs. And here's Interstate 30. Now, eventually, this could affect places like Benton and Little Rock, because these are going to be long track supercells. So this is a time while you're in the watch in Little Rock in a particularly dangerous situation that you want to be getting off the roads in case things move in your direction. Oh, by the way, and Scott, if we could go quickly to look at the correlation coefficient to go along with that, because this area north of Glenwood, while it's a little bit messy, there have been some indications of some dropouts in the correlation coefficient, meaning that it's non-meteorological debris that might be being picked up by a tornado on the ground moving along with the velocities. And that looks like a pretty decent debris signature right there. So again, tornado damage is going to be something, unfortunately, we see a lot of today. And now the cell that's west of Conway, Little Rock is down to the south here. So here's Conway, Highway 64, here's Morrilton. Perryville, along with Morrilton, is under this tornado warning. This is that previous severe thunderstorm warned system, but now you've got a tornado warning on it. It's moving northeastward at 55, 60 miles an hour. You even have a little bit of a weak echo region on the kind of the business end of this supercell, and that's where the updraft is. Yeah, that weak echo region is where that updraft is strong, and that updraft is going to be right in the middle of our mesoscale cyclone, that rotating thunderstorm, that rotating updraft. And again, with the Little Rock radar down here, so we're getting the velocities going toward the radar here and away from the radar here. So that supercell capable of producing a tornado moving quickly to the northeast. So if you're in Perryville, you got to take shelter right now. Trust what the warning is telling you. With a fast moving system like this, it could be on you very quickly. Cherry Hill could be there within the next minute or so. You've got to be taking shelter right now. And Colleen, we've got a very dangerous situation going up through Missouri and in Iowa as well.
Yes, a very dangerous situation unfolding to the north as well. And these warnings are cycling. They're going up and down. So we have that previous tornado warning that has been allowed to expire. But this was right in this south central area of Iowa, just south of Des Moines. And we still have active severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, these cells are still capable of producing some very high winds as well as some very large hail. So far, we've had some reports of golf ball size hail in Ringgold County, just to the west of here. Now, severe thunderstorm warning for the counties of Clark, Lucas, and Warren. This goes until 2 o'clock Central Time as this continues to track across 35 up to the northeast. Again, this is just south of Des Moines, Iowa. And then as we take a look at the velocity, changing the modes of the radar here, we still have a little bit of rotation here just to the north of Van Wert. So again, we have broad rotation in many of these storms. Of course, these mesocyclones that are rotating severe thunderstorms that are capable of quickly changing over to tornadic activity. So again, that's why we're asking, even if you're in a yellow box today, these severe thunderstorm warnings, that we could quickly see a tornado drop out of this. So please treat these very seriously. Then as we move on over to areas just between Quincy and Beardstown, the county of Adams is under a severe thunderstorm warning as we go until the 2 o'clock hour. And then Brown County also under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock. So again, this is rolling into western Illinois. So many states looking at multiple warnings. Our continuing coverage continues after this.
We have multiple tornado warnings in effect in the state of Arkansas, and here we are looking at Hot Springs. I want to urge folks in Hot Springs to start getting off the roads in all seriousness, because you're under the tornado watch, the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That's enough reason to be getting off the roads. But also there is a nasty supercell off to your southwest that's moving quickly in your direction, and Hot Springs under a tornado warning. So we got to get off the roads. You do not want to be outside. You don't want to be in a vehicle. You don't want to be under an underpass. None of those places are safe. So let's get off the roads to a sturdy structure. Let's take a look at the big picture in Arkansas, see where all these warnings are. And they've mostly been west and north of Little Rock, but it's all part of this prefrontal convergence zone that has a lot of training supercells. And in fact, here you got the tornado warning for Hot Springs, but there's another supercell behind that's going to go over Glenwood. This supercell headed for Hot Springs went over Glenwood a little while ago. So you could go through multiple warning scenarios. So Garland and Hot Spring counties under the warning till 1:45 Central Time. That does include Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, that beautiful area, the lake with a lot of people in homes and communities surrounding that lake. The airport just southwest of downtown Hot Springs. This warning goes till 1:45, and it's moving quickly off to the northeast at 40, 45 miles an hour. So near highway speeds. There's the velocity signature of the mesoscale cyclone, that rotating thunderstorm, the supercell that has been moving quickly off to the north and east. Rockwell is in this warning as well. Let's time it out. So here we are at 1/2 hour, and it could be in Hot Springs in about 10 minutes because it is moving so quickly off to the north and east, paralleling Highway 70, by the way. And it's been really difficult to discern what's going on with the correlation coefficient because there might be some artificial effects going in there, but we'll have to continue to watch that closely. There has been at least sightings, indications of a funnel cloud in the area, but don't have a really good idea of what is going on the ground yet. But it's going right up Highway 70, and a lot of communities in harm's way there. Now, here we are west of Conway. So this was a previously warned storm. Again, a tornado warning for portions of Conway and Perry County. Look at that hook echo of this supercell. So Morrilton, Interstate 40 west of Conway. Get off the roads into a sturdy structure, lowest level, most interior room. That hook echo, that's the notch where the inflow is happening. Here's the forward flank downdraft. Look how far out that goes in front because of the strong wind field, the strong shear in the atmosphere. And we've got the rear flank downdraft here that could be enhancing the rotation getting turned into the vertical, and we could get a tornado to form right in that area. That's the notch there. But the velocities, while they're not super impressive, there's enough, and that is moving over Highway 9, could go across Highway 64, and then Interstate 40 between Conway and Atkins in the next few minutes. So Morrilton, you're kind of near the interstate there, could be there within less than 10 minutes with a 45 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour forward motion on this one. Then we've got a third tornado warning farther to the north along Highway 65 that goes through Clinton. Supercell having just gone near Lick Mountain. So if you're in Choctaw, Clinton, Fairfield Bay, tornado warning till 2 p.m. Central Time. And let's take a look at the velocity signature of this supercell. Pretty tight rotation there that is very close to crossing Highway 65 between Clinton and Damascus. Do not be on the road there. Get off the road. Get to a sturdy structure and take shelter right now. Clinton, that's along Highway 65. That supercell could be there in 5 to 7 minutes, Colleen. And that's just Arkansas. Other states are dealing with some very dangerous weather right now as well.
Yeah, we want to move up to the north because that's another area that we're watching very closely. Des Moines right now, looking at beautiful blue skies, 76 degrees, but just down to your south, we've had a cluster of storms that were earlier tornado warned and still following severe thunderstorm warnings just to your south. So again, you are certainly not out of the woods yet as we continue to track this line of storms across parts of the north. So we're including Iowa, south central Iowa, especially parts of Missouri, as well as the central western portions of Illinois. And that's another spot that is a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, no tornado warnings in the north, but we certainly have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of this is for hail as well as wind. This cluster here across parts of western Illinois have been producing some quarter-size hail, had some golf ball-size hail up in this warning just south of Des Moines. This continues for the counties of Clark, Lucas, and Warren until 2 o'clock as it tracks over 35. Still a little bit of broad rotation here just to the southeast of Osceola. Watching these closely as they're ramping up and ramping down throughout the afternoon, and our continuing coverage of severe weather. Keep it right here on the Weather Channel.
A very dangerous situation unfolding southwest of Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkansas, the Highway 70 corridor down to Glenwood. We've got training supercells that are tornado warned that could be producing tornadoes that go through the same community multiple times, meaning one supercell goes by, you get a little break, and then the next one comes by. Also have some tornado warnings north of Little Rock, near Interstate 40 and north of Conway. So let's get into the details here in Arkansas, starting with this training supercell situation here in the Highway 70 corridor southwest of Little Rock, which is here. Here's Haskell, and then here's Highway 70 going through Hot Springs and Glenwood. The lead supercell now is essentially right over the northern portions of Hot Springs, and this went over Glenwood during the last hour. This has been reissued and extended farther to the north and east, moving northeastward at about 55 miles an hour. These are moving so quickly that you do not have time to go out and visually confirm. It's not going to be possible, and if you're out on the roads, you're not going to have time to get to a safe structure unless you do that in Little Rock. Get off the roads now in Little Rock, because all of this stuff is headed into the metro area before too much longer. But in terms of what's going on in Hot Springs, you got that hook echo there with that supercell, and there is the very convincing velocity signature going right through the northern portions of Hot Springs. And again, that supercell moving quickly off to the north and east, about 55 miles an hour. So if you are in Whittington, if you're out in Benton, these are areas that you need to take shelter right now, and you definitely need to be in your lowest level, most interior room sheltering right now in Hot Springs, not just because of this supercell, but the two that are behind it. So if you're in Hot Springs, once this supercell goes by, do not go outside, do not leave your safe room, do not leave your lowest level, most interior room, because there is another tornado warning polygon that includes Hot Springs because of what is coming in behind you. The correlation coefficient that gives us an idea of whether or not there is non-meteorological debris, it's messy, it's noisy, it's not 100% convincing, but it is at least concerning that there is some signal that has been moving along with the velocities that could be an indication that we've got damage being caused by a tornado on the ground. But it's not 100%. It's debatable, but we should assume, I think, that this is on the ground for what we do. take shelter in your lowest level, most interior room. There could be a tornado on the ground. Now, let's zoom out. Now, so here's the second tornado warning, and I guess I should back up and go look at that. Scott, can we zoom in on what's going on with this cell, this middle tornado warning? And that's, of course, the previous tornado warning for this cell. So that's why they overlap, right? Those two warnings are for this cell. Now, here is the new supercell. This one went over Glenwood about an hour ago. Now there's a new one just a little farther to the south. And so Glenwood and Bismarck are under tornado warning. This is Highway 70, and this supercell is going to go roughly parallel to Highway 70 as well, and could be into Hot Springs before too much longer. So let's time this out for the tornado warning area that is for the Glenwood supercell, but take it into Hot Springs, where that supercell could be there within about a half hour or less. So again, if you're sheltering in Hot Springs right now, which you absolutely should be for the supercell that's over you, stay there. Once that goes by, once it gets quiet again, stay there, because this next supercell will be moving in. It'll be coming through the Lake Hamilton area in about 22 minutes. That beautiful area along Highway 70 with a lot of lakefront properties. You got to take shelter in your lowest level, most interior room in that zone, because this supercell is, again, moving very quickly, just like the one out in front of it. Now, we do have other tornado warnings. Here's Conway and here's Little Rock. Here's Interstate 40 going past Morrilton. This supercell that has moved northeast of Perryville, moving quickly off to the north and east. So along Interstate 40 west of Conway, you got to be off the road there, and we've got the velocities that are about to cross the interstate there. And then another tornado warning along Highway 65 north of Conway in the Clinton area, moving quickly off to the north and east. There's a velocity signature having left Highway 65. It's busy in Arkansas, Colleen, but that's just one of the states.
Yeah, and up to the north in parts of Iowa, Missouri, as well as Illinois, very active with severe thunderstorm warnings right now, mainly for hail and wind. Golf ball size hail has been reported there in parts of Iowa. South central Iowa is still looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. This is south of Des Moines, has crossed over 35, now moving off to the east. Counties of Lucas, Marion, and Warren under this until 2 o'clock, and we're still seeing a little bit of rotation, so we have that tornado possible tag. This cell was down to the south earlier, tornado warned. That has since been allowed to expire, but even within this severe thunderstorm warning, please treat this like a tornado warning. These guys have a lot of rotation, could quickly turn into a tornado warning with just a drop of a hat. So we also have areas just around Beardstown and Clayton that we're watching. The city of Buena Vista under that severe thunderstorm warning until 1:45 Central Time. And this has a history of producing some golf ball size hail, getting local storm reports of some large hail as well as those damaging wind gusts. Our continuing severe weather coverage keeps it right here on the Weather Channel.
Very dangerous afternoon unfolding in Arkansas as well as other states. But if I look at Little Rock, I want to urge everybody who's out on the roads in Little Rock to get off the roads as soon as possible. Not because there's a tornado warning right now. You're under a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, but you don't want to be out on the roads, if at all possible, when these lines of storms move through in a little while that are coming through Hot Springs. So when you're in a tornado watch that's as dangerous of a situation as this is, the action item is to get off the roads and get as much done as you can, as quickly as you can, so you're in your sturdy structure when the storms start quickly moving in and warnings are issued. So let's not treat this like a normal Friday afternoon, because it is not. And off to the west and to the north of Little Rock, the tornado warnings are already occurring, and we've got training supercells, so you might have to go through a tornado warning situation multiple times. So here's Arkansas, here's our surface low up in Iowa. And the reason that we've got such a dangerous situation that far to the south of the main parent weather system is it's so powerful and large. We've got enormous amounts of instability all the way up from Louisiana to Iowa. And here's what's going on in Arkansas right now. South winds at the surface, and then a few thousand feet up, like 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds in this low-level jet at 5,000 feet. And then the really strong upper-level winds. That turning of winds, that wind shear change with height, is wind shear that allows for the air that the storms are ingesting to be rotating parallel to the ground, and then they get ingested into the updrafts. And there's a lot of instability and a convergence line here to tap into. And all of that science is why we're so confident that the situation is getting even more dangerous for Little Rock and for a lot of the state of Arkansas, as if the dangers weren't already significant. They are. 2 tornado warnings well to the north of Little Rock, one that has gone through Hot Springs, another supercell behind that. And you see how these supercells are training in that direction? That's why we're concerned not just about Glenwood and Hot Springs, but about Little Rock. So here is the lead supercell along Highway 70. And again, very well-defined forward flank downdraft, but you got kind of a notch in here in the reflectivities that this has a history of going just north of the center of Hot Springs with a very well-defined velocity signature that it still has there north of Highway 70. But also, if you look at what we call the correlation coefficient, that dropout, that is an indication of non-meteorological objects or debris moving along with it. So Scott, if we can move this along as it went north of Hot Springs and then now near Whittington, you can see how that little light color there moves along with the velocities, with the supercell, and that may have been, and looks like a pretty strong indication that there was some damage on the ground and that debris was carried up and moved along with the supercell. So that is just one indication of the possibility that we've got a damaging tornado that at least has been on the ground, at least for a time. So if you're in Whittington, you got to be taking shelter right now, but let's time this out. So here we are with the tornado warning go as far north and east as Benton along Interstate 30. But right now it's 53 minutes after the hour, and at 2:25, that supercell could be going through some part of Metro Little Rock. So you don't have a whole long time. It could be within the half hour that the weather is changing dramatically for the worse in Little Rock, in addition to the area that's currently under tornado warning. If you're in Salem, need to take shelter, could be there within the next 15 minutes. Now, let's go to the next supercell down the chain here, following Highway 70 that goes back through Glenwood. And oh, by the way, the supercell that is now near east of Hot Springs went through Glenwood, and now you've got a tornado warning for there. And if you're in Hot Springs, get ready to potentially have to shelter again, because this supercell is moving off to the north and east. So let's time this out as it goes a little farther south than the previous supercell did, but this could be in Hot Springs within the next 20 minutes or so. I know you've just been through a tornado warning and figure, well, let's go out and see if there's damage. Let's take a deep breath, but it might not be long before you might have to take shelter once again. Now, let's go quickly north of Little Rock a piece. Highway 65, this supercell that was previously warned has now been extended north and east of Clinton in Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren counties. Fairfield Bay, Greer's Ferry, Mountain View under a tornado warning until 2:15. So again, here's a view at Prairie County, Arkansas with our storm tracker, Charles Peak. We'll check with him and continue to track the warnings in Arkansas and up to the north.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle here with storm specialist Dr. Rick Knabb. And today is already shaping up to be a very dangerous weather day. We have a PDS tornado watch, not only for the south, for areas of Arkansas, Tennessee, getting up into Missouri, but this also stretches up into portions of Illinois and Iowa. And a PDS tornado watch is a particularly dangerous situation. So again, we already have a multitude of warnings that have popped up. So I want to get right to it as both areas are lighting up very quickly.
Yeah, and look how long those tornado watches go. That northern one goes till 8 p.m. Central Time. So we got a long way to go, Colleen, where we could have multiple rounds of severe weather. And boy, is that playing out in a real way in Arkansas, where we've got this line of training supercells that are causing places like Hot Springs to go under tornado warning probably multiple times.
Yeah, and we actually have a live look there at Hot Springs. Of course, we've been watching the roadways carefully because this is happening during a time of day that is very dangerous because folks are out on the roadways. School has been in session. We've been trying to figure out what's been going on with some of the school systems. Fountain Lake, you mentioned, Dr. Knabb, those students were in safe rooms as that tornado warning passed by. So again, they are checking on that and some of the debris.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Little Rock, Arkansas is not under a tornado warning right now. You're under that PDS tornado watch. But these training supercells that are kind of following close to Highway 70, going from Glenwood toward Hot Springs, those supercells are going to be in general in the Little Rock area before too much longer, and a lot of other parts of Arkansas are currently at risk and will be at risk because we've got kind of a prefrontal convergence band here that is, it's not just a line of storms. This is training supercells.
And this is right around, like you said, a very populated area of Little Rock. So again, even if it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning that happens, you need to seek shelter immediately. These guys are racing off to the northeast at around 50, 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, so you can't outrun them. And if you are on a road that's going perpendicular to it, they'll just go barreling across the road very, very quickly. So we got two supercells, one that went through Glenwood and Hot Springs and is now getting closer and closer to the Little Rock area, and then another supercell that's about to go through Hot Springs area in general. So the lead supercell has this warning that is in portions of Pulaski counties until what, 2:15? Is that how long it goes?
Yeah,
and
2:15.
Here's Hot Springs, here's Highway 70 going toward I-30 that goes through Benton and then up to Little Rock, and then here's Whittington. This velocity signature, this supercell, this mesoscale cyclone, the velocity signature has a long history of being well defined. We're going to see a lot of long-lived supercells. Even if the tornado isn't on the ground the whole time, these supercells are fast-moving and long-lasting.
And that's why, of course, you're saying a big heads up to Little Rock, because this started back in Hot Springs. We've continued to track and warn this same supercell that would be going in the direction of Little Rock. And as you mentioned, these guys are going into some pretty healthy environments where they are going to continue to strengthen or at least stay stable as they move into these cities.
Now consider this. So in Little Rock, in general, the weather isn't that bad right now, but it's just after 2 p.m. Central Time, and you could have this supercell going through the Little Rock Metro in about 25 minutes. And so all these people who are on the roads, finishing up school, finishing up work, or doing errands, we've got to get folks off the roads. You know, delay leaving work or school if you have to in order to keep people safe and not out on the roads. Yeah,
be in a safe spot because, 20, 25 minutes, that's not a lot of time for these folks to get off the roads into a safe place, wherever that may be.
Yeah, now to be clear, Little Rock is not under a tornado warning right now, but this supercell and the one behind it has a history of the tornado warnings getting extended farther along its path. So I fear it's only a matter of time before some kind of warning is issued for some part or a lot of the metro Little Rock area.
And you're seeing the structure of this supercell. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes, of course, but we also have the hail, we have the wind, we have the rain, making it absolutely impossible sometimes to really see these storms and understand what's going on, especially if you're just going about your normal business and all of a sudden this is on top of you. This is what we do not want to happen to you.
Yeah, and this still has, even in this particular depiction, has a pretty well-defined hook echo, and you can tell where the velocities are probably going to be in this zone with the hook echo, and it's not a surprise that when it all lines up that you've got the velocities co-located with where you would expect them to be, and that's the center of the mesocyclone where the tornadoes could form.
And Dr. Knapp, of course, we're doing this in real time right now. And so the National Weather Service here in Little Rock is actually saying they are going to be continuing to issue this tornado warning into the Little Rock Metro. As we expected right now, unfortunately. And we have multiple modes of our radar that we're using today, the reflectivity, the velocity, and then this correlation coefficient where we're looking for things that are not meteorological that may be up in the air. And you were showing this earlier, tracking this from Hot Springs, and we see a signature right there, a dropout there in the correlation coefficient.
This signature has gotten more and more concerning. It was messy earlier, but just north of Hot Springs a little while ago, we had that indication that there could be debris being kicked up, and there probably was. And then if you look at it, the history of this, look at that. Look at it near Hot Springs, and then you move it along, and it has some continuity in space and time with where the velocities and the reflectivity show the mesoscale cyclone. So that very well-defined, focused area of non-meteorological debris moving along with the mesoscale cyclone, that's concerning. So we could have damage on the ground that could continue to occur. Now the tornado warning is issued. That includes Little Rock, pretty much the whole metro area.
Yeah, that goes until 2:30 Central Time, of course, issued because of what we're showing you right now, this area of rotation that is held together for quite some time and is going to continue to take that very quick track. I mean, you had just mentioned 20-25 minutes, this is going to be in the Little Rock metro.
Yeah.
It's going to northeast 50-55 miles an hour.
Yeah, so if you think of a tornado moving through a community at the same speed that you would drive down the interstate, you are not going to have time to do anything but trust the warning and get to your lowest level, most interior room. Don't get outside and try to confirm it and all that. And also, this is why we're pleading with people in Little Rock to get off the roads, because as non-threatening as the weather seems at this particular second, it will change so quickly with the 50-mile-an-hour supercell moving in.
Yeah, can we show the Little Rock tower cam again? We were showing that, and as you're mentioning, a lot of folks in the Little Rock area, it doesn't look very threatening right now, but this is right on your doorstep. So even if you're seeing some clearer skies in some areas, it feels like bad weather. 76 degrees, that juicy air that's in place. And Little Rock, even despite what it may look like outside your window, you are now under that tornado warning until 2:30 Central Time.
So as important as it is that we've been saying, when a tornado watch is issued, time to get off the roads and get to your sturdy structure, now that you're under a warning, you absolutely have to be getting off the roads and getting to a sturdy structure, because that way you have a little bit of extra time in the few minutes that you have to get to the safest part of that structure and have a way to get updates. But gather the things that you want to have, a helmet or a mattress or whatever it might be, in that safe spot. And this is getting more and more concerning, what we're seeing on the radar as time goes on.
Yeah, of course, we have many folks that are in the field in these two areas from the north to the south that are tracking this weather and showing us what it's like in real time. And so we do want to go out to our very own Justin Michaels. He's live right now in Jonesboro, Arkansas, not too far away. And Justin, we've just been tracking these multitude of tornado warnings in the state of Arkansas.
That's right. Well, so Little Rock is about 2 hours to our southwest a little bit. So we're watching what's happening down there closely. Colleen and Dr. Nab, you were talking about schools and what schools are going to be doing on a severe weather day like this. We can tell you just at 1 o'clock local time here, so within the last, 10 or 15 minutes, schools have let out here out of an abundance of caution, making sure students can get home and parents have the opportunity to make sure their kids are safe. Also, county and local governments are closing within the hour as well, allowing employees there to get home and prepare and be safe. Looking to our western sky, you can see how ominous it looks. And as far as the afternoon and evening, here's the best way you can remember about the potential for any severe weather in this part of Arkansas. If the sun is up today, you have the potential for severe weather. The tornado watch does not expire until about 8 o'clock tonight. The sun is supposed to set around 7:30. So just be very careful, be planning, make sure you know where to go, make sure your family knows what to do. Remember, it's not just a tornado watch, but a tornado watch with a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. And that means you really need to be paying attention and weather aware every minute of today. Colleen, Dr. Nab, into you.
Thank you so much, Justin, live in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And as he mentioned, some of those schools are letting out early in Jonesboro because they have a little more lead time. We were just talking about Little Rock. Really, it'd be better for many of these folks to stay at school and shelter there. Yeah,
when a tornado warning is in effect, that is not the time to be getting out on the roads and trying to outrun the situation and go home from school or work while a warning is in effect. It is time to take shelter, because you have just moments before things will be getting bad from west to east in the Little Rock metro. And again, that warning goes till 2:30 and encompasses pretty much the whole metro area, except for maybe the extreme southern and eastern parts. And again, it's almost 8 minutes after 2. And
a little ways to go.
You've got just a few minutes before a tornado could be coming through your community.
Yeah, and we're still watching this. Of course, this having a history, this supercell of coming through the Hot Springs area, now moving up into the Little Rock metro. Here's some times and towns for you. Again, if you are in this red box, you need to seek shelter immediately. If you know someone that lives in the Little Rock area, give them a quick call. Make sure they are watching the Weather Channel, have alerts on their phones, know what's going on, because this is a very fluid, very fast situation. Here's a look at some of those towns, like you just said, in about 20 minutes or less, Little Rock, you're going to be watching this rolling through your area, and then we're going to have to continue to track this to a place like Sherwood right after.
Right, and again, with so many people potentially on the roads and doing things in the metro area, you need to take action right now, because what if it takes a few minutes for you to get off the road and get to a safe shelter and get to the safest spot of that shelter? Don't waste any time. And don't be trying to pull over and park under an underpass. That's really dangerous. And if you're in a mobile home or manufactured home, if there is a stronger shelter nearby, get to it, because you don't want to be, ideally, in a mobile home or manufactured home. And again, with Metro Little Rock over there by you, Colleen, here's the velocities as it just passed over Highway 298. Now, if you're on the west side there, Interstate 430 on the, kind of the west loop, that is the area that will get it first before downtown does and before North Little Rock and College Station.
Yeah, so get off the roads right now. We have a lot of major highways, especially as this goes into the Little Rock Metro. And unfortunately, Dr. Nab, this is a situation that we were talking about last Friday, and we're talking about getting to a safer place. So again, if you're watching this right now, we have a multitude of warnings out. We're zoning in on Little Rock, the metro area that is now under a tornado warning. But if you have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in your area, you got to seek shelter immediately. We have a multitude of those even going up north of Little Rock as well. And
remember that there is another supercell behind the one that is responsible for the warning in Little Rock that has been going along Highway 70 toward Hot Springs. Scott, are we able to get to that one? I want to make sure we update the folks in Hot Springs with what's going on with the supercell that was behind it. So here's Hot Springs. So that is the supercell that had been going through, and it looks like, if this depiction is correct, that warning is no longer in effect.
Yeah, but again, to your point, this is not a one and done scenario for many of these areas. You're going to have multitudes of rounds that are going to be coming through. So just because one comes through doesn't mean, okay, we're in the clear. You really got to watch what's going on behind it.
Yeah, and just because that supercell behind the Hot Springs one that's now headed toward Little Rock isn't warned right now, we'll have to keep an eye on because they can cycle. Now, it's also possible that more cells could develop farther south and west and go through Texarkana. Look at southeastern Oklahoma, extreme northeastern Texas with cells lighting up. So this is just kind of a prefrontal convergence line of training supercells, but there's more farther behind, closer to the front. And then the lead part of this whole line that's affecting Little Rock is also affecting communities to its north.
Yeah, and I saw there's a new tornado warning there up to the north as well, as we're continuing to watch areas around Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri, and then stretching all the way down into the Arkansas area. Really, Arkansas has been the one that's been lighting up a lot lately, and especially for the Little Rock spot. Let's go up to some of these other tornado warnings. You see there's other red boxes above this one. This one we're watching very closely. This is around the city of Guy, and we have had some strong rotation within this storm between Damascus and Greenbrier, and this is just crossed 65, moving up to the northeast very, very quickly. So we can certainly see a signature there. We've had some folks that are out in the fields right now looking at a rotating wall cloud, a little bit of lowering in this area. So these guys are ramping up extremely quickly.
Right, and so the wall cloud is the part where the updraft is occurring, and when that's rotating, that means you've got a rotating updraft. That is a telltale sign of a building supercell that could be producing a tornado. And look at Fairbanks, Pearson. Here we are at 12 minutes after the hour. You've only got 6 to 10 or 12 minutes before it could be on your town. Lowest level, most interior room right now.
Yeah, and the wall cloud that the Weather Service is seeing is right around Benton. So again, that's right in this area by Guy, crossing over 65. So again, we have a lot of storm spotters that are out there. There's Guy. They're seeing some wall cloud, that lowering there just around Benton and Guy. So again, two spots that we're watching in this supercell as it continues to track up to the northeast again until 2:45. So and as we've seen in other ones, these guys aren't dying out. They're just continuing to track into a new community.
Right, and the fact that you can see the rotating wall cloud, that's an indication that's where the updraft is. That's not where the precipitation's happening. That's happening in the forward flank of the storm and then in the rear flank. But again, moving so quickly. I mean, here's what is happening in the middle and upper levels because those winds are so strong. That is producing strong wind shear that's allowing these supercells to ingest air that's rotating parallel to the ground, getting turned up into the vertical, but it's also responsible for the fast forward motion. Now let's take a look at Little Rock one more time as we head to break. Again, the western part of the metro area in the next few minutes could be affected first before downtown areas. Get off the roads, sturdy structure, lowest level, most interior room right now.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. Breaking now, we are watching a unfolding situation of severe weather, especially for the Little Rock Metro. Right now, I want to take you live to Benton, Arkansas, where storm spotters have been looking at a potential wall cloud, a lowering there. indicating some rotation in a supercell that had started off in Hot Springs and has continued up to the northeast and is right upon the Little Rock area, which is currently under a tornado warning. And we were just talking about just north of Little Rock is where the Weather Service office is. They have just said they are going to be seeking shelter, and they are going to be calling on the Memphis office to try to take their place.
Yeah, so if we can, Scott, if we can take a look at the location of the supercell relative to where the radar is in Little Rock. And if we zoom in a little more, we'll be able to see not just the reflectivities, but especially on the velocities. But there is downtown Little Rock, and here is where the radar site is. And in North Little Rock, is where the National Weather Service forecast office is. They practice what they preach.
Exactly.
They have contacted the nearby Memphis Weather Forecast Office to potentially take over their warning operations while they take shelter, because this supercell that has this tremendous hook echo and the well-defined velocity signature and a long history of signature that suggests that there's been damage on the ground, it's headed potentially right at the radar. And oh, by the way, there are other radars that we could use if that radar were to be compromised. But
yeah, so if you wonder what happens when a storm is headed straight toward one of the Weather Service offices where meteorologists are, like you said, they're practicing what they preach and seeking shelter. And then we have another office that can step in, because this is a very dangerous situation coming into a hugely populated area of Little Rock, and it's in the not a great time of day.
Right. And so realize that we're in the warning situation. The Weather Service in Little Rock has done their job. They've issued the warning. They're going to take shelter as necessary.
Should too.
And you should too. Follow their lead. Don't wait a moment, because this is a fast-moving supercell. These are going highway speeds, 50, 55 miles an hour all throughout the state of Arkansas. And so in North Little Rock, for example, where that Weather Service office is, it could be going right over them in 10 minutes, down to 9. I mean, now it's going to be not going to be long before seconds count in terms of what action you take.
Yeah, as we've been tracking this through, you really don't have too much time, as these guys are moving off very rapidly to the north and east, and again affecting a very large area. And then even after Little Rock, we're going to have to continue to track this supercell, because unfortunately we've been talking about these long track tornadoes that are going to be possible within these storms.
Right, because the environment is so conducive for well-defined supercells, and supercells have a structure that is kind of self-sustaining, because what's happening, Colleen, is this is kind of the southeastern kind of lead dog here. So the inflow that's coming in here is already rotating parallel to the ground. And then with this hook echo, with the rear flank downdraft, that adds to the low-level rotation that is being ingested by the storm. And then with the deep layer shear sustaining it and the fast forward motion, the supercells are going to last a long time. You can't hope that it's just going to poof, go away. It's probably going to hold together on some level, and you've got to take shelter right now. So Crystal Hill, Sherwood, that area, got to take shelter right now, because you're down 5 to 10 minutes.
And no surprise here, but we have some storm spotters that are out just west and north of downtown Little Rock, and they are reporting some very strong rotation, which is indicative, of course, of what we're seeing on the radar as well. But always good to get that ground truth to go along with our radar, our reflectivity, our velocity. So a lot of motion within this storm. Yeah,
the Weather Service trains storm spotters. A lot of them are officials and others. But now we're going to get detailed here in terms of roads that this is affecting. So major thoroughfare, obviously the west loop there, Interstate 430, but Chenal Parkway there that goes west and east through there and then connects with 630. That's it's now about to enter some heavily populated areas with a lot of structures. In this area on the west side of Little Rock, you have to be in your lowest level, most interior room right now. Please don't be outside or in a vehicle or under an underpass. Get to that shelter. But it's time now on the west side.
Yeah, and we're putting on this the more detailed roads, because, of course, if this is your community, your area, some of these roads may mean more to you. So we're talking about some of these spots around Hinson Road, St. Charles Boulevard. There's 430 moving up closer into portions of Little Rock, and it is likely that we could be looking at a tornado west of Little Rock right now that's going to be moving into the metro area.
Yeah, it's really something when you zoom in like this, and now you're zooming into the hook echo, right? And so this is kind of the rear flank downdraft back in here, and here's where the inflow is coming in, and this is where the rotation is now about to move over these very populated areas.
Yes, and we're going to be continuing to cover this here for the Little Rock area. We're back in just a moment. And breaking now, we're following a very dangerous situation unfolding across parts of Arkansas, especially for the Little Rock Metro, with a tornado warning and a confirmed tornado in West Little Rock that is continuing to track off to the northeast. We're taking a live look right now. This is Charles Peak, our storm tracker that's out in Prairie County, Arkansas right now. And he has eyes on the sky. Gosh, there is a lot going on right now, Dr. Nab. We have a tornado emergency for Little Rock and the North Little Rock area. Surrounding areas, as this is a very dangerous, massive tornado that has been spotted on the ground here west of Little Rock.
Yeah, a confirmed large and destructive tornado just about 3 minutes ago was observed over Burns Park or near West Little Rock, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it doesn't have much time to lessen its structure before it damages other parts of the Little Rock Metro.
Yeah, no, certainly. And of course, we were talking about the National Weather Service is taking cover. All operations are now being resumed from Memphis, Tennessee. Again, they're going to be under the gun later today, but right now it is all about Arkansas.
So our Charles Peak is in North Little Rock, Arkansas, same part of the metro area where the Weather Service office is located. That's where the radar is. That's the Weather Service that has taken shelter and operations taken over by Weather Service in Memphis. And my goodness, see, this is why we say don't go outside and try to confirm the tornado. It's really hard to see what's going on, especially once the precipitation that's really heavy picks up.
Yeah, look how quickly this has just changed over the last, 30 seconds that we've been watching the footage from Charles Peak. Also listening in, you can hear the rain coming down. So again, watching this supercell that has been really ramping up for several miles now.
Yeah, now this hook echo and the notch are really seriously about to go right over the radar. It's going right at it, just north of North Little Rock in the Sherwood area. That is the kind of the business end of the storm, but there's, especially in that rear flank downdraft, right behind the hook echo, that is where the really heavy precipitation is happening. And then the inflow is going right into the storm right here. So in this notch with the hook echo, that's where you'd expect the tornado to be. And here's the radar. It's right on the doorstep of the radar. Now, there are other radars in the region that we'll be able to track the storm with if this particular radar can't function or can't transmit after this. But the northern part of the Little Rock Metro, this is where the tornado emergency is really exerting its full force.
Yeah, we're tracking some of this right now with some times and towns. Again, this is north of Little Rock, a tornado emergency in place. Gravel Ridge, not too much more time. Jacksonville right after that, 247. Again, this is in the next 10 or 15 minutes. This is headed in your direction, and we have confirmation of a tornado.
And in Amboy, you've got a couple minutes. You got to take shelter right now. And look at how densely populated and built up this area is. There is a lot of structures in harm's way here. You've got to be in that lowest level, most interior room. And we are getting reports of damage in the Little Rock area, Colleen.
Yeah. Scott, can you switch over to our correlation coefficient? Folks are talking about a debris ball that's crossing right now, I-40 right here as we're going into the North Little Rock area. Also have some confirmed damage in and around the area of Little Rock as well.
Now, I wonder if we can zoom out just a little bit so we can see the debris signature on the radar here as it's approaching the radar. So downtown Little Rock to the south of that debris signature, the radar site to the northeast, and as this is quickly moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, we saw this coming, Colleen. It was making a beeline, and so that dropout in the correlation coefficient is co-located in space and time with the velocities of the mesoscale cyclone as it moves over. It just went over Interstate 40 near North Little Rock, and now moving quickly farther to the north and east, Highway 365, Parkway Drive. It's about to go over those zones, and we're going to take a live look at that general area. Look at the traffic stopping on I-40 where it just passed over in that general area.
Gosh, look at all the cars on the roadways. I know we've been urging folks to really try to get off the roadways this afternoon because there's nowhere to go. And of course, that overpass you see right there is a very unsafe place to seek shelter under an overpass like that. But once you're on the roads like this, when this comes over, I mean, you got nowhere to go. It's a really, really tough situation.
This is where the human activity on a busy Friday afternoon is meeting up with dangerous, life-threatening weather with people out and about. wanting to, feeling like they have to get things done. But if you're out on the roads, you are greatly increasing your danger. Whatever it is you're outside doing, it's got to wait. You know, you don't want to be out on the roads. That's one of the most dangerous places to be. And a lot of folks look like they were out there when the tornado went right in front of them.
Yeah, this is crossing right over I-40 and then is continuing a very dangerous situation moving up around Parkway Drive, 6th Street. And then this looks, I mean, it has its eyes directly on the radar right there.
Yeah, now you can't say for sure if it will directly strike and damage the radar, but it is, it's been a while since we've seen this significant of a tornado this close to the radar site that is about to, really get an up close and personal look at it. Now, here's some damage that our Charles Peak has come across. Now, he's in the North Little Rock area. Obviously, trees have been snapped off. Look at that tree on the right-hand side. And looks like, was that vehicle damaged by that fallen tree branch? Sure looks like it.
It looks like it on the back there, and those trees stripped of all the leaves, trees down, of course. Wow, and just think how quickly that happened. We've been watching Charles Peak out there as we saw the storms rolling in, and then this is just moments later, already seeing some damage. And of course, cars, you see folks walking around out there. So I don't know if that folks were in their car or if they are coming outside to see what has happened.
I mean, for whatever reason, that car is out in the middle of the road. I don't know if the tornado pushed it there or they were driving and that's where they were struck. But you notice this tornado went through in a very short amount of time. So it's long gone now from this particular spot, moving so quickly. And now it is moving in through the Sherwood area. It's like across the street from the Weather Service radar.
Yeah, and this is, has eyes set on Sherwood right now, still observing a tornado on the ground. So again, if this is near your community, Sherwood here, just north of the Little Rock area, you are in a tornado emergency right now. We have confirmation right now, visual images. When we see these live shots here and you see what's actually happening, I hope that gives you some encouragement to really, really seek shelter immediately.
Yeah,
I don't know what else we have to say.
Right. Now, we've been saying take shelter, but you know what the Weather Service forecasters in Little Rock who issued this warning did? They went, after issuing the warning, went into their shelter, and they're still there because the tornado was right in their community. It was one thing to live in the backyard of your metro area, but to live the weather directly like they are. Follow their example. If you're in Jacksonville, if you're in Highway 38, 167 in that region, there are still areas downstream from North Little Rock that need to take shelter right now that are still in this tornado emergency.
Yeah, Jacksonville here, 167 stretching down. The updates that we're getting from the National Weather Service, as you mentioned, they're actually in their tornado shelter right now as this has rolled right over them. So Gravel Ridge, Tonyville, getting up through Parnell. These are areas that in just what? It's 36, 14, 15 minutes. This is going to be in your area. So as we were talking earlier, this is just a very quick event, and this may not be the last storm that you see in these areas.
Right, again, these supercells are moving at highway speeds, 50, 55 miles an hour. And that is because of the strength of the deep layer flow in the atmosphere. But that energy in the atmosphere is also what is causing these supercells to ingest rotating air parallel to the ground, turning it into the vertical and sustaining it for a long period of time. So it's bad enough that we've got strong tornadoes, but when they're fast moving, that means they're going to be long track as well.
And we actually have Charles Peak on the phone right now. We are taking his live feed there north of Little Rock. So, Charles, want to ask you, just give us kind of the scenario of what just happened in the last 15 minutes.
Rock area, we could see it, and I got in position, and we had that. I had my drone up in the air, and I could see the tornado form over the Little Rock area. And as it got a little closer to me, I put the drone down and just positioned in a safe spot as it passed just a couple hundred yards to my west. And I'm now just to the south of I-40 where the path came across through here, mostly tree damage, right, at least what I can see here, right by I-40, right in front of me. As you can see, some trees hit these two vehicles. I just talked to the gentleman that in the white vehicle here. He said you know, he got the tornado warning. He was turned left, was trying to find a place to get to, and then the trees blocked him in front of it here, and then he was stopped, and then another tree fell on top of his car here. But everybody is okay at this location right now.
That's good to hear, Charles. Now, can you describe the meteorology of it in terms of what you saw? Did you see the tornado? What was it, blocked by the heavy rain on the rear flank downdraft? Or what did you see and what did you hear as that went by?
No, you could clearly see both on my drone and on my live shot the tornado. There was a few trees there, but you could clearly see the tornado there. You know, it was a significant tornado, and you know, it was not rain wrapped at that time. And then I was in a position where, you know, I had the rear flank downdraft come through pretty quickly right after it, and so then you lost visibility of it once that RFD came around.
Yeah, in this replay of what you saw, Charles, you can see some of the debris, Colleen,
yes.
some of those bits being thrown up into the air and then rotating around it and out ahead of it. It's not a really well-defined condensation funnel from this point of view, but you can definitely tell that that's a tornado, especially with the debris. And then on the left-hand side, behind those two tall trees on the left side of the parking lot, that's where the heavy rain of the rear flank downdraft is coming in. So that tornado, you're looking at the supercell from the south, it's just got to be, with the inflow on the right, the tornado in the notch, and the rear flank downdraft with that heavy precipitation right behind where the tornado was, which is why we saw the whiteout conditions once the heavy rain started after the tornado went by. There's a little better indication of some of the rotation.
Dr. Knapp, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Charles.
We got the sirens going off again here. I'm not seeing anything on my radar. Are you seeing anything coming up behind me right now?
Well, the Little Rock area, especially North Little Rock, Sherwood area and all that, is still under a tornado warning. So that may still be a manifestation of the current warning. But there is another supercell behind it that isn't warned right now. So, Charles, keep your eye to the sky and make sure you get any updates on any new warnings that might come out.
Yeah, and some of the new scans that are coming in, that's alerting cell phones again. So if you're hearing your cell phone going off multiple times, it is continuing to alert you for this tornado emergency. One thing I want to mention here, Jacksonville, you are next on the list here. You have a population of about 29,000 people that are in Jacksonville, and this is coming directly toward you. Of course, you've seen the damage, you've seen proof of this tornado, and so again, we need you to seek shelter immediately. You are still under that tornado emergency, and that's a big population right there.
Yeah, it sure looked like there was a debris ball there on the reflectivity, and then we've got the velocities here going right up 167 toward Jacksonville. Now, we're going back to live looks in the Little Rock area of damage. You can see, Colleen, a lot of damaged roofs. This is in Benton, Arkansas.
And,
so
this is right where we saw.
It's the same supercell off to the southwest of Little Rock. This is in Benton, Arkansas. So, we're getting conflicting info. We're going to make sure we know where this is. So this is in Little Rock. Okay, I was right the first time, Colleen. So anyway, a highly populated area with a lot of roofs damaged or completely taken off. And in some cases, it looks like structures, a couple of those, nearly completely destroyed, with maybe one interior room. Look at that structure there on the side that's facing us. There looks like, you know, with those yellow and white walls there's an interior room that survived, but half the structure did not. A van that's turned over, trees snapped.
Oh, this is devastating to see. We were just showing some of the video from another tornado outbreak as we were talking about how to seek shelter, how to be safe. And it was a similar situation there where we saw an interior room that was still standing. So good news, but hard to see this is something playing out today. I just saw someone walking outside of their house right now. Again, we don't know much information here out of Little Rock right now about are there any injuries? Has anyone been trapped inside their home? But gosh, you see the roofs torn off and you see those interior rooms are one of the only things left standing in some of these.
Now, Colleen, with personal safety and life safety being the #1 issue today, I do want to bring up the fact, not to make people feel bad, but there is another storm right behind this one. It is not warned for tornado or severe thunderstorm, but it is probably going to come close or over the same areas with lightning. Okay, so being outside when that storm comes in is going to add some danger. So get into a vehicle, get into some structure, anything you can get into when there's lightning. I know you want to be outside surveying the damage, but there is some more weather danger coming in right behind this.
No, and a really good point to make, Dr. Knapp, because if folks are coming out, they're seeing what's happening. Of course, this has to be incredibly devastating. Can't imagine walking out and seeing what has happened in your community.
A delivery vehicle and
yes.
a vehicle, a car that have been torn about and are now laying next to one another.
And then heads up, not too far behind, as you mentioned, more rain's going to be coming in. And even though that is not a warned storm right now, certainly going to be hard for these areas that have already been damaged by this supercell.
And again, you see what's a fairly wide damage path. I mean, it's several yards wide, and there are some structures, again, that are nearly completely destroyed. Most of them there in the bottom middle look like they lost their roofs and are just have a few walls left. Look at that row of what looks like some townhomes where all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, all lost their roofs, and a lot of debris strewn about downstream from those other 3 buildings across the parking lot, across the street from that longer row of townhomes. So a lot of significant damage, and it goes pretty far to the right here. Look at this
on the right
structure
side
way
of
on
your
the
screen
right
there.
Is that maybe a school or a church or some kind of building like that? And then you cross that street, and then there's another part of the damage path, and you can see how the trees on the left-hand side in the middle here are kind of all going in one direction. A lot of the trees are snapped off. Just a tremendous amount of damage. Now, we are dealing, Colleen, with multiple states, and I looked earlier that we had a tornado warned storm going toward Peoria, and our Carl Parker is taking a close look at what is going on up in Illinois.
Yeah, Rick, it's amazing how far of an area we're seeing these conditions across right now. And so let's take you up into the Midwest and into Illinois, looking at a tornado warning that is now just outside of Peoria. That's a tornado warning for Fulton and Peoria and Tazewell counties going until 3 p.m. We'll zoom in here, and so the area we're concerned about is sitting right in there. That's where the circulation is. That is coming up towards that Pekin area, and 474 looks like it is going to be impacting the south side of Peoria as that continues off towards the northeast. We do not yet have a tornado warning for Peoria, but some very strong language in this tornado warning from the National Weather Service talking about a large tornado here at one point moving northeast now at 55 miles per hour. Also a concern here for 2-inch hail. And again, that's going to be coming across the south side of Peoria. So please, folks, get ready now. Start thinking about what you need to do right now. You're not going to have a lot of time here. This thing is moving very quickly, as is often the case when you've got a serious tornado day. Now, I also want to show you a couple of other tornado warnings backing into the state of Missouri right now. Howard County under warning until 3 p.m. And you notice here there is a downstream severe warning, so they are not, at least at this time, continuing the tornado warning. Nonetheless, let's track this forward as that moves northeast. That is going to be coming into Harrisburg. You see the little notch that is showing up right there. So heads up there in Harrisburg, a possible tornado coming your way. Again, the National Weather Service for now is not issuing a downstream tornado warning. That does include Harrisburg, but it comes right up and into the Harrisburg area. We'll see how that evolves here. Then another tornado warning off to the north of that for Sheraton and Lynn counties going until 3 p.m. This is near Brookfield and moving towards the northeast. Smaller cell here. We're looking at the southwest side of the cell. That's going to be coming into the Buckland area. It's getting ready to cross 36 right now, moving towards Buckland and Lingo, and also coming into Ethel as well. But we're talking about this area of strong winds in the really several levels of the atmosphere, but the low level shear is what has us concerned when it comes to a tornado threat. And there's this massive area of strong winds. So you see the surface winds now coming up from the south here. across Missouri and into Illinois. But then you see the winds that are coming out of the southwest, and this is at a mile up. These are winds of 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, exceptionally strong wind coming out of the southwest out of a different direction, and that low level shear is what's getting all of these storms rotating. So that's why we've got a threat over a huge area from the Mid-South all the way up into the Midwest. Once again, I want to jump back to the storm that is coming up into the Peoria area. Ongoing tornado warning for Fulton and Peoria and Tazewell counties going until 3 p.m. So heads up, folks. This is coming towards Peoria right now. Let's look at the velocity data and see what it's showing us. I'm not seeing a pronounced signature in the velocity data, but we did have a report of a large tornado here, and that coming towards the south side of Peoria. So that circulation is going to be sitting right about in there and moving towards the south side of Peoria, towards Hollis, as well as Bartonville, Mapleton, and also towards Peoria eventually as well. There's also a threat here for very large hail, for 2-inch hail, and you can see that hail core that is showing up. Now that is going to come right into downtown Peoria. I'm going to circle that area right there where we see a very high reflectivity. We can also look at the differential reflectivity. You see the gray color that's showing up within that circle. That gray color indicating that indeed we are seeing hail here because it's indicating more rounded objects. That's coming right for Peoria. And look at this. We've got a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued now for Peoria. Let's get the latest on that from the National Weather Service. So this is a new tornado warning now for Peoria and Tazewell and Woodford counties, and that is going until 3 p.m. And severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, now moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. And so what they're looking at right now is that little notch that is developed just to the south of where we see that hail core. And so this is going to come right up and across Peoria, moving towards, as we mentioned earlier, Hollis, as well as Bartonville, Crave Kerr there, and also Peoria and Washington. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to get to your safe place right now. As many walls between you and the outside as is possible. You've got just a matter of moments. Again, these cells are moving really quickly, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. That is not going to give you a lot of time to react, and so you need to get to your safe place right now there in Peoria. We'll continue to keep our eyes on this very dangerous storm as it moves towards Peoria. Let's go back down and see what's going on in Arkansas right now. Rick, Colleen, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Carl. You know, we still have a very dangerous tornado in Arkansas that has just gone through the Jacksonville, Arkansas area, and we still have a tornado emergency as this moves northward and eastward. Now, it's north of I-40 and southeast of Highway 167, but there are still a lot of people in harm's way.
Yeah, we have so many areas to focus on right now, especially those communities that are going just to the northeast of Jacksonville, because unfortunately we've had a tornado touchdown in Jacksonville. And then, as you mentioned, the storm behind this one, that has now been under a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be going through the Little Rock area.
Yeah, and what adds to the danger of that storm as it moves into Little Rock is the homes and structures that were damaged and people without shelter now, and who are outside looking at damage or might be stuck on roads because that tornado went across I-40. You know, all kinds of things that could happen here. And I'm most concerned about people without shelter dealing with lightning.
Yeah, we saw some of the folks walking down the streets. Of course, we have emergency management, fire rescue that's coming in right now, and we have yet another storm that's going to be rolling over this same area.
So
and
this
then
supercell coming in from the west, and look at all of that lightning. So we're looking at North Little Rock. Once again, you'd think after that damaging supercell with the tornado went through, okay, we'd get a break. Well, it was very short-lived because now there's some threatening weather about to move into that area with the west side of Little Rock lighting up once again.
Yeah, geez, and this supercell ahead of it right now that we have been tracking has a very dangerous history of touching down there in parts of Little Rock as well as Jacksonville. We've had multiple reports of cars flipped over there on 440, the loop there, as well as debris that has been in the area. Even some minor injuries are being reported in this area. So again, this is going to continue to go through some of those towns as it continues up. What is that, 167 here?
Yeah, and
just
look
around
at on the
31.
reflectivity, that debris ball. That is just a classic signature. Just on the reflectivity, you can tell that we've got a tornado on the ground producing damage, about to move across Highway 321 that is in between Interstate 40 and Highway 167. Yes, this is more rural, but it's not like there aren't people and roads and communities out there. So all of this area, and including Highway 167, that goes northward and eastward. If you're in Beebe or in Haley, this is a tornado emergency. And here we are at 53 minutes past the hour, and we got maybe 10 minutes before Beebe and maybe 20 minutes before Walker.
I mean, how long has this been? We started this in Hot Springs. This guy's been going
back in Glenwood, even southwest of Hot Springs, where the supercell got going.
Supercell still started, and that was just a little before 2 o'clock, and now we're an hour later, and this guy is still tracking and still holding strength. Unfortunately, looking at a pretty massive tornado that has been continuing to touch down in some populated areas.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Little Rock is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next supercell that has moved in
different
behind.
Storm, new one that's coming in.
Right, it isn't as well defined, it doesn't have the rotation, but it could still be producing not only the danger of lightning, which is life-threatening in and of itself, but the damaging winds and the large hail. So it's still a good idea, a really good idea, not to be out on the roads during this storm.
Yeah, and you made a good point, too, that these structures have already been significantly damaged. We're getting reports of shopping centers, homes that have significant damage from this first supercell. So then where do you go now? So again, when there is multiple supercells or multiple thunderstorms coming in, you got to have that plan B right now because, hey, it may not be safe now to stay in your home or wherever you were, and now you've got to seek shelter again very quickly.
I know, yeah, I can't imagine being in a situation, my home or my business or whatever, or my school, my church has just been damaged, but life safety is number one, and you do not want to be in an exposed building when lightning is coming through. Yeah,
or outside. I know everyone wants to go out and see what's happened in the area, but look at all these lightning strikes as this is coming in. So again, not tornado warned, but certainly bringing its own danger.
So we have multiple hazards to deal with, and each one of them in their own way can be life-threatening. And lightning is one of those that in this situation takes on an even additional dangers because of people being outside or surveying damage or whatever it is they might be doing. Now, there is general rotation with this one. This is a rotating thunderstorm. It's a supercell. It's just not as well defined. But again, the damaging winds, the large hail, and the lightning are still something you need to be off the roads and into any kind of nearby structure. You know, if I was in a damaged neighborhood, and if I could find somebody who's got a car that isn't damaged, get into that car. Do something to protect yourself from the lightning.
And as we're tracking this severe thunderstorm warning going through Little Rock, also want to continue to track this tornado warning as we're watching more rotation, and this has just gone through Jacksonville. Really want to give folks a heads up that as this continues to roll off to the northeast so quickly, this has been an observed large tornado moving through. So again, 38 here just south of 167. These are areas that if this is familiar or in your community, you need to seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, so where Highway 31 and Highway 38 intersect, it looks like this is going to go right over that area south of Beebe. That's up near Highway 167 and way to the north of Interstate 40. But downstream, saw community Georgetown. You're not under the warning yet, but remember, before Little Rock went under warning, we're trying to give you an idea of what could be coming. It's time to get off the roads in Georgetown, Arkansas, because in about 25-30 minutes, you could have a tornado coming through and nearby your community.
Yeah, and there's Griffithville 318, Andrews 324, again, Georgetown, as we mentioned. So if these are towns that ring a bell, you know someone that lives there, you live there yourself, you need to seek shelter immediately. We're trying to give you some lead time here. If these warnings continue, which they have, that this is going to continue to be a very dangerous situation moving forward.
And, thank goodness we have cell phones. One of the benefits is you can call somebody who you know or think might be out on roads, out on country roads out in this area. We saw what happened in the Little Rock Metro where the tornado went across a part of Interstate 40 and there was traffic stopped in both directions because the damage had gone through. A lot of people were out on the roads. In a vehicle, under an underpass, those are really dangerous places to be. Urge anybody you can get a hold of to get off roads and get to a sturdy structure.
Yeah, I mean, look, we still have a pretty significant rotation there just to the south of Cabot and then continuing to move up to the northeast. So again, still a ways to go with this supercell as it rolls through Arkansas.
And again, these are moving at highway speeds, 50+ miles per hour. And again, Griffithville, you know, the weather's probably fine right now at this particular moment, but it's only 20 minutes away from this supercell potentially going right over your community. And we keep tracking the velocities that give us the depiction of the rotation of the supercell. But what about what is being damaged on the ground? The radar can give us some indication of that. And this has a long history of having that correlation coefficient moving along with it. It's a little bit noisy, but Colleen, we've already had enough ground truth to know that this has been a damaging tornado on the ground. But little hard, but it looks like maybe right in here. There's still maybe down in here. Hard to tell unless you move it along. But in any case, this has been causing damage for miles and miles based on what we see on the radar and obviously what we've seen on the ground.
And then, yeah, I want to focus back in on this severe thunderstorm warning for Little Rock. This is a really dangerous situation. We've just had our tornado move through parts of northern Little Rock, moving up again through Jacksonville. Now we have yet another supercell coming in. It is not tornado warned at the moment, but still posing a significant threat for the ongoing situation there for search and rescue efforts. Folks that their communities have been destroyed. They have a house that is now not safe to be in. So again, this is going to be a very dangerous situation continuing for Little Rock.
Right, and being out on the roads, you can get an idea of how unsettled is a gentle way to put it, the weather is. Now, that's an interesting look. Not sure exactly what perspective we have, but that definitely looks like some view from some perspective of the supercell that is now moving through North Little Rock behind the one that caused the damage. And you can kind of get an idea of which side of the storm we're looking at because the left side looks like where all the really heavy precipitation is. Whereas on the right-hand side, that might be where the rotating part of the thunderstorm is focused.
Yeah, and just imagine what's happening right now. We have ongoing search and rescue efforts here in parts of North Little Rock. And now on top of that, you're going to be seeing another supercell coming in with heavy rain, high winds, as well as the lightning. And then we cannot rule out that there are rotation in all of these storms. Right. And so we don't know if this may turn into a tornado warning. So again, it's a very serious situation where they're just trying to recover from this past one that is now moving out of Jacksonville.
And so lightning is a big danger in an area that's just been damaged by the previous tornadic supercell. But also, these supercells have a nasty habit of going through their ups and downs. So even if it's not looking super healthy right now, it can spin back up. And unfortunately, that means this will be going through maybe the Jacksonville area before too much longer. That just got damaged from the lead supercell and its tornado. And also, even without a tornado, these supercells, especially in that rear flank downdraft with that heavy precipitation coming down and bring those strong winds aloft, that's where you can have some really strong straight line wind damage even without a tornado.
Yeah, so you don't even need the tornado, and you're still looking at some significant damage from those straight line winds, all of the lightning that's going through, the rain that's coming through.
It's got a hook to it, so it's got a hook echo. And by the way, I think, Colleen, you looked at this and confirmed that the previous supercell, the one that caused the damage, passed just to the south of the airport, just to the south of the Weather Service office and the radar. So everybody's okay at the Weather Service, the radar's still functioning, but now they've got another system about to come through that general area of town again.
Whole nother storm coming through. So the National Weather Service there in Little Rock has resumed operations now. And thankfully they have all been safe. They practiced what they preach. They went into their tornado shelter. Of course, they have neighboring offices that take over in times of need like this. But now they have their eyes focused on this next storm. Again, until 3:30, we're under that severe thunderstorm warning for areas that have already been hit hard from this large tornado.
Yeah, the Memphis office stepped in while the system was going through the Little Rock area, but they may have to swap roles later on with Memphis being impacted. So a lot of other states in play, and our Carl Parker has another look at what's going on with updated tornado warnings in Illinois.
Yeah, Rick, we are watching some very dangerous dangerous storms right now into Illinois as well as Iowa and into Missouri. Let's begin with a look at a storm that is near Peoria, and that is still being warned on for a possible tornado. Peoria, Tazewell, Woodford counties under warning until 3:15. The motion on this cell is to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. This thing is flying across Peoria right now, and in fact, the worst of the storm is about ready to move away from downtown. Big old hail core showing up right there, and we're watching that little notch right in there. That's where there is some circulation, and that's where a possible tornado could reside. That moving towards the northeast, rapidly towards Highway Village, coming towards Sunnyland as well, Washington, and also into Eureka. There's a threat here for a large hail and also a tornado coming across those areas. But again, the center of that storm now beginning to move away from downtown Peoria. Now getting over towards the Iowa and Illinois state line, Henderson and Warren counties under warning for a possible tornado here. We're watching that little notch that is now coming up towards Route 34 in the Monmouth area. As that continues to move towards the northeast, that's now moving into Smithshire, moving into Tompkins beyond that, Monmouth, and also Coldbrook beyond that, and then moving into Alexis at about 3:24. Also to the north of that, looking at a threat for damaging wind and large hail now coming into the Quad Cities, Mercer, Rock Island, and Scott counties under warning until 3:45. Then farther west, it looks like we've got a brand new tornado warning to tell you about in the southern part of Iowa. This is taking aim on Ottumwa. You see the little notch that is showing up right there. That's Davis and Monroe and Wapello counties under warning until 3:45. And this is moving towards the northeast again at 60 miles per hour. That is one of the hallmarks of a big tornado day. You've got a lot of wind in the atmosphere driving these storms very quickly. And so on that trajectory coming towards Unionville, here at about 3:08, Udell before that, Ormanville at 3:21, and Ottumwa at 3:28. Moving very quickly here, again, about 60 miles per hour, a possible tornado along with the storm and a large hail threat as that continues to the northeast. Then southward into Missouri, looking at more severe thunderstorm warnings here. We've got one extending into the eastern part of the state and a considerable threat tag with this moments ago. Tornado possible tag here, looking at the possibility of some very large hail. And in fact, when you look at the radar scan here, I'm going to go back a couple of frames. You see that spike that is extending out. That is called a three-body scatter spike, and we see that when there is very large hail present. So you've got the threat for ping pong ball, maybe larger hail here, and that is coming towards Paris, Missouri, as that moves off to the northeast, moving into Larrabee, into Saling, and also into Paris and into Goss beyond that. Very energetic parent system here. Here we're looking at winds of over 100 miles per hour in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Deep layer shear helping to drive this severe threat. Plenty of energy for these storms. A lot of available energy showing up there. You see the legend on the left where we get into those red colors. That's where we're getting into from marginal into moderate and even high instability. And we've also got a lot of low-level wind shear in place over a very large area. These are winds now of 50, 60, 70 miles per hour at about 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere, coming out of a different direction relative to that surface flow, which is moving up from the south. And so that change in wind speed and direction from the surface to 5,000 feet is what is giving us this significant threat for severe weather today. So two high-risk areas, one of those in Illinois and also in Iowa, and another one to the south into parts of Arkansas as well as Tennessee, and then a very large area of very likely severe weather. If you've not seen it in a little while, our Torcon now pretty much as high as it ever gets, a 9 out of 10 in those areas, and so a threat for significant long-track tornadoes in these areas as we go through the rest of the afternoon. And let's go back down south now with Rick and Colleen and get a look at what's going on in Arkansas.
Yeah, Carl, great analysis of what's going on with the wind shear, and you pair that with the upper level winds. We've got the classic wind profile for supercells that have generated damaging tornadoes. This is a live view in the North Little Rock area where responders are on scene to what looks like pretty significant damage. There's at least some trees and power lines down in this shot, Colleen.
Yeah, we're looking at North Little Rock here, and of course we've been talking about how there's yet another supercell that's rolling through this same area. again, still warned with a severe thunderstorm warning. And then this is a drone footage just moments ago from Charles Peak, a new video in here to the Weather Channel as he's continuing to watch that supercell here just outside of Little Rock.
Yeah, so this has to be the second supercell, the one that's currently going into Little Rock, because the one that caused the damage that we just saw has moved well off to the northeast of Jacksonville, Arkansas. But my goodness, Colleen,
that is nasty.
That looks more and more tornadic to me, with some power flashes, maybe some debris up in the air.
I was about to say, that looks like it's rotating down there, even all the way down to the ground.
This has got to be a tornado, yes? Okay, so this, all right, now to clarify, moments ago means many moments ago.
Many moments ago.
So this was the previous supercell. Okay,
yeah, bear with us, of course.
That helps out a lot.
This is a fluid situation here as things are unfolding. This was the first supercell. So again, this was the first one that rolled through that we're showing you now, damage pictures coming in. This is not the supercell that is now rolling through Little Rock. So again, video, pictures, things coming in right now in real time. And so trying to make sure we're giving accurate information of where this was. But yes,
so this would have been about
this would have been the tornado.
This would have been about 40 minutes ago.
Yes.
Roughly speaking. And it's amazing how quickly this has moved out of the Little Rock metro area and is way off to the northeast now by like 60 miles. And then there's another supercell behind it that doesn't quite look like this, but wow. You really get an idea of why we're seeing what we're seeing on the radar, because this is the inflow area on the right-hand side. And then the left-hand side is that rear flank downdraft where all the strong winds and the precipitation are coming in. But the tornado there is right in the notch with the that hook echo that you can see in real life here. But you can also see, Colleen, on the left-hand side here, the overall rotation of the mesocyclone. But now we've got the warning that's still in effect currently in Little Rock for the supercell that actually is over Little Rock right now.
Yeah, and not what we want to hear right now, but it looks like the National Weather Service may be turning that severe thunderstorm warning into a tornado warning, and that actually has just happened in real time here for Little Rock. Again, all of these supercells rotating. Again, this is a new tornado warning for the second supercell moving through this same area.
So irony of all ironies, we were looking at that video thinking, well, is this the second supercell? But the second supercell might start looking like that video.
Exactly like that.
It might be doing that right now. So it has picked back up, and my goodness, it's going over the same general area, maybe a smidge farther south than the previous supercell did. But it's between downtown Little Rock and the Weather Service office and the airport. Look at that hook echo, very well defined. And it's, again, we got to call out Sherwood, because that is where the previous supercell went and now where this one is going.
I was about to say Sherwood was another place that we were just talking about with the first supercell that came in. And this is taking, unfortunately, a very, very similar path through areas. So Jacksonville, folks that have just seen this first supercell come in, you need to be on high alert, because we have yet a second one that is now tornado warned coming into your area.
Yeah, so we should time this out relative to Jacksonville, because it's amazing. It wasn't all that long ago, like, far less than an hour ago, that the lead supercell went through Jacksonville, and now you got to deal with the possibility that this goes over your community in the next 10 minutes or less.
And I mean, this is a very similar path, a little farther south, Jacksonville, and then just moving down across areas of Kerr, and then continuing off to the east, so a little more east than northeast, but still similar spots that have ongoing search and rescue. Folks are trying to get out, see what happened, and now this is just on the heels, 30 minutes later?
Yeah, so imagine your town, and like Jacksonville, just had a tornado go through, and now you're getting a new tornado warning, and you have to take shelter again with, especially in the immediately damaged areas, fewer options, and now you got to go some other place. But it's, again, life safety is number one today. We can get back to the damage assessment and recovery from the first one after we make sure we're safe in the next few minutes from this one.
Yeah, property can be replaced, lives cannot. So again, you need to seek shelter immediately, and that may be a different shelter than what you were looking at an hour ago.
Now, this one, Colleen, we were talking about how this is farther to the south. Now, this could be dangerously close to Interstate 40, people coming on and off I-40, as there's a lot of other roads that either go over or under I-40, or there's an exit. So there's a lot of possibilities of people being out on the roads here. If you're on I-40 or anywhere near it or north of it, get off the roads right now. We've seen what happens when tornadoes cross an interstate. We saw that happen in Little Rock with the first supercell.
Yeah,
people having to stop.
They were stopped in both directions. And then we were getting reports of 18-wheelers that have been flipped over on some of these major highways, cars that are upside down. So again, a very powerful storm rolling through. And now we have yet another one that we're watching in similar areas here.
The hook echo looks like it's right where I-40 and Highway 167 meet. And there's a lot of roads and structures and people in this area. So this is a very, very dangerous situation with this tornado warning.
And as we're going down to street level here, 167 here and 440.
That's Warden Road, it looks like.
Yeah, that was where we were getting reports of cars that had just been flipped over
from the previous supercell.
So now we're seeing yet another one in this same spot moving through. So again, extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding in just, an hour. Two supercells going through a similar area.
And so this is the kind of day we're dealing with. If you go through one warning, you can't assume that now you can call it off. You got to keep a way to get new warnings and updates on warnings, because you have to go through it again. I know it's tiring and traumatic, but life safety is number one. And look at the velocity signature here. Now, again, this is farther south. So for the sake of the folks in Jacksonville who have already gotten damage, I hope they don't have to deal with this, but there's that possibility anywhere from Jacksonville down to and even south of Interstate 40 as this goes east at, ironically, highway speeds near or along Interstate 40. So in Kerr, you could be in your community within the next 5 minutes, Colleen.
Yeah, and the Weather Service is saying this next storm very close, of course, to their office, the rotation close to their office right around Sherwood. Again, so close to the radar, it's a little tough to see. You got to look farther up to see some of that rotation. But again, right by the same spot, it just was dangerous situation now, moving up just to the south of Jacksonville. Furlough, this is going to be in your area.
Less than
323? Yeah, 10 minutes.
So that's the really nasty thing about how fast these supercells are moving. And, and in this case, that hook echo and where the tornado might be right there in that notch, it's comparatively small. And, that forward flank downdraft with a really strong wind shear is way up to the northeast. So these areas that are under the warning, the weather at the particular moment right now might not be that bad, but it will so quickly change even without there being precipitation before the tornado arrives.
Yeah, you think about some of these communities here just ahead of it. As you mentioned, you may see some of this dark skies in the distance, but it's not going to be full-on severe thunderstorm in your area right now, but this is moving in your direction so incredibly quickly. And this is a live look from Jacksonville. So again, we've been watching Jacksonville. You got hit with that first supercell straight through Jacksonville. And now this next tornado warning is just to your south. But man, look at the rain coming down right now.
So what looks like what Jacksonville is experiencing is the forward flank downdraft, the heavy precipitation that is going downstream from where the updraft and the core of the rotation is because of the shear in the atmosphere. But what can happen, though, is you can get outflow from that precipitation in the forward flank downdraft, and that kind of acts like a little bit of a front, and the inflow coming from the south can run into that and cause some additional rotation that gets turned into the vertical. So this is still bad news for a place like Jacksonville, because if it moves farther to the left, you could get some of the damaging wind. And it also is bad news for places south of Jacksonville where it looks like the core of the rotation is headed.
Yeah, and there's a lot of folks that are on the roads right now, still in Jacksonville. And this is after one supercell, a large tornado has gone through. So again, please, this is not a time to be on the roads. As we've been mentioning with this heavy rain coming through, really hard to tell maybe what part of the storm that you're in, especially if you're just in a car. Maybe your cell phone's alerted you, but you're not sure where you are in respect to where the rotation is. A very dangerous situation. I just see people flying by there in Jacksonville, and this is the second round.
I mean, we're diagnosing the radar here, but if you are in the tornado warning area, there is one and only one thing for you to do, and that's to get to your lowest level, most interior room that you can't get to unless you get off the roads, because in such fast-moving supercells, you can't really be situationally aware about well, which direction is this going? Is the tornado coming from there? Is it coming from there? You might not even be able to see it, and then it's on you. So trust the warning and get off the roads and take shelter as soon as you get word of a warning. And that includes Jacksonville and Kerr, where it could be on you within the next less than 5 minutes. Furlough could be there within the next 8 minutes or so. So seconds can count now.
And we're getting so many reports of damage, unfortunately, in these areas. So you think about if you're on the roadways, we have trees that are down, cars that have been flipped over, 18-wheelers that have been flipped over. There are roads that are blocked. You're not going to be able to use maybe your same thoroughfares to get to where you want to go.
Right.
And then on top of that, you got this guy coming in.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the damage left behind by the lead supercell could make it harder for you to get where you're going. So it is so important to be off the roads and in a sturdy structure for the rest of the day. And that goes for areas north and east of Little Rock where all these supercells are generally heading.
Yeah, we were just mentioning not too long ago Georgetown and Griffithville that are still in a tornado warning. This was the first supercell that rolled through the Little Rock area and now is continuing to make its way up and still holding somewhat strong to some rotation that's, I mean, gosh, this has been... We've been tracking this supercell since before Hot Springs. You were saying Glenwood area. And
again, the debris looks like it's still being picked up and moving along with the mesoscale cyclone that's likely producing tornadic damage on the ground. They're moving together. So this is moving quickly off to the north and east. You got to take shelter in Georgetown and Augusta, Arkansas. And that's, again, Arkansas is just one of the states that is really being significantly impacted. Our Carl Parker continues to watch closely what's going on farther north in Illinois.
Yeah, Rick, we want to take you now into northern Illinois where there are a couple of tornado warnings. We continue to see a tornado warning on the cell that is near Peoria, Illinois. So this is a new warning that has just come out moments ago here from the National Weather Service for McLean and Tazewell and Woodford counties as well. And we are seeing Tazewell, and we are seeing now a strong area of rotation showing up that is now just southwest of Eureka and moving northeast very quickly. And so if you're anywhere near Eureka, you need to get to your safe place right now. That's going to be coming towards Oleo and Secor in El Paso as well. I'm going to back out a little bit so we can actually get a better, more broad sweep relative to where this thing might be headed, because sometimes the radar is a little bit off depending on where you are relative to the radar, where the cell is. So that is going to be coming along the south side of Eureka, also Secor, El Paso, and Woodford as well. And again, just in the reflectivity mode, we are seeing rotation showing up right in there. Let's look at some other modes here. We'll look at the velocity, definitely seeing some rotation and velocity. We'll look and see if there's any evidence of debris. Not seeing that at this time, but we are definitely seeing some rotation showing up right there. And again, that's coming towards Eureka right now, about ready to cross Route 24 as that continues off to the northeast and heads up there in El Paso. That's eventually going to be moving in. Also some large hail here, a big old core passing on the north side of Eureka with that cell. I've got an ongoing tornado warning here for Warren County, that going until 3:45. This is not a particularly strong looking cell. You can see how it's kind of strewn out there, indicative of the wind shear. And there's actually a little bit of rotation all along the edges of this cell. And so we'll see what happens with this. That coming towards Coldbrook, Larchland, Phelps, Cameron, and Henderson as well as that rapidly moves off to the northeast. Then farther west, we've got a whole series of warnings here, mostly severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's an ongoing tornado warning, and that is in effect for Ottumwa. That is Davis and Wapello counties under warning. So we're watching that notch on the southwest side, and that's going to be coming up and into Ottumwa, moving into Ottumwa at 3:29. So you've got about 9 minutes before the most dangerous part of that storm moves into Ottumwa, as well as Agency, Bladensburg, Compatine, all those towns under threat from that storm as that rapidly moves to the northeast. That's been the hallmark of the storms today. As is often the case when you've got a big tornado day, you have a very fast motion in the storms. And we're watching more storms into Missouri as well. A new warning in effect here near Paris. We've been looking at the possibility of some very large hail here. Monroe and Rawls counties under warning, and looking at a tornado possible tag in ping pong ball size hail also possible with that storm. Wanted to go back to some of the video that we were looking at earlier, and Rick wanted to also talk with you about this. This is the tornado that was shot in Benton in Arkansas, and a couple of things popped out here. One was that you can see what is called a horizontal vortex, and that is a kind of a smaller tornado-like circulation that is laid across the bottom of the tornado, and that is created from the rapid upward motion into that tornado. You can see it briefly here. This is in the Little Rock area, and right in there you can see that horizontal roll that develops, and that is usually indicative of very strong vertical motion and a very strong tornado. Another thing that kind of pops out here, Rick, is that you see a lot of motion there, and oftentimes you'll see, low cloud or scud, and people will wonder whether or not they're looking at a tornado. And one of the key discriminators is the fact that you've got motion when you've got a tornado, not just in the tornado, but even the entire parent cloud there, what we call the collar cloud, the bottom edge of that mesocyclone, that also moving very rapidly in this video. Amazing video there.
Yeah, Carl, it's what's amazing to me about today, and in a negative and scary way, is how much rotation that's coming into the inflow of these storms parallel to the ground is being ingested into these systems. And that low-level wind shear is really high end. And that's being ingested into the larger scale mesocyclone that you can see on this video. So you can really imagine the air coming into that mesocyclone kind of from the right-hand side and being ingested and turned into the vertical to create that larger scale rotation you see on the whole top half of the screen, and then that feeding down into the tornado that's in the notch of the hook.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like here. And you've got winds that are 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, just a few thousand feet off the ground. Just incredibly strong wind in the low levels of the atmosphere. And you're right, feeding into that updraft, getting that updraft rotating. And then you've got, the whole series of mechanisms that help to develop that tornado, including the forward flank downdraft. We get what's called streamwise vorticity on the forward flank downdraft, and that feeds into the tornado. And what's amazing when you look at model simulations of tornadoes is that it's really not one circulation. It's a whole aggregation of individual circulations that kind of wrap around each other and change constantly. When you hear the idea of a multi-vortex tornado, the thinking now is that pretty much every tornado is a multi-vortex tornado, Rick.
Yeah, and on the right-hand side, I think that's where we're seeing the forward flank downdraft, and like you said, it acts like a kind of a mini front, and that inflow on the right-hand side feeding into the middle of the storm that you see there, it can be that horizontal spin that's being ingested by the storm can be enhanced by the presence of that mini front of the forward flank downdraft. And on the left-hand side, you got the rear flank downdraft that can come in and bring damaging winds and also enhance the updraft strength. And it's amazing how it's a supercell not close to a cold front, but on a smaller scale, it acts like it has fronts. So just amazing structures to this. So we've got, again, tornado warnings in multiple states, and Arkansas, what they've been dealing with is long-lived supercells. The lead supercell that's responsible for this tornado warning here, watch how it starts way back in here.
Yeah, we followed it for a very long time, rolling through Little Rock, and then we, of course, have the second one that has been rolling through. Here's a couple of our local storm reports. Unfortunately, a lot of damage being reported, also injuries in Little Rock. We're getting new information real time here, unfortunately, as we have two big supercells that have been in and around the Little Rock area. We're going to be back right after this. And welcome back to Weather Underground. We're tracking a very dangerous situation that's been unfolding over the last hour or two for areas around the Little Rock metro as two supercell thunderstorms have been moving through. Now, this is live right now. Again, we've had two supercells coming in. This is live footage now north of Little Rock. So this is the second supercell that has moved in. And whoa, nasty storms coming in.
Wow, it is amazing how every supercell, especially looked at from a variety of directions, looks a little bit different. The left-hand side looks to me like it would be where the rear flank downdraft is if it's moving to the right, but it's hard to tell.
There's a lot of this that's rain wrapped in some areas.
It does look like the right-hand side does have a wall cloud that might be rotating in that zone. Hard to be sure.
Geez, that is a large supercell coming in. Okay, getting a better perspective here.
Well, and you can actually look at that on that left-hand side. You can see kind of the striations on the undersides of those clouds. That is kind of indicative of the rotation of the whole supercell.
Yeah, when you can kind of zoom back a little bit, we always talk about how these supercells look almost like spaceships coming down, and you can really get that perspective of how large that is as that's crossing over. And again, this is the second supercell that has rolled through the North Little Rock area. So a dangerous situation as we've had ongoing search and rescue. Folks have been displaced from their home and their community, and now they're needing to seek shelter again because this is what is now moving through. And
the presence of damage left behind by the first supercell makes the second one even more dangerous than it would be on its own, because it could leave debris on roads, it could leave people without ample shelter for things like lightning, and having to go through the warning process and sheltering for the next tornado again.
I know we're mentioning, you know, some of these roads may be blocked from the previous storm, debris on the ground, and then you think you know where you're going and which route you're going to take, and you can't. Really, we're still seeing a lot of folks on the roadways right now, and this is after one supercell has already gone through that had an observed tornado with it.
Now, this is the previous one, Colleen. This is the lead supercell that went through the Little Rock area, and again, you can tell that we've got in the middle, that's where the tornado is. Oh, my goodness, that, no doubt about that, right? Look at the width of the condensation funnel, and if we hit a little bit lower on the shot, because we're looking up at the mesoscale cyclone, now you can see it on the ground, and you can see the debris and the dust and the dirt being kicked up and then carried around with it.
Yeah, whoa, you see some of that. Yeah,
and
the
look
dust
at the fast
coming up.
motion on this.
Jeez, it is moving so fast. We've been talking about how these storms are rolling 50, 60 miles an hour, and man, that is plowing through this area just north of Little Rock. Gosh.
Now that is the best depiction that we've had of the fast forward motion, and that is what makes these so scary, because on the right-hand side, you know, for one moment, the weather's not that bad, and all of a sudden it just dramatically changes, and seconds later it's over. That's how quickly these are moving in, causing damage and moving on out.
And so we hope showing you some of this, what has actually happened, gives you a little more oomph to put that plan in place and to be taking these warnings very, very seriously, because we've seen them change very, very quickly, just in the drop of a hat. And yes, yeah. Speaking of which, we have a new tornado warning now.
Yeah, and so again, this is east of Little Rock, along and north of Interstate 40. Again, these fast-moving supercells moving along, ironically, at highway speeds parallel to Interstate 40. And there is the hook echo. And look at that really, really far-flung forward flank downdraft, the really strong shear in the atmosphere. But this is where the updraft is and where the tornado would be if we've got one on the ground there.
Yeah, just north of Lone Oak, just south of 38 there as this continues to roll through. And we can clearly see this as we kind of look inside the thunderstorm with our velocity showing that motion within it. And wow, you can certainly see it there right around 13, taking this track off to the east-northeast. Childers in the path. We're always looking at what's downstream because these guys are rolling so fast. Childers, this would be 346. Let's see, that's only in a little over 10 minutes. Balua right after that, about 355. So we're talking the next 15 to 25 minutes.
And even if a tornado doesn't go right over your community, on the back side here, these rear flank downdrafts are bringing down air from aloft, and that's where some straight line damaging wind can occur over a larger area, even beyond the path of the tornado.
Yeah, we're continuing to watch this as we have a new tornado warning here just in the Little Rock area. We're going to continue this right after this break. And welcome back to Weather Underground. We're following breaking news as we continue to track multiple tornado warnings right now from south to north, especially in Arkansas, as well as into Illinois and Iowa. So right now we're looking at Lone Oak, Arkansas live. Again, this is a feed out of just an area that just north of Lone Oak is still under a tornado warning. But earlier we had some destruction coming through as we've had multiple rounds of severe weather in and around the Little Rock metro.
Yeah, so Lone Oak is right along Interstate 40 east of Little Rock. And so there's issues going east and northeast of Little Rock, but there's also new supercells finding a way to spin up along the same axis farther to the south and west. So I hate to say training supercells, but that's the reality of what we're dealing with today, and that has so many negative ramifications. You go through this episode more than once.
Yeah, and we're going to quickly give you a tour here of these warnings because, of course, as we just mentioned, there's more on the way for similar areas that have already seen
there's
supercells.
Lone Oak right there.
Yeah, there's Lone Oak. We have our tornado warning here. This is where our hook is. We have our rotation. This is continuing off to the east-northeast. We've continued to stress that these are fast-moving storms. Again, that video that we saw of that tornado from the first supercell really showed that motion. So this will be continuing in this area, just around Hazen up to the north, Des Arc. Coming toward that area, and then eventually maybe even into Cotton Plant, as these guys have been holding together for quite some time.
Yeah, so this is just a little bit to the south of the previous supercell that went closer to Georgetown.
Yep.
So this, for their sake, hopefully is a little bit far enough away they don't have to deal with it again. But a lot of folks in harm's way here as we are at 40 after the hour. So you're talking 5-10 minutes. Even for Cotton Plant, that's down the road a piece, they're still within the next 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time right now, especially for areas that have already seen the storms coming in. And then we backtrack to areas around Hot Springs Village, getting under severe thunderstorm warnings in their area. And then we're watching some storms that are all down here.
And look at this hook echo right here, south of Hot Springs Village. So could that ramp up quickly? These supercells are maturing very rapidly. So not only have to watch this warned area for the damaging wind and the large hail, but other supercells are getting going. And Colleen, the other thing too is all of these supercells, it's not like they're along the front and the front's coming through and that's going to push them on through. This is a prefrontal convergence line with training supercells. So you go down Interstate 30 southwest of Little Rock, and you run into a lot more supercells, including this nasty one that's about to head toward the Nashville, Arkansas area, Highway 371. Before too much longer, could cross Interstate 30, maybe near Arkadelphia. Yeah,
let's time this out because I know you were talking about how if this holds together, you could be looking at Arkadelphia getting hit as this crosses I-30. Gurdon just down to the south there. Delight, let's see, 406. That's just going to be in the next 20 or 30 minutes or so.
So even Arkadelphia, as far away as it is, that's less than an hour.
Yeah, less than an hour.
That's how quickly these are moving. But a lot of other communities like Wallaceburg and Delight that are areas where you need to shelter like you normally would in any tornado situation. Lowest level, most interior room. Please get off the roads and get to that sturdy shelter and then your safe room, or safest room, as quickly as you can.
And some of these, we've seen it for Little Rock. They've had multiple rounds of severe weather. So again, it just because one goes in and is out, there's going to be another one behind there. And this isn't even the only area we're watching here in the south. We're also watching up to the north. Want to bring in Carl Parker, who's been tracking tornado warnings up to our north.
Yeah, we want to begin right now in Iowa, where we're seeing an ongoing tornado warning near Ottumwa and moving to the northeast very rapidly. So a couple of tornado warnings here. One of those for Wapello County going until 3:45. Another one downstream in effect for, let me move just a little farther northeast here, for Jefferson, Keokuk, and Washington counties until 4:15. So we're watching that little area on the southwest side of the cell, just a little bit of an indentation there. Unfortunately, this is quite a long ways from radar, so we're not getting as good of a look at it as we do in some cases. But that coming towards the Hedrick area, also moving towards Ollie as well, Harper, Keota, and Kinross. And all of those areas heads up a possible tornado coming your way as that rapidly moves off to the northeast. Larger picture here, you see we've got a whole string of severe thunderstorm warnings east to central Iowa down through central parts of Missouri. Ongoing tornado warnings in the central part of Illinois here, McLean, Tazewell, and Woodford counties under warning until 3:45. We had an observed tag on this storm a little while ago. Confirmed tornado reported near Eureka, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So that was a while ago when the storm passed Eureka. What we're seeing now is a broader area of rotation right in there. There is not now a downstream warning. We'll see if one is issued, but the storm is not as well formed, at least in terms of being a tornado producing storm as it was moments ago. Again, that tornado reported near Eureka. We saw a lot more structure in the storm at that time. So let's hope that at least for now, the tornado threat has passed from that area. Also, Warren County under warning, but you see the cell is now moved out of that polygon moving up into Galesburg, and there is now a severe thunderstorm warning to the north of that. So at least here things are looking a little bit better. But broader picture, very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere. That's one of the keys to a big severe weather day. These are winds in the upper atmosphere of 100 to 120, 130 miles per hour. Extremely strong wind coming through the middle of the country. That deep layer shear giving us more organization, making storms last longer. And you see the big long line of warnings here, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in an area where there's more than enough instability. You notice the legend there. When we get into that yellow and red color, you're talking about moderate and in some cases even higher instability. So there's a lot of fuel that's available for these storms. But the key to the tornado threat is the low level wind shear, and you've got winds that are coming out of the south over a large area, and then a huge area of very strong winds in the low levels of the atmosphere at about 5,000 feet. These are winds of 50 miles per hour in blue at about a mile up in the atmosphere. And so there's a huge increase in speed and also a change in direction from the surface up to 5,000 feet. That turning of the wind is what helps to create the spin in the atmosphere that gets into these developing storms. And you've got that low level wind shear over an enormous area across parts of the Mid-South and the Midwest. So again, we've got a 9 out of 10 on our Torcon tonight. 2 key areas for that. One in the Mid-South here, parts of Arkansas, as well as northern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, another key area, southeastern Iowa, and also into western parts of Illinois, and a much larger area of threat. You see the 7 out of 10 across much of the central part of the confluence of the Mississippi and also Ohio River Valley. So a large area being implicated with severe weather, and that reaching all the way down into Texas. And Dr. Rick Knabb has more on that.
Yeah, Carl, Colleen and I are looking way to the southwest on this whole expansive area of the country that's at risk. This is the farthest southwest supercell that we've got, and it looks just as nasty as all the other ones.
Yeah, and this is in East Texas, Northeast Texas. The topography there is a little different. You know, you go from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it's very flat. This gets a little hillier, a little more trees, hard to see things. This is for Bowie and Little Rock counties as we continue to watch. Unfortunately, what you said earlier, but it's literally training supercells that are moving up even from Northeast Texas into Little Rock.
Same Interstate 30, just a lot farther to the south and west. So yes, Texarkana could be in play here in the next half hour or so, but the more immediate concerns would be like Bassett and Boston.
Yeah, gosh, Texarkana, that'd just be 417. That's in what, 30 minutes or so, becoming through your area as well. And then upstream, we still have multiple tornado warnings. So again, this is starting to just see one area after another getting hammered by additional storms just behind it.
Yeah, so the reason we've got training supercells is because out ahead of the front, we've got this convergence in the lower levels that is feeding the supercells forming along that line. But the cold front isn't too far back behind this supercell in northeastern Texas, but same structure. Look at that hook echo, and again, a quick moving northeastward around 50 mile an hour kind of motion, and this will be crossing Highway 371 before too much longer, and eventually could get up into Interstate 30. So this is northeast of the Texas cell. This is the one that's in southwestern Arkansas, and the one that could go through Arkadelphia, but then you wonder, the Northeast Texas supercell, could it go through the same general areas?
Exactly. Is this taking the same track? We have some times and towns on here. Washington around 3:50. That's just in the next few minutes or so. Wallaceburg around 4 o'clock. So in the next 10 minutes. And Delight, that would just be in the next about 20 minutes or so. So these guys still booking it. And we have a long road to go. I mean, it is not that late in the day. And we have multitudes of warnings out, even those severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's Des Arc.
So here's Little Rock down here.
Yeah.
Here's Interstate 40. And then Des Arc is about to get run over.
By,
you're going to be directly impacted by this very well-defined hook echo of this supercell. Boy, that weak echo region, that's where the updraft is occurring. Tornado would be here in this notch. The rear flank downdraft with those strong winds. It's just, all of these are classic structures because the environment is so classically and badly configured. And again, moving very quickly, you don't have very much longer in Des Arc to get to your safe spot right now.
Yeah, we're switching the radar between different modes, the reflectivity showing you the precipitation, and then we go to velocity showing you the motion within the storm, and we see some pretty significant rotation there as we were just looking at that hook echo moving straight toward the Des Arc area. And again, these are spots that have already seen rain and thunderstorms, and so a similar path. And it's not just them, but Haley, that's just up to the north. Here's a couple spots later on, looking at Little Dixie at around 4:06. So this is in the 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, this warning has got to be extended before too much longer, farther to the east, because they're moving so quickly. It's going to move out of this warning area before too much longer. But there's a little bit more confidence in projecting the arrival into towns even outside the warning areas of at least the supercell, if not a tornado, but the supercell, because these are so well defined, so fast moving, it's not going to go away before it gets to Des Arc and Cotton Plant.
Yeah, and gosh, this is some strong rotation here, just along 86, moving up toward Des Arc. I mean, gosh, that's a pretty significant signature there that is just now east of Little Rock. And then, of course, we have all these severe thunderstorm warnings that are trailing behind it.
Now, this whole area could be where damaging winds and some large hail are occurring, but you've got a hook echo way down here that just went past Hot Springs Village. I wish I could say for sure that this isn't going to go over the North Little Rock area eventually, but I'm just saying that your day of taking shelter and taking action in the north side of Little Rock might not be over. Now, Colleen, they have extended that warning for the Des Arc area.
Yes, just as we were talking about this warning being extended, this is now, it's still including the Des Arc area, but now watching that storm as it continues to have some strong rotation, a pretty big signature there moving through this area of Arkansas and then continuing off to the east.
Now, eventually, in addition to all the areas east of Des Arc, this could eventually connect with Interstate 40. So if you are traveling along Interstate 40, like through the Goodwin area and on your way to Memphis, that zone is going to get dangerous within the next hour or two. And Colleen, we have a lot of large metro areas that the weather is pretty good right now, but that could be changing. If you're in Memphis or if you're in Chicago, there are supercells looming out to your west that could eventually threaten to come into your areas. And so now's the time to be getting off the roads so that if you go under a warning, you can be, much more, postured to take shelter quickly. Because these folks here in Des Arc and Goodwin, they got to get to shelter like right now in Des Arc and maybe before too much longer in Goodwin, where you could be dealing with this within the next half hour.
Yeah, no, a really good point, because we've mentioned Memphis a lot over the last several days of being a big hot spot for some of these severe thunderstorms. And so these supercells are slowly tracking in that direction. Of course, Carl Parker was showing us areas to the north. And as you mentioned, Chicago, it's going to be another hot spot there, too. We're tracking a lot of those warnings in Illinois. So you really have to look downstream to give yourself some extra prep, because these guys are moving east at 60 miles an hour, this storm. Yeah. I mean, it is booking it.
Yeah, so, especially on a Friday afternoon and Friday evening, so many people out and about doing a lot of things. And Carl, the atmosphere is doing some nasty things. We've got all kinds of indication of damage happening.
Yes, we do, Rick, and we've got a new tornado warning to tell you about in southeast Iowa. A very serious tornado warning in effect here, and let's get the latest on that. This is northeast of Ottumwa. There are actually a couple of warnings in effect, one for Wapello County, the cell just about out of Wapello County, then Jefferson and Keokuk and Washington counties until 4:15. We are seeing debris. We've got now confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Martinsburg, or about 11 miles south of Sigourney, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Now, I want to show you what's going on here in terms of the correlation coefficient. That right there is the tornado. Unfortunately, we're a long way from the radar, and so we're not necessarily seeing exactly where it's positioned because the radar is so far away, but that is debris that is being lofted well up into the atmosphere. That's the radar detecting irregular shapes, and this is again moving towards the northeast. And so that is going to be coming towards Lancaster, Keota, as well as Kinross and Wellmond and Richmond, and that moving rapidly to the northeast. There you see that developing there. It looks like it might be spreading out just a little bit, but a confirmed large and dangerous tornado now coming up through these areas. It's moving towards Lancaster. There's a brand new scan. We're still seeing that debris. And keep in mind, This is a long way from the radar. That means that debris is being lofted up several thousand feet, if not even 10,000 feet or more, into the atmosphere. And so this is likely a large tornado here. Extremely dangerous situation. Please get to your safe place right now. Lancaster 357, Keota 408, Kinross at 413, Wellman 417, and 422 is going to be coming into Richmond. Again, what we're seeing right there in that green and blue, those are irregular shapes. That is debris. That is the tornado. That's debris being lofted into the air, and we've got a confirmed large and dangerous tornado now moving through these areas in southeastern Iowa. We're going to have much more on this ongoing threat coming up here in just a few minutes.
Breaking right now, the Little Rock, Arkansas area is regrouping right now after a tornado touched down earlier this afternoon. These are images that you're looking at from Baptist Hospital showing the tornado as it approached the area. More of you could see these storms as we go throughout the evening and tonight. As always, if you're in a watch, you want to be prepared and be ready to seek shelter in very short order. Our storms are moving very quickly today at highway speed, so you need to be where you're going to ride out these storms. Unfortunately, it's been a devastating day when it comes to damage already. We have multiple watches that are ready, in fact, that stretch nearly 1,000 miles across the nation's midsection. But severe weather is ongoing. We want to get right to the warnings that are in play, and we have many of them. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm covering the Midwest right now, and meteorologist Chris Bruin is here too. He's going to cover all the active weather in parts of the South. So most immediately, we have to bring you into east central Iowa right now. This is just south of Interstate 80. This is for Keokuk and Washington counties. We have an observed tag here on this, an observed tornado. Doppler radar is indicating we've got a debris signature, and storm chasers and spotters are out there right now as well. In addition to a tornado, we have a very strong hail signature, so very large hail can be expected with this. Hedrick, Keota, and Sigourney are all under that tornado warning until 4:15. So we want to zoom in and show you the velocity mode. So right in there where the red and the green are coming together, that's where the rotation is. And we have very strong rotation just south of Sigourney that's heading up to the north and east. This is moving about 50, 55 miles per hour. So do not wait, do not hesitate, get right to that lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows or whatever the building is that you're in. If you can get underground, that's the best place for you to be. So Sigourney, you need to be there right now. This is just to your south. This heads towards Kelowna at 427, Riverside at 433, Iowa City, that's the home of the University of Iowa. That arrives about 4:43, so that's about 45 minutes for now. That's if this storm holds together. So keep in mind, Iowa City, you're not under the warning at this moment, but that storm, you are in the trajectory or in the line of that storm should that head your way. Now we want to go farther to the north because we have two other warnings. This is right along Interstate 80 right now. Very unsafe to be on the roads. If you know anyone that's traveling in this part of the country right now into eastern Iowa between Newton and Williamsburg, so that's the drive you would take from Des Moines over towards Iowa City. Also a very strong hook signature on Doppler radar for Poweshiek County. And there you can see we've got the red and the green right next to each other. So the green are winds going towards the radar. The red are winds that are going away from the radar. So we see those very tightly packed right next to each other just to the north of Montezuma. We'll track this out for you right now. So it does look like the best of the rotation is probably just to the north of Interstate 80. Brooklyn, Victor, Belle Plaine, all would be in the path of this tornado. Belle Plaine, you're kind of on the edge actually of a couple of different tornado warnings, so best just to not wait. These are fast-moving storms. Just get to your safe place right now. So we'll take you back out to the broader view. This whole line is capable of producing severe weather. We've got multiple yellow boxes here that also indicate areas that we have severe thunderstorm warnings that could produce damaging winds over 70 miles per hour and large hail. And I just want to give you a big heads up here, Chicago. We did have a tornado that was reported near Peoria earlier with this clustering of of thunderstorms. We've got the supercell index on top of this right now, indicating very favorable conditions for more supercells to develop. In Chicago, that clustering of storms is headed your way. That should be there in less than an hour. So Chicago, you need to be where you're going to be to ride out those storms right now. So that's what's happening across the Midwest right now. Chris Bruin, our meteorologist, is covering things in the south. We've already had a touchdown in the Little Rock area today, Chris. Yeah. Knock on wood. Thankfully, no injuries at this point, but a lot of structural damage.
A lot of devastation. And Little Rock could get hit with more strong storms and tornadoes. Yeah. We're not out of the woods. We've got a big day ahead, guys, a high-risk day, not just in the northern tier. We're watching the skies very closely in Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, but also across the southern tier. I want to show you the watches first, and then we'll jump right on into the warnings. Here's our latest tornado watches. So if you are in any of these red shaded areas, you need to start thinking about getting into your safe place. I know not everybody's under a tornado warning, but if you live in a mobile home or if you're in a warehouse, a lot of people are working in these large warehouses. Those are the last place that you want to be. We've seen issues with that in the past tornado outbreaks. And so if you're concerned and you're at work, talk to your manager about what to do and where to go to be safe if indeed there were to be a tornado warning. And if you don't have a safe spot, I would start leaving and getting there now. If you're in a mobile home, we saw what happened in Mississippi last week. You need to leave your mobile home and go to a friend or family or a local community shelter that's going to provide safety now while you have time to do it. Don't wait till the warning. These storms are moving about 60 miles per hour. And these watches go out until 8 p.m. And they're not your typical tornado watches here in Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, southern Missouri. They're tagged with a PDS. It's a particularly dangerous situation. We've already seen this unfold in Arkansas, and unfortunately, we're just beginning. That also is the case there in parts of Missouri and Iowa that Jackie was talking about. All right, so look at the instability, and it's actually been it's been impressive, even a little bit west into Texas, where we're now starting to get tornado warnings. So things are really firing up, maybe even a little bit earlier than anticipated, and they're moving into some very favorable conditions. A lot of this lightning that you see in western Kentucky, western Tennessee, those storms are subsevere, but the storms behind it, those are the ones that are most problematic. All right, so let's jump in. We've got several tornado warnings right now. We'll start here in the northern tier, and then we're going to work our way south. We've got a lot of tornado warnings in Arkansas and also a couple now in northeast Texas. So if you live in these tornado warned zones, you need to be in your safe place. If you're not there, please run as fast as you can because these storms are moving so quickly, it's hard to keep up with them. This tornado warned storm just moved through Des Arc. This is northeast of Little Rock. There's Interstate 40, so we're north of Bisco. This is from Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff counties, Cotton Plant, and Des Arc. Now, Des Arc, you're actually past the concerning part of the storm, but I want to loop the radar. There certainly was clear rotation right there that just passed north of Des Arc, Arkansas. All right, we've got some strong winds. Regardless if there's an actual tornado on the ground or not, this is a very dangerous storm. It has a lot of concerning looks of it by the looks of the radar. So please take that storm seriously if you live now north and east of Des Arc. Those storms are moving close to 60 miles per hour, by the way. Little Rock, we're recovering, still looking at some of the unbelievable aftermath here on the north side of town. We had a tornado on the ground. You can see some of the video here on the bottom left of your screen. Still trying to get word on just how extreme the destruction is. Look at close-up. This is what happened just north of Little Rock in the metro area. A tornado tore through and caused extensive damage to homes, structures, and property. And it's something that we're watching here very closely. And Little Rock, you're not done. I want to show you some of the storms south of you because they are headed your way. Right now, we've got thunder and lightning to your northwest, but those storms are, at least for the moment, not severe. South of there, though, along Interstate 30, look at this. We got double tornado warnings. This continues to extend for Hempstead and Nevada counties. This is for Blevins and McCaskill. If you live in these communities, please take shelter. I want to show you this little hook. See how the radar's taking a little hook right there? That is a serious storm and does have some indication of rotation there, not far from Interstate 30. Then we go into Texas. Look at this cell pushing right on into Boston, Texas. Tornado warning tagged with it. This is for Bowie and Little River counties until 4 4:15 p.m. Central Time. And then Tyler, Texas, you're under a tornado warning. Look at these cells. This area wasn't even necessarily in the threat zone, but we're seeing storms fire up as far south and west as northeast Texas. So you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Tyler, Texas, that's a pretty large community here, metropolitan area, east of Dallas along I-20. So Smith County, if you live in Tyler, a radar indicated tornado. Right now, we're not seeing extreme indication, but we certainly have damaging wind potential as those cells push in. And all of this is kind of training through really quickly before I toss back over to Jackie on a new tornado warning. I want to time this out as it pushes east into parts of Arkansas. All those cells we're tracking, they're going to get stronger and they're going to get more intense as they push towards the Mississippi River Valley. And we could have multiple supercells approach Memphis and also there into northern Mississippi. So please get into your safe place and take this seriously. Want to jump back over to the north side, Jackie. You have a tornado on the ground.
Yes.
Is it in Iowa?
Yes, okay. It's the one I was just talking about near Sigourney. So we want to update people on that. And I want to take 1 second real quick, too, just to make sure we understand the scope of what's happening here today. It is a very rare high-risk day. We have multiple watches, tornado watches, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to happen. This extends about 1,000 miles from the state line of Minnesota all the way down into parts of Texas. A couple of them are what we call PDS watches, or particularly dangerous situations. That means the tornadoes that happen today are going to be large, they're going to be dangerous, and they're going to stay on the ground for a long period of time. And that's exactly what we're dealing with right now in east central Iowa. So let's get right to it. We have multiple warnings that are in effect. The most significant one where we do have that confirmed tornado includes parts of Keokuk and Washington counties. And this is, again, the observed tornado. Train spotters have been on this. They have a visual on that tornado, and right there we can see the very strong rotation. Oops, I didn't mean to advance. There we go. Let's go back to that. Want to zoom in a little bit closer on this one if we can, so we can get some of the cities that are being affected by this. And the last word, it was right near Sigourney, right over there, where we had the confirmation of a touchdown. And now we're seeing, because the storm is moving at 65 miles per hour. That's highway speed. You cannot outdrive these things. That is a very powerful tornado. We see strong rotation. This is heading towards Harper, Kinross, as well as Wellman. If it holds together, it's going to be working its way towards Hallbrook as well. JD, can we go over to correlation coefficient? And I just want to circle that area right there where we're seeing the rotation. Okay, he's going in a little closer. Good idea. Right near Harper right now and near Keota. And let's see if we're getting any kind of signature. So we have some noise within that area. If we can go ahead here, I'll grab it real quick and take the cursor back. All right, so we do see right in here, see how that's tracking and how that does line up with where we're seeing our significant tornado where it's been confirmed. So that is likely something other than raindrops that's in the air right now. That is likely debris. We don't know if that's structures or if that could be trees or branches or what's getting lofted in there, but we are seeing certainly right over 92 right now. This is heading towards Keota. There's also a large hail core within this storm, and we can really see that sharp hook where the winds are coming in with this. That is the hail signature over 92. Estimating we've been seeing some very large hail, likely around an inch maybe or so in diameter. So that's the size of a quarter, and that can cause damage. So not only do we need to have ourselves safe if we can, if hopefully you've already done that today. It's too late, obviously, in this area, but you really want to have your cars in the garage today. And because of the speed of the storms today, we need to make sure that when the watches are issued, which they have in this area, you need to be where you're going to be to ride out the storms. And we are going to have multiple waves of storms going on through. Now, it does look like we've had an extension here of the tornado warning. So there you can see Iowa, Keokuk, and Washington counties all getting in on that. So that would include places like Williamsburg. I think a lot of folks here in eastern Iowa are familiar with that area. And JD, could you go up a little bit? Because I think Iowa City is possibly, yep, there it is. So Iowa City, it was underneath our graphic. So again, Iowa City, you are not in the warning right now. But if this thing holds together, and it very well may, as we have an environment that's favorable for long track tornadoes, this is a much more populated area. So Iowa City, you need to be getting close to that shelter so you can get there in short order when we see an extension on that tornado warning. All right, we've got another tornado warning that has now been upgraded or updated to be observed, and that's the other one I was telling you about that was very near Belle Plaine. So the area of rotation is actually just south of Belle Plaine. We can see that inflow, that little notch in that area right now. So here's Belle Plaine, here's Brooklyn. This is north of Interstate 80, which runs right in here. It looks like some pretty broad rotation, actually, to me right now, JD, as we take a look into that area near Brooklyn. But we are getting reports of an observed tag right in that area, and so that would be heading right up towards the Belle Plaine region. So again, just a reminder of your tornado safety rules. We really had little to no severe weather in the state of Iowa so far this season, and now we are dealing with multiple warnings that are ongoing and multiple tornadoes that have been reported and confirmed that are on the ground. So Belle Plaine, this is just about on top of you. You've got less than 10 minutes to get to your safe place. Blairstown, 4:30. Van Horn coming in at 4:34. So you have, 20 minutes maybe to get to your safe place. You want to get the kids, you want to get all of your pets, and you want to go back into your safe place and have some snacks there, have your shoes with you, and certainly bring your helmet with you too if you don't have it there. And just real quick before we let you take over here for a second and update us on the south, Chris, again, observed tornado right there, Iowa, Keokuk, and 2 tornadoes. All right, producer JD is telling me 2 tornadoes within the cell. Can we look real quick at velocity mode, JD, and see if we can pick out both of those areas of rotation so folks have a better idea? Oh yeah, there we go. All right, so we've got some rotation right in here, and it looks like we have another area of rotation right in there. So one is heading right over towards Keota. The other one is going to be moving over 159 and heading in that direction. And really, all within that area, we could have some types of rotation, but reports of 2 on the ground right now. Iowa City, as I mentioned, you're not under the warning, but this would be arriving around 4:51. So get ready to get to your safe place here, Iowa City. This is in a pretty rural area right now, but heading towards more populated areas. You're watching Storm Center.
All right, breaking right now. This is drone video shot just moments after a tornado hit the Little Rock metro area this afternoon. Look at the amount of devastation. Unfortunately, a lot of structures have been damaged. These look like residential homes. This was a very urbanized area, so you have a lot more debris. Once that wind gets cranking and you have a tornado on the ground, then that creates so much more damage. The National Weather Service office issued the tornado emergency warning and then sought shelter. Look at the type of damage. I mean, homes, these aren't mobile homes. These are well-built homes, and you don't even have walls in some of these homes anymore. Not just the roofs ripped off, but it's rooms gone. And we've got more threatening weather not far from Little Rock. Here's what we know regarding the Little Rock tornado. There's structural damage throughout north sections of the metro area, and people are encouraged and need to stay at home. So emergency crews can respond. Mayor Frank Scott Jr. requesting a National Guard assistance, and normal operations have resumed at the Clinton National Airport, but expect delays and ground stops, especially with more threatening weather on the horizon. Thanks for joining us. I'm meteorologist Chris Broom. We got meteorologist Jackie Jarris here in studio. It's all hands on deck on a day like today. Unfortunately, a high-risk tornado day, and that has already become true in Arkansas. And I wish I could say this was towards the end, but this is only the beginning. We got a long afternoon and night ahead, so please be up to date with where the storms are. These things are flying, and you may get multiple tornado threats. Just because you've had a tornado warning doesn't mean, well, that's done, now I'm in the clear. No, there's more likely behind it. All right, so let's get a look here across the south. There's so much weather going on, we're going to have to break it up between north and south to give you the most accurate, in-depth coverage. All right, so I'll start here in the south, and then we'll toss it back over to meteorologist Jackie Jarris, who's monitoring things in Illinois and Iowa, as things have really become concerning there as well. All right, so we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. At least these are becoming more severe thunderstorm warned than tornado warned. So we've seen a couple of the tornado warnings expire. That includes you in Texas. We don't have the same kind of environment here in East Texas like we do in Arkansas and across Tennessee. So these storms may spin up brief tornadoes, but they're likely not to be as long lasting. Still treat this seriously, though. We've already had a couple of tornado warnings not far from Texarkana. I want to jump in here east of Little Rock. So here's Interstate 40, and this is the most concerning cell I've seen. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground, the wind potential with this cell has been notable, and it is moving off towards the northeast, and we've seen extensions now with the tornado warning. So this is for Woodruff County. That's where the apparent tornado would be. We move it over, and that brings in Cross and St. Francis County for the newest tornado warning. So this is until 4:45 p.m. This storm is hauling, and if you live in Wynne, Caldwell, or Colt, but Wynne especially, if we put a track on this, this is moving in your direction. I mean, due squarely over the community of Wynne. So taking a look at the timing, that brings it in south of Hamlin by about 4:25 p.m. That's in the next few minutes. Ellis Chapel by 4:28. Wynne getting in within the next 5 to 10 minutes. This storm is literally going to be over your doorstep. All right. And this has spawned tornadoes, or at least a clear indication based on radar indication. We don't know necessarily on ground truth, but based on how the day has gone, this storm is one to treat very seriously, and the conditions in the atmosphere that this is headed into is very favorable. So this storm certainly could re-strengthen. Right now we've got very intense velocity values that are producing likely damaging winds. If we could query that, I'm curious to see what kind of returns we're getting. But this is the bulk. Look at these 90 mile per hour. Now that may be just a loft, so you might subtract maybe 10, 15 miles per hour at the surface. But either way, you get the idea. The storm is producing destructive winds, and it's going to come in with force. All right. So even if there's not a tornado, you got a damaging wind threat. Regardless, take shelter immediately here if you live in Wynne, Arkansas, St. Francis County there, along U.S. Route 64. Now, Interstate 40 for the time being, you're in the clear, so that's okay. But if you are traveling, hold off on travels here between McCrory and Wynne, because this is likely going to cross right over U.S. Highway 64. It's crossing over U.S. Highway 49 north and east of Cotton Plant right now as this storm now it's starting to get a little bit more of that rotation. And look at the lightning associated with this supercell. And that's the concern. This is a supercell, okay? So it's got a lot more ability to tap into the environment around it and strengthen and intensify. Just in that storm alone, all right, we're talking maybe about a 15-mile long storm. We've got nearly 175 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So this storm means business. Please take this seriously. This has that concerning look, or is likely in the process of strengthening. I want to jump over to Little Rock because remember, North Little Rock, we were under that tornado about an hour or so ago. Now we've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but some of these areas have been hard hit, and you may get some gusty winds moving into some of that tornado debris while they're still doing structures. And, you know, you bring in 30-mile-per-hour gusts, and that can blow things around. That can weaken structures even more. If your roof is on the verge of falling down, please do not go into these damaged buildings, because now you've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail and high winds are possible here north of downtown Little Rock and Faulkner and Pulaski counties. This includes you just north of Little Rock, in North Little Rock and Maumelle, as well as Mayflower. So please think about getting inside if you're not. South of Little Rock, we got a more concerning situation. You got that little notch, that little hook there that's just crossed over I-30. South of Malvern, and we got another tornado warning for Hot Spring and Grant County. So these cells are taking off, and they're moving very rapidly off towards the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So if you live in Butterfield, Gifford, and Malvern, 4:45 p.m. tornado warning until. Run to your safe place. Don't just dwindle and think this is like another tornado warning. Please get into your safe place. Hopefully you're already there and monitoring us either via phone, maybe a TV down in the basement, or radio. All right. And then we've got another tornado warning approaching Arkadelphia. Arkadelphia, you're not necessarily in the warning, but the storm's moving towards you or just south of you. This is for Clark and Pike counties in Arkansas. You can see there is clear rotation. If there is a tornado, it's literally right over Interstate 30. All right, so this is right over Interstate 30, moving likely between Arkadelphia and Griffith Town over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So please take shelter. Even though Arkadelphia, you're kind of between two severe thunderstorm warned storms and two tornado warnings, I would get into your safe place immediately. These storms can jog north, and then if you wait till the tornado warning comes, you're going to have very little time. So please get into your safe place in Arkadelphia. Get into your basement, lowest level of your home, most interior room, that interior hall bathroom, that wall closet under the stairs. Griffith Town, you've got 10 to 15 minutes before a possible tornado is on your doorstep, and we're getting strong returns. I wanted to go down here into northeast Texas really quickly. There was some concerning hooks. We did have a couple of tornado warnings. Not to say we don't have any tornadoes yet. This still has a tornado possible tag with it, but it has been weakened to a severe thunderstorm warning. Either way, this storm means business, and please get inside if you live in Texarkana, because this is moving in your vicinity. I-30 corridor, Northeast Texas, Arkansas, all the way to Little Rock. Avoid travel here, as we've got numerous cells we're monitoring. All right, that's the southern side, Jackie. I mean, there's so much going on with the atmosphere today. It's hard to keep up with everything, but we're trying our best to cover everybody.
Right. That's why we're splitting it up so we can give you more detailed information. We have multiple tornado warnings still in effect across the eastern parts of Iowa. We've got one now right on the Missouri-Illinois state line, and then we've got a cluster of storms heading towards the Chicago metro area, and one of those storms now is also rotating. We want to take you first and foremost to the tornado warning that's now been extended. Looks like it does include Iowa City, so that's brand new. Iowa, Johnson, and Washington counties under that tornado warning. The tornado has been confirmed. If you remember, last time I was tracking on radar here, we were talking about there were actually 2 areas of rotation and observed tornadoes, but now that has been condensed, and we're just dealing with one larger tornado very near Keota. So we'll take you in on Doppler radar, taking you a closer look right in there. So here's Keota. That was the last area where I saw the ground truth on it, but we're still seeing that very strong signature very near Wellman right now. So Wellman, you need to be getting to your safe place immediately. Do not wait. These are very, very fast moving storms. And even though we're only seeing one tornado on the ground with this guy right there, I definitely see some additional rotation right next to it here. So we're going to go ahead and put a storm track on that one for you. And we're just going to do this whole area because it will cover everybody as it moves up towards just east of north, really. So Wellman, this is on top of you. You need to be in your safe place right now. Hopefully you're already there. Windham, it arrives in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes for you in Widman. Oxford at 4:46. And here we go. Iowa City, 4:50. That's our new updated time. That's 20 minutes from now. You got kids that go to the University of Iowa? Call them. Make sure they're aware of this threat that's headed their way, and make sure they know where their safe place is, whether that's in their dorm building or if they're in an apartment. Usually the lowest level, and you want to get maybe a stairwell if there are no windows there. That's often a safe place to be. You want to be away from the doors. You want to be away from the windows. So again, about 20 minutes away from Iowa City. That's the most populated town in this area. In addition to that, that line that goes right through there, that's Interstate 80, a very highly traveled corridor. Folks need to be off the roads. This is very dangerous. There are multiple storms that are going to be crossing Interstate 80 there. So that is a confirmed tornado that is getting closer and closer to Iowa City, Iowa. Now, north of there, around Belle Plaine, we've been tracking this supercell for a while. We did have an observed tag on that one earlier. Right now, it's just Doppler radar indicated. So that's for parts of Iowa County as well as Benton until 4:45. It's about on top of you in Belle Plaine, but look at the motion that it's bringing it in. Here's Cedar Rapids, another larger town here in eastern Iowa. Cedar Rapids, these storms are getting closer and closer. I know you're not under a warning now, but that looks like it's almost imminent, okay? So that's what's going to be headed your way. This is Interstate 380 that runs right through there. So all of this, all of these clusters of storms with embedded rotation, that is heading towards Cedar Rapids. And I certainly can't make sure that we don't want to neglect what's happening back behind this. And this is one of those environments where we're going to see rounds of storms. Some areas could get warnings, get a little break in the action, and then more warnings could develop. So right near Marshalltown here, we have a new tornado warning, and then we've got another one right there just to the east of Iowa Falls. Certainly we can see a good hook signature. That looks a little bit more embedded into a line of storms. We'll take you into Illinois right now. So here's the St. Louis metro area. Here's Quincy, Illinois right there, and this is Interstate 72 that heads towards Springfield. We've got this clustering of thunderstorms and this supercell, which looks really nasty right now. So I want to zoom in on that. As you can see, we've got very high reflectivity on that one. That is Adams and Pike counties, including you in Beverly and McKee. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, but in addition to the tornado threat, you could see maybe tennis ball, baseball size hail with this thing. We've got a very large hail signature. These storms have a history of producing large and extreme hail. Oh yeah, there we can see as it's been tracking out of Missouri and into Illinois, the large hail indicated near Hannibal. 2.2 inches in diameter, so ping pong, maybe, golf ball ping pong size hail, possibly larger than that. If you live in Beverly, you need to be taking shelter for both of those reasons, and we could be having some significant damage associated with that storm here as well. Now I want to update you into the Chicago metro area and storms that are heading out of Iowa, now working their way into Illinois. We do have a tornado warning now for Bureau and Henry County. And Bureau, that's the storm that did have a history of producing the larger hail. I think it was 2 or 3 inches in diameter. Huge hail being reported with dents in vehicles and windshields being broken out of vehicles as a result of that. So that includes you in the Concord area as well as Princeton until 5:15 local time. So Doppler radar is indicating that we do have a possible tornado. Producer JD taking over on the radar right there. Thanks, JD, for getting in on that. And we can see the rotation near Concord right now. So that's the area of concern where we have rotation in the state of Illinois. Here's Interstate 80. There is Princeton, if you're familiar with that area. Here's Kewanee, and it's right near Concord where we're seeing that red and the green coming together. So Concord, it's on top of you right now. Buda heading your way at 434. Wyanett at 438. Limerick at 447. And Ohio, the city of Ohio in the state of Illinois. That's at 450. So that's less than 20 minutes from now. So let's zoom back out, JD. What I want to do is kind of take a look at where these storms are and draw a line as they're heading towards the Chicago metro area, so folks have a better idea of when those storms might be arriving. Notice just south of Joliet, that's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we just got a brand new one for that one. Yep, here we go. All right, so Chicago now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Chicago, this storm is still well down to your south and west, but it is going to be headed your way. Let's put a tracker on that and give you our best estimate for when this is going to be hitting the city. It's already hitting some of these suburbs here. Bremen at 438, Thornton at 440, heading towards Gary at 450, and Chicago looks like right before the top of the hour. So 4:56, right before 5 o'clock. So Chicago, you might say, that storm is way down near Lowell right now. I've got plenty of time. These storms are moving about 60 miles per hour. You don't have plenty of time. Hopefully you're where you're going to be to ride out the storms, and you need to get close to your safe place so you can get there within the next 20 minutes at the most. Grab the kids, get the pets, get the dogs, get the cats, especially the ones that like to hide under the bed. Just grab them. I would treat most warnings today like tornado warnings, and there are a couple of different reasons for that. One of which is the winds associated with this could be very strong, 70 miles per hour, and cause a lot of destruction because of those winds. We've got large hail with them. Yeah, look at that. We've got the brighter reflectivity right in there near Cedar Lake, where we have some of those strongest wind gusts associated with this. But these are also the types of storms that can produce some quick spin-ups, all right? So just be prepared for that. We'd all rather be safe than sorry, right? Often we regret the things that we don't do as opposed to the things that we do. So make sure you're getting to your safe place. Chicago, Gary, Valparaiso. Eventually this will work its way across Lake Michigan. But I do see just a little bit potential of a Boeing feature. Hanover, you're going to get some large hail with this. So be prepared. That is just about on top of you there right now. And again, we've got more storms that are off towards the west. So you may have multiple rounds of storms that are going to be working their way on through there. The environment in the Midwest right now it's really high. It's very favorable for not just severe weather, but for storms that are supercells that rotate and can stay on the ground and have a lot of damage. So we've got our supercell parameter on here. Those are the more solid, brighter colors. And look at how this is growing again near Peoria. Peoria had a touchdown earlier, very near Peoria. I haven't heard about damage reports there just yet, but we may get hit again, Peoria. So these are the storms down here near Missouri that are going to be headed your way yet again. again. So Peoria potentially could get hit more than once. Those also, the trajectory of them brings them towards Chicago. And these storms here in eastern Iowa eventually are going to be heading towards southwestern parts of Wisconsin. So you might see some sunshine breaking out in between those storms. That's actually not a good thing, other than it gives you a hot second to take a breather. But that helps to increase the instability and can increase the severity of the storms as they roll on through. So very active, confirmed tornadoes here already in the state of Iowa right now. We want to get the latest. Chris is tracking things across parts of the south. I know you've had a lot of warnings here as well. We had Little Rock with a tornado. Are they getting more rounds coming in? And do you have anything confirmed right now?
Well, there's one cell I'm monitoring in northeast Arkansas, not far from Memphis, that is now having a considerable threat tag. It's getting that look, and it's moving towards the community of Wynne. We'll get to that. I want to show you the watches that we have up from the north, which Jackie was covering. That's a particularly dangerous situation. Those watches are up through 8 p.m., and they will likely be extended eastward over the next few hours. So even though you're not in Watch Indiana, parts of eastern Illinois, that will change. Similar story in Kentucky and Tennessee. Right now, Memphis and Little Rock, you're under this particularly dangerous situation watch, tornado watch, until 8 p.m. And the tornado threat is not done. Even in Little Rock, where we are still reeling after the last couple of hours after a significant tornado tore through the north side of the Little Rock metro area. I want to show you the radar right now and where things stand. We've got 2 tornado warnings just south of Little Rock along Interstate 30. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, which do have the tornado possible tag with them. And then this cell right here. This is the one I am most concerned about. There's Memphis, okay? So we're about 40, 50 miles to your west. The storm is moving not due into Memphis if it continues on this track, but it would be north. The latest warning now has a considerable threat tag, and this was the community of Wynne. If there is a tornado, which it looks more and more likely there is possibly a tornado on the ground, it's going to move right over the community of Wynne. All right, this is for Cross and St. Francis. All right, we do have a confirmation now that this tornado is confirmed and on the ground. Here's Arkansas. So here's U.S. Highway 64. There's Interstate 40. So there's Forest City. This is north of you. But look at that rotation. It has gotten much more impressive over the past 10 minutes or so as it's been moving back over. And look at all these routes. Okay, so let's dive in. You got County Road 532, County Road 637. There's Wynne, all right? There's the heart of Wynne. If there is a tornado, it is likely going to move right into Wynne. So we've got a camera. Let's take that full really quick. I want to show you the incoming storm. Look at the rotation. This is the tornado warning. Oh, you see that lightning there too? All right, so you got a rotating wall cloud, all right? I don't see an actual tornado, but it very well could be rain wrapped. Do you see that pouring down rain on the left side? This storm, guys, means business. It likely spun up a tornado not far from Des Arc, and then maybe lifted up briefly and is now re-intensifying because the atmospheric conditions right here are very favorable. This is a lone cell, so it's got all this inflow coming from all directions, and it's not being interfered by neighboring storms, okay? So please, if you live in Wynne, you've got less than 5 minutes before this tornado warning is over you, and this is moving right into the city of Wynne, all right? So if you are on U.S. Highway 64 between Fair Oaks, Arkansas, and Parker, Arkansas, avoid travel because this is going to move right over there. If you're in your vehicle, you're going to get wiped out. There's no safe place to be. If you have friends or family, let them know a tornado warning. I'm sure the tornado warning sirens are going off. I'm sure your phone's being alerted. But look at this. Very concerning. If we could do, if our weather producer, JD, if you could put correlation coefficient on, we might be able to see if there's any debris in there. And it certainly looks menacing, right? And if it is just over fields and just minimal structures, it's not having a lot to pick up on. What the correlation coefficient shows us is things larger than raindrops, and they will be color coded. So when you look at red, that's generally going to be the size of your raindrops, right? But when you get all these other colors and blips, and especially right where it overlies with that velocity, that rotation, that's more concerning that there likely is debris. You bring debris into the mix, and then the destruction just really ramps up from there. Confirmed large and dangerous now is what I'm being told with this tornado. So we've got not just a tornado, we're talking about a confirmed large tornado. moving into the community of Wynne. So please, please take shelter here. If you are in Wynne, let's quickly time this out really quickly. Wynne, you're the first community that this is going into. They just extended the tornado warning. And if we're able to, we can time this out off towards the east. Again, West Memphis, you're just south of this tornado warning. But if there is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado moving into Wynne, the next communities in line are going to be here in Twist, Arkansas, and Earle, and timing that out, bringing it in to Wynne now within the next few minutes, and then Parkin by 4:57. So that's about there. All right. So Parkin, Arkansas, get into your safe place, run to your basement. Earle, Arkansas, just before the top of the hour. So we're talking 15 to 20 minutes from now. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground moving into Wynne, Arkansas. We've seen it visually here. We've got confirmation from the ground, and this is moving in off towards the northeast. This is rapidly pushing upwards of 55 to 60 miles per hour. So there's limited time. These aren't your longer tornado warnings. They are rapidly moving off towards the northeast. And there's the Mississippi River. So this is likely going to be one of those possible supercells that could track quite a bit of distance. So if you're in western Tennessee, you need to pay very close attention to this storm. Even though you're several counties away, we're only talking about an hour or two from crossing over the Mississippi River. All right, so confirmed large dangerous tornado right there in Arkansas, Wynne, and we're also seeing similar conditions and confirmed tornadoes in Iowa.
Yes, it's about 11 miles away from Iowa City right now.
Ooh,
so that's
we're
population.
Major population.
Yes, about 75,000 people live there. So the University of Iowa is there. The hospital is there as well. And we've got a large confirmed dangerous tornado that is on the ground that's closing in on you right now. So this is the same one that we've been talking about for a while. We've got the observed tag on it. And it's kind of a complicated situation, actually, right now for you, Iowa City. And there's a good possibility, certainly, that we're going to be seeing more than one area of rotation within that line. So the main area of concern right now is right in there, and that is right near 1. Here is Interstate 80. Here is Iowa City, and it looks like most likely location for that tornado is right there. There you can see where the red and the green are coming together. The green is winds going towards the radar. The red are winds going away from the radar. So we get that counterclockwise rotation right within there. Windham, Cosgrove, you need to be in your safe place right now. Tiffin at 4:52, North Liberty at 4:56, and Swisher at 5 o'clock. So Iowa City, if it stays on this trajectory, it may be staying to the west of you. It does look like maybe we got just a little bit of jog. What I want to do is I want to go back a little bit in time on that rotation, and you can see back here where it was near Kelowna, there we had more than one area of rotation on this cell. It kind of condensed and went back into one area of rotation, and you can see how we've had a little bit more now of a northerly pull. So that's some good news for you in Iowa City, that you might get lucky and that rotation stays to your west. That said, this isn't the type of environment where we want to take risks today. This is the type of environment where we'd rather be safe than sorry. So you still want to get to your safe place, and you are included in that tornado warning. So the other thing I want to do right now is go ahead and zoom out just a little bit, because I was seeing some rotation, down in here as well. There's the town of Washington right over here. Here's Ainsworth, and there's 218 and Riverside. And certainly we've got some rotation with that cell just to the south of there as well. Now, one other thing I want to show you as we go back to that area of rotation and that storm that's right near Iowa City right now is what we call the correlation coefficient mode. And what this does is it looks for things that are uniform into the atmosphere. So the radar beam goes out, and if it detects that something is different, so if it's not raindrops, for example, the reflectivity would be very different. So it would be something other than raindrops. So I'm going to bring this back for you, because there you can see it. Right there, we had a very strong signature right in here. And then notice, as this has been moving up towards the north and to the east, that begins to disappear. So it does appear that we probably did have a tornado. Perhaps it is lifting, but that could also go right back onto the ground again as this cycles on through. So it's a tornado warning. We've had a confirmed tornado with this very dangerous cell. And Iowa City, I really would would, get to your safe place. That's still a very tight area of rotation that I'm seeing. There's still one little dropout or pop. I am seeing some reports in the chat room with the National Weather Service that there were actually corn stalks that were being flown in the air near there in an area where it was calm. So it really gives you an idea of how strong the upper level winds are that are able to carry those items and pieces of debris far away from where that may be. So let's go ahead, and I want to go back to reflectivity here, and I want to zoom out just a little bit because we've got more storms that are coming in back behind these cells that are heading towards Iowa City and getting close towards Cedar Rapids. Look at this, up towards Waterloo, stretching further down into central Iowa. We've got a second line that's going to be coming through, and there are areas of rotations and active warnings on all of these right now as well. So let's take you into this one in Waterloo, as that's a more populated area. And notice that this is more of a line of storms. Remember last night on Storm Center when we said there are going to be supercells and then there's going to be a QLCS or a squall line that moves on through. Both will do tornadoes, but they'll kind of do them in a different way. And so the supercells are the ones that are on the ground for a long period of time and can cause damage. That's what we've been tracking near Iowa City. This is a little bit more of a QLCS tornado that would spin up rapidly. That's harder to see, tends to be more wrapped in rain, and can spin up but also weaken and then spin up again. So we can see these cycling or cycles that go on through. So this is for parts of Black Hawk, Butler, and Grundy counties, and includes you in Cedar Falls, it includes you in Hudson, and includes you in Waterloo. So this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado until 5:15. So let's take this over to velocity mode, and let's turn that through right there. Not really seeing anything real obvious. I think we're pretty far away from the radar. We might need, there we go. Yeah, it's kind of right between the Quad Cities radar and the Des Moines radar. So we're pretty far away and shooting up pretty high. Might be difficult to detect that. But Waterloo, I'm going to time it out for you, and I'm just going to time out this whole squall right in here. Oh, I kind of missed. Let me do it again. I have an injured finger, everyone, and it's harder to manipulate the mouse when you have a broken. Well, it's not broken, but who cares, right? Okay, there we go again. Heading towards Waterloo. Cedar Falls, it would be arriving around 4:55, so that's just a little over 5 minutes away. Waterloo, 5 o'clock, top of the hour, 12 minutes from now. So don't hesitate. Get to your safe place. You're going to get damaging winds, and you may get rotation and a tornado with these as well. Grundy Center, it looks like it's just off towards your east. Remember Parkersburg? Parkersburg has been just devastated by powerful tornadoes a number of years ago. So this is a part of the country that is certainly no stranger to large and damaging and devastating tornadoes. If my memory serves correctly, Parkersburg, I'm almost 100% sure that was an EF5 that moved through there. So eastern Iowa is certainly a hotbed of activity. I want to jump over, back to north of the St. Louis metro area, into central Illinois. That's where we have a new extension on this tornado warning for Cass Morgan and Schuyler, I think is how you say it. I apologize if I didn't get that right. That's until 5:30, and then just a quick look up towards Chicago. Chicago, you're still under that severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like the worst of the storms might say just to your south and head over towards Gary, so just a heads up on that one. And last but certainly not least, this is that same Bureau County storm that we were talking about that produced such huge hail earlier. That tornado warning in effect till 5:15. So it looks like the rotation is just north of Princeton. All right, we want to get to our other Storm Center team member. That's meteorologist Chris Warren. He is live in Memphis right now. Memphis dealing with torcons up to a 9, Chris. We haven't had that in more than 2 years. How is Memphis preparing, and what are you seeing out there right now?
Well, right now, Jackie, what we're seeing is, unfortunately, so far it's been business as usual in Memphis. That's at least what I've been able to visualize, with the exception of schools getting out early ahead of the storms. Tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch in about 30 miles this way, across the Mississippi River in Arkansas. Just across the river is Arkansas. Those dark skies, that's where the Wynne tornado is, the particularly dangerous situation Tornado warning right now, again, about 30 miles away from where we're standing right now. That bridge right there is Interstate 40 that takes you into Arkansas, and that tornado is just north of that. Down the line, heading down the Mississippi, well to the south. This is where here in Memphis is where we're going to be watching for the storms. The skies have gotten a little bit darker. The sun was out for a little while today, but this is the direction from which we're expecting the storms to come, either from the west or from the southwest. And Chris, another thing which we are monitoring very closely is that the Memphis Grizzlies, the NBA game, is set to tip off at 7 o'clock. We're expecting the first round sometime between then or now and then potentially with the cold front, perhaps if they go on with the game, perhaps during or after the game. So a long night to go here. Again, particularly dangerous situation for so much of the country tonight.
Yeah, Chris, really quickly, has anything changed? We know that there is a confirmed tornado in Wynne, Arkansas. Are you noticing any difference since that storm has really intensified, even though it's not quite moving into Memphis, but it's close enough? Have you felt any changes there in Memphis?
I don't think directly related to the storm, which is over there. It was a lot more obvious earlier, but within the past 10 minutes or so, the skies got a little bit darker over here, but those are different storms. Again, this is looking up the Mississippi River, which is to the north, and the tornado would be over there. Again, probably more than 30 miles from here, so haven't noticed anything from that. But Chris, I'll tell you what, throughout the day today, it has been windy and gusty. Sustained winds persistently in the 20s, gusting around 37 miles an hour at times. And it's that south wind transporting all of the moisture up here. Dew points well into the 60s. So still early here in the evening in Memphis. Long way to go.
All right, we want to get everyone up to speed on that Wynne, Arkansas tornado. Thank you so much. We're getting reports now that there is significant damage in Wynne, Arkansas, and this is an absolutely dangerous situation. The community of Wynne, by the way, is just shy of 10,000 folks, all right? There's about 8,000 or so residents who live here and call this beautiful hamlet home in Arkansas, not far from the Mississippi River Delta, and you got a lot of flat agricultural land, right? You got beautiful horizons, but not on a day like today. Unfortunately, this apparent tornado literally went right through the heart of the town. It just happened, so we don't have any idea what the extent of the devastation. But look at the velocity now as it is crossing over U.S. Highway 64 on its way to Parkin and Coldwater. So if you are in Parkin and Coldwater, you need to get into your safe place. Hopefully you're already there. Look at this. That is a debris ball that just passed through Wynne. Let's put this in motion. I want to show you what it looked like when it was coming through the community. It wasn't as intense, right? You had a damaging wind outflow right there. Then it hit Wynne, right? And then boom, we got debris now. And that is getting larger. So you got a rotating mass of debris from the community of Wynne as it's rapidly pushing off towards the northeast at about 55, 60 miles per hour. Let's take that storm chaser video right there. That is our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's in Woodruff County monitoring this storm, not far from Memphis, and you can see this massive supercell that has a large and confirmed tornado on the ground. All right, there is a live look. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, he's on the scene. Literally a large and destructive tornado just tore through here moments ago. This is the first images we're getting of the destruction, and it looks pretty intense. You've got roofs ripped off brick homes. Look at the trees. I mean, this is similar to what we were looking at last week in Mississippi and in Georgia. So we're looking at EF2 type damage or stronger. And when we were looking at the velocity, just in some of the more recent scans, there was estimated winds at about 140 miles per hour. That was slightly aloft, so maybe not as high, but you get an idea of extreme winds just tore through this community of Wynne, Arkansas, home to about 8,000 residents, and that's a lot of structures that then get picked up and debris gets lofted, and then that just creates more. When you have a strong tornado in a rural area, let's say it's just hitting a field, you don't have as many missiles that can hit things, so the damage is intense, right? But it's not as extreme. If you just have high winds and nothing hitting anything, you're not going to have as much damage as if you then throw in debris at those high winds. Shards of metal and bricks are flying at buildings at 140 miles per hour. And yeah, you're going to have extensive damage. So when these hit communities like this, it is absolutely devastating. So tornado emergency, this is the newest warning here for eastern Arkansas. And this is about to cross over the Mississippi River into Tennessee. Guys, there's Memphis, all right? The Memphis metro area goes just about like this. Do not travel on Interstate 55 out of Memphis. If you're going north, south of Missouri and north of Memphis, between Jonesboro and Memphis, hold off on travel. There is an absolutely dangerous and large tornado that's now approaching the community of Earle, Arkansas here. And when we look at the correlation coefficient, we certainly have a debris ball. It's kind of right in there or right in there. If we put this in motion, we can get an idea. So there, okay, so we got two areas of rotation. I think the actual tornado, JD, where you say it's by Parkin, or would you say just to the, okay, so it's the one right there, just to the west of Earle. That is where the apparent tornado is. This has been confirmed. We've already seen the kind of destruction it has put down in Wynne, Arkansas. That's what you're looking at the bottom left of your screen, all right? Roofs, ripped off homes. That is what can be expected now in the community of Earle. Velocity returns are coming in at about 105 miles per hour. So we're talking extreme winds here in this violent twister that's about a mile, literally less than a mile just to the west of Earle. Earle, you can see all of the city streets here, Arkansas Street and some of the homes. This is where you got the most of the community, but you've got farms and homesteads here out over on the west side of town that you need to be in your safe place. Guys, this is an extremely dangerous situation. A tornado emergency less than 25 miles from Memphis and likely going to pass over Interstate 55. These are the kind of cells that are we're going to be tracking, not for a few miles, but likely many miles, and this is heading into Tennessee. So we want to put a track on this. Earle, this is upon you right now as we speak. And then next in line would be Crawfordsville, and if it holds together, which I very well expect it to, cross over the Mississippi River, it could be heading into Millington, Tennessee in about 35 minutes from now, or just north of Millington. So the track's going to be similar to this or somewhere just north of Millington. So if you live in Millington, you might not be under the warning just yet or the tornado emergency, but I would anticipate this to be extended your way. And we can take that storm checker footage out of Wynne, Arkansas. There is a look at this storm, and you can see we've certainly got a rotating wall cloud. I don't see a tornado necessarily on the ground. That does not mean one's not there. We already know this has been confirmed. We already see the damage in Wynne, and now impacting Earle, Arkansas. So avoid this area at all costs. Let your friends know. Let your family members know. Check on them. Make sure they're okay. Make sure they're aware of what is happening. And these storms, these tornadoes, they're moving at a very fast clip, guys. I mean, this is racing off towards the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So instead of your typical 15-minute warn time, you've got less than 10 minutes typically from when the time gets out. Now that we've got confirmation, they're going to be expanding these warnings out even earlier, so to give ample lead time. But if you're in Earle and just to the east of Parkin, you have a tornado on your hands bearing upon your community and likely going to pick up more debris. You can see on the velocity, we've got clear rotation right there. Now, unfortunately, this is moving right into the community of Earle, Arkansas. So it already devastated parts of Wynne, Arkansas, went right through the heart of town. Here we go, Earle, Arkansas, you're next in line. And then there's Interstate 55. So if you're in Turrell and Clarkdale, I would run to your safe place. If you're on the road, you need to get to your safe. You cannot outrun these tornadoes. There is a tornado moving towards Interstate 55 north of Memphis near Clarkdale and Turrell. And it's a tornado emergency, confirmed tornado right there impacting Earle, Arkansas, and rapidly pushing off towards the northeast. We're talking considerable threat tag. This is an observed and confirmed large tornado. Just went through Wynne, Arkansas, as well as Parkin, Arkansas, and now bearing on the community of Earle, likely passing by the north and west side of town. That's where we have. So see how this area has a hook, and then we can put the velocity on there and match the radar to what we're seeing, and there you go. I mean, it's textbook example. This is a clear supercell. It's not gonna just die out, all right? Don't think that this is gonna be a short-lived twister. This is a large, likely wedge tornado. I mean, violent, all right? And we're getting huge returns on the velocity. These are just estimations, not necessarily equating to ground truth, but we've seen we've seen 120 mile per hour difference there in some of these returns. All right, so high winds, regardless on whether this weakens or stay strength. But I would anticipate this tornado to stay on the ground for miles to come. So let's again track this out. Earle, you're being unfortunately destroyed. Parts of town, especially the north and west side of town right now. Booker, you're the next community in line of this violent twister. Tornado moving towards I-55 near Turrell by about 5:20 p.m. Gas station, not a safe place to be, unfortunately. If you're on the road pulling off on the gas station, no, don't do it. Avoid the area at all costs. If you can't, you got to get inside. A rest area, some sort of interior bathroom. I know there's people working at these places. You need to take shelter immediately. We want to avoid any casualties in today's outbreak, and we've got a lot of areas seeing observed tornadoes. Guys, look at this. Look at the velocity here. We're getting yellow returns on velocity, which is just, so is this, I'm trying to see, we got an area here and we got an area there. Are we seeing two tornadoes, or are we seeing a larger? Or so we're seeing circulation shifts here. So either way, a very violent situation. We got a supercell. This is impacting now the north side of Earle. If this is still going to get, I mean, we got two areas. Let's look at the correlation coefficient and see if we can match both of these up and see what the debris looks like, because these have pushed in. So twin tornadoes. We got twin tornadoes, guys. Twin tornadoes on both sides of Earle. Where was that heavy damage? Parkin. So Parkin was the community. There it is, right there. Heavy damage in Parkin. We've got catastrophic damage in parts of Wynne. Okay, so we're getting word that traffic is being stopped on I-55. That's a preemptive measure to avoid travelers. So there's Interstate 55, right? How far are we from I-55? We're about 15 miles away. And these are moving at about 55 miles per hour. Twin tornadoes, guys. We got twin tornadoes moving towards I-55. So they're stopping traffic in the tornado warned area so they can at least not have to worry about vehicles. Vehicles, no match for this, all right? Large profile vehicles, and there's time to get everybody out of there before this moves off in your direction. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the result of this is. We already know there's heavy damage in Parkin. Earle, I'm sorry to say, but there likely is, how you remembered the town a few moments ago is probably not the same. It looks like it just missed the center of the city by just to the north, but I mean a difference of a quarter of a mile can be the difference between catastrophic damage, no roofs on homes, walls torn out, and just tree damage. All right, so the north side of Earle probably doesn't look like you remember it 5-10 minutes ago. And this tornado emergency continues to be extended eastward, so now it's getting close to the state line. The next community in line is Grassy Lake Bottom and Booker. You're within less than 10 minutes from this hitting, and then crossing over I-55 near Turrell at about 5:20 p.m. So we're talking about 10-15 minutes away from crossing over Interstate 55. There's Memphis, all right? These tornado emergencies are not far from major metropolitan areas. Now, Memphis, you're not in the threat of these tornadoes, twin tornadoes, but it's not to say we could get a cell a little bit later on, move right through the heart of the metro area. So thankfully, this tornado is avoiding the metropolitan area of Memphis, but for these communities north, we've got danger on our hands, and you need to treat this seriously. Let everybody you know. If you have friends in this area, travelers in this area that you may know, if we can pull up that storm chaser video, I want to take a look at our storm tracker camera and see if we're seeing, because we've got twin tornadoes, looks like high winds. There's a school. It looks like they've ended a school early. We're actually out of the school times now, Jackie. But I mean, twin tornadoes on the ground. This is just in Arkansas. We've seen that in Iowa too. I mean, it's constant, and this is the kind of night we're in store for.
Yeah, I just actually tweeted out an image that was caught of the twin tornadoes. It is just incredible to see that.
The Arkansas one or Iowa?
The Iowa ones. We've been talking about quite a bit the situation near Iowa City, and we have multiple areas of rotation near there. It does look like we had some rotation very near Iowa City. This is eastern Iowa. Actually, I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit real quick just so you have a better idea of where this is. Okay, here's Interstate 35 is right here, and that is the Mississippi River that rolls on through right there. So we'll take you into where we have our tornado warning, and that does include you in Iowa City right now. But as I look at the latest warnings and where the circulation is right now, it does look like the rotation is north of Iowa City. So tornado warnings observed yet again. So a confirmed tornado for Cedar and Johnson County, including you in West Branch, and then another observed and confirmed tornado. Basically twin tornadoes here almost again for Cedar, Johnson, and Lynn counties until 5:15. So I'm going to take you over to velocity mode, and this is where we have the two different areas of rotation. So we've got one right here just north of Interstate 80 near West Branch, where we have a tornado on the ground, and then we've got another one right in here north of North Liberty and very near one. This, I believe, is a County Road 1 right there. So here's Iowa City. A lot of folks are familiar with that. This is Interstate 380, and this is Interstate 80 right there. And this is the one west of West Branch that is extremely concerning right now. These are both moving very, very quickly. So I want to do a quick timer on these for you and give you a better idea of what towns might be affected. Oasis at 5:11, Cedar Bluff at 5:17, and Mechanicsville at 5:25. So that's about 15 minutes for now. Then the second area of rotation and tornado very near Solon right now. You need to be in your safe place. That is heading towards Mount Vernon at 5:19. So you have less than 10 minutes, Mount Vernon, to get to your safe place right now. So here's another issue that's going to be ongoing. In addition to those tornado warnings that we have in this line, I'm going to zoom back in very closely. Look what's happening right back here. We've got another line of severe thunderstorms that has developed, and this line is capable of producing damaging winds. Now, one of the issues we have in here, we've had some periodic tornado warnings associated with that line right in here. Right now, they're all severe thunderstorm warnings, but look at where the radar is here in Davenport. That radar beam has to punch through those storms and then try and detect these storms. So it's not always quite as accurate of a depiction of what's happening, because that can take away a little bit from that. So it's kind of one of those touchy areas. If we try and go over to the Des Moines radar, maybe we get a better picture of what's going on there. But certainly looks like we've got some good hail north of Belle Plaine across that region once again. So a very large area into eastern Iowa. Confirmed tornadoes on the ground near West Branch and very near Solon. So both of that areas. Now, we also have new development here. All right, this is what's been happening near the St. Louis area, and I can't get to every tornado warning right now because Chris has got the emergency and we need to get back to that. But St. Louis, I cannot stress and emphasize enough that we have supercells that are just to your south and west that are heading towards the St. Louis metro area. St. Louis, you need to be where you're going to be before you ride out these storms right now. And a quick little peek here at Chicago. Chicago, it looks like severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled for you. Continues for the southern suburbs over here. So parts of Cook, Lake, and Will still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So nasty storms just all over the place here in the Midwest. And Chris, of course, we can't discount that we've got watches, tornado watches that stretch from the Iowa-Minnesota state line all the way down into Texas. It's such a large area today. It's one of the big challenges that we're dealing with is that they're tricky areas of rotation. There's so many of them and so much to track here tonight, and so many so dangerous. Yeah, a lot to cover. So we're going to do our best to monitor everything. We're going to start with the most threatening tornado warnings. There's so many to cover. We have to talk about the most threatening tornadoes. This one right here in Arkansas, there is the Tennessee state line. All right, there's Memphis. You are still under a tornado emergency. Catastrophic threat tag. We know there's been heavy damage in Parker, Wynne, catastrophic damage, unfortunately. There was twin tornadoes. Now we're back down to just one. Obviously, in a twin tornado type of situation, you can't be fighting the environment, all right? One's going to take over, and it looks like there's the twin. You see those two spins? All right, it looks like this one's going to take over. Still got some rotation, though. Now, we are literally approaching I-55. They have stopped traffic on
Interstate 55 between exits 17 and 26. So there's the tower cam. Let's take that full really quickly. This is in Turrell. This is right in the heart of where this tornado is headed, all right? You got a large and violent tornado that has a history of destruction moving right into this area. They've just stopped traffic between this stretch. Obviously, you still have some vehicles that were in the area they've stopped that still have to get through. You gotta hurry. Guys, this is less than a few miles away from crossing over I-55. This is the kind of supercell that's gonna track. We're gonna be monitoring this scene from this vantage point and watch how quickly things change. If the tornado, you can't see in this direction because this is looking off likely to the north. You're looking at the eastern part of the cell. The tornado would be on the left side of the screen and then is gonna be crossing over likely just north of where this camera actually is. But I know there is a truck stop just south of Turrell, Arkansas. So this is near the junction of Interstate 555. That heads up into Jonesboro, Arkansas. So we're just we're kind of right smack dab in the middle between Jonesboro and Memphis by about 20 miles either direction. There's the tornado. There is a truck stop right there. That is not a spot you want to stop at. If you have the ability to drive, get out of this. Get set south if you're within that truck stop, or you're north. If you're already there, you need to get into the safe place. Talk to the gas station owner, manager, where they go, because this is not a spot. You got to go in those bathrooms at the truck stops, all right? Those are probably going to be your safest bet. And a lot of truckers are there. You can't get everybody out. So if you're at the truck stop, get into the restroom. Get into, ask the manager where we're going, because you're under that tornado emergency. Now, they just stopped the emergency, but it's still a considerable threat tag. Just because they stopped the emergency, I would treat this extremely seriously. We've already seen some of the damage coming out of Wynne, and knowing the environment this tornado is in and heading into is no signs of it really slowing down. So there's the tornado. This is literally on a path that's going to bring it over I-55 and just south of Turrell or into Turrell. And we can look at the velocity here and see what we're looking at. Look at this look at the path of this as it's crossed over Wynne. That's a population of over 8,000 folks, okay? And it's in Cross County and moving into St. Francis County here, and pushing now passing through Parkin, causing heavy damage there. Also Earle, we haven't got any reports yet from Earle, but based on the radar and what we've seen, I expect some heavy damage in Earle. Okay, so we've got damage on U.S. Highway 64, that's right here, just east of Earle. And then there's this area of strong rotation, right? So the tornado is going to cross through I-55, just south of the Interstate 555 interchange. That's where you junction off towards Jonesboro, Arkansas. And it's likely crossing between Turrell and Clarkdale. And there's a truck stop right there that is literally in the path of this tornado. Confirmed on the ground, all right? And you might not even see it just because the rain is so intense here, but we know the wind velocities are high. Correlation coefficient is high. Look at this. Goes through Wynne, strong correlation coefficient, goes through Parkin, goes through Earle, picks up debris, launches pieces of structure and roof and trees and all that. And now you can see that notch right there, right? So that's approaching this community of Turrell. So there we go. There's some of the latest storm reports we've been getting in. Reports of damage just east of Country Road near Wynne. Unconfirmed report of a tornado, but we know this likely is a tornado. We'll see what the strength is. That'll be in later, probably tomorrow when the National Weather Service is out. Because remember, this area is not done with the severe weather. We've got actually a severe thunderstorm warning just off to your west that's moving into some of these same areas. So you can't leave your safe place. Don't just venture out. I made it through this tornado. If your home didn't get damaged, you're not done. We've got more severe weather on the way for some of these same areas just because of the dynamics of the storm that we're tracking here across the middle part of the country. So really quickly, one last time, if you're here in Crittenden County, this is Clarkdale, Gilmore, and Turrell, please be in your safe place. Avoid travel. They're holding the interstate travel on I-55 between exit 17 and 26 while this tornado passes. They don't want any passenger vehicles and trucks in this path. And That's just one of several tornadoes, unfortunately, that we're tracking. I want to head back over to Jackie. You're tracking everything going on in Iowa. We've seen lots of visual confirmations, not just of twisters, but I mean, these are large wedge tornadoes.
Yes, many of which have been confirmed. Thankfully, a lot of them have been in pretty rural areas, so we haven't seen a lot of damage, but we certainly have seen some damage. And we've got multiple warnings that continue to be in effect into eastern parts of the state. Now, you might remember we were just talking about 2 confirmed tornadoes very near West Branch. There you can see the tornado warnings that are remaining in effect as a result of multiple areas of rotation. And we are getting some reports that this one right here that's actually getting close to Tipton right now was wrapped in rain and very, very difficult to see. So this is for Cedar and Johnston counties that are under a tornado warning. Just south of there, we have a tornado warning for Cedar, Muscatine, and Scott counties. And then just to the north of there, this is the Lisbon tornado. This is for Cedar, Jones, and Lynn. So I'm going to kind of take a look at all 3 of these on velocity mode. And boy, everything is just rotating here. So we've got this one right here in Lisbon. That one, I believe, that's the one that's been confirmed on the ground. Remember, we had damage in Solon, and that was also where we saw the debris signature. Then we've got the other one that's right here to the west of Tipton. That's going to be heading towards Clarence here eventually. And it looks like we've got some rotation right there east of West Liberty now. That was the one that was confirmed before as well. So multiple areas dealing with rotation right here in a very small, distance from each other. So let's go ahead and try and get a quick timer on all of these and give you a couple of cities. Let me move that because it looks like we just got a new scan. There we go, right about there. So this is going to head towards Moscow at 5:23. That's about 2-3 minutes away. Get to your safe place now. Wilton at 5:26, Durant 5:31, New Liberty 5:35, and then Hickory Grove at 5:39. You're just on the very edge of this, so you've got about maybe almost 20 minutes to get to your safe place. These storms are moving at highway speed. Very, very difficult to be able to get away from them, right? So getting underground is the best thing you can do. All right, Tipton, this arrives at 5:23, so that's about 2-3 minutes away. We've got another one right there. Oops, JD, are you trying to take over? Yeah. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. He knows I have an injured finger today, making it a little bit more challenging to run that. But there's that other area of rotation. That's a confirmed one near Wald. Stanwood, that arrives at 5:28. Clarence at 5:31, and Oxford Junction at 5:38. And then, JD, can we get this last one here that's north of Solon that we know that's been confirmed on the ground there to the west of Mechanicsville? So that's right on. Here's 380. There's Cedar Rapids. So this is very close to the Lisbon area at the moment. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. Large, dangerous. It's on the ground. Mount Vernon, it's pretty much on top of you now. Lisbon, it's less than a minute. Fairview 5:32, Anamosa 5:35, and Cass at 5:39. If that holds together, that heads on up towards the Monticello area. And I know people in Iowa are very tornado savvy. Today is the day to seek shelter and get underground if you can. These tornadoes could be very destructive. We see no signs as they continue to move into an environment that's favorable to keep the tornado sustained and keep that thing going. Cedar Rapids, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Keep in mind, guys, once these tornado warnings expired, we've got a line of severe weather capable of producing damaging winds and hail back behind that. Let's go back to meteorologist Chris Bruin. What's the latest? Do we still have a tornado emergency?
We don't, but we've got the tornado, still the warning. This is crossing over Interstate 55 as we speak. So here we go. No travelers, at least right here, and that's good. But this is where the apparent tornado is. It's literally crossing over the interstate. So look at the violent twisting of the winds, okay? I mean, I see stuff flying from the right side of the screen to the left. Look at this, guys. There's a tornado approaching Interstate 55. As we speak, you're looking at this live here, and this is the same tornado that has caused catastrophic damage in the community of Wynne. My weather producer is saying National Weather Service office is getting reports of there being injuries and brick structures that have been torn down. or have some substantial damage with them. And this is the same tornado that has caused heavy damage in Parker and also now crossing over Interstate 55. They've stopped traffic, but I don't think you can keep everybody. This vehicle, I don't even know if they know there's a tornado. They're in a tornado warning, but they're literally, and notice how heavy the rain is falling. Notice the ponding. So this tornado, you may not see it until it's too late. It's likely rain wrapped. All right, we got a lot of heavy rain. Look at the ponding on it. The rainfall rates are about 2 inches per hour. Thankfully, it's moving fast, so flash flooding not a super concern. But tornado now crossing over I-55. That means Tennessee now, you are next in line. The brand new tornado warning has now been extended, and this is just north of Memphis. Okay, so I want to show you two of the cells that we're tracking. As the bottom left of your screen, that's the tornado crossing over I-55. It may not be exactly right there at the camera, but you get an idea of what the conditions are like as you're heading in that direction. So this is passing by Memphis just by about 10, 15 miles to the north, all right? If this had been 10, 15 miles to the south, we'd be talking a lot more structures in play. You get out north of Memphis, and it's a lot of farm fields and floodplains. So there's a few structures, but not nearly as many as if this had been just off to your south. So the next area of concern, also really quickly, while I got this up, we've got a new tornado warning. It does include Pine Bluff. It doesn't seem as concerning right now, but this is a storm to watch because the general track of this is going to bring it into the greater Memphis area over the next 1 to 2 hours. So this would be, I think, the storm to watch for folks in Memphis, and especially across the suburbs south of town and northern parts of Mississippi. This is right now a radar indicated tornado, but it's a lone cell, right? It's a lone thunderstorm that's moving into a very favorable environment. If you're in Pine Bluff, please take shelter. This is starting to get its act together, and these things can spawn very quickly as they push off towards the northeast. So this will be the one to watch likely as we go into the next couple of hours. But I want to get back up to this tornado warning now in Tennessee. Millington, Tennessee, you're in it. And again, we're watching this tower cam of the I-15 corridor. There's the travel center I was talking about. That's the truck stop, all right? And a parent tornado literally just moved through. Look at the low clouds. Look at those scud clouds. So I don't know if the tornado, again, you can't see a lot, right? Thankfully, I don't see anybody really on the right. I see one vehicle, couple cars. There's a truck stop, but there is literally a tornado moving across I-55. This is the truck stop I was talking about. And you saw people driving around. I don't think they realize the serious threat this tornado has. And again, we can't emphasize enough, please get the word out. I know the Arkansas DOT does a good job of shutting down preemptively the interstate, but you just can't keep everybody off, right? There's exits in between. But look at this. I mean, we've got wind-driven rain blowing through, and look at the lowering of the cloud. I mean, when you're looking at just a camera, a traffic camera, and you're seeing this kind of scene, it is scary. It is alarming. Hopefully this is the sign of weakening, but I don't think so, as this is now crossing through Turrell and along the I-55 corridor. Next in line, crosses state lines. It goes through some preserve area and some remote areas here north of Memphis. Likely going to miss Millington, but we still have that considerable threat tag. If you are in Atoka and Munford, those would be the two communities I think that are most at risk right now. Next in line, this tornado just south of Turrell and now pushing off towards the northeast. So timing this out, getting into the north side of Millington by about 5:44. So now if you're traveling, say, Highway 51 north of Memphis, you need to avoid travel because this is a tornado-warned storm. It's already traveled quite a ways, right? We've probably have tracked this storm for well over 50 miles. It didn't necessarily have a tornado that whole time, but this tornado has been on the ground for a solid 10 miles or longer and is likely going to continue. It just has that look as it moves into some very favorable conditions here across the Mississippi River. Again, the velocity showing you that clear rotation. You can see that as it's just crossing over the I-55 corridor. We're getting at that Arkansas tower cam, and you can see someone's control. Look at that. You literally hit a wall there over I-55. The Memphis sirens are going off because of this nearby tornado. Just to kind of get the alert, looks like they've cleared the highway. The truck stop looks like it's now safe. They missed the worst part of the storm, but look at the low cloud. That is the wall cloud, guys, and that is moving over the river as we speak. And just by the latest velocity, it looks like it's getting stronger again. So again, these are going to be, they'll kind of strengthen and then they'll weaken. So that brings Atoka, Tennessee, run to your safe place. This has already had a history of violent, catastrophic damage, unfortunately, in Wynne, Arkansas, Parker, Arkansas, Earle, Arkansas, and now looks like it's intensifying again as it crosses now into western Tennessee, only 15 miles north of Memphis. And I mentioned you in Memphis, this storm is missing you, but there's the one in Pine Bluff that's taking shape and will move in your direction over the next hour to 2 hours. And that, I think, is going to be one to watch as well. Jackie, that's what's going on here in Arkansas and now Tennessee. Want to get back up to Iowa and also monitoring storms in Missouri. St. Louis.
Yes.
Also seeing a lot of tornado warnings nearby.
Nearby. Not in St. Louis just yet, though. They are under a tornado watch, and we are concerned that based on the trajectory of some of these tornadoes that they could be moving on the south side of St. Louis. We still have some confirmed tornadoes in Iowa. We're starting to get some reports of some homes that have been leveled near the Hedrick area. That was a storm that we were tracking, if you remember, near Hedrick and Sigourney, where we saw the debris signature on there. The latest tornado warning we have, here's St. Louis, okay? It's just here south and west. We've got 2 warnings, Crawford, Franklin, and Washington counties until 6 o'clock. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado. That would be moving into the south side of St. Louis, possibly over towards Belleville, Illinois. So just be prepared. The warning's likely going to come, and you need to get ready to get to your safe place. Now, this is also a radar indicated tornado. Is right near the Mississippi River, right along the Missouri-Illinois state line, Calhoun and Greene counties in Illinois till 5:45. Now, this one, a little bit different. This is that observed one that we've been tracking since this thing was over towards Hannibal. This is for Fulton, Mason, and Schuyler, I believe you pronounce that. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. But Doppler radar is showing us the considerable threat. Schuler. Okay, I'm hearing it's Schuler. So thank you for whoever knew that and pass that along. We're seeing, looks like, did they drop this? Did they just drop? Okay, they just dropped the tornado warning. I literally just saw a statement that they said they had one on the ground, but looks like that perhaps has lifted. Let's look at velocity anyway, JD, if we can. We know that there's some destructive winds in this. We know that this storm has a history of producing a tornado. There we can see a couple of areas trying to get going where we've got maybe some broad rotation on that. So still a tornado possible tag, meaning we could still get a storm ticking up at any time. So that's really the area I'm worried about right now. Just to the east of Hickory, that would be heading towards Havana. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning now for Peoria. Let's go back up towards Iowa. We've got some nasty storms outside of Chicago. Those are not severe right now. So we're going to head right back to eastern Iowa where we still have confirmed tornadoes. So this is the one that we saw near Iowa City that's had multiple different areas of rotation upon it. Cedar, Clinton, Jones counties, including you in Mechanicsville. So Tipton is where it was when we last left you, and now we can see that strong signature just south of Highway 30. Highway 30 is a pretty busy highway here in Iowa. It's very near the town of Clarence. It's heading up to the north and east. Again, these storms are moving at highway speed. Can't outrun them, can't outdrive them. Got to get to your basement. A lot of folks here do have basements, so hopefully you've got one and you're in that safe place right now. Oxford Junction still has a little bit of time. 5:39. So you've got about 7-8 minutes to grab the kids and the pets and get to that safe place. That would be moving towards Wyoming eventually, perhaps affecting the Lost Nation area. So that's yet one more storm that we are tracking. So there's 2 lines right now in Iowa, okay? This is the first line here that's got all the rotation upon it. The second line behind it, by the way, has a history of producing some wind damage. Notice we've had faux here, so to speak, or a wind's coming in from the west. So areas like Des Moines along I-35 and westward, you're done with the tornado threat, but the winds are very, very strong behind this line. So we could still get damaging winds that have nothing to do with storms today. So keep that in mind. And my biggest concern is going to be these red areas in the spots where I just circled, where the supercell parameters are greatest. Basically, it's a big fancy model that helps us understand where the most favorable areas are to get those individual storms that can produce damaging tornadoes that stay on the ground. Got a very, very long evening yet ahead of us here, Chris. Getting really worried here about the St. Louis metro area potentially here, as well as central parts of Illinois.
All right, a lot to cover. I'm concerned about this tornado we've been tracking in Arkansas. It's now in Tennessee, and I'm looking at the view from Memphis. We're literally 10 miles north of Memphis. The Memphis city, if I pull this northward a little bit, looks like I'll let JD take over for me. But there is a look at the radar. Millington, Tennessee, they are under the tornado warning. Memphis is right there at the bottom of your screen. All right, so we're talking 15 miles away. And I'm looking, are we able to take RIM 5 though? Can we take RIM 5 and show the view from Memphis looking north at this storm? Again, major metropolitan area just south of a major tornado that's moving through. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's a look at Poinsett County line. So there's I-55, right? We tracked that crossing over. It is now in Tennessee, right over the Mississippi River Basin. What did you say, JD? Birdsong is where this is. Okay, so you've got a donut. Is that a donut hole? It looks like a donut hole type, or is that the dropout? Okay, there we go. Correlation coefficient. So we've got a debris ball back on the way. There is an area of likely homes and farms that this is directly in the path. And what are some of these returns coming into? I mean, we're hyper local, right? So this is the state line. There's how the Mississippi River kind of bends and flows this way. Look at these returns that we're seeing here. 185. When you add them together. Oh, wow. 185. When you add these together, the difference in the winds moving away from the radar and towards the radar. You see that tight couplet there? And that is on a beeline here towards County Road 491. These are some rural areas, but likely some clusterings of homes here now on the border of Tennessee and Missouri, or Tennessee and Arkansas. So let's track this out because this is moving and strengthening, by the way. It did look like it was weakening shortly, and then boom, crossed over I-55 and has now intensified again in producing some extreme winds, violent tornado. Unfortunately, guys, this is going to be one of those supercells I think that is going to have a long history of tornado warnings, and it wouldn't surprise me if we were to go back to a tornado emergency. All right, so please take this very seriously. Get into your safe place here. Drummonds, you are next in line. They were kind of like right there. It's not showing up on the radar, but I was looking at the path, and this is moving right over your community. Getting into Atoka, that would be the next town or little city that's in the path of this. There's Atoka, all right? There's the Highway 51 corridor. Millington, you're under the tornado warning. However, I think you are safe. This is going to pass just off to your north and to your west. Still take shelter, though. These things can jog. These things can meander. They can jump in one direction or another and do some weird last-minute maneuvers that you don't want to be caught off guard, especially with a large and dangerous confirmed tornado. So certainly something to watch and take note of. If we could go to RIM 4, that's the camera I was looking at. That's the one looking at this cell from Memphis. Yeah, so that looks north at this storm. This is the tornado warning that you can see. Now, you can't see the tornado from Memphis, but we're talking 10 miles, 10, 15 miles north. There's the cell. Look at how things have changed drastically here over the Mississippi River. You're looking at Mud Island. There's the I-40 bridge, all right? And then 10 miles north, right along the river, there is a tornado crossing through the landscape. And this is rapidly pushing up towards Drummonds and Atoka. So Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton counties, you are under this tornado warning. Considerable threat tag here. This extends until 6 p.m. Likely going to go beyond that. And JD, if you could do me a favor, we're going to zoom out a little bit and track this even further past where the tornado warning goes, because then we bring in some different cities in play. And that would bring, I'm really concerned about Covington. Covington, you're probably not under the warning. The sirens may not be going off. And if they aren't, you need to treat it as if it is, because momentarily you're likely going to get extended. This warning's going to get further off towards the northeast, and you're going to be next in line. We're trying to give you as much heads up as possible. Covington, Tennessee, you're now in one of the next communities in line from this dangerous and large tornado that's going to cross through parts of Shelby and Tipton counties here in far western Tennessee near the Mississippi River. This is all north of Memphis, but the busy Highway 51 corridor, please hold off on travel. You don't want to be caught with this storm. We're moments away from this crossing over, within 10 to 20 minutes of it approaching near Atoka. That's by 5:52 p.m. It's 5:37 right now, so we're talking 15-20 minutes from nearing the Atoka community. And then Covington, Tennessee, you're next in line. Some areas with a lot more structures in play, a lot more homes. If you have a basement, run there. If you have a storm shelter, run there. But this area is pretty low lying, so a lot of these homes probably don't even have basements. If you live outside of the tornado warning in Covington, Brownsville, and you don't feel safe in a mobile home, in your home, you need to get into a sturdy structure. You got to get out of there. The mobile home is not a place you want to be riding out this tornado. And I know there are several areas of mobile homes and RV areas, campgrounds. Please do not stay in those as this tornado warning quickly. Look at the intensity here. I mean, you're getting these, you can clearly see, we can zoom in. I mean, we're hyper zoomed in here. And unfortunately, this area, right on the state line of Arkansas and Tennessee, County Road 491, there's probably a clustering of some homes, some farms, maybe a mobile home community. Not sure exactly, but we know there are folks who are in this path that live right about there. There's maybe businesses and things along the river there. They are going through a tornado right now. And this is moving right over into Drummonds, okay? So look at that. I mean, this is what this is a textbook example. This is what we are fearful of today. And this has already happened already numerous times. And you can see the correlation coefficient. There's debris being lofted in the air, and it's being picked up by the radar. And this is going to then head in as missiles as those high winds come rapidly approaching Drummonds within 5 minutes. Guys, if you're in Drummonds, you need to be in your safe place. This is a dangerous storm. And we really got to take this seriously. Millington looks like the worst of this tornado is going to stay just off to your north, passing you by just a few miles. Tornado warning still probably going off, though, and we're trying to give everybody ample heads up. Atoka, you need to be running into your safe place. The heavy rain is just off to your north. I'm sure you're looking at the sky off towards the north and to the west, and you're noticing the ominous conditions. You may even very well see the tornado. However, because of where the velocity is, it very well could be rain-wrapped. And so it's been hard to get the actual, it's hard to get the visual of the tornado because of the heavy rain that we're seeing along with it. So you may not see that personal vantage point of a tornado moving in. You're just going to have the rain, and then boom, the tornado is going to be there. So you can't wait to see it for yourself. You got to get into your safe place. Considerable threat tag here. It wouldn't surprise me if they were to go back to a tornado emergency, especially as it approaches some of these more populated communities. Again, right along the river, you don't have a ton of real estate to work with. There are a few properties, there are some structures, and some businesses. And you also got barge traffic coming up the Mississippi River, and that, again, not much match here for a tornado of this magnitude. So this is like, oh, there we go. We just went tornado emergency again. So tornado emergency now in far western Tennessee. This is for Shelby and Tipton counties. Catastrophic damage. We've already seen that in Wynne, Arkansas, a community of over 8,000. We've seen it in Parker, the town just to the east of Wynne, also in Earle. It moved through Turrell along I-55 and now is in Tennessee and bearing down on some of these communities that will never again be the same as they once were. So please, Atoka, Tennessee, Gilt Edge, you're on the boundary of this tornado emergency, but you need to take shelter immediately. This storm is intensifying and has rapidly gained strength as it pushes off towards the northeast, or I would say east-northeast, at a pretty good clip. So it's moving kind of like in this direction, just north of east, so east-northeast. So here's the timing. Drummonds 5:47, that's 5 minutes from now. Atoka 5:54, and if this holds together, it's going to go right between or over Drummonds or Atoka. Those are two communities you do not want to be caught unprepared. You need to be in your safe place. You need to run. Do not stay in your mobile home. Get out of there. Get out of there. Hopefully you are at your safe place. A mobile home is no match for this tornado. And again, this is then going to move over Highway 51. North of Memphis by about 20 miles, and then approach Covington and Tabernacle. And you're not under the emergency yet, but expect this any minute to extend your direction, and do not be caught unprepared. Those extra few minutes can really save your life. So we've already had reports of injuries. This tornado has already had a history of causing injuries and some extreme damage in Wynne, Arkansas. And now here we are, Western Tennessee, and this is a tornado emergency for the same supercell that has produced a long track tornado, or maybe multiple tornadoes kind of wrapping in and out of its intensity. Shelby, Tipton County, Atoka, Drummonds, Mumford, you need to get into your safe place. Catastrophic damage headed your way momentarily. We're going to continue to monitor this threat along with, really quickly, I want to go over to Jackie and track some of the storms north, but we've been monitoring Memphis because there's a tornado warning south of there. Okay, so it's expired. This cell, though, don't let your eyes off this cell near Pine Bluff. That is the one with a considerable threat tag and could likely turn into a supercell as it makes its way towards the Memphis metro area within the next 1 to 2 hours. All right, so we want to switch gears. We're going to get back to this tornado emergency in western Tennessee, but Jackie, there's a lot going on in Iowa and also Missouri, watching the St. Louis metro area seriously.
And Illinois, where
and
we
Chicago.
have, well, Chicago's okay right now. Storms are going through, but a second round is likely coming your way. So keep that in mind. But I'm particularly concerned right now about this storm that is an observed tornado that's been on the ground producing quite a bit of damage into this area. This is to the north of Jacksonville now and could be crossing Interstate 55. It's just to the north of Interstate 22 right now. So here's the area of concerns heading towards Pleasant Plains right now. And this has been a tornado that we've been tracking for, a good 30 minutes or so. And again, the observed tag is on this thing. I want to show you the area that we're concerned about right there where the red and the green are coming together. Shoot, sorry, I advanced a little too fast. I want to zoom in on that for you because it's Litterbury right there. That is the town where the storm is on top of right now. That's where we have the best rotation. That's where we had the latest storm spotter confirming a tornado on the ground. So I'm going to take it right there and track that out for you, let you know what time this is going to be arriving in the city of Philadelphia there. This is in the state of Illinois. And then Ashland, it should be arriving around 5:52 right now. So again, this is a dangerous confirmed tornado near Litterbury. This is in the state of Illinois. There's Springfield, just so you know. So that could be clipping northern parts of the Springfield area. Now, Greene County, just to the south, looks like your tornado warning just expired. We'll take you into the St. Louis metro area where the rain is just beginning on the south side of town. We have multiple supercells here. Just one tornado warning for you in Franklin, but watch out for this one. That could be heading on up towards the Festus area. Want to take you into Iowa now, where we're still tracking this line of kind of clusters of supercells, and multiple observed tornadoes have all been embedded within there, including Cedar and Scott counties. This is an observed tornado that we're looking at right there. I'll take you up to the next one into Wheaton, and that is for Clinton County. Again, an observed tornado. An observed tornado here that's heading towards Maquoketa, and then we've got another one here near, this is near Monticello, and this is heading towards Dyersville. We do have a live camera, if you're looking at it, just below me there on your screen. That shows you the dark clouds that are approaching. That storm is just about on top of you right now, so that's what's going to be heading your way. I want to move over to velocity mode and show you the areas of concern. So this is right near Monticello right now, where we've got the red and the green that's coming together, that's going to be moving up towards the north and the east. So let's broaden that out just a little bit and give you a better idea of that one. And then we want to take you over here near that Dyersville storm too, where we have some rotation near Earleville, it looks like right now. That rotation would be heading towards the Dyersville area, and we'll time it out for you here real quick. Right in there, heading towards Dyersville. That would be 5:52. So you've got, what, 5 or so minutes before that would be on top of you here overall. So a large complex, a large area of rotation here. And this is what we're watching in eastern Iowa. This is starting to work its way towards the Mississippi River and is going to be crossing over into Illinois very shortly. This is part of a line that has been expanding further to the south of supercells that could be affecting central Illinois yet again, and the Chicago metro area once again. You can kind of see that spin associated with this too. That's associated with our upper level low. There you can see the tornado again that's been observed near Jacksonville. That's getting very close towards the Springfield area. This is for Cass, Menard, and Morgan counties heading towards Pleasant Plains. We also are seeing here right near Interstate 72, again, being on the roads tonight is not safe during severe weather. If you know anybody on the roads tonight, tell them to get off the roads. This is too dangerous. The storms are moving as fast as your vehicle would be moving on the interstate. So there's no way to outrun them. Being in your vehicle, being on the road is a terrible place to be during tornadoes or severe weather. Also, anywhere underneath overpasses, you don't want to get out of your car and try and seek shelter under there. Winds can accelerate underneath those overpasses, and you can get hit with debris in those areas too. So keep all of those things in mind as we look at severe weather. And real quick, Chris, here, I just want to show two things before we head back to you. I want to show you all of the storm reports that we've had here, especially into eastern Iowa. This is what we're talking about in terms of a longer track type of storm. So we probably had multiple touchdowns with one supercell there. We remain under a PDS, or a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, all across this area through 8 o'clock tonight. Chris, this stretches from northern Iowa down into Texas. There's so many millions of people. I think it's 28 million right now under tornado watches.
Yeah, and some of those, as you mentioned, particularly dangerous situations. They're not your everyday tornado watch, right? So we're getting some brand new video from our storm checker, Charles Peak. He's on the scene in Wynne, Arkansas. So this is live, okay? So look at the destruction. We're talking about just absolutely horrific damage here in the community of Wynne, Arkansas. And we're not talking a small little town. This is a city of over 8,000 people that was directly in the path of this large and extremely dangerous tornado. And we're not talking about mobile home structures being destroyed. I mean, these are cinder block buildings, well built. Look at the trees. I mean, this reminds me of what we saw in Rolling Fork. This reminds me of what we saw in western Georgia just last week. EF3 type damage or stronger. So we know this is a large and devastating tornado. I mean, look at it. I mean, I don't even know what that was. Was it a home? Was it a business? I mean, it's just kind of bobbed all over the place, and maybe multiple things. That same tornado that caused that damage right there that you see at the bottom left of your screen, that is now in Tennessee, and it's still causing some big time issues. Now, we've dropped the tornado emergency yet again. We saw that earlier. It's kind of been in and out of intensity. The radar is actually right there. So this is almost as close as you can get without a direct hit over the radar, right? We're within 5 miles of the radar, and that's why the velocity looks a little interesting. It was very clear that there's a tornado, still is clear, but because it's kind of getting so close to the radar, it's kind of switching sides. So things may change. We're going to see the red and green switch over, and then it'll get more pronounced. But this is making a beeline, guys, towards the community of Covington, and you're not even under the tornado warning. Just imagine this warning being extended, because you need to take shelter immediately there in Covington. All right, this tornado missed Memphis. If we pull up to the north, you can see what we've got. There's the community of Memphis. Chris Warren, our meteorologist there, standing by. He is only about 20-ish miles away from this absolutely destructive and dangerous tornado that's roaring now just north of Memphis. We want to get over to him right now for an update from the city of Memphis. And Chris, you mentioned the tornado sirens were going off there in Memphis, yet you weren't necessarily under the heart of the tornado warning.
No, not at all. In fact, where we are right here is, as you just showed, just south of where that tornado warning is. But that warning clips part of Shelby County, which is where we are. Of course, counties are very large, and if a tornado warning, I guess in this particular case, was touching this county, so we did hear a siren a little bit earlier, but still not a raindrop yet today. A lot of wind throughout the day here in Memphis. Again, that storm, the skies aren't nearly as dark as they were. The storm is now pretty much due north of where we're standing right now, beyond those buildings. We really can't even make out where some of the darker clouds are, as we could a little bit earlier. That being said, also, if we look over here across the Mississippi River at Arkansas, and this is some blue sky. So the sun's still up to the point we can get a little bit more heating. It's getting, of course, later in the evening right now. But we're watching, again, this is Interstate 40, and the tornado that we're watching right now, the tornado-warned storm, it tracked north of Interstate 40. And again, it went across the river probably about 15 miles from where we are. And now it's, as Chris was just showing us, it is moving deeper into Tennessee at the moment. But this is the direction that we're going to be watching for the next few hours and then more hours, the next several hours. And I say it like that because I'm thinking about the the Grizzlies game tonight. The NBA Grizzlies tip off at 7 o'clock, and we're expecting the storms to come in before then. And then if the game does go on, then another round either towards the end of the game or after the game with the cold front coming through likely before midnight, but maybe as early as like 9 or 10, roughly speaking, here to see how this all plays out. So still with slightly darker skies in this direction. This is now looking south down the Mississippi River. Again, the winds have been blowing. They've been blowing consistently, stronger than 20, gusting, and this is probably the strongest winds we've felt so far. They've been gusting up to 37 miles an hour from the south, and at times you can even make out some of these clouds that are moving. When you can see clouds moving with your visual eye, you know they're clipping along. And I'm pointing that out because from the south, of course, you go down the Mississippi River, you're going to end up in the Gulf of Mexico. And Jackie, of course, that is the source. That's the moisture. That's the fuel for these storms. And unfortunately, still early in what appears to be right now an ongoing severe weather outbreak. Very dangerous night on the way.
All right, thanks so much, Chris. We want to get right back to the state of Iowa right now, where we have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued, and this includes the Quad Cities. So Davenport is included with this. This is for Muscatine, Rock Island, as well as Scott counties. Doppler radar is indicating rotation. There are actually multiple areas of rotation within these lines of storms. It's getting what I would call complicated in the sense that some of these supercells are starting to interact with each other, and areas of rotation are popping up, and then they're weakening, and storms are sort of morphing and changing. So anywhere within these warnings, don't just count on, oh, there's rotation there right now, I'm away from that. It could change with time. So get to your safe place here in the Quad Cities. This is a very populated area and a big area of concern. Of course, we also have warnings that are in place to the north of there, and I'm very concerned about this cell just to the west of Makota, that's on the ground.
All right, breaking right now, continuous live coverage of this tornado outbreak that we are getting not just in the south, but in the Midwest. And we are on the scene with our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He is on site in Wynne, Arkansas. It looks like he has his drone up. And guys, this area was hit by a tornado about an hour ago. And we're going to bring in Charles. Charles, we're looking at this. You are fresh on the scene. What are you seeing? I remember this coming right through Wynne. The damage looks unbelievable.
Yeah, Chris, it's bad here. I know personally there's one fatality for sure. They're search and rescue, trying to determine if their children are all accounted for right now. It's a devastating situation right here in the town, and we're still doing everything we can to help the people in the search and rescue process, using the drone right now to help search for people. The Sheriff's Department, one of the Sheriff's Department deputies, said they need help here. If any responding first responders could come to the City Hall, that is where the EOC set up, and they're needing additional.
All right, we will check back in with Storm Tracker Charles Peak as we continue to get updates there from Wynne, Arkansas. Again, a heavily damaged community in Arkansas. And is that the same tornado warning? All right, here we go again. Third tornado emergency with the same supercell. Now it's in Tennessee, and it is approaching the community of Covington. Guys, this is extremely dangerous. We've been warning you on this. Covington, you weren't under the warning 10 minutes ago. Now you are, and here we go. Tornado emergency with a catastrophic threat tag. Look at this, guys. This is not what you want to see. This is likely moving right into Covington, the heart of the city, or maybe a half-mile south. But either way, there will be residences that are getting hit. You saw what it did in Wynne. I mean, there are literally foundations exposed. And this is what's going in. We can zoom as close as we can. So there's the heart of Covington, all right, right there. Here is the tornado. I mean, we're within, if we're able to do a distance, I mean, we're talking, I don't know, mile, 2 miles, less than 2 miles, this tornado from the city center of Covington. But look at all these neighborhoods here on the south side that are literally getting torn apart as we speak. Guys, this is an absolutely catastrophic situation. So Mueller Brass Road, if you're familiar with Covington, areas just south of downtown are being plastered by a extremely dangerous tornado. We've already seen the catastrophic damage it has done in cities in Arkansas. It's now in Tennessee doing similar things. This area, this beautiful town that you may remember or know of, is going to be drastically changed in just a couple of minutes. And it's already bearing upon us there on the southwest side of town, crossing over US Highway 51, and it's moving just south of the city center. So please be in your safe place. I mean, this is bearing down on Covington right now. We can't stress enough. You need to be in your safe place. You need to be in the basement, most interior room. If you don't have a basement, because I know not everybody does, you need to be in the most interior room. That's the area of concern. There is debris being lofted. We've got a clear indication of that, and the velocity is matching up very well with where we see those strong indications of the correlation coefficient, which is measuring things in the sky by the radar that's larger than raindrops. So there we go. Look at how quickly that went from there to there. I mean, this thing is hauling to the east-northeast at, 60 miles per hour? So there is not much time. It's already traveled 3 miles in about 2 minutes. Okay, so this thing is hauling, or less than that. So it's going to be on its beeline towards Arnold Sanders Road, out across Route 54 east of town. This is headed that way, likely missing Tabernacle, the city center, but there are several homes and businesses in between Covington and Tabernacle that are going to be hit by the heart of this tornado. And then beyond that, it's going to cross over State Route 54 and move up towards State Route 19. So Ripley, you are in the clear, even though you're on the edge of the tornado emergency. That brings in small communities like Nutbush, Durhamville. You're expecting this within the next 10 minutes or so by 6:10, 6:15, approaching those communities, and even near Cotton Lake. Brownsville, also a city, you're not even under the warning, but it's likely to be extended your way. You may be on the south side of this, but we've got to watch this very closely. And again, another tornado emergency for the same supercell. We've been tracking this. Could you do me a favor, JD? And if we go back to the radar, and then what we'll do is just zoom out a bit and track this all the way past Wynne, Arkansas, and see how far this is tracked, because there's Wynne, all right? Look at where the tornado is right now. We know it formed off towards the south and west of Wynne, Arkansas. It went that whole path, right? I mean, how far is that? How far are we talking? I mean, I would say over 50 miles for some of these areas. And you can see the past 2 hours of the radar scan, essentially. Okay, now we're talking, we're over 80 miles now. So this is what we were fearing. And this is what the high risk tornado threat meant, was these kinds of storms leveling communities like Wynne, extremely deadly, dangerous, and are continuing to push off towards the north and east. And Covington, you have just been hit by a tornado just south side of town. I mean, we aren't going to be able to get reports in until the next few minutes. It's going to take some time before we get ground truth, but we know there's a tornado on the ground. We've seen it. We've already seen what it's done in Arkansas. We know it's doing. Look at the debris now. I mean, goodness gracious. And if you relay the velocity right over that, it's exactly where you have debris. And because it was a little bit less noticeable before it moved through Covington, boom, moves through the more structures, picks up more debris, and then boom, it just lights up like that. And then that becomes even more destructive. So then as it pushes out over some of these more farm fields and forested areas, less populated areas, less structures, we'll probably see the correlation coefficient go back down, maybe not as noticeable. But I want to also zoom out really quickly and then track this even further. Before we go there, go back to the tornado emergency really quickly if we can, and then pull it up. There's Jackson, Tennessee. We've tornadoes in Jackson, right? The Union tornado. If this continues on, this is going to hit north of Jackson, but you get a community of nearly 100,000 folks in the greater Jackson metropolitan area, and they're spread out here. There's Interstate 40. And so think about this. If you're in these communities that are not in the warning, but if you live in, say, Huntingdon and areas, I would say, off towards the northeast, I mean, if this continues, which we've already seen it track over 80 miles, Huntington, you're not under a warning yet, and it may be another 30 minutes before you are issued one. But I would start getting into your safe place now. This storm means business. It's already tracked over 80 miles and will continue. You've got Paris, Tennessee, and then you get into the Nashville metro area beyond that, Clarksville. If this holds together another 100 miles, you would be in play with this monstrous supercell. All right, so that's it for that storm. I really quickly want to check in Arkansas, because we've got 2 new tornado warnings, and these are concerning because these are supercells. They've got a ton of area to take in the energy and grow. They are kind of close together, but I'm concerned about the southernmost one that's moved through Pine Bluff. I mentioned it earlier, about 45 minutes ago. It produced a tornado. It weakened, but there we go. We got a tornado warning there in parts of Arkansas. It looks like I messed that up. We got tornado watches for these areas, and really quickly, if we can. Looks like it's loading. Yep, we're good. I want to hit that warning because if those continue, they are making it in a beeline towards the Memphis metro area, and you've got little time before that happens. So I know they look insignificant now. We're not seeing the tornado emergencies, and none of these have been confirmed. They're radar indicated, but they're ones to treat seriously, and they're getting that look, right? They're getting that hook. You're starting to see that well-defined hook right there, and that's right over I-40. There's Little Rock. There's Memphis. Kind of smack dab in the middle. So this is moving in that general vicinity. It's the southernmost one, though, that is going to be a concern for the Memphis metro area. That includes Arkansas, Jefferson, and Lonoke counties are under a tornado warning. Please take shelter here. Unfortunately, Stuttgart is likely going to be hit directly if there is a tornado. This is moving right over you. You're probably seeing some hail. There's hail embedded in that and large wind damage. If we switch over to the velocity, you can see, yeah, we do have some of that rotation right there. So this is going to be a storm to watch, I think, in the next hour or two as it approaches eastern Arkansas and heads towards the vicinity of the Memphis metro area. That's the latest with some of the most threatening cells there in Arkansas, Tennessee. Jackie, what are we dealing with farther north?
It's starting to evolve a little bit, I think, farther to the north. We're getting more supercells in the south where you're tracking. We're starting to see lines begin to kind of merge and meld together. Before we totally tear away from the south, I just want to mention, because I'm not sure if it's made it to our air yet, that there have been more than 20 people injured in Little Rock, Arkansas from the tornadoes that were earlier today. They have been taken to the hospital. 5 of those people are in critical conditions. So we'll continue to monitor that situation ongoing still in Little Rock and feeling for those people who have been injured here tonight. Hopefully we can keep those numbers down as storms are moving very quickly and you don't have a lot of time to take cover. Now we do have a new tornado warning that I've been telling you about that includes Davenport, Iowa until 6:30. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado, but strong winds and large hail are expected with this storm. Our Mike Seidel is live in the Quad Cities right now. Mike, what are you seeing there? Are you in a safe place?
Yes, we are. We're just getting hit now with the line of heavy rain and gusty winds. The tornado warning storm has been off to our west. Nothing sighted, but based on Doppler radar, and just look at what's coming through right now. These winds are going to be gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour. Very heavy rain coming in. To feel the temperature dropping. It just came through here just right before Jackie threw to us.
Mike, can you hear me? Okay, Mike,
so we see the visibility
we've
here.
We've got to keep Mike
so
safe. We can see lightning behind him. He probably can't see it yet, but he may be able to hear it. So we want to keep everybody safe tonight, and we'll get back to Mike later when it's safer to do so. So we do have that tornado warning still in effect for the Quad Cities, Davenport, Moline, Rock Island, all included until 6:30. Again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. We've got some rotation somewhere within that area. It looks like it's on the east side of Davenport. More than likely, we're just looking at damaging winds as this is moving on through right along 280 right now, and that's going to be heading across the river and heading into the state of Illinois. Now, I've also been tracking a couple of other confirmed tornadoes. This one to the north now of Makokata, that's heading a little bit closer towards Otter Creek. That's going to stay on the east side of there, and I want to zoom in on this one because this has really caught my eye here right now near Charlotte. This is a tornado warning for Clinton and Jackson counties, including you in Charlotte, Goose Lake, and Preston. Yep, we've got an observed tag on that one as well. Very clearly a rotation right over you in Charlotte in the state of Iowa. You need to be in your safe place immediately. You want to get into the basement if you have one. Lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. This looks very dangerous to me. I want to circle the area of rotation right there near Charlotte and then get on over towards our correlation coefficient. And my goodness, we have a very, very significant debris signature there on Doppler radar. So you're seeing this bright reflectivity here around Charlotte, and then notice everything around it is just red. So we know that what's happening in Charlotte right now is something other than debris. This is very dangerous right now in Charlotte. Everybody needs to be into their safe place immediately. I want to go back and I want to track this out here and show areas that could be affected by this down the line as the storm is moving just north of east right now. Preston, this would be arriving at 6:17, and then Van Buren, it would be arriving at 6:20. So a very dangerous tornado on the ground right now, right on top of Charlotte, Iowa. Want to go back out to the wider view right now and take a look at a few of these other storms because we still have some tornado warnings here. That's the one near Charlotte I was just telling you about. And then Dyersville, Iowa, right there where the Field of Dreams is. We've been keeping an eye on you right now. You had one storm right here that already moved on through that was showing some rotation. And now we've got another tornado warning with this line that's going to be coming through Dyersville very, very shortly. So we're seeing rotation on that one as well as the threat of some damaging winds. So we'll take you farther out now and take you into the state of Illinois because we've got an observed tornado here near the Springfield area. That includes you in Athens, Fancy Creek, and Williams. And we'll take you a little bit closer in, and that looks pretty suspicious to me right over there. Let's go ahead and go to velocity mode. And as I take a look at that, looks like there might even be a couple of areas of rotation and there and there and there. So Fancy Creek, get to your safe place immediately. This is kind of one of those examples of what I was talking about how this is becoming a little bit more linear. So we're seeing fewer individual storms that are out there all by ourselves, and these lines are now kind of taking over with areas of rotation within them. We know that the sun is working on going down. It's just after 6 o'clock here in eastern Iowa and into the state of Illinois, and these may be wrapped in rain, so you may not be able to see the tornadoes. It's interesting, just to tell you this story very quickly. My cousin has family. She's like, you're talking about my people right now. They don't see anything. Should they be worried? And the answer is yes, yes, yes. If you do not want to take that second step, you don't want to take that kind of time tonight to go and look and say, oh, is it going to hit my house? Trust the warnings. These storms are moving at 60 miles per hour. You don't have time to take the peak. Get to the safe place and make sure that you do that and you stay safe tonight. Want to take you to Chicago right now. We know that there's some big time delays at Chicago O'Hare. Ground delays are over 2 hours at least right now. Flights are going to be a problem here likely through the rest of the night because not only, even if they don't go over Chicago, it's all in the airspace surrounding it. So we're going to have delays that will likely linger into tomorrow. Chicago, you're not under a warning right now, but look at these storms over towards Aurora and over towards Des Plaines. That's a tornado possible tag. I would treat almost every single severe thunderstorm warning tonight like a tornado warning and get to your safe place. That's how highly sheared our environment is, that these storms can spin up very, very quickly. We're going to take a quick break and get right back to it on Storm Center.
All right, continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel as we monitor several tornadoes on the ground across the middle of the country, not just in the south, but into the northern tier as well. We're monitoring things in Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. I want to start with the most concerning cell that's here in Tennessee now, and we're getting reports of some extensive damage, houses torn apart on the south side of Covington. Now, Covington, Tennessee just got hit by this extremely dangerous tornado, and now it is moving just north of Brownsville, Tennessee. Covington is over 9,000 residents, and the center of the city was missed by about a mile, but the southern part where there's a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of businesses, and a busy highway, Highway 51 that runs north out of Memphis up towards Covington, was hit hard, guys, and there's an active recovery scene right now as the tornado now passes off towards the north and east. It's about to cross over Highway 412. Please avoid this area between Maury City and Jackson, Tennessee. So here's Interstate 40. You are safe. Jackson, Tennessee, you're on the edge of the tornado warning. and the tornado is going to pass by to your north. But this area has had a history. Back in 2008, there was an F4 tornado, EF4 tornado that tore through, and that was the one that brought significant damage, destroyed Union University. That's there on the north side. And then in 1999, there was another EF4 tornado that tore through the heart of Jackson. So this area is no stranger to significant tornadoes. You know the threat very well. If you live in Crockett, Haywood, or Madison counties, please run into your safe place. This tornado still means business, and I can see on the velocity we still have a very strong signature, guys. There is a tornado on the ground tearing through this Tennessee landscape as it approaches the community here of Alamo. And my next city that is in play is Humboldt here in Tennessee. That's the next city north of Jackson. You are literally, if this holds together, it's already traveled over 100 miles. We're less than 20-ish miles away. It's very likely this is still going to be on the ground. It may not be as strong, or maybe stronger. This tornado has gone through a history of producing tornado emergencies and then weakening somewhat. Weakening meaning winds down to about 80 or 90 miles per hour and not as strong. But look at the latest scans. You still have some clear rotation there as it approaches the Highway 412 corridor within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So Alamo, everyone needs to be in their safe place. Get off the roads. Get into your safe shelter right now in Humboldt, Tennessee, because this is about 15 minutes or so away from you and rapidly approaching. Look at the debris. We clearly had that once it made it through Covington, and you can see, look at it, smashing through the south side of Covington. There's the debris signature that's now just north of Brownsville, about to cross over Highway 79 on its way to Humboldt. So please treat this very seriously. This tornado warning is not one to be messed with. It has had a history of producing extensive damage, and already we're getting reports of a death in Wynne, Arkansas. All right, so there's a look at this tornado cell. I want to bring this one up because even though it's radar indicated, it has shown signs of concern. We're starting to get some tighter couplet there, and this is just east now of Stuttgart in Arkansas. The reason I bring this up, here's I-40, there's Little Rock. This is on a path that's rapidly approaching. This is a supercell, and it's in a favorable environment that will bring it into Memphis within an hour. It is on a beeline to the Memphis area. Please take this cell seriously as it heads your way. You're not under the warning yet, Jackie, but this is one to watch over the next 1 to 2 hours.
Yes. Okay. I want to get to Chicago right now because I'm getting concerned into the metro area that we've got a severe thunderstorm that's showing some signs of rotation that is starting to tighten up a little bit in a very populated area in the North Aurora area. So here's Chicago downtown. Here's Aurora, and right in there, that's the area where I'm seeing the rotation right now. Zooming in around the St. Charles area, multiple areas trying to tighten up near Batavia. We've got a ground stop in effect at Chicago O'Hare, and these storms are tracking off towards the east. So let's put a tracker on this if we can, please, JD, and let's get both of these areas because it does look like there might be two little spots there. We've got rotation. I would treat this like a tornado warning, and I wouldn't be shocked if this thing tightens up any more that we'll get there. Batavia 625, Winfield at 632, Milton 635, heading towards York at 641, and then Elmhurst at 642. So that is for the threat of some rotation along with damaging winds. With this storm does look like those winds are really beginning to surge near the Batavia area. Now, on top of that, we've got a flash flood warning, which has been issued for places like Des Plaines, Schaumburg. You're included on this. We've had 1 to 2 inches just in the last hour. So really heavy rainfall rates, and we could get some hail with these storms as well. So stay off the roads tonight in the Chicagoland area. Tornadoes still ongoing in Iowa. We'll update you after a break.
Welcome back into Storm Center as we continue to cover the severe storms that have been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing as we head through the overnight hours. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs in Chicago, where most of the activity right now is just a little to the north of us. And if you weren't paying close attention to the forecast, you might not realize that we've only been through that first round of storms. There's a second, more potent round of storms that's going to make its way into the Chicagoland area as we head through the next several hours, really starting to pick up after 7 o'clock. And that line of storms to our west means business. I've been watching those lines of storms for the last few hours, and as of right now, tornado warnings associated with that. Damaging winds certainly possible. So let's talk about what we can expect as we head through the overnight hours, but we're also continuing to watch those ongoing warnings. So I want to get it back into the studio to Jackie and Chris. Hey, guys.
Hey, Felicia. Thanks so much. Yeah, because Chicago could very well get hit more than once here tonight. So we've got that individual cell right now that is showing signs of rotation. Just was in chat with the National Weather Service out of the Chicago office. They're acknowledging that they also see some of that broad rotation. So if that thing tightens up anymore, we could get a tornado warning. But I think regardless, the smart thing to do is just treat it like a tornado warning and get to your safe place, right? That's the smart thing to do tonight. We want you to stay smart. I'm actually seeing 2 areas of rotation within those cells as well. So we've got one right in here that's north of Aurora that I'm keeping an eye on. And then we've got another one, I think it's over closer towards Des Plaines. So there's the warning. Notice the tornado possible tag on this thing. So this includes Bloomingdale as well as in the Milton area and into York. This is the velocity mode on Doppler radar, and it was right in here. This is where we're seeing some of the surging. There are a couple of different areas where kind of that rotation is very broad. This is right on top of you right now in St. Charles, but notice how this kind of flows in right in there, and then out here it kind of flows out right in there. So that's the area I'm going to be concerned about going forward, not to mention the threat of flooding. Folks really need to stay off the roads here for tonight. We'll get back to Iowa in just a little bit. We also have a confirmed tornado in central Illinois right now. Take all warnings seriously tonight, but we want to reset the stage and give folks a better idea of the big picture, Chris, because it's so important to see what's coming next, too, for some of these people.
Yeah, so there's the cells. I want to go up to the watches first because there have been some new tornado watches that have been posted. And here is a look at what we're talking about. We still have those particular dangerous situation watches for Illinois, Iowa, and parts of Missouri. Also here into southern Missouri, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Those are out until 8 p.m., but there's new tornado watches now that include Nashville until 1 a.m., Tupelo, Mississippi, and also here in Chicago until 10 p.m. So here's what we know with the Arkansas tornadoes that have hit today. The governor of the state has declared a state of emergency. Multiple tornadoes have hit the Little Rock metro area, also in eastern Arkansas, Wynne and Turrell. We know at least 1 death is confirmed and nearly 2 dozen injuries. Power outages are also increasing. And if you see lines across the road, please avoid the area. These are live wires, guys. Do not try and walk or drive over them. This is an active recovery scene. These tornadoes just tore through over the last couple of hours, and there's still active search and rescue going on in some of these hard-hit communities. So please take this seriously. I want to get to the south because we're tracking 2 tornado warnings now, and this latest one extends into the Memphis metro area. Okay, so here's the cell. These are now 2 we got 3 tornado warnings. We got another cell here that just formed south of Little Rock. So this is the cell that tore through Wynne, Arkansas, caused that fatality, and hopefully we don't get any more. But the search and rescue efforts are still underway. Look at this cell now, starting to get really interesting as it moves into the greater Memphis area. We will get to that quickly. I want to take a look at this. Jackson, Tennessee, you have had your history with tornadoes, several EF4s that have come through over the last 30, 40 years. And take a look at this tornado warning. This is up there on that higher end scale. Crockett, Haywood, and Madison counties, you're under a tornado warning. This area near Alamo is currently being hit. It's crossing over U.S. Highway 412 and literally has a beeline to the community of Humboldt. So if you're in Humboldt, Tennessee, you need to be in your safe place. This is an absolutely dangerous situation. Look at the velocity here, and it is still just rotating through. We are talking about 6:49 local time. So within the next 10 minutes, Humboldt, you are next in line. This is an absolutely violent twister and tornado and has already had a history of leveling towns, and that unfortunately could be the case in Humboldt as this continues to push off towards the northeast. We've seen the debris signature. I also want to get down to this tornado. Look at this. This is a developing supercell on the way to Memphis over the next hour. Breaking right now, we are continuing to get unbelievable images and video of the damage in the south, where we have seen several destructive large tornadoes tear through parts of the Little Rock metro area, where there are several dozen folks who have been hospitalized because of tornado injuries. We've also have reports of a fatality in Wynne, Arkansas. I want to show you some of the damage. I want to bring in our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He is there on the scene. You were one of the first to arrive. The sun is out, Charles. What are we looking at? Widespread catastrophic damage from our vantage point.
Yeah, Chris, the tornado just ripped through the center part of the town here, and as you just reported, it's one fatality that we know of. Multiple law enforcement telling me multiple people were taken by ambulance to the hospital. They are still in the process of evaluating for search and rescue. There's still some uncertainty on whether the lady, she had 4 children too, were taken to the hospital. I'm unsure about the other 2, and so we were digging through rubble of one business here earlier because the gentleman's car was here. This was the store for that, and the concern was that he was still under the rubble, and we were trying to see if we could find him. But then we found out that he was taken by ambulance already to the hospital. So those are the kind of things you run into in this situation. Information's a little sketchy at first, and so you're trying to figure out information, but you don't want to wait till you get it all right to be looking to see if somebody's under the rubble.
Charles, I know you're just on the scene. We want to get to the warnings really quickly. Do you happen to know if the hospital is there in town or if they're being transported to a different hospital, or if they even have a hospital there in Wynne?
Chris, I do not know the answer to that, but I'll find out for later for us.
All right, we appreciate it. Okay, we'll check back in with Charles as he's still getting his bearings straight here on what happened in Wynne. That same tornado that went through Wynne, Arkansas, well, it tore through Covington, Tennessee. We got a photo in of that tornado. This is one of the first images I've seen. I've only seen one other of the actual tornado, so it tells me a lot that a lot of people haven't actually seen the tornado. It's likely rain wrapped, so you're not going to get visual truth, but this thing is a beast, and this has caused some significant damage in Covington, Tennessee. You can clearly see it from this backyard photo of this home where they were taking shelter, and you can see the tornado there squarely in the center, tearing through the south side of Covington. And that same tornado is still on the ground right now, just north of Jackson, Tennessee. The Union University tornado back in 2008, that was an EF4. That area is so close to where this actual tornado is now actively going. And then we've got this new supercell that's moving in the general vicinity of Memphis that is likely producing a tornado as well. I want to continue with the one that is still most concerning. It does appear to be weakening, so that's at least some encouragement. It is no way, shape, or form off the ground. You need to be in your shelter here in Humboldt, also on the north side of Jackson, not far from Union University. I mean, we're talking just a few miles from where an EF4 tornado tore through about 13 or 14 years ago. Alamo, likely, so this is jogging slightly south. That concerns me because in Jackson, you've got about 100,000 folks in the greater Jackson, Tennessee metro area, and this is likely moving between Jackson and Humboldt in a very heavily populated area. We've had that debris ball. It looks a little bit messier now, and it's something we're continuing to follow. Really quickly, before we get to Jackie, I want to get to this cell. Look at that donut hole right there. You got a hail core, you got an inflow. This is a strengthening supercell, guys, for Lee, Phillips, and Tunica County, Mississippi. So northern Mississippi, you're now in the warning. This has that look, right? Has the hook right there. And then now, just recently, that threat has been lifted to considerable. So this is going to be our next cell we're watching. Look at the rotation, and this concerns me because it's moving towards Marvell and Rondo over the next few minutes. And really quickly, if you could time this out, JD, to Memphis, because we're talking less than an hour away. This has a problem as getting into the Memphis metro area over the next hour. Considerable threat. Take this seriously. Memphis, we're looking at arrival here. South Haven, suburb there, south of Memphis, 7:48 p.m. Central Time. A lot of tornadoes, not just there in the south, Jackie, but a lot of monstrous tornadoes further north.
Very concerned about central Illinois. We've got reports of damage now just north of Springfield, and it's all associated with this line of storms that has embedded confirmed rotation within it. So notice the observed and considerable threat associated with this north of Springfield. Springfield, including areas near Mount Pulaski right now. That's until 7 o'clock tonight. And I know there are a lot of boxes here. We're just not going to pay much attention to the boxes. What we want to pay attention to is the area of rotation, which is right in there. So this is north of Mechanicsburg. This is south of Mount Pulaski. We've got very strong winds associated with this line of storms. That's the bright reflectivity of that blue that you see over here. But that's the area of the tornado, and that's going to be heading towards Highway 51. This is south of Lincoln, and that tornado has a history of producing damage. Now, this whole line of storms, notice multiple boxes in effect here as well. We've got lots of areas of rotation within there, but we do have observed and confirmed tornado just east of Geneseo here. This is for Bureau, Henry, and Whiteside County in western Illinois.
A dangerous evening and a dangerous night already underway. You're watching the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, live here in Memphis, Tennessee, just on the east side of the Mississippi River, across from Arkansas, where it has already been damaging and, unfortunately, we understand, a deadly evening, and still storms to go. In fact, where we are, we're in Shelby County right now. In this direction, there is a tornado warning. I believe it's, if you look just south of the, just south past beyond the Interstate 55, the bridge right there, slightly darker off to the left. And then that is the tornado warned storm. It's far enough away right now that we can't really discern exactly, where the darkest part of the storm is, where the heaviest rain is right now. But the storm that we were watching that had a tornado warning on it a little bit earlier, I believe it's that one right over there, because Interstate 40 is right here, and Interstate 40 heads down to the southwest, and then back here is where the storm fell apart. It no longer has the warning. But this one over here, this is the one that is heading in this direction. Whether or not the heart of the storm comes here to Memphis remains to be seen. But Chris, I'm thinking by looking at the warning, in the next 15, 20 minutes, I would not be surprised if sirens go off again here in Memphis, because if that storm holds together long enough, and it's a particularly dangerous situation right now with that storm, if it continues on its trend, it's going to be much closer. The warning will be more, Chris, into Shelby County, where we are here in Memphis.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Thanks for the update there. Meteorologist Chris Warren will kind of check back in with him as things change and allow them to get to safety, because it's very likely this is headed into the greater Memphis area. So it won't be long before that warning gets expanded. The next warning will include parts of Memphis. This is the next cell, and I think this is the new threat. This is going to be the new tornado supercell that we're going to be tracking here for quite some time. We'll see if it holds together. Now remember, it is heading into a very favorable environment, and it's all by itself. So please take this storm seriously. I want to jump on in here really quickly. It is in Arkansas right now, not far from the Mississippi state line. Look at this. If you're in Marville, you're probably getting rocked. There have been radar estimated wind speeds upwards of nearly 200 miles per hour. Look at the velocity here, guys. When you add the winds moving away from the radar and then the winds moving towards the radar, you add those together, we're getting some extreme winds, estimating close to 150 to 180, even nearly 200 miles per hour. Now, it's quite a bit of ways from the radar, so that may be, scaled down a little bit at the surface, but either way, you're looking at the extensive wind damage, and this is moving into a very populated area. The southwest side of Memphis, brace yourselves. You are going to be next in line for this apparent tornado with considerable damage. The tornado we've been tracking for over 100 miles that caused extreme devastation in Wynne. It is finally showing signs of weakening as it approached a much larger community here of Humboldt, nearly 10,000 people on the latest scan. There's certainly a lot of wind, Jackie, but something else that we're monitoring if it spins up again. And then a brand new supercell here south of Little Rock in central Arkansas. This is going to be another one to take watch on if you're in Calhoun, Dallas, and Washita counties. 7 p.m. Please take shelter immediately. That's the southern flank. We got 3 serious supercells and 3 serious tornado warnings at the moment. Further north, we're getting to see more of that squall line take shape.
Right. We have more warnings up here.
Yes.
Trickier tornadoes. Yours are out there. They're obvious. They're all by themselves. Mine are kind of embedded within a line. They're hard to see. They're wrapped in rain. We've got warnings we want to take into effect here in central Illinois. This is an observed tornado for DeWitt and Logan counties. Notice the observed tag. This caused damage in Sherman, just north of Springfield. We're seeing significant damage to what looks like a newer neighborhood. So a lot of structural damage there. Take this warning very seriously. Doppler radar is still showing. We've got some good rotation right in there, right where the two warnings come together, north of Illini, heading towards Maroa. So take cover there right now. Get to your basement if you have one. Then this is that squall line that Chris was talking about. We have multiple warnings in effect there between Dubuque to just north of Peoria. All within that line, you're either under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Treat them all like tornado warnings because those tornadoes are going to be tough to see. They're going to spin up very quickly. They can also drop out quickly, but then tighten back up. We've got the observed tag on this one right here, Bureau, Henry, and Whiteside counties. That's until 7:30, and we're seeing plenty of rotation on that. And then there's also an area up here near Buffalo that's headed your way that is also an observed tag until 7 o'clock for tonight. I want to quickly take you back out real quick before we head to break, and I want to give you a heads up again in Chicago. We have one severe thunderstorm warning on the west side of town, but where do you think that line off to the west that's rotating is going? That's heading towards Chicago. Ground stop in effect. Flash flood warning north of you as well. Breaking right now, we're continuing to track extremely dangerous tornado outbreak that is underway. This is video that was shot earlier today in Ottumwa, Iowa, which is in southern parts of the state. Clearly a very large, powerful tornado that was on the ground. We had multiple reports as this supercell tracked up towards the north and east and headed on up towards Iowa City. As for damage, we've got quite a few damage reports in Iowa. It seems that the two of the hardest hit areas include Coralville, which is very near Iowa City. And then we also had a tornado moving through farther eastern Iowa that caused some damage there as well. There's some damage to homes in Hedrick there too. Now, that line of storms has already worked its way here, and it's pretty much leaving Iowa and working its way through Illinois. So Iowa, I think once this last line of storms pulls on through, you're going to be in much better shape here. But this is what we call that QLCS, or that squall line. Embedded within there are many areas of rotation. This is much more challenging for forecasters because tornadoes tend to be wrapped in rain, and the rotation can be very fast in terms of its development and changes within in that line, because the storms can interact with each other and areas of rotation can move as well. So we do have some ground truth in some of these warnings right now. There you can see, starting from the top, working our way towards the bottom. That's Ogle. Notice it says radar indicated tornado, but that looks like a heck of a couplet near Foreston right now. Just moved through Rock Creek, Lima, and now heading up to the north and east, working its way towards Freeport. We'll take you farther to the south, down near Sterling and into the Walnut area, where we have some very strong winds. Notice a couple of kinks in here. We've got a little kink somewhere in here, and it looks like right near Walnut, right in there, is probably some of the tightest rotation that we've seen. Yep, right in there. So that's going to be heading towards East Grove. That will be heading towards the Hardeman area. Now, we also have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the yellow boxes that are in there. So your winds could be over 70 miles per hour with these storms. So it just makes sense to do a tracker on the whole thing. And if regardless if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, I want you to shelter like a tornado warning. Rockford, Illinois, notice you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. We've got rotation and storms that are off towards your west, so that could change. This should be moving through around 7:24. So you've got about 20-ish minutes to grab the kids, grab the pets, get what you feel like you need to get into your safe place. You don't want to wait till the last second. These are moving that quickly. This warning includes Lee County here until 7:30. That is for the rotation in that storm right down on the southern part of it. And just a heads up, because that's going to be crossing Interstate 39 as well. And the tail end of that line is going to be moving right across I-80 yet again. Now, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado that's heading very near Champaign, Illinois. DeWitt, Macon, and Piatt counties under a tornado warning until 7:30. This, again, is one of those squall line situations that has embedded rotation within it. So anywhere within that region, make sure that you're seeking shelter. We definitely have some broad rotation, but right in there near Maroa, that is a tornado that has been confirmed previously down the line. So we know that this has a history of it. It looks like it's tightening up a little bit. Maroa, it's pretty much on top of you right now. Creek, you're next. Nixon at 7:15, and then Monticello at 7:22. If it holds together after that, that would be moving towards the Interstate 74 corridor here overall. Now, it's not just been Illinois, it's also been the state of Missouri, it's been the state of Iowa here as well. And just a heads up, Chicago, remember that this whole line of storms is going to be headed your way with time. I know we've already had some wicked conditions and difficult travel conditions there, but just know that you've got another wave that's going to be moving through. So, Chris, very active, tricky tornadoes to detect because they're embedded within those squall lines. Yeah. And down south, we're seeing strong, large tornadoes staying on the ground.
Exactly. Yeah. We've got a live tornado on the ground, and Lexa, Arkansas. So that makes me think this is the one that's approaching the Memphis metro area. That's the only concerning cell that we have. There it is, Lexa right there. So we're matching the radar with what we're looking at. And guys, you are watching live a tornado taking shape, if not already on the ground. You can look at it here. This is the one that I've been monitoring. We've been watching it here at the Weather Channel, and it's really starting to organize and take shape. We've seen radar returns, estimated wind speeds close to about 150 to 200 miles per hour. So if this is indeed a tornado, it is up there and likely going to cause some extensive damage as it heads into some very heavily populated areas. Memphis, you will be next in line to get the warning if this continues to hold. And what we've been seeing today have been these large, long track tornadoes. So that's certainly, I think, likely for at least the warning to extend into Memphis. So considerable damage. We've been monitoring this. You can see the radar. This is the tornado. This is what it looks like. It's near the community of Lexa. There's the hook right there, right? It just went through Marvel, and there was a traffic camera right on US Highway 49. It's not working anymore. So it makes me think it got taken out. It got took out by some of the strong winds that were being pulled. Look at the lowering of the cloud. You got the wall cloud right there. I still can't see exactly. They've got some, trees blocking your view, and you can see the difficulties here with waiting on personal confirmation. You got to treat these warnings as if they are happening, because you're not always going to get a visual tornado headed your way. A lot of times they're going to be rain wrapped, and this is what we're watching. It has that hook. It has that look. In fact, if I switch the radar over, you can see where this is. Here's Memphis. Here's the metro area, and this is where it's headed into. If you were to drive, Lexa is about an hour-ish, maybe a little less than that, just to the south and west of downtown Memphis. But you've got some very heavily populated suburbs in the south side of Memphis and northwest Mississippi, like Hernando and Olive Branch. And those are going to be next in line. In fact, North Tunica, a popular spot there right on the river. You are in the path of this dangerous tornado that you're watching live on our camera. Look at the storm chaser video, tracking this, getting a vantage point, trying to look at what's happening. And it's still, I think, in the organization phase, all right? You can see the wall cloud, whether we have a touchdown or not. Either way, it's in a pretty rural area, so we're not getting a lot of lofted debris just yet. Let's put a time on this. I want to track this towards LaGrange at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, North Tunica, Mississippi, then crossing out Arkansas into Mississippi. That gets in just before 7:30 p.m. So we're talking 25 minutes from now. Beyond that, gets into Horseshoe Lake, and then arc to Butler by about 7:42. And then, JD, if we can do me a favor, if we can track this If we can track this into the Memphis area, we can put a time on this. We're less than an hour-ish away from approaching the city of Memphis, this tornado-warned storm, as it makes a beeline off towards the north and east at a pretty fast clip, guys. So that would bring it into South Haven, Mississippi, right there in the heart of the Memphis metro, just before 8 o'clock, so less than an hour from now. So we want to bring in meteorologist Chris Warren. And Chris, you are right there in Memphis. You're looking north. I see the storms to your north, but this tornado is coming at the Memphis area from the south and west. We're looking at it live from Storm Tracker video here, tracking the cell in Arkansas. What are you seeing there in Memphis?
Well, Chris, we just moved locations a little bit, but I'm looking now at the video. I'm able to look at the video that you guys have been showing, and I'm able to see the tornado warning side by side. And this is something that we didn't see as much with some of the video last week, was the fact that we've got a lot of trees there. I'm having a hard time making out exactly where the tornado is just by looking at this on the left. I don't know if you saw it maybe a little bit earlier, but we are where we are. We're still, again, we're in Memphis, so we're not quite, in the warning yet. The storm is quite a ways away from us, but if it does continue, I think it's going to cross the Mississippi River well to the south of where we are, again, live here in Memphis. And so I think we're going to get close to the storm, but I think the way it's looking right now, if it starts to veer off a little bit more to the north, a little bit more, going as it's moving to its left a little bit, we're going to have to be really concerned about that. But again, I would not be surprised in the next several minutes or so if we do hear the tornado sirens again. We did earlier when the storm to the north of us went by, because Shelby County, where we are, was in the warning, but not Memphis itself. Again, so we're seeing that there on the left. And again, guys, we'll come back here in a little bit, and I'll show you what exactly we are seeing here and what we're going to continue to watch for. But again, yeah, it's so far a tough night, and we've got a long ways to go.
Okay, we're getting a look. It almost looks like I see a tornado now. Do you see it there on the bottom right? You may have a hard time seeing it, but I'm certainly seeing that wall cloud spin out something on the right side of that lowering of the cloud. And it's hard to tell if it's actually at the ground or if it's just about ready to approach. Either way, this is an intensifying storm. Meteorologist Chris Warren in Memphis. Chris, if there's a tornado warning issued, what's your plan? Where is your safe place? And what's the vibe there in Memphis? Are they aware that they are under the high risk for tornadoes? Are you getting that sense from people you've talked to?
Well, frankly, I haven't talked to anybody in the past couple of hours where we are. We're out where we can see the sky quite a bit. But it seemed kind of like business as usual. A lot of people are planning on going to the Grizzlies game tonight. Tips off at 7 o'clock. But when you see this, you really hope people are making the appropriate decision and hopefully just staying home, because we do have still the chance for seeing some severe weather. If I can show you our environment here while we're also looking at this video, try to put it all into perspective for you right now. Again, live here in Memphis, looking at the storm that is to the south and west of us right now, getting closer to the Mississippi River, watching this tornado-warned storm right now, currently here. Again, where I am standing right now here in Memphis, we're looking out over Interstate 40, so we're going to swing around. The sun is getting lower on the horizon. It's getting close to setting, if you can see it right there. But the video that we were just showing you is off just to the left of that, would be over this way. So that's why we're going to continue to watch as the sun goes down. We might get a little bit more definition because, frankly, as the storms were going by earlier today, it was really obvious to see there were some dark skies, and then that wind is over there roughly in that direction. So we saw the damaging storm go like that, and we could tell it was really dark skies. So what we're going to be watching, Chris, as the sun does go down, if we can start to make out the top or edges of the storm. So that's what we're going to be watching here, of course, and keeping tabs on the radar as well.
All right, thanks for that update, meteorologist Chris Warren. We'll continue to track his bearings from downtown Memphis as this tornado on the ground in West Helena, Arkansas, continues to move in the general vicinity of the greater Memphis area. You heard him. There's a Grizzly game that just started at 7 p.m., so there's a lot of events on a Friday night. Some people have spring break, maybe traveling through or spending time with friends and family. You need to be in your safe place. You need to have a game plan. Not technically under a tornado warning, but that could happen momentarily. They did All right, so they just issued a brand new tornado warning. They've extended it a little bit further off towards the north and east, not quite in the Memphis city limits yet, but on the south side of the metro. So this includes Crittenden, Lee, and Tunica counties. This is a now particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We're getting radar observed confirmation, but also just visually seeing this storm tracker video. It does look like we have a rapidly approaching tornado either on the ground or just about to hit the ground. And it's got all, sources of the ingredients needed to sustain and get stronger. And when you look at this, it looks like there is a debris ball right there. It did go right through Lexa, and there's the Mississippi River. That's that area borders between Arkansas and Mississippi. There's West Helena, the heart of the city, got missed. But I'm concerned, North Tunica, you are literally in the bullseye of the path of this strengthening large tornado here that you're watching literally before your eyes. There's a live look at the cell, and there is a live look at the ground, and it does look like we have a rapidly evolving tornado on our hands. You can see some of the cities and communities nearby. You got some gas stations. Doesn't look like a lot of people are out. So I think people here are under that warning. They're in their safe place. Mississippi hard hit by tornadoes last week. This is a little bit farther north than where we had the bulk of the tornadoes a week ago. But look at this on the velocity. We track this out getting into South Haven, Mississippi, in about 45 minutes from now. South Haven is a large suburb of Memphis. You got, your malls and your strip malls, grocery stores. You need to get into your safe place here if you're in South Haven and on the south side of the Memphis metro area, as a very dangerous and developing storm continues to push your way and intensifies. So again, monitoring this tornado, you're looking live at the scene there on the ground of considerable threat. This has been observed and now crossing out of Arkansas into northwest Mississippi, has some debris associated with it and holding firm as we look. Strong indication that there is likely a tornado and moving into North Tunica. Your next in line. Beyond that, up towards Hernando and South Haven, Mississippi, right there on the south side of the Memphis metro area. Not to forget, so Memphis, we're watching you very closely. We've had some supercells in Arkansas. Those have weakened. Poplar Bluff now have a brand new tornado warning. Jackie will probably talk about that. And then we've got central parts of Tennessee now. We're tracking that storm. That cell that you see right there, that started just to the northeast of Little Rock, tore through, leveled the community of Wynne, where even the high school football stadium where you had turf was uprooted out of the ground. That's how strong the winds were. That supercell has weakened, thankfully, but it is showing some signs of strengthening, and we've got to watch this cell closely. It's now being tagged observed here, just passing to the north of Jackson, Tennessee, and crossing over U.S. Highway 70. I want to take a look at the velocity, and we still have some strong indication that there certainly could be a tornado here, likely passing just south of Huntington. And if this continues, I want to zoom out really quickly. Let's go back to here, and I want to zoom out and show you how close we are to Nashville now. All right, so there's Nashville. I mean, we're within 60, 70, maybe 80 miles away of the Nashville metro area, and this storm likely headed off towards the north side of Nashville if it continues. And it's already tracked well over 120, 140 miles. Another 80 miles, that's nothing. It can easily do that and still has the ingredients necessary to maintain its strength and even intensify even stronger. So two concerning cells, Jackie, that we're watching here in Tennessee. Now, what are you tracking off towards the north?
A lot more cells.
A lot. It's never ending.
It is. It's, it changed, right? We had supercells like you had in the south earlier this evening, and that's part of what produced the big outbreak in Iowa, seeing the Ottumwa tornado and all the damage in Coralville, which is very near Iowa City. Well, those storms have now all kind of merged into a couple of big lines, and so these are going to be damaging winds with embedded tornadoes. And then down here, we still have a couple of maybe supercells, but we're starting to get into that evolution of a line of storms here as well. That said, it doesn't mean we don't have tornadoes, because we do, and they've been on the ground and they've been causing damage. They're just trickier to detect, and they're hard to see visually as well because they tend to be wrapped in rain. The latest that we have right here, we did have an observed tornado on this one in Macon and Shelby County near Taylorville. That has now weakened and lifted, but we're still still getting some broad rotation on Doppler radar. So this is the area of concern down here. This is until 7:30 tonight south of Decatur. Now that other line, notice all of the tornadoes that we have warned for here. For Lee County, for example, again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. I want to switch this over and get you to velocity mode right now so that we can take a look at those winds and see what those winds are doing. And notice this whole area where we've got the red and the green coming together. That's our big shear line, and we may have some little spin-ups and little areas where we have rotation all embedded within there. And that's what I mean when I say it's trickier. They are harder to detect. They are harder to see. The warning notice oftentimes is not as advanced as what we would get for a supercell that we've already seen that's been on the ground for a long period of time. So anywhere within this line, I just might want to mention also, you can see a lot of the boxes that are yellow, all encompassing the area that even includes the tornado warnings. Rockford, Illinois, for example, a big populated area here in Illinois near the state line with Wisconsin. I would treat all of those like tornado warnings because the spin-ups can happen that quickly. I might also want to mention that our first tornado warning of the day has now crossed over into the state of Wisconsin. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, but this is south of you in Madison. This is over towards the Monroe area. It's going to be getting very close to Interstate 39 and heading towards the Janesville area. Fort Atkinson, you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, but we've got to keep an eye on that line for any of those areas of rotation. Now, these storms have not quite made their way to Milwaukee just yet. Chicago, we did have a warning earlier for some of the western suburbs. And notice we still have a flash flood warning in effect up here east of Elgin, stretching over towards the lakeshore. We've had at least 2 inches of rain in much of this area, which has been leading to flash flooding. So we know these are moisture loaded or moisture laden storms, which is part of the key as to why we may not be able to see them, why they're going to be wrapped in rain. We got a lot of moisture to deal with. But this whole line that's now heading towards Janesville into Rockford and down towards Ottawa, that's going to be headed your way, Chicago. So don't be fooled that you had one round of storms moving through. Maybe you're not hearing a lot of thunder anymore. And you're like, okay, maybe we're quiet and we're good and we're in the clear. Nope, nope. This line is going to be coming your way. Maybe another hour or so, maybe 2 at the most before that line would be heading on through. So with the fast nature and the fast speed of the storm, now's not the time, Chicago, to go out and take a peek and see what's going on out there. Just stay put. Stay off the roads and make sure you stay out of harm's way here for tonight. Now, I want to take you a little further south just because Chris called me out on it, even though it's south of St. Louis, buddy. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll hit it anyway. That was supposed to be like our area where I was going to do areas north of there and south of there. So you mentioned near Poplar Bluff. There we do have a tornado warning that is in effect. This is Butler and Stoddard counties until 7:30. Sure, we see that hook signature on there. That is a classic looking supercell right there, and certainly a concerning storm, and we'll switch that over to velocity mode, and sure enough, we see a nice little signature right there where the red and the green are coming together. This is just south of Ash Hill. This is right across County Road 51 right there, so you need to be getting to your safe place immediately. And just a reminder, that's lowest level of your home. That's away from doors and windows. That's maybe a closet. That's maybe your bathroom if it doesn't have a huge window in it. Cover yourself up. Don't be afraid to do that. Don't feel embarrassed to wear a helmet. These are all smart things to do to keep you and your family safe here for today. So I just want to go back to the broader view to show you how we're seeing more linear storms now up here. We've got some supercells through here, and then of course all of our supercells down towards the south. I do want to come into the St. Louis metro area. St. Louis, you did have one severe thunderstorm that already moved through and passed off towards your east. We actually have a beautiful live camera that I can show you right now too. I think it's on REM 1, guys, where you can see the arch and very low hanging clouds across the region. There you can see it. So raindrops on the camera from our earlier storms, a beautiful view of the Mississippi River and the arch right there. You've got storms that are moving through. Once again, they are sub-severe, but they have been intensifying. So we'll keep an eye on you here in St. Louis, and you remain under a watch at this hour. All right. right, that's the north, Chris.
Yep.
What's the latest in the south?
Well, we want to get an update on Covington, Tennessee. That was the same tornado that hit Wynne, Arkansas, caused extensive damage. There is a view of that tornado that was taken from this home in Covington, and we are getting reports. The Tennessee law enforcement saying not only has the hospital been damaged here in Covington, patients are now being rerouted to Ripley in Lauderdale County. It's the city north of Covington, but also their Covington Police Department says the city is completely impassable right now, trying to get from one side of town to the other. Avoid travel in this area. It does include the popular Highway 51 corridor as you're working your way north of Memphis up towards Dyersburg, Tennessee. So avoid that area. The extensive damage and right now impassable because of debris, likely large power lines down, and active search and rescue. Okay, so we've got a very concerning tornado approaching the south side of Memphis right now. It is bearing down on West Tunica. In Mississippi. That is a popular casino community. There's several casinos right there on the river, and if you are at the casino, you need to take shelter. I know it's Friday night, a lot of people out for the weekend, and there are several casinos here in the community of West Tunica. You are literally ground zero for this incoming tornado. We've seen video of what it looks like on the ground. It just passed through West Helena, now crossing over the Mississippi River into Mississippi, the state of Mississippi. So right here you have Crittenden County or Lee County. DeSoto County is up here, and there's in DeSoto County you have over 200,000 residents. That's the St. Louis or the Memphis metro area. West Tunica is right here. This is moving up towards the south side of Memphis. So North Tunica, you are literally right there. There's casinos kind of scattered about the riverside on the state line there, and this apparent tornado is moving right overhead. I think that's the view that we're looking at there on the bottom left of your screen. We've been tracking this live camera and what it looks like, and this cell means business. If we've been tracking it, is a supercell. You can clearly see the rotation. It has that almost UFO type look. And notice the lowering of the cloud just above the yield sign. You see it there. It's hard to make out the horizon, but if you look closely, there's certainly a lowering of that wall cloud. That would be the area of concern. Hard to say if there's an actual tornado on the ground. There certainly has been at times. It's been observed by radar and a considerable threat. It's heading into a very environment, and it's holding itself. It actually has strengthened. And I want to show you what we're looking at. Look at that tight couplet right there. Passed through Marvel, just north of West Helena, now crossing into North Tunica. I mean, this is literally crossing through the casinos and on the north side of North Tunica. So please take shelter. You need to be in your safe place. That's where the apparent tornado will be. Correlation coefficient is also confirming the fact that we may very well have debris being lofted into the air right where we've got that tight notch couplet right there. And we've had radar estimated wind speeds close to 150, possibly over that, miles per hour. So extremely damaging tornado possible on the ground. We're working through North Tunica. Next in line would be Arctabutla by about 7:45 p.m., so 20 minutes from now. But notice where that puts it, into Olive Branch, into Hernando, into South Haven, Mississippi. That's right there on the state line on the south side of Memphis. DeSoto County, you've got nearly 200,000 residents that need to be taking shelter, especially in the central part of the county along I-55, also here along I-69 and also, or 269, and along the I-22 route, because this supercell is heading in that way to a much more heavily populated area where there's the potential to have a lot more debris being lofted up. And again, looking at that correlation coefficient, very concerning trend. This moving right into North Tunica, about to cross U.S. Highway 61, only about 30 miles or less south of downtown Memphis. Broadening out the spectrum, we're in the clear now in Little Rock. Unfortunately, we've been hard hit by tornadoes, and there is the supercell that we're still tracking now that's approaching Middle Tennessee. It's getting through western Tennessee. This is the one that caused just a catastrophic damage in the town of Wynne, Arkansas. We've seen significant damage there in Covington, Tennessee, and here we go again. Observed tornado. It's kind of going in and out. It is apparently much weaker now than it was winds. But this is a cell to still monitor closely because it still has a tornado warning. It's tracked quite a bit and still has some strong returns on the velocity, showing some rotation as it passes just to the north of Interstate 40. Broadening out the spectrum, we had some cells here on the south. I do want to hit that cell in Missouri because that is the newest tornado warning. Jackie touched on it a little bit, but this is a lone cell, likely a supercell with the tornado warning here just east of Poplar Bluff. This is in southern Missouri. Butler and Stoddard counties, you're under a tornado warning. Take shelter if you live in Ash Hill, Duck Creek, and on the east side of Poplar Bluff, approaching Sykeston and I-55.
You're watching the Weather Channel. A tornado outbreak underway right now. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, live here along the banks of the Mississippi River in Memphis right now, where a strong tornado did go by just north of Interstate 40, which is right there, and it went through Wynne and then continued off in Tennessee. Arkansas is on the other side of the river, and we're just steps away from downtown Memphis. The active tornado warning that we're watching with the tornado on it is in this direction, looking south down the Mississippi River, somewhere in there. Off in the distance, now we were talking about this a little bit earlier, the fact that we were waiting for the sun to get an angle that we could try to discern a little bit about what the sky is doing, what's going on, because it was really hard to see. But now it looks like if you look beyond this tree, we can make out, I don't know how well it's gonna show up, but there's a little bit of pink. So the sun, as low as it is on the horizon right now, is hitting the top of it. Okay, Chris, we understand there's a tornado on the ground, and just for a quick heads up, we do have safe location here in Memphis to go if it does get close to us.
Yeah, it's not far from you. Currently, Memphis not under warning. You are looking live at tornado on the ground here in Tunica, Mississippi. All right, so this is just south of the Memphis metro area. It is now crossing Mississippi, and we clearly now have a tornado. Look at the lowering of the cloud condensation, and then also likely debris being picked up on the bottom. That's what you're looking at. We're losing light, so it's really dark, but also look how fast it's moving. I mean, this camera, we've been watching, he has to keep panning. Brett Adair, our storm tracker, is watching this very closely as it unfolds, and unfortunately this is moving into a heavily populated southern part of the Memphis metro area, and it hasn't shown signs of weakening at all, guys. This is only getting stronger. You can see we always love to match the radar with visuals to show you ground truth of what we're looking at. This is a supercell right here. You have the hook, and the tornado is literally crossing over US Highway 61 near North Tunica, Mississippi. Now the resorts and the casinos, there's also an expo center, are right there in the heart of the heavy rain. Likely some hail being reported. Tornado passing just south there, but I know there's some RV parks, and hopefully all of those folks have taken shelter. And if you are approaching, or if you're driving, or maybe you're at the store running errands, I know there's Costco and Sam's Club and several big grocery store complexes, malls, shops, movie theaters, restaurants, all right here in Hernando and also South Haven, Mississippi. If we continue to track this out, it is moving in your general vicinity within the next 35 to 45 minutes. So please take a look at what you're looking at. You're looking live at a tornado on the ground in Tunica, Mississippi, moving into the Memphis metro area on the south side of town. So there's US Highway 61. The tornado is literally crossing Highway 61. We haven't talked to Brett Adair, but I assume he's near 61 or one of the side roads looking at it and in a safe location as it's crossing over the road. But tight couplet there. You have clear velocity returns, right? You have winds moving in one direction and then completely in the opposite direction, very close to one another. Look at how this is hooking around, all right? So this is showing signs of strengthening. Classic. Oh, there's Brett Adair. There's our storm tracker, Brett Adair. You can see he's looking north at the storm, the tornado, as it's crossing over the highway just to the south of all the resorts and casinos in Tunica, Mississippi. So we have a confirmed tornado, a lot of lightning with this storm. This storm means business. It is strengthening and has produced a tornado. Also, debris. being prompted into the air as this cell now crosses into the south side of the Memphis metro area. This is far northwest Mississippi. It's a lone storm. We've got sunshine. We had a beautiful sunset here in Memphis and just to the west of town, but this storm now passing just south of downtown Memphis, Crittenden, DeSoto County. Now you're under the tornado warning. They've extended it a bit further north as it now is tracking towards the heavily populated southern suburbs of Memphis, Tennessee. Considerable threat tag as we track this through. So JD, do me a favor, track it up towards I-22 and Piperton. Let's bring it all the way up into southern Tennessee, and we'll track this because this is likely going to be on the ground for quite some time. We've seen this with the other cell that we were tracking out of Arkansas into Tennessee and causing extensive damage. So this gets into Hernando in about 25 minutes. South Haven right at the top of the hour. So you need to be in your safe place or heading to there right now if you live on the south side of Memphis, right there in northern Mississippi, DeSoto County, central, eastern DeSoto County, South Haven, Olive Branch, Hernando. Get into your safe place. And then the east side of Memphis, Germantown, and along the suburbs here along I-269, including Collierville, you need to start thinking about taking shelter in about 45 minutes from now, as this tornado will be moving on the east side of some of the heavily populated suburbs of Memphis. All right, so downtown Memphis looks to be in the clear. We will likely miss this tornado to our south, but some of the heavier suburbs, highly populated and very busy on a Friday night. You need to get into your safe place. We know there's a Grizzlies game being played right now. Right now, not under a tornado warning, but we're monitoring the situation closely. I'm sure there's a lot of events. It is a Friday, and we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Tunica, Mississippi. Now, east of Highway 61, moving into Hernando. You got a lot of big outlet malls, shopping complexes, neighborhoods, golf courses, everything you can imagine here south of Mississippi. There's also the FedEx, the home plant here, and also the Memphis International Airport is just south of downtown Memphis near the state line. That would be a spot if we go under a warning and you're at the airport, you're going to need to go into those bathrooms that act as storm shelters because this is moving in that vicinity, likely crossing over the bypass there, Interstate 269 as it crosses over I-55. So anyone south of Memphis along the I-55 corridor in Hernando, in South Haven, Mississippi, and in Olive Branch, anywhere in DeSoto County as well as Crittenden County and Tunica County, take shelter immediately as we've got a confirmed tornado now east of North Tunica, pushing towards Route 3 and not far from Interstate 69 on the south side of Memphis. So there's a look at the rotation. Notice how well it has held together as it worked its way through Arkansas, crossing into Mississippi. It almost looks like it's getting even more intense now as it's crossing. They just extended the tornado warning now, pushing east. I assume it's a particularly dangerous situation. As a considerable threat observed. We still don't have a tornado emergency, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were to be the next trigger because it's moving into such a heavily populated area. PDS, all right, so particularly dangerous situation here. South side of Memphis, Tennessee, along that I-69, 269 corridor. You got I-22, which juts south and east to Holly Springs, Mississippi. The entire south side of Memphis, take shelter immediately. This supercell is headed directly your way, and because you're going to start as rain, and then this tornado is going to come through. You're not going to see it. We're also into the night hours, and it's hard to make out the tornado unless it gets illuminated by some of the lightning. But we've already seen ground truth of that with our storm tracker, Belvedere. He is monitoring this storm. You can see how it's now crossed over U.S. Highway 61. That's the route he's on. He's likely heading north, getting into some of that heavy rain, and we're continuing to track that. So that brings in a considerable threat tag here. Hernando, South Haven, and Collierville, Tennessee, Olive Branch, Mississippi, and Germantown. You'll be next in line with this tornado. As far as debris goes, again, aside from some of the resort casinos and some of the neighborhoods here north Tunica, likely just missed by some of the tornado. However, some of the worst of the storm right there with hail and heavy high winds and heavy rainfall that pushed through. It's kind of a rural area, and then all of a sudden you get into all these neighborhoods on the south side of Memphis, okay? And this supercell has plenty of room to grow and move into some heavily populated areas. So we'll continue to monitor this on the south side of Memphis. Remember, the International Airport is on the south side, technically under the tornado warning right now. So take shelter if you're at the Memphis International Airport. If you're in northern Mississippi, anyone on the south side of Memphis, if you're at the store, you need to get in. Don't try and go home. If you're at the grocery store, if you're in the mall, if you're at the movie theater and this tornado, your phones are going off now because you're under the tornado warning and you're fearful, you don't know what to do, talk to somebody, get inside. Don't try and go home because that's how people get into trouble. The roads get blocked, you get stuck, and you underestimate how fast these storms are moving. This storm is moving very quickly off towards the northeast and still has some concerning returns there in North Tunica, moving towards Hernando and South Haven, Mississippi. We did see a debris ball earlier, and since it crossed the river, we haven't seen anything pick up just yet, but we know there's a tornado on the ground. We saw it here in our storm tracker Belvedere shot as he's monitoring those ominous skies on the south side of Memphis. So a lot to cover, Jackie. Very concerning situation, heavily populated area here on the south side of Memphis.
We're going to keep that up, even though we're going to go back to the Midwest to talk about the storms because we want to continue to monitor the situation there in Tunica, Mississippi. And one of the things that I really want to point out is that it's really hard to tell if that's a rain shaft or a tornado anymore. It's tough to see. The sun's going down.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of rain associated with that storm. So actually, we want to get to our meteorologist, Chris Warren, now. He is in Memphis. And, you know, Chris, this is just down towards your south. Looks like it should stay barely south of Memphis. Where are you in relation to that tornado? And I imagine as the sun is just about down all the way, you probably can't see too much, can you?
Right now, what we're looking at from the storm itself, Jackie, is right here. You see the
Nice.
top of it, and it took a while for it to reveal itself. Just over the past, say, 10 or 15 minutes, because it was kind of like just was all the same color, and we needed the sun to go down. Do you hear the siren?
Yeah.
Yep, they're loud, and they're not even technically under the warning. Are you?
Well, parts of Shelby County.
Right, unless it was for part of Shelby. Yeah, exactly. So parts of Shelby County. The winds are strong, but they've been strong all day. They've been gusting to 37 miles an hour or so quite frequently. We've come over here, just get away from this pole for a second. So you've got a little bit of the anvil right here, the air going up, the very strong, intense updraft, and then it spreads out. And kind of in, I don't know if you can hear it again, but in that direction, up there, you can even see a little bit of a Mattis cloud. So when the air goes up and it cools a little bit and then it sinks, you get the pouches kind of look, like a bag of marbles kind of extending from the underside of the anvil as the storm goes up and it gets that stable layer and spreads out. So again, underneath that right there, there's a whole lot of bad stuff going on right now with the heavy rain. Of course, the tornado, possibly a rain-wrapped tornado from what we were seeing there. Again, this is, we're live here in Memphis along the riverfront, but that is south of town now. And still seeing, I don't know how well if you guys are seeing any lightning, but every once in a while we're seeing flashes, not the bolts themselves, but we are seeing some flashes out of this. And yeah, you certainly can hear the sirens still.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of the glow sometimes, Chris. And just a moment ago, I thought I saw the overshooting top. I'm not sure. Your perspective, of course, much better than ours was. So that's where the updraft is. And if you see that, we know that that's a very mature supercell, and likely that updraft is still going up.
Right. So I'm not sure if we can see the actual overshooting part of it, but the edges of the anvil do have, so that's what you look at. When you look at the edges where the blue and the white is, you see every once in a while a little bit of ragged part of it, but where it's still really crisp looking, that's still developing. When you lose the punch, when the air kind of loses its momentum going up, it starts to get a little fuzzy around the edges. But as long as it has that very crisp, kind of like a fake cauliflower, like a shiny cauliflower look to it, and you might see not the whole thing, but like little pieces of that, that's still the developing part of the storm. And we certainly are still seeing a lot of flashes with this. Again, just another sign, that there's still a lot of rising air, a lot of charges moving around here. So still quite a bit of lightning associated with that. We've been watching the storm. It's still drifting in that direction, and that direction is east. So downtown is right here, and we've got blue sky over our head right now. In fact, we can even start to see some stars right now, but which serves as, I think, as a reminder that this threat does continue into the overnight. And as we were looking at that live camera of this storm right here, of the tornado at the surface, a reminder that just how much more dangerous it is at night when we're talking about tornadoes. And of course, guys, as we have seen the day unfold and as what we're seeing going forward with all of the active warnings and what is still possible, really got to hope people are paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, you really do. Also, I just might want to mention too, Chris, that we're keeping an eye on Doppler radar, not just there right where you are, but also off to your west into eastern Arkansas. We're starting to see new storms beginning to develop. They are not severe. They're not powerful right now, but it does tell you that the atmosphere is still ripe and it's still capable of producing additional storms. So that's one of the big takeaways here, I think, tonight is just make sure that you are aware that storms are going to be coming in rounds and they may be developing and happening more than once. Now let's get on up to the northern tier of all of this right now, where we've got some new tornado warnings in the state of Illinois on up into Wisconsin. I just want to update our friends in Iowa, too, by the way. You are out of it. You're done. Your severe weather is over. In fact, speaking of Iowa, since I'm there, let's just go ahead and show some of those pictures that are just in from eastern Iowa and Coralville. So this is just north of Iowa City in eastern Iowa, where we did have a tornado touchdown. We saw it on Doppler radar. We had radar-confirmed tornadoes, and unfortunately, it did cause a fair amount of damage. There you can see vehicles that have been overturned here. Again, this is Coralville, just north of Iowa City. All right, let's get back to the radar right now and update you on some of these tornado warnings. These are going to be tornadoes that spin up very quickly, but also can touch down and stay on the ground for quite some time. We want to give folks a heads up in Chicago that this line of storms is headed your way, damaging winds and possible rotation as it gets closer. We do have a tornado warning in effect that includes you in Rockford right now, DeKalb and Ogle County. That storm has a history of ground truth, of confirmed tornadoes from time to time. Right now, it's just Doppler radar indicated, so we're going to have to continue to monitor that and keep a very close eye on that. We're starting to get some storms working their way on up into the state of Wisconsin as well. In fact, parts of Dane County under a warning. Nation's midsection. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm alongside meteorologist Chris Bruin and Chris Warren in the field live in the Memphis area right now. We're getting more information into the Weather Channel of what unfolded earlier today, this afternoon, when a tornado touched down around Little Rock, Arkansas. We want to bring in Madeline Roberts. She's with the Pulaski County Emergency Management Association. Thank you so much, Ms. Roberts, for being with us here tonight. I understand there have been a number of injuries to go along with the damage. Let's start with the injuries. What can you tell us?
We don't have a confirmed number of injuries at this time. We do know that it is over 40.
And do we know how serious those injuries might be?
We don't at this time. One of the local hospitals is at a level 3.
Okay. The word from the local hospital, I believe, 5 people perhaps in critical condition. Now, let's talk about the damage. Where in town is the damage and how extensive is it?
We have extensive damage throughout the county, especially in West Little Rock. Houses are destroyed. There are downed trees and power lines. There's also extensive damage in Jacksonville, North Little Rock, and Sherwood, which are other municipalities in Pulaski County.
This tracked over such a large portion of the country, or of the county, as well as into the Little Rock metro area. Do we have any idea how many homes may be affected? Are we talking about dozens? Could we be talking about hundreds?
We can't say at this time, but we know that there's at least over 40 structural damages right now.
Okay, and I know it's a fluid situation. It's hard to get information sometimes because power is out, communications can be very difficult. So it looks like this covered miles and miles. Do we at least have an idea of how many miles perhaps, or how extensive that might be?
It did a long trail throughout the county and covered at least 4 cities. So that's a lot. It was down here for a long time.
What do you want to tell people who live in the area right now?
We are advising all residents, do not leave your house. Do not go on the road. Leave the roads clear for emergency personnel.
So still a dangerous situation. We know lots of trees have been down. What can you tell us about the roads and the interstates across the region? I know there have been some closures today because of the damage.
Yes, there are several trees down and road blockages along Interstate 430, and we have road crews right now in several of the cities clearing blockages. Our Office of Emergency Management is also sending out search and rescue crews in at least 4 of the cities in the county right now.
Do you know if any curfews are being put into play?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Anything else that you can tell us about this unfolding damage and tornado?
I just want to stress again that we want our residents to be safe. Please, if you can, stay in your home. Do not go out on the roads. Leave them clear for emergency personnel. Also, be checking the local channels for shelters and additional resources.
All right, Madeline Roberts, Pulaski County Emergency Management Association, thank you so much. We know you're busy. We're wishing you all the best in your efforts as we continue to search and rescue and clean up there near Little Rock, Arkansas. Want to bring in meteorologist Chris Bruin. Chris, tough information to get there. Still not a ton of solid details that we can get out of that. Of course, the sun is down in many of these locations and might take until sun up before we really have a good idea of how extensive things really are.
And I mean, I've seen the video out of Little Rock. It's extensive in parts of town, and similar to Little Rock, metro area, Memphis now under a similar threat. We've got an ongoing tornado that's now bearing into the south side of Memphis. A considerable threat here. We've had confirmation. I saw a video of what this tornado looked like when it was still light outside in Arkansas near Lexa, and this was a massive tornado wrapping dust from the fields it was tearing through. And here is the cell now approaching some of the more heavily populated suburbs on the south side of Memphis. Very concerning trends as it worked through North Tunica, and we're starting to get you've got clear rotation right there. This is now crossing into Interstate 69. So out here you have a lot more farm fields, and there are some residential properties, but they're spread far and wide. Once you get north of I-69, you get into a much more heavily populated area, neighborhoods, shopping complexes, especially here along I-55 in South Haven and Hernando. And this is literally tracking up that direction over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So take shelter immediately. The warnings have been going off, and it almost looks like we've got another spin up here trying to happen, but I think this is the main tornado that is most concerning. That's the tornado we've been tracking through North Tunica, and if we look at a closer view, look at how this has held together, and certainly getting concerning here. Do you see that tight couplet right there, the bright greens and deep reds? This is about to cross I-69 about a mile or so to the west of the I-55 junction here on the south side of Memphis. You get up here, you get into the outlet malls, you got a lot of neighborhoods in this area, and then a lot of shopping complexes along the I-55 corridor. So there are a lot of people out, and unfortunately, this looks like it's strengthening. It's tightening up. So we've got maybe a very small tornado, but a very destructive one as it's pushing into the south side of the Memphis metro area. And now I'm seeing it. There's a lot of fields here. It's pretty rural once you go south of the metro area. There are some homes, some businesses, but just in the last few scans, look at this. We've got now a debris signature, and that coincides clearly with where we have the tight couplet that we've been watching as it's now moving into some more heavily populated areas, more structures to pick up debris, launch. Those become more missiles. Those cause then more damage, and this is heading into the Memphis metro area. I mean, this is not good, guys. This is not what you want to see. This is moving into I-69 momentarily, about to have a tornado cross over I-69, then cross shortly after that I-55. A lot of shopping complexes here, a lot of neighborhoods, heavily urban area as it approaches South Haven and Hernando, Mississippi, and then crossing the Tennessee state line just south of the Memphis International Airport, and then working through Germantown and Collierville on the east side of Memphis. So that is the track we're taking. You need to take shelter immediately if you live in those zones. I want to go back to the velocity, and this has certainly tightened up even more so. You can see it right there now crossing over I-69. So please take shelter if we can. I want to put a track on this. I don't know if weather producer has control of my Max. Nope. Okay, so we've got a tracker right there, and again, we'll just estimate this, eyeball it. We've got some very concerning trends here as a tornado on the ground moving through the Memphis metro on the south side, so the southernmost suburbs in DeSoto County. Please be in your safe place. Basement, especially once you get away from the river, you get a little bit more topography and you have more homes with basements. So if you are not in a safe building, you need to get into one. A mobile home is not what you want to ride this out in. And if you don't feel safe, get into your basement, go over to your neighbor's house, knock on the door, say, hey, can I ride this out with you? Because these are some heavily populated areas. We've got a apparent tornado moving through Hernando right now. Olive Branch, you're next in line. South Haven, Mississippi as well. Then crossing in Tennessee. These are large metropolitan areas just south and east of Memphis into Germantown, Collierville, and then Fisherville by 8:30 p.m. So unfortunately, we saw the high risk here and we were hoping that we wouldn't have these, but we knew that was the case. And these are hitting some very heavily populated areas. Yeah. Little Rock, Iowa City, and here we go again, Memphis right now.
And now Chicago, not for a tornado warning, but for a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is part of that line that has been working through Iowa and now Illinois and heading toward Chicago that has embedded rotation and some confirmed tornadoes within it. So Chicago under a severe thunderstorm warning for that line that's approaching. Our meteorologist Felicia Combs is live in Chicago right now. Felicia, I don't know if you can start to feel the wind picking up a little bit. You still have a little bit of time before that line hits you yet.
Yeah, that line definitely off to our west, but I will tell you, me and my entire crew, we were just here, and all of us are, on our phones listening to the show, and all of a sudden the emergency alert starts going off. So this is actually one of those emergency alerts that is pushed out when you're talking about an especially destructive storm possible. So this severe thunderstorm warning actually has the possibility of 90-mile-per-hour winds. It's in that line of storms that's just to the west of us. It's moving eastward at 65 miles per hour, that particular line. So I kind of timed it out for us a little bit. It's still about 40 miles to our west, but that means it's going to be in Chicago downtown where we are in less than an hour because this whole line of storms is just racing eastward. Now, here's what I'm concerned about. It still feels muggy here in Chicago. It was cool for a little while that first round of rain and storms were moving through, but the temperatures are still in the 60s. You can still feel that mugginess in the air, and we had quite a break for some time. It wasn't raining, so we were able to, I kind of think, maybe destabilize just a little bit more as that next round of storms is moving towards us. So, of course, that is concerning. What also worries me is, we had that first round of storms, and that put down so much rain just north of where we are in downtown Chicago. There was a flash flood warning for places like Evanston. So we're already seeing some portions of this area experiencing flooding. So we've got our tornado watch until 10 p.m. After the watch, a wind advisory going into effect because those winds are going to keep cranking behind that main line of storms. And now we also have a flood watch that's going until midnight here in Chicago because some of this rain has come down heavily and we're expecting more rain. My advice would be to go ahead and get prepared as that entire line pushes eastward. It's held together really well. Earlier, that entire line of storms had tornado warnings on it as we looked back west toward Davenport, and now those severe thunderstorm warnings. I know sometimes people will shrug at a severe thunderstorm warning because it's not that tornado warning. But when you're talking about 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail possible, at some points 2-inch size hail, that is a destructive storm. That's going to mess up your windshield. That's going to blow trees down. That is going to bring power lines down or tree limbs down on power lines. Certainly possible. So while all is quiet right now, you can see what's happening in downtown Chicago. It is quiet, just a few little drops. That is going to change, and it's going to change quickly because this entire line of storms is moving to the east so quickly, guys. When you're talking about a squall line moving at 65 miles per hour with the severe thunderstorm warnings and the embedded tornado warnings possible, you're talking about a dangerous situation. Throw in some flooded roads and you're really dealing with something that could get problematic here. So again, we've had our first round of storms in Chicago. We've got another round to come. I'd say within the next hour, that main line of storms with the destructive winds that we got that emergency alert on is going to be on us in Chicago. If you were up in one of these sky rises, if the sun wasn't down, you could look to the west and see that line of storms coming because it's really going to swoosh in a big way very quickly. So, yeah, guys, we're just waiting for it here in Chicago right now, but definitely going to be a big change once that particular line gets here.
Yeah, it really would. So, Felicia, folks need to be taking cover like they would for a tornado. 90-mile-per-hour winds can cause extensive damage. This is coming fast at highway speed, and you need to be getting to your safe place here in Chicago. Now, we also have embedded tornadoes in that line of storms to the north, up into southern parts of Wisconsin. And south of there, we have a second line that has a history of producing tornadoes and damage that worked its way through Springfield. So I want to show you a little bit closer what's happening here into the Chicago area as we work on getting our Doppler radar back up here. And there you can see the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Chicago. This includes Cook, DuPage, and Will counties. You can see how this bows out. You get this kind of backward C shape on the radar, and that's indicative of those strong winds that are leading through here. We just got a report of winds around 60 miles per hour recorded at the Aurora Airport. So we know we've got at least 60 right in here in Chicago. That is headed your way. And speaking of 60, that's about the speed that this line of storms is going. So we'll draw that in here for you, and we'll take it all the way out to Indiana because I think it's going to head over to Gary, for example, as well, and time it for you. Joliet, this is going to be arriving at 8:17. So you've got about 15 minutes at the most to get to your safe place. Chicago, 8:34. So when I give you these times, use that as the latest time that it would be arriving. You want to be in your safe place well before that gets there. So 8:34 Chicago, you've got about a half an hour. Thornton at 8:41. Gary, Indiana would be arriving at 8:54. And then Valparaiso in Indiana around 9:13. So that's about an hour from now. We see no signs of that line slowing down, by the way. So there's no reason to think that that won't hold together as it works across Lake Michigan, as it works across northern parts of Indiana. Now, also notice the tornado possible tag, and that's there for a lot of reasons. We've got broad rotation all within that line. So anywhere within there, ultimately, things could spin up as we've got lots of little kinks. And if you just look at the line, you can see how it's kind of broken, how we can see kind of little hooky type of signatures here and there. And with winds that strong and rotation being seen in some of these spots, certainly you're going to want to, again, get to your safe place. So I put it over to velocity mode just to see if anything's sticking out for me for rotation. Certainly there are a couple of spots that look a little bit more suspicious than others. There's a little bit of surging taking place here near the Elgin area. We have some rotation right up there near Marengo right now. It looks like that's part of what was a tornado that was confirmed earlier that is now gone to the east of there, and it looks like your tornado warning stops there. I'm not sure why, but if you live east of Marengo, if you're anywhere near Highway 14 there, certainly get to your safe place. The worst of the storms have passed you in Rockford, so I want to put that out there for you. Then I just want to go back to our main line and give you a closer look at what reflectivity looks like for that. And it doesn't want to do it for me. There we go as well. So that was line number 1 right here that already moved through. There's line number 2 that's going on through. We do have a couple of tornado warnings in southern Wisconsin. Madison, that's staying south of you, but Milwaukee, I want to give you a heads up. We've got the western suburbs now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's because that line is going to be moving on through. We could get additional tornado warnings that potentially could affect Milwaukee too. So Milwaukee, Chicago, both. I would be getting ready to hunker down here right now. Chris?
All right, I want to get back out to Memphis because the south side of the metro area is currently under a very serious situation. We've got an ongoing tornado south of Memphis in northern Mississippi heading into the south suburbs. It's already there. It just passed through Hernando, Mississippi, and is on his way over towards Olive Branch. Want to get an update on the conditions in downtown Memphis. Currently safe from this tornado, but way too close for comfort. Want to see, we've been reported there's been sirens, and we know there's a lot of events going on in town. Want to get an update now from meteorologist Chris Warren, who's standing by. Chris, what are you noticing? Are you seeing the skies lighting up? Are you noticing any change in the sky? I know it's dark, so it's hard to see, but I imagine there's got to be a little bit of lightning.
Lightning tells you where the storms are. That's absolutely correct, Chris. So the tornado-warned storm that you guys have been tracking is in this direction beyond the building. Did you see that right over here? We're still seeing lightning. In fact, the city of Memphis, the lights from the city are just bouncing off of the clouds here. You see there's some more lightning right there. The moon is out right now. It's a waxing moon, and it is showing us, when we see the moon, the fact that there's a little bit of clearing, but it also helps us see the edges of storms. These are fragments of the clouds for the most part, but beyond that, so it's obscuring the actual storm itself. So where the most intense part of the storm, and I can kind of make it out, but it's the lightning. When the lightning happens, that's very close to where the more intense part of the storm is right now. Again, we're live here in Memphis, right along the Mississippi, and we're also seeing over here across the river in Arkansas, no warnings, but we have been watching some lightning. And what's different with the lightning we're seeing here, and in part it could just be that it's night and we didn't see earlier when the tornado-warned storms were going by Interstate 40, which is the lit up bridge over here, the blue bridge over here. When the storms are going in that direction, we didn't see the lightning, but that could be in part because they were either too far away, they're about 15 to 20 miles away, or just it was daylight and it wasn't showing up. But what we did see here is definitely some lightning right now with these storms. Again, not warnings on these storms right now, but I did see at least one cloud to ground. I actually saw a bolt, as opposed to what we're seeing over here, which is the tornado-warned storm. We're seeing the tops of the cloud, which is continuing to light up and flex. So there you see it. So still seeing a very active storm with the tornado warning on that one right there. So again, guys, that's what we're seeing right now here in Memphis. The winds are still blowing. I mean, it's been consistently blowing to 20, gusting into the 30s. And we've been seeing the latest wind gusts at 32 miles an hour while this storm does continue to move off. Again, still going to monitor the storms in Arkansas right now, not seeing any warnings, but it's the individual storms that do have warnings on them right now that we are the most concerned about. Still in the environment with enough moisture. The south winds, these windy conditions that we've been dealing with, bringing up the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico to go from here up into the storms out there and help create all the rain and eventually the hail and some of the lightning that we're seeing. But also the winds are associated with the area of low pressure, the driving part of the storm that is continuing to move across. Remember, parts of about 20 states have been threatened today and will continue to be threatened with some severe weather. About a dozen states in the risk for the intense tornadoes. This threat not over yet. Again, it continues into tomorrow as well for the southeast and for parts of the northeast in terms of severe weather. But widespread damaging winds will remain a concern for many areas. But just again, in this direction, there is much drier air that is coming in, and I'm curious to see how it ultimately plays out, because the cold front is moving in. It doesn't have a ton of rain associated with it. I'm curious if you had a chance to look at that, Chris. I'm still looking at some lightning off in the distance, but some much drier air will be coming in, and when that happens, of course, the threat for storms, at least for the time being, will go down considerably.
Yeah, we've already seen that across Arkansas. The threat there is winding down, certainly in Little Rock, and starting to push east. We've got to get that boundary through. We're getting a lot of tornado warnings in southern Illinois and Missouri. We'll have to watch those in western Tennessee, also western Kentucky, as that boundary gets through. But we've been tracking this tornado warnings just south of Memphis. So Chris Warren's located right there, just between the I-55, I-40 bridge. And he was looking at the lightning associated with this storm. But look at this. We've got two areas of hooks. The considerable threat tag has been dropped, so there has been some weakening, all right? And there's also been a shift with where the actual rotation has been, kind of avoiding some of the heavily populated areas by only a mile or two. This is way too close for comfort. We know there has been a confirmed tornado when it was passing through Tunica, Mississippi. We can jump on in here, and you can see clearly there was that tornado. That was the one that was confirmed, and it was headed into the heavily populated I-55 corridor. However, as it was approaching approaching, boom, then this part of the storm has now strengthened, and that's where the energy is being turned towards. So we don't know if there's an actual tornado on the ground or not, but it certainly looks concerning as it's now crossing towards the I-22 corridor south of Olive Branch. I know there's a hospital just south of there, kind of right in the path. Either way, you're going to get blasted with some very strong winds here as this works through, or a tornado. Either way, whether it's confirmed or not, this still shows signs of just not good as it's passing by to the south now and east of Olive Branch, Mississippi. So we're in DeSoto County. There is the Tennessee state line. There's Collierville, and then Germantown's just to the north of there. Looks like this is going to bypass you just off to your east as this passes out of Mississippi and then into parts of Tennessee. All right, so there is a look. This worst of this is going to go just between Olive Branch and Byhalia by about 10 minutes from now, or within 5 minutes from now, and then getting up into Tennessee, Rossville by 8:25, 8:30 p.m. expecting this tornado-warned storm to be overhead and missing the bulk of the Memphis metro area, but still a lot of homes and communities in the path of this very dangerous storm, way too close for comfort, and still on the southeast side of the Memphis metro area right now. Hopefully you're taking shelter. I saw video of the winds really ramping up there near the Tennessee-Mississippi state line in South Memphis, and that is associated obviously with that storm. There was debris, and you clearly see that here as it was coming out of East Tunica near Hernando, and then since then it looks like it did weaken a bit, and so we're not seeing any clear signs of debris being lofted into the air. That's encouraging news, but don't take that as in, you know, get out of your shelter. Take this very seriously. We know the warnings are going off, and they did extend that tornado warning now off to your east. So we're going to have to monitor that storm still into some very favorable environment, and notice if it continues, that would bring it into Middle Tennessee over the next couple of hours. So this is going to be one of those storms to watch, especially given that it's all by itself. It's got plenty of instability. There's going to be some storms that fire up here along the I-55 corridor. You can see them now south of Jonesboro. They're sub-severe, but these will likely intensify as they push east, as this whole squall line then starts to form along the Mississippi River Valley into southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee. So there certainly could be another round of certainly squally weather with high winds, frequent lightning, torrential downpours, as all of this kind of merges into a squall line and then sweeps through the mid-south. And that's going to be our primary threat. I think we're starting to end the supercell threat, Jackie. We've only got one right now, and that one's starting to show signs of weakening, which is encouraging.
Yeah,
but now we're going to get that squall line. Still watching some of those cells in southern Illinois as that squall line starts to form. So
yes,
as it's forming, still could have some very violent tornadoes.
Yes, we've definitely seen that transition taking place for the most part. We got one supercell out there. Most of the rest of them are from that squall line. But we want to get the latest of what's been happening with the damage. We spoke earlier with emergency management in Pulaski County around Little Rock, where they're confirming about 40 people or so have been injured there and a lot of damage across the region. We've also had a very large, dangerous tornado that touched down in the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, is there. He was there pretty much following that tornado as it moved into town. Charles, I'm sure it's been a difficult night for you, a little emotional, I'm sure, as well. Why don't you give us an idea of what things are looking like right now in Wynne?
Well, from an aerial perspective, when I put my drone up, it's just widespread destruction here. It was strong enough it derailed a train with probably 15 cars derailed, a lot of mobile homes destroyed. I even saw a fire from there. The high schools received considerable damage, and I would estimate 100 or so, maybe more, homes that have either substantial damage or destroyed. I know personally of one fatality, unfortunately, and it would surprise me that unfortunately that number would go up. I know a lot of people have been transported. There is a local hospital in, but I was informed that they were at capacity and were having to divert to the Jonesboro and Forest City hospitals.
So, Charles, you tracked the tornado as it was coming in, right? Can you tell us, like, when you first recognized that there was a tornado and when you kind of figured out that this was going to be a scary thing unfolding?
Well, I was on the tornado in Little Rock, North Little Rock, and then this cell had come almost followed the first one, and then so I was trying to catch back up to it because it was moving 60 miles an hour, and so then as I went north, we could see it a little bit, and then I got into the damage path, and I was having to work around down trees to continue to get in, and then as I got on the edge of town, there was a house with the roof ripped off and walls down, and so at that point in time, I stopped to get out to check and see if there was anybody in the home, and come to find out the lady had left actually to go to Walmart right before this happened and happened to be okay. Oh, wow. And then worked on in into a different section of town, and unfortunately that's where the fatality, I was able to check her and she had no pulse, and unfortunately, and then we tried, there was a store that was totally damaged, and I was helping the state police and local police. We were thinking that because the gentleman's car was still there, so we thought he was maybe in the debris, and we were pulling things out and trying to, and then finally an ambulance came back by and said, oh, we took him to the hospital earlier. So there was still, it's still the first responders here. We've got a lot of mutual aid that's finally gotten in. They're going door to door. I just left the police department, and there was probably 50 different law enforcement there trying to assemble and figure out what's going on, but they weren't in a position to give me any more details at this point in time. So it's still an evolving, active scene here with lots of first responders going door to door to still see if there's any victims that are here. But it's a devastating situation for sure.
It's heartbreaking to hear that firsthand of what you've been witnessing there and just how terrible the damage is here. Charles, you said, you've been to a couple of different parts here in Wynne. Do you have any rough estimate that you could give us in terms of what percentage of the town might be affected by the tornado?
It went through the center part of town, but the width of it, I would, if I was going to guess right now, I would say maybe 20 to 30% of the town, which, is obviously devastating for that. But, there's, and that's where I'm saying, the path with the major destruction is, you'll have other on the outskirts of that, where you have trees down, power lines down. That's the difficult time for first responders still, because you've got roads blocked and trees down and power lines down and those types of things. You've also got gas leaks ongoing here, and so they're having to try to clear certain areas where you have the gas leaks. So it's definitely taken a toll on this town, and it's going to mean a lot. It honestly reminds me of Rolling Fork last Friday.
Wow. It's hard to believe it's exactly 1 week since Rolling Fork actually happened. Of course, that was an EF4 tornado. We'll see what surveyors say about today's tornado, and really tornadoes, plural. We've had so many that have touched down. It's been a difficult task juggling and getting them all straight, quite honestly, when you look at the south of what's been happening in areas on up to the north. Charles, do you plan to stay there in Wynne tonight, or are you planning to go back out, or what's next?
What the plan right now is I've booked a room in Forest City, a little south of here. There's no place to stay here. And then I'll be back here at First Light with Justin Michaels. Justin is on the scene. Again, we're having a lot of data problems with the live view and cell phone service and everything with problems on that. And so whether he'll be able to get up live for us or not, I'm not sure, but he's on scene, and we'll both be back here in the morning.
Okay. Any last words you want to share with our viewers about what unfolded there?
Oh, it's just, again, it's one of those situations that on these types of days, that fatality that I know of, she was in a mobile home with her 4 kids, and I know 2 of her kids were severely injured and taken. And just, I know it's easy to say don't be in a mobile home, but these are the kind of days that just really take that serious and try to find a safer place to be.
Yeah, it's certainly never a safe place to be during extreme winds or during a tornado. Charles Peak, thank you so much for that firsthand account of what unfolded today with a devastating tornado there in Wynne, Arkansas. We want to update you right now with the latest on severe weather and get back to the radar. And we want to start out into the Midwest, where we continue to have a number of tornado warnings in effect and a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect here as well. This does include the Chicago metro area as well as parts of the Milwaukee metro area that are under severe thunderstorm warnings here as we speak. Now, this is a couple of different lines of severe weather that we're dealing with right now, and it could be rounds in some of these same areas. And so we want to zoom in and show you what's happening a little bit closer to the metro area, because some very strong winds up to 90 miles per hour were expected here into the Chicago area. But what I'm seeing here on Doppler radar is the potential that some of those storms may have been weakening a little bit in that line. Let's hope that trend continues as it gets closer towards the more populated areas and the lakefront. The warning stays in effect until 9 o'clock. Notice the tornado possible tag that is on this as well. In fact, we even kind of see like a little hooky type of appendage down there near Joliet, and we saw a couple of areas of rotation within here earlier, about 15 minutes or so ago. There is a flash flood warning that's in effect across the region too. We've had several inches of rain that has come down, and that could lead to flash flooding that may be imminent up towards Des Plaines and back towards Aurora. We know wind gusts were clocked around 60 miles per hour at the Aurora airport, so we should expect that at least into Chicago. So you need to be hunkering down here, Chicago. About 15 minutes left, we think, until some of the strongest winds begin to pick up and work their way down into the downtown area as well as into the lakefront. Producer JD running the radar here right now. If you could take us a little farther to the south, I want to get to some of these tornado warnings that we've been dealing with here as well, because some of these have been radar indicated, but some of them have also been observed tornadoes, and that was the case near Hoopstown earlier. So it looks like they issued an extension of that tornado warning into Fowler and Pine Village right now, and certainly we still see at least some broad rotation right there near Hoopstown. That is south of Milford. So we want to time that out for you right now and give you an idea of some of the towns that may be affected by this. Prairie Green at 8:26, Hickory Grove at 9:31, Boswell at 9:37. And there we go. Looks like we just got an updated scan so we can give you a better time now on those locations. We'll start over with Parish Grove at 9:27, Boswell at 9:31, Fowler at 9:34. That's about 10 minutes away. Bolivar and then Walcott coming in at about 9:50. So the storm motion on a lot of these are closer to 50 to 60 miles per hour. They were a little faster earlier this evening as they worked their way through Iowa. That said, that's still nearly highway speed, and you need to make sure you stay put here tonight. There's just no reason to go out. All right, we do have for Iroquois there now the observed tag on that. That's for that one near Hoopston. JD, can we go to correlation coefficient and see if we're getting any of significant dropout from that one as well? So we want to see if we can get a better idea of where that might be. So certainly we're seeing some brighter reflectivity there. If we go back in time just a little bit, we might be able to see it better. There's that rotation for sure, and that does correspond with where we are seeing some of that dropout, and we can certainly track it. It was much sharper when it was to the west of Hoopston, and now you can see it on the north side and becoming a little bit more diffused. Sometimes as debris gets lofted high up in the atmosphere, even after the tornado lifts, we can still see some of that debris, and as winds spread out aloft, we can start to see some of that debris also spread out aloft. So take this warning seriously. Remember, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. This is an observed, confirmed tornado in Iroquois County here in the state of Illinois. Now we have a second tornado warning in effect. This is Doppler radar indicated. This is a little farther south in Illinois for Clay and Effingham counties until 8:45. This is a lone cell out there. So this is one of those storms that can kind of suck up all the energy into the atmosphere and get strong and sustain itself. So that's going to be the concern here. Looks like maybe back there would be where we have some of that rotation. So that would be heading right towards the Louisville area. That's for Marion County until 9 o'clock. Rock, you need to be getting to your safe place. Louisville, that would be arriving around 8:38. And then if we could quickly, before we get to break, head up to Wisconsin, because we do have a couple of tornado warnings up in Wisconsin, including a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Milwaukee. This is an observed tornado for Jefferson, Rock, and Walworth counties until 8:30. Doppler radar is showing that we do have confirmed rotation there. In Milwaukee, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Dr. Postel's coming up next, and he tells us he does think that will weaken some.
Welcome back, everybody. A tornado outbreak continues. It is in progress. This is one of over 24 tornadoes that were reported today. This one near Ottumwa, Iowa, as it moved through the southeastern part of the state. Very visual there. You can see how large this tornado was and tracked over a fairly big distance across the southeastern part of the Hawkeye State. And you can see that earlier this evening, this storm moved through the region and obviously produced a lot of incredible visual here. This kind of video is what was repeated over and over again across the upper Midwest. Some of those tornadoes we've seen do a lot of damage. We've already seen catastrophic damage. Homes and businesses were ripped apart in Arkansas. This video from Benton, Arkansas, you can see a long track tornado move through here and did a considerable amount of damage earlier today. Well, I'm storm expert Dr. Greg Postel. The threat is far from over. We've got still tornado warnings ongoing across the region, really all the way from the Midwest to the deep south. This powerful circulation continues with all kinds of bad weather really extending, as I mentioned, from the Chicagoland area south through to Illinois and Indiana, across parts of, let's say, the Mid-South, including here in Tennessee. Now, I want to get to this particular storm just now to the east of Memphis, Tennessee. It is an environment where there's plenty of wind shear and a lot of instability yet to keep this storm alive. And I'm going to introduce Heather Zahn's weather producer to help me out. We're going to zoom in on this particular thunderstorm. Heather?
Yep.
You are on max?
45.
45. We're going to zoom in on this storm, and there is a tornado warning out for Benton, Fayette, and Marshall counties. This is in Tennessee and moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, I think, is the storm motion on this. This has had a long history of sustained rotation and tornadic development with it, and we'll be watching it very carefully. You can see the circulation right in there, the greens and the reds real close to one another. The velocities, the inbound velocity right about there, this is about 2,000 feet above the ground, is about 80 miles per hour, and the outbound velocity is about 20 miles per hour. That is significant rotation. Indeed, there may well be a tornado in progress just south of Moscow, Tennessee. Let's track this as it moves on toward the east-northeastward, as we mentioned, at about 40 miles per hour. And we can let you know what towns are in the path of this particular storm. Coming for you here in a second there. This times and the locations that this storm will be. As I said, this has been with us now for a long time, for many hours. And it's cycled through various stages of intensity, but it is also likely to continue that tornado threat throughout the next hour or so. I would not be surprised if indeed that tornado warning is extended. But for example, if you live all the way as far east as Grand Junction at 8:49, so that's about another 15 or 20 minutes, this storm and potential tornado will be moving through. You're going to want to take cover. All right, let's now move northbound across parts of the Midwest. We're going to zoom up toward parts of Illinois, where we've got some very active weather ongoing as well. And there are a couple of tornado warnings here. Let's go to the one, let's say, just to the northeast of Champaign, Illinois. There is a tornado warning for a storm that has rapid rotation inside of it right in here. Heather, good job zooming in on this one. Tornado warning now for Benton County, Indiana. That goes for about another half an hour. Radar indicated tornado. It doesn't look like your traditional hook echo, but there is a well-defined rotation inside of this line segment right in there, just to the west of Fowler. If you live in Fowler, take shelter now. Strong rotation. Potential tornado will be moving through. This is also moving more toward the east. What's the storm motion on this one, Heather? Is it
Let me double check.
I believe it's east at about 40. That's been the
50.
stint.
Northeast at 50.
Northeast at 50 miles per hour. Let's time this guy out because it's going to continue on moving as part of this line segment toward the northeast very quickly as we go on through the western part here of Indiana. If you live in Remington, probably in the next 20 minutes. This storm will be moving through, and if nothing else, it's got damaging straight line winds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. That can do damage, no doubt about that. So we'll continue. Let's take a big picture look at this real quick. Heather, sort of across parts of Illinois, and we can zoom out and show you that there are other areas that we are watching. You might have been listening to Jackie earlier talking about some storms just to the west of Milwaukee. What's happening with those storms right up there, just to the north of Chicago? They are weakening very rapidly as they approach the lakefront. Good news, very stable air is now protecting Milwaukee, Waukegan, and Chicago. Those storms are collapsing as they approach the shores of Lake Michigan. Still perhaps some gusty winds there, but overall the tornado threat has now been eliminated, thank you to Lake Michigan. And other areas to the south, again, we just talked about the one in now Indiana, that tornado warning has been extended. Go a little bit farther to the south. Yeah, that one right there. This is now a new tornado warning for White County in Indiana. A dangerous storm with a possible tornado racing eastward at 50 miles per hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak that's still ongoing. I'm Dr. Greg Postel, joined by meteorologist Heather Zons and meteorologist Jeff Morrow. We're here covering it all for you, but we have some active warnings we need to get to right now. This one in northern Illinois, Cook County, a newly issued tornado warning, a little tiny one right here just south of downtown Chicago. This is on the leading edge of a line of thunderstorms right in there. There's a bit of a circulation there, but enough to prompt a tornado warning for Cook County in Illinois. Radar indicated circulation moving eastward very quickly. Jeff, what did you say the motion was on this one?
60.
60 miles per hour. This thing is moving rapidly to the east. And by the way, the circulation of interest is right in there, just to the south of Thornton, moving roughly to the east. As we said, about 60 miles per hour. This one, I might add, moving eastbound, will probably survive a little bit longer than the ones just to the north, because this circulation will not be influenced by the stabilizing effect, I don't think, of Lake Michigan. The storms to the north near Chicago and up the North Shore there are going to weaken if they haven't already, because of the much cooler air right next to the lake. Right here south in Cook County, not the case. These storms are ingesting still some rather buoyant air. But let's go farther to the south. There's a rather substantial tornado warning here just to the, let's see, north of Lafayette, Indiana. There's a tornado warning here for White County. This is for a storm moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornado. Let's look at the velocities inside of that, and you can see a couple of areas of circulation that are worth mentioning. Right near Oak Grove, possible tornado in progress. Again, moving eastward very quickly, and the same thing just to the north of that near Fowler. So this is a very dynamic supercell thunderstorm that may indeed have multiple circulations inside of it. Again, moving eastward very quickly. Heads up in Round Grove in Otterbein. This storm will be moving through and may, if not have a tornado, very possibly winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour, which can do damage in its own right. Here are a couple of locations, Badger Grove, in the next 15 minutes. Again, storm motions are very fast. If you get that warning, react extremely quickly, because again, the storms are moving at 60. There may not be much time to react. Let's go farther to the south, Heather, across central Indiana, and actually central Illinois. See that one right there, about halfway across the state. Let's zoom in on this guy. We'll be in there, right in there. There's a tornado warning here for a supercell out ahead of a line. These are always suspicious. They have their own characteristics to work with, and this particular one has been warned now for quite a while, perhaps over an hour. Clay and Effingham counties, and that is in south central Illinois, moving eastward and east-northeastward, also at about 50 miles per hour. Unfortunately, the radar is scanning up pretty high in altitude, so we're not getting a real good shot at what this thing is doing aloft. But right to the north and northwest of Pixley, the circulation is certainly strong enough to support a tornado, as this storm all by itself continues to race on eastward toward Robinson in Illinois. No reason why to think that this thing is going to die, and indeed a new tornado warning has just been issued for that very same storm as it races east. This tornado warning for Clay, Jasper, and Richland counties. We'll be monitoring this storm with its possible tornado as well. Now, farther to the south, we have some severe thunderstorm warnings, but this one right here, Heather, let's zoom in on this guy just to the now southeast of Memphis. This is a tornado warning now for Benton, Fayette, and Hardeman counties in Tennessee. This is a tornado-warned storm that has had a history of producing a damaging tornado, and it continues to look very ominous on the radar. Well-defined supercell with a well-defined velocity couplet right in there is where the primary circulation is. Inbound and outbound velocity components are in excess of 70 miles per hour, and at the radar level, that tells you that the mesocyclone is spinning very quickly, and indeed, it may have a tornado with it. Let's track this out, Heather, if we can. If there's something that you got out of chat, NWS chat, or anything you want to chime in on, just let me know. But you can see that these are some of those locations that indeed will be likely impacted by this tornadic storm as it races eastward at 50 to 60 miles per hour. And of course, Heather will be on NWS chat giving us all the latest information as we go forward. So, if you hear a voice in the distance, that's Heather.
Yeah.
She's here with us, keeping you safe. And there, by the way, this is actually looks like it's indeed strengthening right along the Mississippi-Tennessee border. Again, if you live in Walnut, for example, Bolivar or Selmer, you may not be in a tornado warning in Selmer. But this storm has been with us long enough that it's very likely to continue on beyond this boundary indicated by the tornado warning heads up. This storm is racing eastward with a possible tornado. Jeff Maher, I'm going to send it over to you. You got some video from some of the earlier tornadic activity in eastern Arkansas.
That's exactly right. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of that because some pretty impressive stuff here. We've already had several reports of tornadoes from Iowa, Illinois, Arkansas. This is a look at one of the tornadoes that was on the ground in Wynne, Arkansas earlier today. It's about 50 miles west of the Memphis area. Again, a damaging tornado here. It did some significant damage in the Wynne, Arkansas area. In fact, here we can take a look at some of that damage. Again, a roof completely ripped off. And as is typical with these tornadoes, the tree sheared off as well. You can see the interior rooms all here, but the roof completely gone on this particular house. So again, some major damage here across parts of Arkansas as a couple of tornadoes, damaging tornadoes, went on across this area. All right, now just southwest of Little Rock, we saw another large tornado on the ground. This was in Benton, Arkansas. You can see it right there on the left-hand part of your screen. And here is some of the damage. Again, some drone footage here, and we're kind of following along the path of where the tornado went. You can see a lot of roof damage and some pretty bad structural damage to some homes and some businesses here. I don't want to hazard a guess right now, but we have an active tornado warning right now just southwest of the Memphis area. We'll give you the details on that coming up in just a moment.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels reporting tonight in Wynne, Arkansas. This is a community that between 4:30 and 5 o'clock this evening was decimated by a tornado. Of course, the power of that tornado has not been determined. Nightfall is making it very difficult to start the cleanup process, but people are working, and they'll be working all night, and of course the National Weather Service will be in. But regardless of the rating, right now people are reeling, and they are trying to understand what happened, and they're trying to make it through. We know 2 people so far have died here in Wynne, Arkansas, and one of them is Cantrell Harris's girlfriend. Cantrell, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Right. I am so immensely sorry for your loss, and I can't imagine what you're going through, but can you please tell us what the last couple hours has been like? Because you lived through the tornado in a car while your girlfriend did not. Other family members were badly injured. Talk to us about that.
I mean, I still can't believe it, like I said, you know. Like, I've never been through that. I never lost someone so close to me. You know, when I sleep with this lady every night, been with her 3-4 years. So, with me, I'm really just trying to figure out what's going on with me, you know. Like, I really just don't know. But I've never been through nothing like this a day in my life. And the loss of that lady, and a lot of y'all out here probably know her in Wynne, like LaChristy White, Parkin. I know y'all know her. And I got all her kids safe, you know. I did what I could. All 3 of them,
That's
they
right.
safe.
Her 3 children, you got to safety with first responders.
Right. I actually had to walk the youngest baby maybe 2 blocks from here. That's the only thing I could think of to do because I'm not from here. And I don't know who to get this baby to, so I know her grandma lived there, so I took the baby there. The mama was still in, everybody seemed like they were still in shock. They kept asking me, like, what's going on? I'm like, don't you see what's going on, you know? But with LaChristy, I had to leave all of them to get that baby around there. and I came back. The ambulance had got the oldest girl, Mari, oldest boy, Zay, and they took them to the ambulance. I actually rode with them because I was trying to make sure, I wanted to make sure they come back for the Christmas.
And you stayed with her while they took everybody else to the hospital?
No, I rode with them that time.
Okay.
Because I didn't trust, they kept saying that she was dead, and I'm like, I put my hand on her right here. Now, I was extra with it. I held my breath and everything just to make sure I ain't feeling nothing but her. And I felt it. And I said, she alive. They told me, they said, she's not alive, we can't do nothing. So I got them to say that they was going to come back and get her. So I rode with them. Yeah, I rode with them to make sure that they come back. They came back, and the lady told me, she said, when I check her post, if she don't have a post, we're going to have to leave her. They checked her post. They said she didn't have one, and they left her. Put sheets over, and it probably took maybe an hour for the next people to come and get her. I don't call it sad. I don't know what to call it. I call it unbelievable. I'm blessed that I can smile right now. I'm not taking it for a joke, but
you're in shock right now.
That's what my twin sister said. Like, she said I'm in shock, but I don't know. I feel blessed at the same time because that little boy told me to come in the house twice. And I had just told him, I'm finna come in the house. I'm not going to let this rain catch me.
Right, they were asking you to come into the house, come into the house. And you chose not to.
I chose not to. And not even one, I promise you, it wasn't 60 seconds where that little boy went in that house and he closed that door. By the time he closed that door, I was picking my phone up. It started coming so fast, and the car started rocking. So I'm like, oh, shit. So I get down up under the car, under the steering wheel. By the time I raised up, not even 3, 4, 5 seconds. And immediately I'm raising up and I'm looking. I already noticed the tree didn't knock my car messed up like this car. This is her car. And her car said, not even from here to there, from the trailer. They took her whole trailer. And when I raised up, the trailer was gone. Like, only thing I could think was where they found them. And that's what I did.
Kentrell, if you can, take us back to the moment. So you're hunkered down in the fetal position in the wheel well, or in the steering wheel of your car.
Right.
And the tornado is bearing down.
Right. Only thing I saw was, because I believe it came from this direction, because my car's sitting like this, but it's facing that way. So I believe it came from this direction because all the wind was coming this way. And everything got dark. Like, when I got down, when I realized when I did this and opened my eyes, it was quiet. Like, the storm was gone. It happened. Man, I hadn't thought about it. I believe her house said directly in the path. Like, it ain't no way, because everything else, the trees and everything that was across the street, my car said right there. The things that was behind her house, right there. Her house was the only thing that it took.
And it was right on the street just over here, right there. And it's not there anymore.
I can't find one piece of that trailer, but I can find almost everything that was in the inside of it.
Except for the Christie's purse.
I found her purse.
Oh, you did find it?
Yeah, like that's how I got the keys to her truck. I gave it to her brother Bryson.
Right.
He actually stayed out here with me. Everybody else walked off, but he had other things, like he knew a lot of people, so he had to attend to that, but he came back. Because I was out there, I was like, everybody had been left away from around her, but I was like, I'm just going to stand here.
Kentrell, we have to go to a commercial break. I'd like to keep talking with you after the break if we can, okay?
I can see, yeah.
All right, you drink some water, okay? And we're going to come right back, okay? As we go to commercial break here on the Weather Channel, we're getting our first images of Wynne, Arkansas, and you can see just what one residential street looks like.
Welcome back with continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak. Right now, we still have severe weather in progress. Very powerful storm system moving through the center of the country, bringing severe weather all the way from areas as far north as Chicago down through Kentucky and Illinois and Tennessee and even as far south as Arkansas and Mississippi. So what we've got right now is still the support for severe thunderstorm activity. Everywhere here shaded in red. That's where the wind shear is still very strong. Even though we've lost some of the daytime heating, some of the instability has gone away a little bit. we still have very strong winds aloft, helping to support the maintenance and movement of these thunderstorms at very high speeds. In fact, in some cases, storms are moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Right here across parts of Tennessee, this area shaded in yellow, that's where there's still some instability, some buoyancy that is supportive of severe weather. I do want to point out, though, if you're waiting for all this bad weather to end, that west wind that's coming in now across much of Arkansas, that is the western edge of any severe weather threat. So once the winds turn out of the west and the dew point goes down, your severe weather threat is over. But it is not over in areas here, let's say in southern Tennessee. Let's go there. I'm going to ask Heather. Heather Zahn's, wonderful meteorologist here, manning the controls, and we're going to zoom in right now at that supercell, which has actually been an extremely long-lived supercell that's been with us for a couple of hours. Originally it started in Arkansas, brought some tornadic circulations with it. In fact, confirmed tornadoes. This storm has had a history of tornadoes. We now have a tornado warning for Hardeman and McNairy counties in Tennessee. There is a very powerful couplet. We got to zoom in on this, Heather, right now, because this circulation right in there, no doubt, is a tornado, and it is moving toward the east-northeast. Its translation, I think, is about 50 miles per hour, Heather?
Yeah, let me look.
I think that's right. It's moving east-northeast.
At 50, yep.
At 50 miles per hour. So it's moving so fast that if you're in this warning, you have to react immediately, which means, if you can hear my voice, the lowest floor of the building with as many walls between you and the outside, away from windows. Here's some of those locations that will likely be impacted, let's put it that way, by this circulation. And I might add, there are some other complex circulations inside of this single supercell, so there may be indeed multiple tornadoes ongoing as well. We have to be very careful. The bottom line is that warning encompasses all of it. So if you're in that warning, you need to take shelter now. And let's move ahead real quick. If you're downstream of that warning, last thing I want to show you, if you live in, let's move that over. If you live in Selmer, you're not in a tornado warning now, but you probably will be in one in the next 15 minutes. And I want you to take shelter with given how fast these storms are moving and how long-lived they've been. Speaking of long-lived tornadoes, Justin Michaels in Wynne, Arkansas, is on the ground right now talking about the damage that he's witnessed as part of a thunderstorm that produced a long-lived tornado and unfortunately led to a couple of fatalities. And Justin, I want you to tell us what you're seeing now on the ground.
Well, Dr. Postel, as you well know, in the aftermath of any destruction like this and devastation like this, there's a lot of activity. A lot of crews are filtering in here from gas companies, other utilities, and you may hear the hissing behind me. This is the gas company, and they believe that is an open line. They said we're fine here. They don't want us to get any closer. And in fact, when we're done with our live shot here, we are going to pull back. But they're trying to determine the cause of that. From time to time, we do get whiffs of gas. And it's not just from here. It's all across town. Many lines were ruptured. Many water lines were ruptured. And you can see why. The overall state of homes, businesses, property destroyed here in Wynne, Arkansas. And this is the beginning of the cleanup process. And what that means is they're trying to make this place safe so more crews can come in and start the very, very hard work of trying to bring this town back from absolute, utter destruction. Let's talk to Kentrell Harris again. If you were joining us before that last commercial break, you met Kentrell. Kentrell, we're grateful for your time again. And I know that talking with us can't be the easiest thing to do, but you're generous to do it. And it's important to get these stories out. You survived in a car outside of a trailer where your girlfriend died. But other family members survived but are at the hospital right now. That's the bare bones of your story right now. I think the most important question is, beyond all of that, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm dealing with it. You know, like, I really believe, like you say, I'm still in shock because I can't be too cold-hearted not to be feeling nothing, but I think it just happened right so fast. But when it do hit me, I just hope it don't hit me too hard. And I don't know, man. I'm wordless from it, you know. I don't know. I'm speechless. It's bad, though. Yeah, it really is. It really is. You know, like, what messed me up the most was, like, her daughter kept asking me. Like, when I went back to the ambulance with her daughter, she kept asking me, is Mom okay? You know, and I was like, I didn't even answer her. You know, I couldn't tell her, you know. That's going to be the worst thing. Like the kids, I'm thinking about them kids, you know, like they young, 12 and, 13 and 11. I can get through it. I'm grown. It's them who it's going to hurt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's all they had, too. Like, yeah, you know, like she was a single parent, you know, other than me. Like the father's, you know, not saying nothing bad, but he's not around. And I hope he see this, you know, because he needs to know, you know, that's his baby mother, you know what I'm saying? Mother of his kids, so.
Yeah. What is her full name?
Kristen Grayson White. LaKristen Grayson White, the color white. She's here. She's been living in Wynne her whole life. Everybody around here know her. Yep.
And she was your girlfriend?
Yep. we've been off and on. You know, we was living in Forest City, but she got in a home out here, and I probably been out here with her maybe 3-4 months, maybe.
I know that this question, and if you can't answer this, you don't feel compelled to do so, but it has been such a short period of time that you lost her. But
no, I've been knowing her. I've been with her, like, we've been off and on, like, maybe 4 or 5 years.
But I mean, since she passed away.
Right.
What will you take with you? What will you remember? What's at the top of your heart?
Everything about her. Everything about her. You know what I said though? You know, because I've been, my life ain't all the way on track. And you know, that girl got a way of putting words. I think her words gonna make me move on with my stairs, you know what I'm saying? Because she don't give up. She don't give up at all. I'm surprised she ain't kicked something down and got up from wherever she is right now. For real, she's strong. But it's just everything about her. I ain't gonna never forget nothing about her, good and bad.
Kentrell Harris, we're grateful for your time, sir.
Yep.
All right, and you please take care of yourself. Okay. I'll be thinking of you. You stay strong. I'll be right back over with you, Kentrell. Dr. Postel, the stories are going to keep coming. We stumbled across Kentrell as he was driving by. You can see the general state of his girlfriend's car. His car was fully inoperable. The windows are blown out on this car, but it's the only transportation Kentrell has at the moment. And this is just one of many, many stories, Dr. Postel. Of course, we know at this point 2 people have died here in Wynne. One of them, LaChristie, Kentrell's late girlfriend. And you have to believe, Dr. Postel, this night's going to be hard, tomorrow's going to be harder, because the sun's going to come up, and the reality and immensity of what we see here is going to become very, very apparent. And what it's going to take to bring this town back is going to become painfully apparent. And it's amazing what the light of day can do. It offers hope, but it also offers a reality, a dose of reality of what this is actually all going to entail. And Dr. Postel, as you can see, just by the state of this tree and by the state of this one corner in this one small town, Wynne, Arkansas, this is going to be a long process. Dr. Postel, into you.
Justin, thank you very much for that sobering report. Unfortunately, daylight tomorrow will reveal, I think, a lot of tornadic destruction across the middle part of the country. I mean, really, that's just one tornado in Arkansas. There were others in Arkansas as well. There were others in Illinois. There are others now ongoing across parts of the Midwest. But we have some significant weather still in progress. Tornado warnings all the way down from Chicago through areas just to the southwest of Memphis, Tennessee. Let's go there first, because I want to talk about this particular supercell. It's got a tornado warning now for Lee, St. Francis, and Tunica counties in Arkansas. That is moving toward the northeast. It's got a very strong couplet, a velocity couplet, meaning there is strong rotation aloft. In fact, the inbound velocity component like that pointing toward the radar is over 100 miles per hour at 5,000 feet in altitude. So there is a very strong circulation here moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. If you live in Hughes, North Tunica, some areas that have seen already tornado warnings today, Unfortunately, another one is here in progress. This storm all by itself, a discrete supercell moving northeastward, unfortunately getting closer to some areas, very close to Memphis. We got to watch out for that. But there are plenty of other storms here across parts of, well, let's say western Indiana and eastern Illinois. Let's have a look at a couple of these. Heather, I'm going to let you choose. We got so much to talk about. Let's go now northeast of Paducah, Kentucky. This is sort of a little line segment of severe weather. Certainly it's got damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour with it, but also a tornado warning for a couple of counties. This is a radar indicated circulation. Now these counties are moving into, I believe, southern Indiana. Is that correct?
We're going into Kentucky now.
Going into western Kentucky now. Okay, so this is very, very fast moving action, and you can see we've got a couple of circulations there. Anytime you see those reds and the greens together, you know that there's certainly a mesocyclone that's capable of producing a tornado. We don't have confirmation here, but indeed everything is moving so quickly. If you get that warning, react immediately in a tornado warning, lowest floor, interior room if possible. Farther to the north, moving out of east central Illinois into west central Indiana. We just got a new tornado warning out here, which is just south of Terre Haute, Indiana. This supercell all by itself may indeed contain a tornado as well. And we've got to watch these warnings now. We're in a very dynamic atmosphere. Just because now the sun is down doesn't mean we're ending that severe weather threat. It will continue throughout much of the nighttime hours, given the strength of the winds aloft that are keeping these alive, unfortunately. Jeff, I'm going to send it over to you. You have a phoner to report to us.
That's right. Out of Arkansas, let's bring in Latricia Woodruff with the Arkansas Emergency Management. Can you give us an overview? What's the latest tonight?
Well, as he was showing there, it's pretty good amount of damage in Wynne, and unfortunately the loss of a couple of lives there. But I want to get some really pertinent information out about that area. It seems that people are flocking to the area. We know that everyone wants to help, but it's causing some issues in that area. So all entrances into Wynne are now closed. There are checkpoints there, and if you do not live in the area and you have no business in that area, you're not a first responder, you're not going to be allowed in. They also are going to have a curfew. 10 p.m. to 6 o'clock in the morning is the curfew there in Wynne. They're just trying to get a handle on things, and when so many people flock to the area, it keeps them from doing the job that they need to do. We know that Arkansans care about their neighbors and want to help, but right now the best way you can help is not to go into that area.
All right. Can you tell me what other communities, aside from Wynne, which was so hard hit as we just saw, I know that the north side of Little Rock also was hit pretty hard.
Yes, the north side of Little Rock hit pretty hard. They are trying to bring things together there. The mayor and our governor just had a press conference, and they're getting a handle on things there. Jacksonville, in Pulaski County as well, there was some significant damage there. An apartment building saw some significant damage. At one point, we heard that people were stuck inside of their homes, but their neighbors were able to help bring them to safety. So there's a lot of damage. Night has fallen here, and it's hard to see all of the damage. When the sun comes up in the morning, we will definitely see the extent of that damage, and we will continue to work through the night here at the Arkansas Division of Emergency Management, just on standby, so that if any of those cities and towns need some resources, help with getting some resources for the cleanup, that we are here to assist them.
All right. Now, do you have a message for the people, again, that have been affected by this? What can they do? Should they just pretty much try to find shelter overnight? Are there places they can go to, or shelters been opened anywhere?
There have been shelters opening in some areas. Here in Little Rock, there's shelters open at I think 5700 Cantrell, North Little Rock 2700 Willow, and they accept pets. Hall High School here. It's 6700 H Street here in Little Rock. If you're in another area and you don't know where there's a shelter, get in touch with the Sheriff's Department or your police department or your local emergency management office, and they'll be able to let you know if there are any shelters available. But here in Arkansas, lots of people reach out to their neighbors and family members, and they take them in. But if they do need shelter, have them call those places, the Sheriff's Department, local emergency management, and they can direct them.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, that is the director there of the emergency management in Little Rock or in Arkansas. All right, let's take a look at some of the active warnings that we have. And I got to tell you, there are still a whole slew of them here from northern Illinois, just on the southeast side of Chicago, all the way down through Indiana now, getting into West Kentucky. Then we pick up more from Tennessee into northwest Mississippi and still in parts of southeast Arkansas. Greg Postel will have the latest on all these coming up.
Welcome back. Tornado outbreak continues across much of the Midwest, including parts of east central Illinois. Let's have a look at what we've got right now. In fact, we have a bunch of tornado warnings with very dangerous supercell thunderstorms moving rapidly eastward from Illinois into Indiana. Right here in Crawford County, Illinois, we have a tornado emergency that includes Robinson and Palestine. These are towns in east central Illinois. Very concerning radar circulation, extremely strong rotation aloft. A tornado almost certainly in progress right now, right near Lamont. And this is, again, right near the Illinois-Indiana border, moving out of Illinois into Indiana. Looking at some of the radar data, I've looked inside of it, and the radar tells us that the circulation is rotating at over 100 miles per hour aloft, and that is a sign that indeed a tornado is in progress. And it would be, if you zoomed in, right about there. And again, it is moving out of Illinois into Indiana. So let's extend the warning into Indiana, Heather. Shall we move it and show you who will be impacted by this very dangerous storm? And over the course of the next, say, 20 or 30 minutes, do expect it to move to Gill, Sullivan, Duggar, Wright, and Clay City, some towns in Indiana likely to be impacted. If you can hear my voice, and if you live there, take shelter immediately. This storm is moving eastbound at about 50 miles per hour and likely contains a tornado with it, and potentially a very strong one. It's a long-lived supercell that we've been tracking out of south central Illinois, continuing to move eastward. And again, very likely a tornado in progress, one that is capable of doing a lot of damage based on the reports that we're getting from the Doppler radars. So again, if you live in Stockton, for example, and you can hear my voice, take shelter. Now, the warning, let's move the radar just a little bit so we can get that warning for west central Indiana. And there it is for Clay, Greene, and Sullivan counties. That goes until 11 o'clock local time, so about another 40 minutes or so. But this storm continues to move to the east, and do expect that it's going to be moving. Exactly, Heather. Let's back out and move everything to the east a little bit more to show you where this thing is going beyond that tornado warning. Very likely going to continue on. Heads up if you live in Bloomington. You're not in a tornado warning now, and hopefully you won't be. But this particular supercell is dangerous and is moving roughly in that direction, so you might as well think about where your safe spot is. And if a warning is issued, go ahead and get there immediately, because the storm is moving very quickly. But that's not the only game in town. Unfortunately, we've got more tornado warnings in progress. Now, this is parts of western Kentucky, actually just southeastern Illinois, right near Kentucky as well. And we've got a couple of warnings here. These go for about another 10 minutes or so, but are very possibly going to be extended beyond that. We've seen these storms continue well beyond their lifetimes in the warnings. So this is one of those situations that we're likely to continue with that tornado threat for hours yet to come. Heather, let's go south and check on the storm just to the southwest of Memphis, Tennessee, where we've got right here another tornado warning here just for the southern suburbs of Memphis. For a couple of counties. We're talking Lee and Tunica counties in northeastern Arkansas, and also in northern Mississippi. So this is right near the Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee state boundaries, and the circulation is right in there. You can see where the blues and the greens are together. This circulation also moving to the northeast very quickly, as all of them are in this dynamic environment. So if you live in that tornado warning, do indeed take shelter. Heather, let's get to that tornado warning and show you the counties with it real quick if we can.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's all right. We can get you those here just in a second. There's just everywhere, right? For Crittenden, Lee, and Tunica counties, this goes until 9:45. Radar indicated possible tornado, but it's a supercell all by itself and may indeed have a tornado with it. Chester, Hardeman, and McNairy counties in southern Tennessee, heads up. This is a supercell that has been with us for hours. It moved out of Arkansas, has had a history of producing tornadoes, and is right now got a considerable threat to it with a radar indicated circulation just to the west of Savannah, Tennessee. And you can see the circulation right in there. And it is rotating fairly quickly, very indeed, possibly as a tornado with it. Let's zoom out, Heather, as again, and there's a whole lot of radar indicated tornadoes on the map. We can just pick out a few, and you can see we've done that. Again, this is rolling very quickly across parts of southern Tennessee. Let's go to...
go back to the emergency really quick.
Let's do that.
I want to make sure, because we just turned on the radar over there, so it may be coming in now.
Good call.
Because it wasn't coming in before. Let's see.
Just south of Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yeah.
Very complicated radar structure here, but very strong circulation embedded with the reds and the greens and the blues right next to each other. This is a tornado vortex signature. Has had a history of producing tornadoes. This particular supercell across central Illinois is now rapidly moving into south central Indiana. So let's bring the warning. That's now moved out of Crawford County. Let's move ahead to the east a little bit and show you. There we go. For Clay, Greene, and Sullivan counties in Indiana, let's move it even farther to the east. I want to give people a heads up. If you're living in Bloomington or areas just north of there, this dangerous storm is rapidly moving your way. Not saying it's going to remain as intense as it is right now, but it might, and it just might save your life if you act in advance. The way things are moving tonight, there's not a lot of time to do that. So again, here's some of those locations that are likely to be impacted by this particularly dangerous supercell with a tornado likely in it. We'll be right back with much more on this and all the other severe weather warnings in the Midwest.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel as our coverage of severe storms continues. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from downtown Chicago. Just wanted to update you on this. We are obviously in downtown Chicago, but about an hour, a little more than an hour west of us, there's a city called Belvedere, and Belvedere police there have confirmed to TWC that they are working a mass casualty event. Now, not a ton of details as they're still working that. There was a concert ongoing there earlier this evening at the Apollo Theater in that city, and I do know that that area earlier this evening, now it can't be confirmed, that's something the National Weather Service would have to do, but that area was under a tornado warning earlier this evening, and again, this is an unfolding event that's happening right now, so just an absolutely terrible situation as that line of storms moved through. Of course, areas west of Chicago definitely got the brunt of the storms, the western suburbs and areas as you look into western Illinois where those storms were moving through with just such a terrible punch earlier this afternoon and evening with the wind gusts, with the tornado damage. So I'm sure as the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we'll see more light of day on all of the damage that was actually done. But again, it's just one of those things when you're talking about that risk for severe weather, people going out to enjoy a concert, maybe they didn't even realize how bad it was supposed to be, focused on the concert, and now we're looking at a mass casualty event. So it's never anything that you want to see, Dr. Postel. And of course, this is just one of the areas that's looking at damage from these storms that moved through so many cities, so many lives changed from this afternoon and this evening and this outbreak that we've been dealing with.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the case. And, you know, we're working on to find out whether or not indeed it was a tornado damage from that event in Belvedere. We don't know, but there was bad weather with a squall line, Felicia, moving through. You're right about that. Thank you very much. You know, we've got a lot of ongoing weather right now. So downstate Illinois and in west central Indiana right now, very serious weather still remains in progress. Good news for Chicago, the severe weather threat is over. It is not over here in west central Indiana. This is a dangerous dangerous supercell. I was just looking at some of the Doppler radar scans inside of it out of Indianapolis, looking at this thing. Now, the radar beam height is at about 6,000 feet, but the winds are over 100 miles per hour in various directions coming out of this thing. So there's extreme rotation, certainly aloft, very likely a tornado on the ground with this. It was earlier a tornado emergency in Crawford County, Illinois. It has now since moved into west central Indiana. And let's put on the debris. Actually, Heather, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let's look in here and look, they're right there. See that blue spot? That is very likely a dropout in what's called correlation coefficient, meaning right there is debris flying around. The radar is looking at the shapes of the objects in the air. And when you see a blue shade in there, that tells you that there are very odd shapes, not rain. And that means very likely a tornado is in progress right now, very near or in Sullivan, Indiana. This whole thing right here is moving northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. A damaging tornado is in progress. I'm certain of that. Let's zoom out and give everybody a timeline of this thing, because this supercell has been with us now for a while. Since central Illinois, it is now here, and it is producing a tornado, a potentially violent tornado based on some of the radar scans we're looking at right now. If you live in Duggar, Gilmore, Wright, Lone Tree, and of course in Sullivan, take shelter now. Lowest floor, if you can hear me, lowest floor, away from as many windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and away from windows, lowest floor. If you don't have a basement, underneath a stairwell, for example, or in a bathroom that can offer additional protection, you want to have your safe spot now. And let's also move ahead, because this storm, Heather, is likely to continue on east from there. We can extrapolate that there would be an extension of a tornado warning beyond that, and zoom in. There might include a couple of locations such as maybe Richland or Bloomington even. If you can hear my voice and if you live there, you might as well take shelter and find your safe spot. You may not end up being a tornado, for example, but you might. And if you are, it could save your life. And we want to be prepared, because this is a very dangerous supercell thunderstorm with extremely rapid rotation in it, likely a tornado in progress doing damage based on what we're looking at not far from Stockton, Indiana.
It is an observed tornado.
Okay, so now we just got confirmation it is an observed tornado. Not surprising, based on what I just showed you from the radar data. You can see that dropout in correlation coefficient. There may be a couple of those. There are a couple of circulations inside of this supercell. But where you see blue surrounded by red, that is debris in the air. This is a debris tracker. That is not a good sign. There is a tornado in progress. If you live in Wright or Lewis, Indiana, take shelter now. This dangerous storm is moving your way very quickly. Welcome back. Tornado outbreak continues. We have a couple of tornado warnings to get to right away. This one not far from Memphis, Tennessee. In fact, just to the south. It's almost tracking along a storm that was tornadic just about an hour or so ago. These storms keep on moving, in some cases right along the same track. As Jeff Morrow was, we were talking just off camera. Right now, we're going to go and look at this particular storm. Well-defined supercell, long-lived storm moving eastbound, east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. I believe that's been sort of the standard motion. Here are the counties out of northern Mississippi into southern Tennessee. This is a radar indicated circulation. This new warning, this really long warning that extends out of just north of Hernando, Mississippi, out of northern Mississippi into southern Tennessee. That extension is being done by the possibility of this thing carrying a tornado with it. We don't expect that it's got a tornado in progress, but there is still some pretty strong rotation right in there. And if you were to time that guy out, Heather, let's do that. Let's time that mesocyclone out as it moves northeastward very quickly. If you live in these locations, you are likely under a tornado warning. You take shelter now, because these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. They have done damage and certainly could cycle through and intensify yet again very quickly with little or no advance warning. So you want to be mindful of that. If you're getting this warning in northern Mississippi or in Tennessee and some of these locations, do indeed please take shelter immediately. Again, this is just south of West Memphis, Tennessee, all of it moving eastward very rapidly.
NWS chat, they are stressing the intensity of this storm, that it could become radar indicated or observed. So they want to hype up this storm because they think it could be a lot worse.
So right now, radar indicated, but it's got that potential to get stronger and produce a tornado. Excellent point, Heather. Thank you very much for. So that is indeed the case. Anywhere along this warning, if you live in DeSoto, Marshall, or Shelby counties, take shelter now. This storm remains very intense and is moving rapidly northeastward at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Let's move to the northeast. We've got a bunch of tornado warnings and actually clusters. We're going to zoom in on this group right here, not far from Evansville, Indiana. A couple of tornado warnings to get to. We can zoom in on this, Heather. I'm guessing these are all radar indicated tornadoes, meaning there's circulation aloft, but we haven't had confirmation of a tornado in progress. Here are a couple of counties, Union and Webster counties, out of northern Kentucky into southern Indiana. This is, again, moving eastward very quickly. And keep in mind that even if you're in this tornado warning, you should obviously take shelter as though a tornado is coming your way. But even if you don't get in the tornadic part of the storm, you could still be impacted by very strong straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We've seen a lot of that today. We've seen a lot of damage from straight line winds at that velocity. So this is something to consider as well. Let's go farther to the north. And this one has caught my eye. This is a very dangerous supercell, likely still with a tornado in progress, moving rapidly eastbound. There it is. So this is in west central Indiana for Clay, Greene, and Owen counties. Please take shelter immediately. There is, I'm sure, a tornado right there. If we zoomed in, Heather, and looked at the velocities inside of that, look at this. Okay, so extremely strong rotation in here. Not long ago, I looked at some of the scans, albeit coming from the Indianapolis radar, scanning at about 6,000 feet. But the velocities were coming in each direction over 100 miles per hour. So it's very significant rotation as it rapidly moves on off toward the northeast. Good news is here, we do seem to have lost earlier what was once these blue dots. Those have seemed to have gone away. Those blue dots represent debris. Maybe there is still a little bit of evidence left of that, but not as identifiable now in the radar scans as we saw just a few minutes ago. So either way, this storm is maybe still going through some cycles. It could strengthen again. And a very strong thunderstorm, tornadic producing thunderstorm, is moving rapidly across southwestern Indiana. Clay, Greene, and Owen counties. Observed is the tag here, meaning we've seen a tornado with it already. And it has, we know, done some damage. Farther to the north, shall we go? A whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'd rather get to the tornado warnings first. Those severe warnings are significant. Yeah, we just popped up a new one right there, just to the east-southeast of Lafayette, Indiana. There is a line of thunderstorms moving through with embedded circulations. Each one of these circulations could contain a tornado. This is for Boone, Clinton, and Tipton counties in Indiana. Again, this is a radar-indicated circulation right there, right where my cursor is, and that is moving eastbound. You can see there's a couplet, a pretty strong one, between red and greens right next to each other. Gate-to-gate shear is quite strong there, so there's indeed not only a strong mesocyclone, but potentially a tornado in progress moving east-northeast. If you live in Frankfort or Kempton, Indiana, take shelter now. This storm is moving your way and may indeed be tornadic. Here are those locations at those times. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and also away from windows. Jeff Morrow, we got to talk about the forecast.
We do have to talk about the forecast.
Let's talk about the forecast because we've been dealing with these storms now for a while. They're going to continue on their way, I think, and maintain their intensity for a few more hours. Can you tell us where they're going?
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at that. And we have a couple of lines here, actually, of thunderstorms. We think they'll probably start to congeal in a couple of lines. I'm drawing them on here. And we'll end up with one big, long squall line. At least that's what the model was saying as we head through the wee hours of the morning. And there's still going to be some very strong winds along that entire line and maybe even some isolated tornado warnings. As we head into the day tomorrow, there are two areas we'll be watching out for severe weather. Not on the order of what we saw today, but nonetheless, maybe some severe thunderstorms in the northeast, parts of New England, New York, and Pennsylvania, and the southeast as well. So keep it tuned to the Weather Channel. We'll keep you advised. All right, things are quiet now in Iowa, but boy, that wasn't the case earlier. Check out this video of a massive tornado in Ottumwa, Iowa, in the south central southeast corner of the state of Iowa. My goodness, That was massive there. Of course, it's pulling up a lot of dust. You can see that the fields there are fairly barren, so these tornadoes were just sucking the dirt and the dust up off of these fields. Just a huge, what storm chasers call a stovepipe, and a rotating wall cloud around that. Just classic looking tornado, but fortunately, right now we don't have reports of a lot of damage here, Dr. Postel, but those were massive tornadoes earlier today in Iowa.
It's almost hard there to distinguish between the base of the mesocyclone and the ground, and the tornado is somewhere in between.
Right.
In some of those shots anyway. This one is pretty clear, but Jeff, you're right, that is a stovepipe, and we are awaiting the reports that have come out of this part of southeastern Iowa, because it's hard to imagine that didn't do a lot of damage.
It must have. I mean, if anybody was in the path of something like that, that would have been major damage. But let's hope that most of these, and there were several of them, stayed out in open country.
And fortunately, there is some of that in Iowa. You know, I've been through it. Yeah, we've got to get to some warnings here right now. In west central Indiana, there are some supercell thunderstorms that are tornadic, that are, certainly producing tornadoes as we speak. Let's go to a couple of them right now. This again, just to the west now of Bloomington, Indiana. This thunderstorm right here is being warned for a tornado. Clay, Greene, and Owen counties in west central Indiana. Radar indicated tornado, but if you look inside of it, indeed, the radar indicated circulation is strong. It is very strong and may indeed be producing a tornado. Right now, we don't have confirmation of that, but again, this was the storm. I think, Heather, this one had the tornado emergency, right?
Yeah.
When it was in east central Illinois.
I was going to say there are reports from scanners that several houses in Sullivan have been destroyed, which is when we were looking at the TDS on it before, so I can go back a few scans.
Yeah, let's do that.
So when the deep blues were here in Sullivan, that's corroborating with the reports in NWS chat about homes possibly being destroyed.
Perfect. Okay, now can you go back to that right there when we're Sullivan and zoom in, and I'll show you what we're talking about. So that was how long? About a half an hour ago?
That was at 10:30. So
20 minutes ago. So 20 minutes ago. So right there, what we're looking at is a variable called correlation coefficient. It's the Doppler radar looking inside of it and looking at the shapes of the objects in the air, essentially. And where they're uniform, you see the red, and that's kind of like rain. You can think of it that. But when it's blue, surrounded by the red, that means there's something odd shaped in there. And in this case, it was debris. This is sort of a debris tracker. You can think of it that way. And indeed, Sullivan, Indiana, this was a tornado in progress that about 20 minutes ago was producing damage. And Heather was just mentioning we have reports of damaged homes in Sullivan, Indiana. That very same storm now has rapidly moved eastbound, and now maybe the circulation aloft has weakened a little bit, and maybe it doesn't have a tornado in progress, but certainly you can see the rotation, the couplet still quite intense as it moves east-northeastward very quickly. But the radar that we're looking at it from is here. It's about, I don't know, a long way away. It's scanning the storm at about 5,000 feet in altitude. So we're not getting 50 miles away. So we're not getting a precise assessment, I guess, of the low-level rotation in that thunderstorm. But it is very possible that it's still got a tornado with it, and it's all moving eastbound very quickly. Farther to the north, now to the north and northwest of Indianapolis, Indiana, there is an observed tornado with this storm. Now, it doesn't look like your traditional hook echo, but it's a part of a line segment that's got a lot of wind shear associated with it. And the part of that line that we're worried about is right there, just to the southwest of Frankfort, Indiana. Very strong rotation. Observed tornado with this one moving east-northeastward very quickly. Again, probably 40 to 50 miles per hour.
It's moving northeast at 65.
65 miles per hour, Heather. Thank you for that. So it's moving very quickly. If you lived in Forest, Kempton, Sharpsville, any of those locations, you have to take shelter now. This storm, this tornadic storm, is moving rapidly your way. It will likely be at those locations at those times. And again, this is one of those situations that we're not relying on the daytime heating anymore. It's clearly long after dark. There is still plenty of instability to be found, but it's certainly taking advantage of that, and a lot of wind shear that is still in place that is supporting this incredible longevity. These supercells have been very long track, in some cases tracking over multiple states. And right now we're dealing with storms in Indiana that a couple of hours ago were in central Illinois and producing some tornadic activity there. And now they're here doing the same. This is the big picture here. Let's go to northern Indiana real quick, Heather. There's a tornado warning here. This is well northwest of Fort Wayne, Indiana, but I do want to get to it. It's part of a line of thunderstorms moving through that may have some rotation embedded within it. We do have a tornado warning out for Marshall and St. Joseph County in Indiana. It's very hard to tell. We're kind of in the radar spot where it's not looking at the low levels of the supercell thunderstorm, but the idea is that there could be a brief spin up along this line of thunderstorms as they move eastward very, very quickly. And if nothing else, they're going to bring winds, straight line winds of 60 miles per hour potentially along the way. So there's that line of storms. Let's back out for the last 10 seconds, Heather, and give everybody an appreciation for the scope of this severe weather outbreak that continues. And once you're west, let's say, of Paducah, certainly St. Louis and Chicago, your severe weather threat is over. Welcome back. The tornado outbreak continues across much of the central U.S., including parts of the Midwest, Indiana, Tennessee. Areas very large coverage of severe weather ongoing right now. If you look at the satellite pictures, it's very clear where we have all the bad weather really extending from parts of northern Indiana and now closing in on western Ohio, extending into the Tennessee Valley and in parts of the deep south. So overall, we have some very significant weather. Each one of those red boxes or polygons right there is indeed a tornado warned storm. Doesn't mean there's a tornado with it, but it means certainly that storm has the potential to carry a tornado with it, and some of them indeed do. And we've got a couple of mesoscale convective discussions issued by the Storm Prediction Center, this for parts of Tennessee, indicating that these storms continue that severe weather threat with the possibility of tornadoes throughout the next several hours. There's a whole bunch of supercells here, each one of them long-lived rotating updrafts, each one of them carrying with that the tornado threat. And you can see we've got tornado warnings for a whole bunch of them. Heather, let's zoom in on a couple of these. This one now just south of Memphis, Tennessee, DeSoto, Marshall, and Shelby counties. We've got tornado warnings here. This is a hook echo. If there is indeed a tornado, the circulation will be right about there. Let's zoom in on the velocity again, right where I said, right in there where the couplet of the red and the greens are together. That's where the circulation is aloft and near Olive Branch, and that is in northern Mississippi, moving out into parts of eventually southern Tennessee. So heads up. This is now just east-southeast of Memphis, Tennessee. Those are some of the locations that will be impacted. If you live in these locations, you're going to want to take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside. You know, a bathroom is a good place, perhaps underneath the stairwell in the lowest level of your structure. Now, elsewhere in Tennessee, farther to the east, we have radar-indicated circulations that are capable of producing tornadoes. Decatur, Hardin, and Henderson counties in Tennessee. Let's go to another tornado warning just to the northwest of that. Again, these are all thunderstorms that are capable of producing a tornado. Very strong wind shear is still in place, supporting the maintenance or the longevity of these storms. There's no doubt they're not going to die in the next half an hour or hour. They're going to continue with their severe weather threat, likely throughout the nighttime hours. Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson counties in Tennessee underneath a tornado warning. So take shelter if indeed you live in those locations. Farther to the north, we continue with the tornado warnings. We just keep going up the line, and I can give you an idea of where they're going right here. This is in northern Kentucky. This is a little line segment that is contracted a little bit. Perhaps the circulation near Owensboro is tightening up a little bit. We want to watch out for that. Right there, yeah, just for example, zoom in. Exactly, right in here, there is likely a tornado in progress. When you see a couplet like that, where the inbound and outbound velocities are right next to each other, you know that there is either a very strong circulation about to produce a tornado or indeed a tornado in progress. Now, I'm not sure what altitude we're looking at in this particular radar scan. I believe this is out of Nashville's radar. Is that right? No, it is north of that. But let's have a look at the, see if there's any debris according to the correlation coefficient. Probably looking at the wrong altitude for that. And good news, we don't see anything there, but that doesn't mean that there is not a tornado in progress based on where we're looking inside of this particular thunderstorm. So let's, there again, just to the west of Owensboro, Kentucky, this is likely going to be moving through. And if you live there or in any of these locations, take shelter now. You are under a tornado warning, everything moving eastward in some cases, Heather, we've seen these motions of 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, pretty much everything has been 50 or higher with these storm motions. So they're all moving very fast. And that's kind of why also these warnings are very long, where you can tell like it stretches. I can even do like a mileage draw on this. So the warning itself is 46 miles wide because that's to account for how fast the storm itself is moving. So that's why these warnings are really big. And that's why you may think you're at the edge of the warning, but it could come up on you really, really fast.
So this one, Heather, let's go to Owensboro. Let's zoom in on there. It's about ready. Some of this storm, part of it, looks like there's a couple of circulations in there. They will exit this tornado warning fairly quickly. This tornado warning, you said, was about 50 miles long.
Yeah.
This one's about halfway through it, so it's got about 25 more miles or so to the edge of it. This circulation, so if you do the math, it'll be there in about 20 minutes or so. So it's not going to take long for this storm to be out of the tornadic part of the storm, to be out of the tornado warning that it's in. So we're going to extend it. Let's look at Troy or Patesville, not in a tornado warning now, and we'll wait for the Weather Service to indeed confirm that, if indeed they decide to extend it. But if they do, take shelter immediately. Again, the storm motions, the translation speed of these storms is very fast. Highway speeds, they're moving at 60 miles per hour, and in some cases even more than that. Let's go farther north. We were watching some of these storms, Heather. I do believe this group right here, this group of tornado warnings, is associated with a tornadic thunderstorm that has had a history of producing tornadoes across central Illinois and even in parts of west central Indiana. This tornado warning now is for Morgan, Monroe, and Owen counties. Do you have any details on that particular warning?
Yeah, let me find out. There's so many warnings to look at. Still radar indicated, so thankfully it's not observed anymore. It's been radar indicated for the last couple of warnings, which is good. We can look at the velocity here.
It's got a pretty strong circulation in there, doesn't it? Right in there. So one of the things we have to watch out for, because this storm has had a history of producing damage. In Spencer, Indiana, this storm did indeed produce damage. There were houses that were destroyed, I believe. It
was in Sullivan,
Indiana. That very same storm about 40 minutes ago that has now moved east from there. Now, there are others as well. Farther to the north here, we have a couple of tornado warnings. There are a lot of lines on this map. I'm thinking, Heather, I'm wondering maybe we should probably remove the severe thunderstorm warnings, at least for now, and get to the tornado warnings. That will be the next scans we look at. But certainly, Clinton, Howard, and Tipton counties in Indiana are under tornado warning now. And Jeff, you know, we were talking about the forecast going forward and where all this stuff is going and the continued threat overnight and then maybe even into tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there are going to be a couple of areas tomorrow that we're going to have to watch in the northeast and in the southeast as well. And we're going to get to that coming up. What I want to do now, though, is bring in our own Charles Peak. And he has been roaming around I believe his home state of Arkansas. He's been up around the Little Rock area, and now he's down in some of the hard-hit areas a bit farther to the south. Charles, can you tell us exactly where you are right now and what you've been seeing as you've headed through the day today?
Yeah, Jeff, I've dropped south a little into Forest City so I can get a hotel room, and then I'll be back up there first thing in the morning. And but, you know, it's just horrific scenes there, you know, in Wynne. Just massive destruction. You can see when it's strong enough to literally derail a train and multiple cars, you know, and, you know, lives were lost, you know, lots of injuries. I just talked to a lady down here that her brother is still missing up there. They're looking for him and just those types of situations. And there was just so much debris. First responders, when I left about 30 minutes ago up there, they're having trouble getting around because power lines down, trees down still. They're bringing in front-end loaders trying to move things. And, you know, the high school got hit. Somebody asked me, it's unknown if they had let out school early. I'm hoping they did. But you just had widespread damage. You know, I would estimate probably 100 different homes damaged or destroyed. And, you know, just unfortunately, almost what we saw last Friday night repeated here, and you know, other things on a bigger scale all across the country today.
Yeah, we were just looking at some of your drone video here out of the Wynne area. Just some tremendous damage there. The train cars being blown over on their sides. I noticed some of those were tanker cars. I hope that they weren't leaking or anything like that when they got blown over. Also saw a fire going on there on one of your drone shots. I assume that might have been a gas fire there, just to add insult to injury. But wow, this is, and right now we're looking at some of the train cars that were blown over. Just some tremendous winds that had to been occurring in that area.
Yeah, I was just behind it as it was coming into the area, and trees down and having to go out into the ditch and to be able to get around to get up to Wynne, and even like on that fire, you had the fire department trying to respond to it, and they were having to keep finding a different street, and that would be blocked, and it took them a long time to get out there to it.
It never ceases to amaze me, Charles, that when you look at pictures like this, that some homes are completely demolished, basically gone, and yet not that far away there are others that look like they were hardly touched. It's just the capriciousness of the tornado winds themselves, it seems like.
Right, that, and then, as you know, many of these, if not all of them, are multi-vortex type tornadoes, and one of those vortexes can come around and totally destroy, a home and leave the next one, just with relatively minor damage. And so, and then it looked like to me from an aerial perspective in part of the town that it actually got real narrow for a little bit, then widened back out. Of course, the National Weather Service, when they do their survey, will actually be able to completely assess that and also the strength of it. But, right now our hearts just need to go out to the people. Lives were lost, lives were destroyed, homes lost, it's just a big deal. And fortunately, once again, like last Friday night, I've already had Samaritan's Purse in touch with me, wanting to know what they can do and where they can go. And they're pre-positioned. They're already in Mississippi, helping people there. And I'm sure they'll be over here as soon as they can get people here.
Yeah, Charles, I think Dr. Postel wants to ask you a question.
Charles Peak, thank you for all this investigative reporting here. I need to ask you, any sense for how long the damaged track is, and or how wide it is? Just a rough estimate?
I would say at least half a mile in spots with it. Unfortunately, because of my inability to get around with all the power lines down, the best I could do was sort of get in a central location in town and then fly it one direction and the other. And as far as I could drive or fly the drone legally, you had damage in both directions. And I know coming in, even out in the country before it got to Wynne, there was substantial damage, with trees down, power lines down, et cetera.
Charles, this is Jeff again. I also understand that you were in place to see the tornado in the Little Rock area. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, as it was coming up from the Hot Springs area, I was working my way from the east and got into North Little Rock and trying to find a place where I could get a visual, and found a golf course, and through my dash camera you could see, but I went ahead and put the drone up and was able to get some drone footage of that tornado as it was coming across Little Rock towards North Little Rock. And we also got it on the dash camera, and it was literally, maybe a couple hundred yards from me as it passed. And then I had to deal with the RFD, so I couldn't leave the drone up very long. And then there was quite a bit of damage, that I was there just to the south of me, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that was in a car that had the tree come down on his car there, and talking to a local meteorologist friend of mine there, I know he was telling me his mother's home got destroyed as well. And so I know there's a lot in Little Rock. The plan right now will be to have me back over there about noon with Chris Warren tomorrow. I'll be in Wynne first thing in the morning, and we'll be reporting from both of those locations here.
All right, Charles, one last question for you. I know this was pretty much well advertised by the Storm Prediction Center that this was going to be a very, very bad day across a large area. Do you have a sense that people there knew that the bad weather was coming?
Some did, but I mean, a lot of them didn't. I was at dinner last night in Mississippi, and they literally had no idea that there was any bad weather coming, and a lot of people, it looked like as I was driving around, it was sort of business as usual. And and I don't mean to criticize anybody, but it's like, how can you know there's been a tornado on that and not know the warnings? At least try to get in a safer place than a mobile home, and that lady and her 4 kids were all in a mobile home, and and I know it's not easy to necessarily go somewhere else, but I just don't know how we can better communicate that on these kind of situations. I know it's a huge inconvenience, and the odds are you probably won't get hit, but somebody's probably going to get hit and killed in these situations. And, it's always trying to figure out, is there another way we can communicate that?
Well, all we can do is keep trying and trying to keep the word out, and you help us do that, definitely. Thank you, Charles, and hopefully we'll be able to talk with you a little bit more as we head on through the rest of this evening. Let's get over to Greg Postel. He's going to get us updated on the severe weather right now.
Yeah, so far we have a report of over 40 confirmed tornadoes today. That number is only going to go up. We have new warnings out now across parts of central Indiana, and also a new tornado watch we'll get to in a second that goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. This set of tornado warnings for parts of central Indiana, Clinton, Howard, and Tipton counties. There's a thunderstorm here capable of producing a tornado moving very quickly to the east. If nothing else, it's got damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. You can see there are lots of places where there might indeed be rotation, but the prominent one would be right in there to the southwest of Kokomo or west of Sharpsville, Indiana. All of the activity is moving very rapidly eastbound. It is now starting to sort of congeal into a line, and that doesn't mean it's necessarily less tornadic. It means that there'll be a lot more people impacted by severe weather more generally. And right now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Brown, Monroe, and Morgan counties. And we'll have that new tornado watch out until 5 in the morning right after the break.
All right, let's get you updated on what we know right now. Crews are working a mass casualty event in Illinois. This is in the town of Belvedere. A roof collapse was reported at a local theater there. There is now 1 person confirmed dead in this event. The Illinois governor just tweeted his administration is closely monitoring the situation. In Arkansas, tornadoes killed at least 2 people in the hard-hit town of Wynne, and power outages continue to climb. Now 250,000 customers without power. Illinois is seeing the most with 110,000 customers there with no power. It has been a very bad afternoon and now into the evening, and the threat continues right now as we have more tornado warnings from Indiana through Kentucky and down into Tennessee. With more on that, let's get back to Greg Postel.
Jeff, thank you very much. Charles Peak was just showing us some drone video out of Wynne, Arkansas. There's significant damage to this town just to the west of Memphis, Tennessee. Let's go to some of the video there on the bottom left. And it extends over a very long distance. We don't know how long it is. I asked Charles, he said it extended well to the west before it even got to Wynne. And it was considerably wide as well and left some homes completely flattened. So a very powerful tornado moved through that region earlier today. And we've gotten reports now essentially 40 to 45 filtered reports of tornadoes so far today. Is that the right number, Heather? Did
you say 43?
43 is the number of tornado reports. Really, some of them even as far north as southern Wisconsin, through parts of central Illinois, a whole bunch here, and then another cluster in east central Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi. So that's where we've seen the tornadoes so far today, at least of the preliminary reports that we've gotten now. We expect that will fill in, I think, as we go through the nighttime hours. There'll be more. And we have more tornado warnings ongoing right now. So dangerous weather continues as this tornado outbreak rolls on through the nighttime hours. Let's look now in areas in northern Kentucky and southern Indiana. We've got a cluster of supercell thunderstorms, each one of them capable of producing a tornado. You can see a couple of tornado warnings. This one for Breckenridge, Hancock, and nearby counties. We zooming in on this. It's very difficult to tell sometimes exactly what we're looking at when we're trying to find a couplet, the velocity couplet, which is indicative of a tornado. Sometimes the radar is not very good at finding it, but I do see, go back, no.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Yeah, go to the west of Owensboro, right here, right there, just to the west of Owensboro, Kentucky. There is a couplet, a velocity couplet indicative of a possible tornado right there, and if indeed there is one, it's moving toward the east very quickly at about 50 miles per hour towards the Owensboro area, and indeed we are in a tornado warning here. You can track that velocity couplet right in there. Again, the radar is sensing rapid rotation aloft. And indeed, if it does have a tornado, it will be moving through Owensboro very soon in the next 10 minutes. If you can hear my voice, you might as well take shelter now. We are under a tornado warning in Owensboro, Rockport, and areas east of there. Take shelter. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and of course, away from windows. We will be monitoring the Weather Service reports to see if indeed there is a confirmation of a tornado there. And of course, we will let you know if we get that. Just to the south of Indianapolis, there is a supercell thunderstorm that is still remaining out ahead of a squall line, trying to catch up to it. And right in here, near Hensley, there is a well-defined hook echo. This is a supercell thunderstorm with rapid rotation aloft. Johnson, Morgan, and Shelby counties are under a tornado warning. Indeed, if there is a tornado, let's look at the velocity scans inside of that, out of the radar now from Indianapolis. So it's looking at it at a fairly low altitude. Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it? But indeed, probably somewhere in this zone, there would be a tornado indeed. So we'll be watching this very carefully. If you live in Franklin, take shelter now. This storm is moving very quickly, and it's got all the hallmarks of a tornadic supercell thunderstorm that is going to maintain its intensity likely for the next half an hour at least as it rolls eastbound. It may eventually get absorbed by the line of thunderstorms that is catching up to it. And what did that mean? Well, it might temporarily lose its characteristics or its ability to produce a tornado, but it might regain it. We've seen tornadic spins up and down this line for a long time now. So we'll be watching the evolution of these storms as they race eastbound across parts of Indiana as well. But notice we've got a couple of warnings here in and around Fort Wayne. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. There have been a whole lot of reports here of winds in excess of 70 miles per hour with some straight line winds moving through. That is very significant. Even if there's not a tornado warning out for some of these storms, they are carrying with them the potential for damage from straight line winds. Now, once this line goes through, severe weather threat is over for the night. The air stabilizes, strong west wind moves in, and that is the end of the thunderstorm activity. But we're looking at here a couple of counties still under a tornado warning now in northern Indiana. Grant, Huntington, and Wabash counties. This goes for a little while longer, for about another 20 minutes or so. So be prepared for a stormy night if you live in any of these areas. Take shelter now. If you get a warning, find your safe spot immediately. Again, the storm motions are moving still at highway speeds at 50 to 60 miles per hour. We'll be right back.
And we're just getting some new video in from the scene of that mass casualty event in Illinois. A roof collapsed at the Apollo Theater here in Belvedere. The fire chief told reporters on the scene that at least one person died in this roof collapse. Another 28 were taken to a nearby hospital. 260 were reported inside the Apollo Theater at the time for a concert featuring the metal band Morbid Angel. That show, of course, has been canceled now. Efforts are underway to make sure no one is still trapped in the theater. One concert goer said they weren't in the theater very long before the roof caved in. No confirmation that it was a tornado, but we will find out when the Weather Service is able to take a survey of that area. The Belvedere, by the way, is just east of the Rockland area in north central Illinois. All right, we still have plenty of severe weather to talk about ongoing this evening, including many tornado warnings. Let's go back to Greg Postel.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you very much. You know, we've got a lot of bad weather now in north central Tennessee. This is west of Clarksville, Tennessee. And what we're looking at is a cluster of supercell thunderstorms. And there are a lot of circulations embedded inside. Let's have a look at some of these. I'll show you what I mean. There's a lot of tornado warnings that are covering them. But what we've got here is Benton and Henry counties under a tornado warning. We've got a tornado warning out for Houston and Stewart counties. And looking inside, this is what's the dangerous part of these storms. There are circulations hiding inside of the rain. These may be rain-wrapped circulations. Not that you could see them anyway because it's after dark, but just north of Big Sandy, there is a likely tornado here, east of Paris, moving east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. Farther to the south and west, there are more circulations there. Not far from Camden, right here. Not far from Huntington. This is all in northwestern Tennessee. There are rotations here that are very likely tornadoes as well. So we have to, with the warnings, treat them as though a tornado is in progress, moving your way very quickly. It's one supercell thunderstorm here, very likely with a tornado. Another one here, very likely with a tornado. And another one here, very likely with a tornado. So if you mentioned, as we mentioned, if you live in these counties, any one of them, take shelter immediately. Again, Houston and Stewart counties, observed tornado there. Considerable threat with the Benton and Henry. Now farther to the south, let's go here. This is indeed considerable threat with a possible, indeed likely tornado there for many of the same counties. So we're just getting over and over again run over by these thunderstorms, which are very likely containing tornadoes as they move east-northeastward very fast. So let's scan outward a bit, Heather. Is there anything out here that is catching your attention outside of western Tennessee? What about that? Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say we haven't touched on this warning yet.
Yeah, I was going to say
right along the Arkansas Mississippi line.
All right.
Let's look at that.
Let's zoom in on this one. This is in western Mississippi for Coahoma, Quitman, and Tunica counties. We've heard that county.
I was going to say Tunica County. I think this is the third
today.
time that they've been under a tornado warning today, at least.
At least.
Yes.
This is one of those days, you know, where the tornadoes and the thunderstorms, the parent thunderstorms, have moved over the same locations along very long, steady tracks, you know, multiple times. And this is one of those cases that, unfortunately, some places may have been hit by tornadoes more than once. And this one looks like maybe a possible tornado in progress, not far from Jonestown. This is in northwestern Mississippi, moving east-northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. We time that out and show you who's in the path of this. You can find those locations at those times. And please take shelter. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside. Now, Jeff, we're going to send it over to you. You've got more information on the potential for the mass casualty event in Illinois from the damaging thunderstorms moving through.
Yeah, we have a live shot there. Actually, we're going to be getting some video from the scene of that mass casualty event in Illinois. You're looking at a live picture here, actually, in Belvedere of the front of the Apollo Theater, and you can see the marquee there has collapsed, and part of the roof has collapsed there as well. Just want to recap, the fire chief told reporters on the scene that at least one fatality in the roof collapse and another 28 people were taken to the hospital. 260 were reported inside the Apollo Theater at the time for a concert for the metal band Morbid Angel. Efforts are underway to make sure no one else is still trapped there. One concert goer again said they weren't in the theater very long before that roof caved in. All right, so we have active warnings right now all the way from Indiana down through parts of Kentucky into Tennessee. We will keep you updated as long as the threat is there overnight tonight. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. We are continuing with the tornado outbreak throughout the nighttime hours. There is actually now a growing threat for tornadoes in Mississippi. What's happening is the atmosphere is actually becoming more supportive of tornadic supercells in parts of northern and central Mississippi, right in this area. There's actually a mesoscale convective discussion that was just issued by the great forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center, telling us that the tornadic environment is now becoming more and more favorable. This is typically what happens in the overnight hours. We're seeing the increase in the low-level wind shear because the low-level jet is strengthening in this region. The hodographs are getting bigger. This is a lot of fancy talk for the fact that the winds are now becoming more supportive of tornadic supercells, and those hodographs will continue to get larger, especially as that low-level jet intensifies. And we have a couple of new tornado warnings here. This one again for Coahoma, Panola, and Quitman counties. This goes for about, let's see, actually about another half an hour or so. This is a radar indicated circulation. We don't have confirmation, but this one, just to the southwest of Clarksdale, Mississippi. This is not in a tornado warning, but maybe should be as we look at this circulation moving toward the east. Now, just south of Clarksdale, Mississippi. Again, this is not warned. Let's zoom in on that, Heather, if we can, and give you an idea of where it's going. This storm right there has got a relatively strong signal in the velocities that indeed rapid rotation is in progress, moving east-northeastward, might slide just south of Clarksdale. But if you live in Clarksdale, I know you're not in a warning, but you might as well take shelter. This storm may have a tornado with it moving through these regions at those times. I would expect there will be a new tornado warning out issued right in there in the coming minutes. That would be my guess looking ahead for this particular storm. Now, we have other storms out there as well. And again, the environment, as we mentioned, with the increase in the low-level shear over parts of Mississippi, that is becoming more conducive for tornadoes. We are not alone with the tornadic threat in Mississippi. We have company here in northern Tennessee. This is for a cluster of supercell thunderstorms that has tornado warnings with it. Most of them are radar indicated circulations. We don't have a lot of confirmed reports of tornadoes, but these storms have in recent minutes been, I guess they've had tornado confirmed with a couple of them.
This northern cell for Houston and Stewart counties is observed at this time.
Right now it's observed. Okay,
yes,
very
that
good.
is observed. So we can go on the velocity mode, and you can, as you were mentioning, there are multiple different rotation signatures here.
But the one that's observed, you're saying, is that one right here?
I can draw it on mine as well.
Yeah.
It's this one.
One.
That is the observed one.
That's the observed one. Interesting. And we have a very strong rotation here, which the warning does not say it's observed.
Not
it's
yet.
looking at a different altitude, of course, and that one here. But it's very likely that we may get confirmation of tornadoes with those particular storms as they move, again, kind of following their training along the same path, moving just north of Camden, Tennessee. Again, we are in western Tennessee, and this is a cluster of supercell thunderstorms that is exhibiting tornadic properties right in there. Dixon, Clarksville, heads up. A lot of this bad weather is moving your way. Let's go northbound, shall we? How about just, what do you think? Take me to someplace, Heather.
I want to make sure we talk about this cell. Even if the tornado warned part of it may not be heading towards Louisville, the whole storm itself is heading towards Louisville, so we should talk about this.
Let's do that. Okay, there is a tornado warning for Breckenridge, Hancock, and I can't read the county. It's been covered up on my screen. Perry counties. Let's zoom in on the velocity. It's kind of far away. It's not really showing much. But indeed, if there were a circulation, it would be right about there. So we'll be watching, of course, very carefully. And if this does indeed turn into a warning that has a confirmed tornado, we will let you know soon. But all of these storms throughout the Midwest and the Tennessee Valley are in an environment that is supportive of tornadoes. That's going to continue throughout the nighttime hours, Jeff.
All right. Well, we've already had several reports of tornadoes, Greg, from Iowa to Illinois to Arkansas, now into parts of Tennessee. This is a look at one of the tornadoes that was on the ground in Wynne, Arkansas earlier today, about 50 miles west of the Memphis area. Now, we have seen some of the damage caused by this tornado. Just tremendous damage in Wynne. 2 fatalities confirmed in the town of Wynne as well, and some injuries. A train was actually pushed off at the tracks and toppled over. At least some of the cars will by the force of the tornado. Just a heartbreaking situation once again in another town there. You can see some of the damage there to some of the homes. And here's a look at some of the damage. This was shot by Charles Peak with our drone, or his drone that he was flying over some of the damage there. Again, just kind of heartbreaking there, though, completely the roof taken off of this particular house. Just hard to look at some of this stuff. We've seen it so much. This is Benton, Arkansas, and if you look past the eave of the house there, you can see a tornado in the distance, again, moving across Arkansas and Iowa, 2 of the hardest hit states. Let's take a look at some of the damage now in Benton from that tornado. You can see the roof of that big box store there was completely taken off, and then some of the homes here as we fly the drone over here. Just a lot of damage once again. And that has been the hallmark of the late winter and now the early spring season. just a lot of tornadic activity, and it doesn't look like that's going to change much because we have the threat of more severe weather in the east tomorrow, and then maybe another outbreak as we head into next week in parts of the Midwest. So we will keep you updated on this. We'll keep you updated on any of the warnings that continue to come out and may continue to come out as we head into the wee hours of your Saturday morning. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Tornado outbreak continues across much of the central U.S., all the way from the Midwest, even parts of Indiana and Ohio, southward through the Tennessee Valley into the deep south. We even have some tornado warnings right now in parts of Mississippi, where, believe it or not, right now the tornado threat is actually increasing in northern parts of Mississippi. The wind shear is beginning to increase in a way that is going to support more supercell development here. We've got a couple of thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes. These warnings are for radar-indicated circulations that are possibly, well, eventually maybe tornadic, and we got to be mindful of that and track them as they move very rapidly east-northeastbound at about 50 miles per hour, each one of them. We can look inside of them, although we're kind of in a radar difficult spot because we're looking at, we're not very close to any radars, so we're looking pretty high up. But the idea is that there's a circulation aloft here. There's another one here just to the southwest of Sledge, Mississippi. All of these are moving northeastbound about like that very quickly. If you live in Marks or Sledge or even Batesville, you're right now in Batesville, you're not in a tornado warning. But heads up, there is a circulation moving your way, and if nothing else, a thunderstorm with damaging straight line winds is very likely on your doorstep. So we'll be watching this group of thunderstorms in northern Mississippi very carefully over the next few hours, with the possibility that they will get stronger as they move into an environment that is more favorable for severe weather. Farther to the north in northern Tennessee, we're watching a cluster of supercells. There's actually 3 distinct velocity couplets here right in this zone. And you can see there's one just to the west of Carlisle. There's another one north of Waverly and another one just to the east of Huntington. Let's have a look at the Doppler scans inside of that. The circulation near Carlisle, it is being warned, but it is relatively broad. Not likely to have a tornado with it. But a much stronger circulation is here and here, one near Camden and one northwest of Waverly. All of that is moving northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. Heather, can we go back to that velocity and just, we'll go through it very slowly and just animate it in the last 15 minutes to a half an hour, just to give people a sense of where these things are going. You can see they're kind of moving like about that direction. So just north of due east, and they're moving and maintaining their intensity as they move in that direction. So this is, again, in western Tennessee. We likely have some tornadoes in progress, and we'll be awaiting reports from the Weather Service if indeed any confirmation of that comes along in the next few minutes. Anything from chat?
So I was just looking at like the storm motion, how like this is at 10:35. I'm looking at the Carlisle circulation, so like this. Yep. And then in just 10-15 minutes, now the circulation has gone here. So we've been mentioning this before, these storms are moving very, very fast. So Clarksville should be alert, Van Leer as well. These cells are moving very quickly, so even though you're not currently under a warning, you may be so soon. So just be ready.
This is a dangerous group of supercell thunderstorms that is very likely tornadic. That's why it's got the tornado warnings, but it doesn't mean they have a tornado with them. The warning can be issued if there is a strong circulation aloft that might produce a tornado. So that's why the warning is issued. But sometimes the circulation extends to the ground very quickly, and it may indeed happen with these as they move eastward very quickly. Look, Nashville is not that far away east of it. So if you live in Nashville, especially on the northern side, heads up, these bad storms are heading your way, and there's more even west of there, south of Jackson, Tennessee. Yeah, this is the one that we were looking at.
We were looking at this one, yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking that severe thunderstorm warning would be converted over to a tornado warning, and indeed it has, with the circulation right here just south of Bolivar and northwest of Middleton. The storm is again moving that way, so if you live in Selmer, you are now in a tornado warning. And this storm moving northeastward, east-northeastward at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Here are some of those locations in the warning. So again, just because like a severe thunderstorm warning may come out, doesn't mean the storm is going to stay non-tornadic. It might indeed spin up very, very quickly. Let's have a look at Nashville right now, live look, and you can see a lot of people out there. I wonder how aware
a worrying
we
amount
are
of people are outside.
that some bad weather is. How far away, Heather? Let's look at Nashville, and there's some storms to the west that have tornado warnings on them. How far to the west are they if we were to distance that out?
Yep. Well, I mean, with their storm motion, I want to make sure, it's like this cell could get there. I want to say
that's 80 to 90 miles.
Yeah.
But some of the closer ones
at least
are
for downtown Nashville.
Yeah, and it seems like Nashville is going to get some thunderstorms.
Yeah, that's
whether or not they get these or these, they're kind of in line. And either way, if you're outside in Nashville, it looks like there's a lot of people outside there now. Maybe think about getting inside. You probably have about an hour or so before the rain and the thunderstorms get close.
They did put a severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville at least, so that is good. At least warning the people that there is a storm coming. It may be upgraded to a tornado warning at some point, but at any rate, it is a strong severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, indeed. And then farther to the north, Heather, thanks for zooming up this way. Yeah. In northwestern Ohio, we've got a couple of tornado warnings. Now, this is for some circulations right along the leading edge of an otherwise line of thunderstorms. These circulations can move through very quickly. They can produce damage. And we do have a tornado warning for Defiance and Paulding counties in northwestern Ohio. Coming up after the break, Jeff Morrow is going to show us some video of some tornadoes earlier today in Arkansas. Welcome back. The tornado outbreak continues. We have some dangerous weather right now across parts of north central Tennessee. Let's go there. This is about 50, 60 miles west of Nashville. There's a cluster of supercell thunderstorms with tornado warnings on them. And some of these storms may indeed have tornadoes in progress. So it's not just that they have a possible tornado. They might actually have tornadoes in progress. Of course, some of these warnings are just radar indicated circulations. Dixon, Houston, and Humphreys counties in Tennessee. Notice where Nashville is. This is west of it by a couple of counties, but all of this activity is racing eastward at about 60 miles per hour. And certainly a lot of these storms, if they don't have tornadoes with them, they likely have damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Now, there's a bunch of clusters of circulation here. One there near Waverly, one here east of Camden, one not far from Carlisle. So everywhere there's a little bit of a circle, there's a potential for a tornado. Again, these are all radar indicated circulations. We don't yet have confirmation of tornadoes in progress, but look where all this activity is going. And Heather, can you do me a favor? Can you zoom out for a second and put the reflectivity on here?
Yep.
Heather Zahn's awesome meteorologist here. Let's just sort of put a little, I guess, a little squall line timer on this thing and move it in that direction and see how long it is before the leading edge of that bad weather gets to, I don't know, Nashville or Greenbrier. It's going to be a while. It's about another hour, but that's not that long. These storms, again, they may be seemingly 50, 60 miles away, but you can see that they're moving about 50 or 60 miles per hour. So we have to watch these storms as they continue to move eastward and carry with them severe weather. And of course, there is a tornado watch out that goes until 1 o'clock local time. Jeff Morrow, I'm going to send it over to you because you have some video to share with us from some of the tornadoes earlier today.
That's right, and we're going to start with some damage in Illinois. This is in Belvedere. New video from the scene of a deadly roof collapse there in Illinois. This was at the Apollo Theater in Belvedere. One person died in the roof collapse. Another 28 were taken to the hospital. 260 were reported inside at the time of the collapse. They were all there for a concert, and crews are still on the scene at the present time. Efforts underway to make sure no one is still trapped, but I think they have everybody accounted for the last I saw. There was a tornado-warned storm that moved through this area when that roof came down, although it wasn't confirmed as a tornado as of right now. All right, joining us on the phone is our own Charles Peak, and he's been out and about across much of central and eastern parts of Arkansas, his home state. And Charles, again, it must be a little bit rough to see your state kind of torn up by several tornadoes today.
Yeah, Jeff, when it's your home states, it makes it a little worse. But my heart breaks, whether it be Mississippi last week or Arkansas and other states this week, and just to see the kind of death and destruction that these tornadoes have done today and last week. And I see it pretty regularly, but I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
And we know that at least 2 people were killed in the Wynne tornado. Tell us a little bit about what you saw. We're looking at some of your drone footage. That train that got knocked over, at least some of the cars there, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and right just past to the right of where that train was is one of the situations I came upon, and one of the ladies that had perished that was in a trailer home there and had 4 children. 2 of her children were taken to the hospital with some critical injuries. And, just to be there with that situation and have to, at first you're trying to rescue her, and then you realize that it was too late, and to be there with the family in that situation. And then you turn from there, and there was a building, a business right across the street, and the first responders were there thinking that he was in the rubble because his car was there. And so we were over there trying to move stuff and dig through the rubble to see if we could find him. And after about 30 minutes, then another first responder came up and said that they'd actually taken him to the hospital. And just as you from the aerial views, you can see the vast expanse of the damage there. And, in some cases, a home totally destroyed. I think we talked about that last hour. And then, almost right across the street, a house that just has some roof damage. I wonder, from Dr. Postel and you, I sense in some of these cases they could be from a multi-vortex aspect of these tornadoes. In that kind of situation. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
It's possible that that is the case. That often is the case when you see multiple vortices in a tornado, and they tend to rotate around a common center, and they miss some houses but hit others. I understand you were also up around the Little Rock area. Could you talk a little bit about what you saw there?
Yeah, that a little earlier than what we were thinking, and so I was trying to hurry back to the west as this one was at, back around the Hot Springs area, and I think we had it touched down there, and as it was moving towards the Little Rock area, I got in position a little further north of it in North Little Rock and found a parking lot for a golf course that had a little bit of an opening, and was able to put my drone up in the air and got good visuals of that tornado. And then as it came, and I was watching, one of the things we watch is how the tornado's moving relative to the trees, and I could see it moving, to the right of the trees. So I knew I was in a safe position, and it moved a couple hundred yards, to my west, and then immediately came back after that, and there was a lot of damage there. But then you're torn. Well, do you cover the damage there, or there's a lot more to come during the day? And so we made the determination for me to head on the east, and I caught back up to the tornado that ultimately hit Wynne there.
All right, and quickly, Charles, what are your plans as we head into the day tomorrow?
I'm going to start off the day back up in Wynne first thing in the morning at first light, and I'll be there for a few hours, and then I'll be working to Little Rock and be there with Chris Warren tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Well, we really appreciate your work today, and you definitely gave us some awesome footage here, even though it is heartbreaking to see once again with this big severe weather outbreak. All right, let's get back over to Greg Postel.
Jeff, thank you very much. Let's look at some of the severe weather that's now in progress across parts of Tennessee. This is about 50 miles to the west of Nashville. There is a thunderstorm that is warned for the possibility of having a tornado with it as it moves rapidly eastward at about 50 miles per hour. This storm right here for Dixon, Houston, and Humphreys County in Tennessee, again, is being warned for the possibility of a tornado as it moves eastward. If nothing else, it's got straight line winds, likely in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you live in any of these locations, Dixon, or even some of the western suburbs of Nashville or on the northern side, heads up, this storm is not that far away and will carry with it some bad weather and indeed maybe even a tornado. Right now, there's only radar indicated circulation. I don't see signs right now of a tornadic signature in that, but it doesn't mean it won't pick up one. And we have to be very careful because these storms are cycling. Sometimes they get stronger and then they weaken and they get stronger again. This one will continue on its path toward the east-northeast very quickly. It will eventually move through areas near or just north of Nashville. Exactly what intensity it will be, we don't know yet, but we'll be monitoring it very carefully. And if you get a warning, let's say wherever you happen to be along this path, even Ashland City or Coopertown, or Nashville, if you get a warning, just take shelter. Find the lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside, away from windows as well. All of this storm is moving eastbound. I got some, Jeff has got
yeah, I just wanted to mention, you're looking at the bottom left-hand part of the screen there. If we can put up that Nashville picture, there are a lot of people down there. That's called Lower Broadway. That is the big tourist area, and that's the hockey arena in the background there that's all lit up. But those are all the honky-tonk bars that there, and you can see the people milling about there. On a Friday night, there are literally going to be hundreds, if not thousands of people. You can see the traffic. Let's hope that they get warning and they get inside, because that could be nasty if there are a lot of people outdoors. If you look on top of the bars on the left-hand side there, on top of those buildings, those are outdoor bars, and they're all packed with people out there as well.
Yeah, and these storms, Heather just put on the lightning associated with these storms. Let's say, for example, that they carry with them straight line winds and very heavy rain. They've also got a lot of lightning. Look at these cloud ground lightning strikes. Again, there's Nashville, and these storms are racing eastbound, and within the hour will be on the Nashville and vicinity area. Again, what intensity we don't know for sure, but stay tuned. If something pops up, we'll of course let you know. But there are other areas that are under tornado warnings. Should we go to northern Mississippi?
Yeah.
Or maybe southern Tennessee? Your choice.
Let's go, we talk about the Mississippi storms really quick.
We still have a tornado threat in northern Mississippi. Heather Zons, thank you very much. We're going to couple of supercell thunderstorms here for Panola and Quitman counties going for about another 15 minutes or so. We have a tornado warning there and another one just to the north. These storms have the radar indication. Wow, there's quite a bit of circulation with both of them right there and right there. These are rotating updrafts in these supercell thunderstorms. That's where a tornado would be if there is one, but they're not confirmed yet. We just have the radar circulation available to us. But of course, if something changes, we'll let you know. But if you are in these tornado warnings, you need to take shelter immediately, because these storms are moving quickly, and indeed they could indeed possess a tornado with little or no advance warning. Let's go to southern Tennessee, Heather. Let's check this one out, because this is a supercell thunderstorm that we were watching not long ago for the possibility that the severe thunderstorm warning would be upgraded to tornado warning. It was for Chester, Hardeman, and McNairy counties in southern Tennessee, just to the west of Selmer. Look, guys, there might indeed be a tornado in progress here. If you live in Selmer, take shelter now. You are in a tornado warning. You can hear the sirens. Well, if you can hear the sirens, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor. This is a very well-defined circulation. Maybe there's a little bit of a drop-off here in the debris tracker, suggesting perhaps there's a tornado in progress, but we'll be watching it very carefully. Let's zoom in on that guy for a second.
Yep. I'll go back.
Yeah, the most dangerous part of the storm, guys, this little hook echo right in here is in there. So the circulation, if indeed there's a tornado, would be right about there. And very strong west winds are likely here, and the circulation completing like that. So we'll be tracking this very possibly along Highway 64 and then east-northeastward from there, maybe near or just north of Selmer. This is in southern Tennessee. If you live in Rose Creek, Bethel Springs, 40 Forks, Old Lawton, or Hickory Flats, take shelter immediately. Are we getting anything new from the warning?
My chat is dead, so we have to fix that. But
okay,
yeah.
So we're not getting any new information right now, but this is a very suspicious-looking thunderstorm and probably has a tornado with it as it closes in on Selmer. Jeff, let's take a look at the incredibly visual tornado that moved through Ottumwa, Iowa earlier today.
Yeah, there are photogenic tornadoes, and then there's what we're looking at here. That is a massive, massive rotating tornado there. In fact, as you mentioned earlier, Greg, it almost looks like the whole, what we call the mesocyclone or the rotating thunderstorm, is down on the ground almost there. But indeed, there is a tornado now there. That's what storm chasers would call a stovepipe. And you can see why. It's basically just this big pipe, if you will, dark pipe kind of lowering from the ground. It becomes even wider in this shot, Greg. And fortunately, so far from what we know, this particular tornado stayed out over open fields.
Yeah, it is almost indistinguishable, right? The tornado from the cloud above it. And lowering like this, sometimes, you know, it's confusing. If there are trees in the way, you don't know the tornado is close to you until it's too close to you. And that kind of, I guess, low cloud base makes sometimes tornado spotting very difficult. This was clearly unmistakable, but it's not always the case. I've been out in situations where the mesocyclone is essentially touching the ground. There may not be a tornado in progress, but you can't tell because the cloud base is like just a few hundred feet off the deck. This is a tornado in progress with a mesocyclone that essentially is just a few feet off the ground, apparently.
And the dark look that you're seeing there, why it's so dark, it's basically sucking up all the dark soil, if you will, and the dust and the dirt up into the air. Makes it that really dark, ominous looking color. Of course, the clouds themselves are dark, but that is one large, ominous looking tornado.
Yeah, Jeff, let's go back now with the active weather now ongoing across parts of southern Tennessee. I want to go back to this tornado-warned storm near Selmer. I think it was southwestern Tennessee, that one right there. This one is, if we zoomed in even more, I believe has a very strong velocity couplet. This storm concerns me more right now than any other in Tennessee, just to the west of Selmer. My bet is there's a tornado in progress here, and I would take shelter in Selmer or north of there immediately as the storm moves extremely quickly at 50 to 60 miles per hour on its way. And it's a radar-indicated circulation, but that's a very strong rotation that is... Go ahead.
Sorry, moving east. I wanted to say that social media reports indicate power flashes with the tornado near Hornsby with structural damage to homes and mobile homes.
So that is a tornado in progress. So we can no longer use this radar indicated tab, as I've been saying. This is a tornado in progress. And Heather was saying the flashes, that's very important. And it's very likely power flashes from power lines being knocked down by circulation on the ground in progress. Selmer, take shelter now, and anywhere east of there, Savannah, Sardis, let's time this out. All of those locations, a tornado, potentially a strong one, is moving your way. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside, away from windows. This is a dangerous storm, rapidly moving east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. Take shelter, a tornado is moving that way. We'll be right back. Welcome back. The severe weather outbreak continues across the Tennessee Valley in particular. Let's have a look at some of the active radars now in Tennessee and nearby areas of northern Mississippi. Right in here, there's a couple of supercells that have tornado warnings attached to them. We will zoom in there. Heather Zahns, meteorologist, just to the west of Oxford, Mississippi. Oh, no. Sorry, no, you're good.
Do this one first. This one worries me a lot with this rotation signature for Selmer.
All right, this is now in southern Tennessee. We've got a very strong velocity couplet here. This storm has indeed had a history, recent history of damage near Bolivar, I believe, right?
Yep.
So that was about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago or so?
Yeah, they put that in chat 10 minutes ago, so
there was damage to homes / mobile homes in Bolivar. And right now, this circulation is over or just to the north of Selmer, Tennessee. And that may be right there, that dropout, that little blue spot, indicative of debris now in the air. I don't know why this is still a radar indicated tornado warning when indeed it probably should be a radar, or I should say a confirmed tornado based on what we're looking at right there, that blue spot right there.
Yeah.
What it's telling us is the radar scanning and seeing irregular shapes to the particles in the air. So that is very likely debris not far from Bethel Springs, just north of Selmer, Tennessee. I believe a tornado there is in progress. So we'll be watching that very carefully. And let's go elsewhere, shall we? Time this out, actually, Heather, if you would. Sorry, my bad.
You're good.
Heather Zahn's right here with me, making sure I'm on my toes. And we're going to track this guy out, pretty far. These supercells, have lasted forever.
So NWS Memphis in their chat saying they're upgrading to considerable with radar confirmed. Yeah, that's what this new icon is.
Well, there you go. It's considerable and now radar confirmed tornado, and we have confirmation of it also having recently produced damage. This supercell thunderstorm, if you live in Savannah, heads up. If you live in Morris Chapel, take shelter now. If you live in Adamsville, take shelter now. This storm is moving your way. It's got a tornado with it. and has the potential for doing quite a bit of damage. So please find your safe spot immediately. That is in southwestern Tennessee. We're going to go to some other areas right now. Heather, where would you like? Yes, in northern Mississippi. A couple of supercell thunderstorms here, each of them maybe containing a tornado. Radar indicated circulations are triggering the warning here, just to the west of Oxford. Oxford, Mississippi, not in a tornado warning, but kind of straddled by two tornado warnings. And my guess is that somehow, some way, Oxford will get into a tornado warning, probably from this storm, as it slides south of Batesville and moves in that direction. Again, doesn't appear to be the radar. Well, it doesn't appear to be the circulation is that strong, but these kinds of circulations can strengthen very quickly in the environment that we're in. There's a lot of wind shear. There's a lot of I'll call it this way. There's a lot of streamwise vorticity that these storms are able to ingest from the environment. There's a lot of spin in the atmosphere that if these storms are moving in the right way, can access, and that kind of rotation can immediately get converted into updraft rotation, a strong mesocyclone, and from that, an extension, at times, a tornado. So we'll be watching that area very, very carefully. But that's northern Mississippi. Now I'm going to send it over to Jeff Morrow to talk about the possible collapse of a roof, or actually the collapse of a roof in northern Illinois.
Yeah, Belvedere, Illinois, just east of Rockford. We have new video from the scene of what has turned out, unfortunately, to be a deadly roof collapse in Illinois here. This is the Apollo Theater in Belvedere. One person has died. The roof collapse caused another 28 people to be injured. They were taken to the hospital. 260 people actually were reported inside at the time for a concert. Crews still on the scene right now. Efforts still underway to make sure that nobody else is trapped inside. There was a tornado-warned storm that moved through the area at the time that the roof came down. Listen to what one concert goer had to say.
I would say there was hundreds of people in there. It looked like it was an outbooked event. I did witness when I first got here that they did have people out on stretchers in front of the Apollo Theater. It looked like they were trying to get ambulance access and EMTs to that. So that was definitely something I did, in fact, witness.
Illinois State Representative Dave Vila rushed to the scene as soon as he learned about the tragedy. Here's what he had to say.
It's just horrific what's happened. The Apollo Theater is one of the heritage places around here, and to see the damage is just heartbreaking.
What have you heard about the number of injuries, potential fatalities?
I've only heard one fatality. I've heard there are numerous injuries. I know family, I don't want to say too much because family's still finding out. It's still kind of chaotic right now. And this kind of freak storm that hit, and hit quickly, and hit in a small area. Again, Rockford's only about 10 minutes away, and we didn't have much. Roscoe is 20 minutes away, and there was barely anything there. And this was a huge storm that hit this area.
And the Illinois governor just tweeted his administration is closely monitoring the situation there. All right, let's take a look at the active radar we have. Still some tornado warnings here, stretching all the way from Tennessee and Kentucky into Mississippi.
Welcome back. We have severe weather in progress right now across parts of Tennessee, just to the west and southwest of Nashville. We're going to go to the southwestern part of the state here. There is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that we've been tracking here at the Weather Channel now for a while. It has left some damage in and around Selmer and to the west near Bolivar. Now that warning has been extended to include Decatur, Hardin, and McNairy counties. There is a very strong velocity couplet here, indicative of a tornado in progress and a potentially very strong tornado at that. The circulation is right, let me get it right color, is right there. Let's zoom in actually, Heather, if we could, just to the west of Savannah, Tennessee, near Adamsville and just to the west of Morris Chapel. If you live in either one of those and you can hear my voice, take a shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous tornado. It's shown that it's produced damage now along its path, and the damage, the debris is right here just to the west of Adamsville right now. So It's clearly lofting debris into the air as we speak and moving very rapidly at 50 to 60 miles per hour. This storm is capable of lots of damage as it moves east and northeast very quickly. There's that confirmed tornado report near Bethel Springs. Power lines knocked down and guardrails thrown in the road. But we know the tornado continues to move off toward the east-northeast and will likely impact. Let's see if we can extend that, Heather, shall we?
Yeah, we'll make it.
Yeah.
Because these storms are moving very fast, as he just said. So they may be escaping the tornado warning area very quickly. So in places like Clifton, Waynesboro, you want to be on alert for these storms. You are still under a tornado watch as well. So just be on alert for this tornado warned storm that has a history of damage.
It does. That's perfectly put, because these storms are moving fast and they will exit the tornado warning. Whether or not they still have a tornado in 20 minutes, this storm, not clear. But let's say it does. It's not a bad bet. Waynesboro, take shelter now, even though you're not in a tornado warning. Okay,
sorry, one more thing. NWS Memphis in their chat is saying golf ball hail likely on this storm as it moves east.
That would be in the higher reflectivities right in there, and it's moving likely in that direction. So hail size, according to the radar, 1.8 inches, and that has been confirmed with golf ball size, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of hazard with that. Damaging straight line winds, golf ball size hail, and a tornado in progress. Farther to the north, now, all those storms that were west of Nashville that recently had tornado warnings, those tornado warnings have either expired or have been canceled and been replaced by severe thunderstorm warnings. Still significant in its own right, with these severe thunderstorm warnings closing in on Nashville and some of the northern suburbs. Do expect some small hail.
Yep.
And very likely winds gusting up to 60. Do we have any reports from chat on that?
Let me see.
From the Weather Service?
Nothing confirmed at this time. Just watching these storms as they are moving they are warned with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail.
60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Mostly looks like sliding north of Nashville, but you got to think there are others to the west that might make it to Nashville and even the southern suburbs as well in the coming hour or so. Again, all these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So, one radar scan, it looks far away. The next radar scan, it's very close. And you can see a lot of cloud ground lightning as well.
Yeah, I'm also looking at our tower cam that we have just below you, Dr. Costel. That cell that wasn't warned at all just came through, brought some rain, but it's not deterring anyone, which isn't a good sign. So hopefully they get these warnings soon. This specific area is not severe thunderstorm warned, but these cells are very electrically charged. There's going to be strong winds with them, possibility for hail. So I hope these people will get the warnings and head indoors sooner rather than later.
Jeff, would you by any chance know what direction that camera might be looking?
That is looking west.
So maybe we would see, right? Maybe
you'll see the lightning coming.
That's what I was going to say, lightning flashes. Yeah. That would be the next thing. Jeff, do you have any things you want to share right now?
Yeah, I was, if we can, go to my TrueView Max, and I was going to show you the forecast here as we head on through the rest of the night, because we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. Looks like all these showers and thunderstorms that we've been talking about are going to queue up into one big line here as we head through the overnight hours and then roll eastbound here, and there could still be some very gusty winds, some hail. We can't even rule out maybe an isolated tornado by morning. It's pretty much lining up from east of Pittsburgh down through Knoxville and moving into the Atlanta and Birmingham areas. And then tomorrow, as we head through the day, watch out in the northeast and parts of the deep southeast for the possibility of some isolated severe weather. Not looking at a tornado outbreak like we did today, but yeah, some big thunderstorms with gusty winds and the possibility of hail.
Welcome back. Severe weather continues tonight across especially parts of Tennessee. Let's look at the radar in and around central and western part of Tennessee. You can see some storms closing in on Nashville, but the most significant one is here. This is a tornadic thunderstorm in progress. We've been tracking it now, telling you that the tornado has been attached to this storm. It has been doing some damage, and indeed it continues the threat, considerable threat, with an observed tornado in progress, and the circulation right here just to the northwest of Savannah, Tennessee, moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And if if we can track this and tell you who's in the path of this tornado, it will be on you very quickly. The storm is moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you live, for example, in Clifton, in about 20 minutes, this storm will be in your vicinity. Same thing outward into Waynesboro shortly after midnight local time. If you live in those locations, do expect a severe thunderstorm and maybe even a tornado as it moves through. We're looking at sort of a variable here called the correlation coefficient. That's fancy words for a debris tracker. When you see a little blue spot or like that, surrounded by red, that means that there's debris flying around in the air. They're irregular shapes in whatever the radar is detecting as it's scanning the skies. Those irregular shapes are usually debris. So that means there is still a tornado in progress just to the east-southeast of Morris Chapel. There's also some significant hail with this particular thunderstorm. So again, the tornado-warned storm indeed indicates that there is a large and dangerous tornado still moving eastward very quickly. Heather, let's zoom out and give people a perspective where this is and where it might be going once it exits this tornado warning. Again, the tornado warning is this sort of red-shaped polygon. This system is going to be moving this way quickly. And again, here's some of those locations. Even if you're not being warned for a tornado right now, if you live in those locations, take shelter. It just might save your life. This storm will continue to move eastbound at a high speed and also carry with it the severe weather threat. Should we go elsewhere northward and look at some of the storms now closing in on Nashville?
Sorry, can we do this tornado warning first? Really quick.
New tornado warning just popped up for good reason. Just to the west of Oxford, Mississippi, there is a thunderstorm here with the possibility of it having a tornado. Radar indicated circulation right about there. Let's move it around. There we go. There's the little couplet, the velocity couplet, indeed telling us that that's where the circulation is. And a tornado may be in that vicinity moving this way. And if it held together, it would be in Oxford in about 15 minutes. So Oxford, you are under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. Again, find a sturdy structure. You're home late at night. Find an interior room away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside. Let's say underneath a stairwell in the lowest levels or in a bathroom that can provide some additional shelter and some, structure that can prevent some large debris flying around. Anywhere else you want to go with these?
Yeah, we can go to Nashville now.
Okay, we're going to go to Nashville and just the outside skirts here, or the outskirts of Nashville, and you can see that there are thunderstorms moving in, no doubt about that, and they've had a history of producing hail and gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. So there are very significant weather moving into the Nashville metro region, especially on the west side. It will likely move through within the next 15 minutes to 30 minutes or so. And watch out for the severe weather as it closes in on the region. These storms earlier were warned for the possibility of having tornadoes, but right now those tornadoes are not in existence. They've been canceled. We are now dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning as this group of storms moves on through. Heather, anything else you want to go? I want to go north into the Midwest and see what we can find if there's any still.
Sure. I just want to call. I know we've been talking about this storm. They just did extend the warning.
They did.
So just highlighting Perry and Wayne counties still observed. And then fire department in NWS chat saying multiple reports of people trapped in houses in McNairy County.
Okay, so again, we have been warning this storm now for a while, and please listen, if you live in these cities of Clifton or Waynesboro or Perry and Wayne counties, take shelter immediately. A tornado is in progress, moving your way at rapid pace. It's moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. It has had a long history of doing damage and continues to do so. So again, southwestern Tennessee under the gun right now with tornadoes or at least a tornado in progress. Farther to the north, we have a line of thunderstorms moving through eastern Indiana and western Ohio. These are not warned for tornadoes, but they are being warned for straight line winds of up to 60 miles per hour. Anywhere up and down this line, you can see damaging winds, large hail, and also a lot of heavy rain and cloud to ground lightning. But here's the good news. Back up. Show me some good news. Once this line goes through, right back in here, like say Indianapolis, your severe weather threat is over. This is the back edge of the risk of severe weather. Once all that passes, when your winds go out of the west and you feel the dry air coming in, you're done for the night. The severe weather threat is over, and that's excellent news. So even though in Indianapolis you may be under a tornado watch, that goes for a little while longer. The threat is rapidly diminishing from the west. And again, once that line goes through, you can assume that the severe weather threat is over. The tornado threat in Indianapolis, I can tell you right now, is over. Producer Keith, let's have a live look at Nashville, shall we? We will find out what direction we're looking. Jeff Morrow will be able to help us out with what lightning. So we're looking west.
Yeah,
you are looking west here.
We must be looking west. So that lightning is from storms closing in on the Nashville area, now under a severe thunderstorm warning. For a possibility of winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And here are the folks on Broadway. Jeff, you were right. They're still out.
they will be there for a while. That's just the way it is on a Friday night in Nashville.
It's like in New Orleans. They're up all night. Watch out. Severe weather is coming in.
All right, a line of severe thunderstorms is approaching the Nashville area. You're looking at Interstate 440. It's kind of a beltway around the south and west side of Nashville. And if you look closely there, occasionally you'll see some lightning. There it was, just on the western horizon, approaching the city. Should be there probably within the next half hour or so. All right, let's switch to another camera here. This one up a little bit higher. There again, you can see the lightning off to the west as these storms are approaching. The first batch is actually moving by just to the northwest of Nashville right now. You'll see that in a moment on our radar. But there is a cluster that's going to be moving right through the city. In fact, let's take you down to Lower Broadway here. We have a street camera shot here. And still, as there, of course, it's a Friday night in Nashville, and there's going to be a lot of folks out. And there are, as the bars are still open. And the rooftop bars, if you look at the buildings on the left-hand side of your screen, there's some folks up there on the rooftops there. There are bars up there as well. So a lot of people milling about. That's very common in Nashville on a Friday night. But yeah. Hopefully they'll be able to get inside because storms are on the way. And with a look at the radar and show you just how close they are, let's go back to Greg.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you very much. There are storms closing in on Nashville from the west and northwest. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning. What does that mean? It means the conditions are going to deteriorate very quickly with damaging straight line winds, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. You can see all those little white squiggles. There's a lot of CG, cloud to ground lightning in there, and very heavy rain as well. We could see some potential for some flash flooding as well if these storms don't move through as quickly as they could. Though they are individually moving very quickly, but the line is kind of tilting over like that, and that might lead to some training, some cells going over the same locations over and over again. But as we mentioned, there's that severe thunderstorm warning for storms closing in on the Nashville area. Now, farther to the southwest, a dangerous situation continues to unfold. We've been tracking here a tornado now for at least the last hour, longer than that even, where a large and dangerous tornado continues. The threat is considerable. We have an observed tornado. This has been detected by observations on the ground, and also the radar has indicated debris has been lofted in the air as well. The circulation now is right, go back to the other radar where, yeah, is right in about there. No, you're good. Just to the west-southwest of Clifton. If you live in Clifton, take shelter immediately. This is likely a tornado in progress, and it can do a lot of damage, and it does indeed look like it's accompanied, that circulation, by debris. Let's go to the most recent scan, if you would. It's right in here. The little blue there, it may not look like much, but it's surrounded by red. That's a sign that there's debris lofted in the air because the radar is detecting objects that aren't like uniformly shaped, like rain might be. They're actually irregular things flying around. Debris, in other words. So it's a debris tracker, and this one has it. So we have to watch out. If you live in Clifton, as I said, take shelter immediately if you can hear my voice. Let's track this if we can, Heather. Heather Zahn's also a meteorologist here along with me. And we're going to be monitoring this as it moves eastbound. It is continuing to pose that tornado threat, and it will likely be in these locations going forward through the next 40 minutes. So even if you're not in a tornado warning, let's say in Barnesville or Ashland, you're not, but you probably will be in at least a tornado warning. They'll probably extend this warning as this system rapidly moves eastward at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So remember that. And if you get the warning, it means it's time to take action. Meaning, get to the lowest floor if you are awakened by the sound of a siren or your phone alarm goes off. Wake up, get to the lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside as possible. Of course, stay away from windows. Don't go outside and see if you can see this thing coming in. It's moving too fast, and it has had a history of doing damage, so be very careful. A life-threatening situation potentially. So watch out there across parts of southwestern Tennessee, in Waynesboro, near Waynesboro, and Hohenwald and areas nearby, of course. There are others as well. Let's go to northern Mississippi. We have a tornado warning which does include Oxford, Mississippi. So we are watching a thunderstorm with a possible tornado, radar indicated circulation aloft that is moving through very quickly. And the circulation just to the west of Oxford. So that's where the circulation aloft is that the radar is detecting. Doesn't mean there's a tornado in progress. We have a live look at Oxford for us right now. You can see lightning off in the distance. There it is.
There's
you know what?
A lot of lightning with this cell too.
Okay, so what I want, guys, I want to make sure we stay with this camera. Let's, as long as we can at least box it up. But I want to stay with this because if there is indeed a tornado with this storm, it is going to be moving through Oxford very soon, I think, like right within the next probably few minutes. Would you say, Heather? Can you zoom in and show me the velocity? Couple it again. And there's Oxford, Mississippi. And the circulation of interest is here. It's still relatively broad, not necessarily indicative of a tornado, but these circulations aloft can and occasionally do spawn tornadoes. So we have to watch it as it moves through, and it will be in the Oxford area momentarily. Within the next few minutes, it's moving that fast. So we're going to stay, I would like to, with that camera as long as we could, because and just remember, our coverage is going to continue throughout the night with this ongoing severe weather, which it continues to move through parts of northern Mississippi, southern Tennessee, and elsewhere in areas in the Midwest. It's going to be a long evening. Stay tuned and stay safe, everyone.
A dangerous weather, severe weather, including tornado warnings continuing as we head on through the evening hours, and now getting into the overnight. Active warnings, tornado warnings, even some reports of tornado on the ground and observed here. Considerable threat from severe weather Decatur and even into Hardeman counties here. We are in southwest Tennessee, Nashville, kind of up here, so to give you an idea of where we are. Probably even a little bit of hail in there, so a very dangerous storm. The Clifton and Waynesboro areas, if you're not in your safe place yet, you should be getting there pretty quickly. As we look at our velocity, we do have at least a little bit of a broad couplet there showing rotation and back toward the west with that secondary cell on the southwest side of it. That's the second spot where we are anticipating potential for tornado. As we had said, we're getting reports now of potentially observed tornado. Heather, now is it the lead one or the back storm? Do we know on this lead storm here? So Leatherwood into Flatwoods and Ashland, even Hohenwald and into the Cummins area. Please get into your safe place now, whether that's into your basement or into an interior room. If you do not have a basement, again, getting reports of a tornado on the ground here and observed moving on off toward the north and northeast pretty quickly at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these dangerous storms will continue to push through not only a wind and tornado threat, but also some large hail up near Nashville. We're also looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. These could be for winds in excess of 58 miles per hour plus and potentially becoming tornadic. Then further up the line, we get into the Ohio Valley. This is the latest tornado warning. Some rotation shown in these storms just south of Findlay into the Lima area. Augalaize County for the cities of Moulton and St. Mary's. This is a tornado warning, and again, this one's radar indicated, but either way, if you are in these areas in and around the Lima, Ohio area and east of St. Mary's, should be getting into your safe place now, as we are looking at active weather even up into northern Ohio now, with maybe a little bit of rotation showing there just to the southwest of Lima, Ohio, and to the west of Interstate 75. So take cover in this area where we are seeing a broad rotation with some of these thunderstorms, but a pretty nasty line now. And as we go through likely the next few hours, this threat will become more damaging wind, straight line wind threat with occasional spin ups along the line as we head on through this evening and through the overnight. Other areas that may be impacted by this line of severe storms: Newberry, Findlay, Monroe, Bellefonte, and Urbana, all over the next 15 to 30 minutes. So if you are in these areas, expect at least some strong winds and heavy rainfall, along with a threat for some hail. And as we're seeing on the line, occasionally we will see some of these storms spin up, and there will be the potential for rotating supercells even in this line further toward the north. We go down near Bowling Green. We've got another cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings, and we go south of Bowling Green into Nashville now, and you get into Davidson County, starting to get clipped now by some of the stronger storms. Gusty winds with these warnings, Cheatham, Davidson, and Dixon counties. If you are in Dixon and now the city of Nashville and Oak Hill, tornado possible here. So this does have a tag that there may be some weak rotation within this thunderstorm as it continues to push on off toward the east. So take cover now in these areas in and around the Nashville area. It's a Friday night. Even though we're just heading toward midnight, still, we're just getting after midnight. Probably a lot of people out in the streets. Hopefully everybody's taking their precautions as they should be. Dixon back toward the west, maybe some broad rotation there, and potentially maybe even in there just to the west of Nashville. But right now, looking at severe thunderstorm warnings with the possibility of a tornado coming in here. And there it is. There's your tornado warning that just came out now for Cheatham and Dixon County. We are in, let's say, central or west central Tennessee, west of Nashville now. This is a new warning. Cheatham and Dixon, radar indicated back in here once again. That was that area of rotation we had just kind of identified where it's kind of tightening up just a little bit hard to see here as we're getting a little bit further away from the radar. But if we do have that rotation, it's most likely in this area right here to the southwest of Charlotte. So if you're in the Charlotte area in Tennessee, please get to your safe place now, into your interior room and into your basement. Some other areas here that may be impacted by this storm up near Ashland City and just to the north of Kingston Springs. Looks like that's probably where that storm's going to go. Also near Frog Pond and potentially White Bluff. So if you're in and around some of these cities or towns that I've mentioned, it's probably your best bet to get into your safe place. And if you're at Clay Lick or even Griffintown, those are some of the areas also that could be impacted now by this latest tornado warning that's just come in. Cheatham County and Dixon County in Tennessee. That's going to be until 12:30 a.m. local time. So big storms heading toward Nashville. Hopefully everybody's taking their precautions, getting into their safe place. And down southwest of that, another observed. This is that observed tag here. This is the one I believe that we did have the observed tornado with, and it does look like it's moving on off toward the north and west. Correlation coefficient a little messy there, but Heather, I would say maybe that's the area we're looking at. Right.
You can hear me, but Clifton, yeah, as it goes northeast of Clifton.
Right, northeast of Clifton. That's the area where we most likely have got a debris signature there. It's kind of like looking for elements that may not be anything but rainfall. So this may be some debris getting kicked up there, as they did have at one point a confirmed tornado. So this right now is the most dangerous storm on the map. Perry and Wayne counties for the cities of Clifton and Waynesboro. Considerable threat here. We'll take a look at our watches, and we could see tornado watches do continue now. For some of us now getting into northern Alabama until 7 o'clock in the morning. So the watch meaning that we do have the potential for additional severe weather in and around the watch area, down near Tupelo and even on into places further down toward the southwest as you get into parts of Tennessee and northern Arkansas. All right, let's take a look now. Off to the left, you can see Nashville, Tennessee. Right now, these storms are just about on your doorstep. Now, the radar is going to lag just a little bit, but as we can see right now, thunder, lightning, see the lightning in the background there. Not quite sure which direction we're looking at. It's probably toward the west, even though we do see some of these thunderstorms coming in, not only with severe thunderstorm warnings now, but it looks like that warning's getting into northwest or western Davidson County, or at least on the line there. So be ready for dangerous weather to approach you now in Nashville, where we do have the thunderstorm warning and now this tornado warning that's just been issued. For now, it's for Cheatham County and Dixon County. Rotation indicated right now within this thunderstorm cell. Nothing confirmed at this time, but if it stays on this current trajectory, if we could track that out, we could see when it's going to be getting close to likely the Nashville area. Does look like it's trying to weaken just a bit, but over the next, looks like about 20 to 30 minutes now, we could see White Bluff in a few minutes and Kingston Springs, but you look down here into the city of Nashville. Either way, it'll be a strong storm. Now, whether or not it stays tornadic or not remains to be seen. So 12:36. Local time. That's when we are expecting this storm to head in your direction. So everybody should be getting into their safe place now in Nashville, Tennessee for a dangerous thunderstorm, potentially tornadic cell heading your way. More storms east of Louisville. And again, looks like we've just seen, that's a new warning, I think there, Heather, just south of the Lima area. Yeah, that looks like additional tornado warning south of Sydney and Troy now. This is Miami County for the cities of Concord and Pequa, and also Troy. Radar indicated that's going to be until 1:30. City of Troy right now, you may want to get into your safe place. Weak rotation showing there, but it's rotation nonetheless. And what's happening on this line now is we are continuing to see these storms spin up and kind of die down to the northern edge of it. They got a little bit more lifetime, the ones that have been forming further south. All right, some other areas that may be impacted by this cell: Pleasant Hill, Eldine at 106 and 112 respectively, into Troy at about 114 and Lost Creek at 118. If you are in any of these areas or close to any of these areas, you may want to get into your safe place now, as a potential tornadic cell is heading your way. Right now, that is a radar indicated thunderstorm, and then also those ones up toward the north and further north producing potentially some rotation and gusty winds. But the line now goes all the way up north now with severe weather, even into the Detroit metro area. At a minimum, I'm looking at heavy rainfall here and even some gusty winds. You now have got Wayne County and Monroe counties under a severe thunderstorm warning, Dearborn and the city of Detroit, and also into Livonia until 2 a.m. Eastern time. That is a radar indicated severe weather, winds potentially to 58 miles per hour, and potentially some small hail in those cells. But the bigger cells here really are further down toward the south, where looks like we're extending the tornado warning there south of Nashville. Let's see if we still got the observed tag on that new tornado warning that's just come out. Yeah, observed and a considerable threat now continuing for Lawrence, Lewis, and Wayne counties. Nashville's up to the northwest here, so I'll give you an idea of where we are now. So Waynesboro, Tennessee, and the Hohenwald area. This is the area where we are going to be looking at the potential for, this rotating cell and even observed tornado at one point. I don't know if that's still accurate, but either way, should be getting into your basement or your interior room for this thunderstorm as it continues to push on off toward the east. Most likely moving 50, 55 miles per hour. Yeah, they're moving at about the speed that you would travel on an interstate. So Ashland, Kitchens, Metal Ford, Barnesville, and the Aretha area until 12:30. So between now and 12:34 a.m. local time, these are the areas that may be impacted by this storm as it continues to move on off toward the east. So pretty broad look here of the line of storms. And notice we're getting more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings, but this is most likely going to be the trend on this line. We'll occasionally see, we'll get these spin ups along the line along with the severe weather and the severe thunderstorms. So once again, if you are in the Nashville area, get into your safe place now. Our live look at Nashville showing thunder and lightning to our west and tornado warning also to your west for Cheatham and into Dixon counties. Our live look at Nashville now. Severe, potentially tornadic thunderstorm heading into Davidson County here shortly. Don't know if we're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning that's for Cheatham and Dixon counties, but you can see the thunder and lightning off to the west of us, and that's where the storms are coming from. So plenty of lightning here. Got a look there. Looks like that's over Broadway. I've got to imagine on a Friday night that place is probably packed. I hope that we are going to be getting people into a safe place. Good. Actually not as crowded as I thought. Not as crowded as I thought. I've seen worse. I mean, luckily and hopefully everybody's paying attention here. We're starting to get toward the wee morning hours, and hopefully people taking their precautions here. This is a live look once again at downtown Nashville on Broadway. Tornado warning now to the west. This is for Cheatham and Dixon counties, I believe. Plenty of lightning. Ashland City, Dixon, Kingston Springs. These are the areas where we should be in our safe place right now. If you're not, or you're in and around or east especially of any of these towns, you should probably get into an area where you can keep yourself safe from what could be strong winds and potentially a tornado. Looks like that rotation may be right in there. Not really all that tight, but it's trying to tighten up a little bit. Either way, a severe thunderstorm warning does get into Davidson County, and that storm continues to push on off toward the east at about 55. So moving pretty quick. I really don't have a lot of time to get to it, but if you are in the city of Nashville, about 12:38, give or take, so you should already be in that safe place. If you know somebody that's out, and if you can alert them, you could say, hey, you've got this thunderstorm coming, there's a tornado warning on it. West of you, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll get into Davidson County, but either way, not going to be pretty to be outdoors and potentially some damaging winds coming in with that. Now, The one further southwest of us, Nashville up here, this one to our southwest had an observed tag on it, and we've had reports of a confirmed tornado. Lawrence, Lewis, and Wayne counties now. Hohenwald's been one of the cities we've been talking about quite a bit here. So this cell looks like right in this area here could be where the tornado is sitting, a little bit broad on our velocity of what we're looking at here. But again, this had been observed. There's another rotation back toward the west of us. So into your safe place. Looks like it may cross over Route 412 here over the next 20, 30 minutes. And that's the guy right there. And maybe even a little bit of a debris signature still getting kicked up there. And that's kind of been, if this is what we're looking at, maybe the track of what some of that debris has been and where it's going. And again, this is a very dangerous situation where we have seen rotation and even some hail now as we turn on the hail tracker, hail with some of these thunderstorms, which isn't unexpected. But the greater threat certainly being the severe weather with the possible and even observed tornado at one point here. We'll go a little further outside the warning with this and track Ashland 1216, Hohenwald about 1224. And then if you get into Mount Pleasant at 1242 and Gant 1247, those are other areas that may be impacted. So in and around any of the previously mentioned towns or cities, you should be getting into a safe spot now. If you know somebody that lives there, may want to let them know or alert them that severe weather is your area. Now, little good news further south. These storms on the south end of the line have, well, let's say weakened. There's no warnings anymore. The tornado warning that was for Oxford and in and around Ole Miss, a college town there, has now been eliminated. And then further south, let's go on that one real quick, in northeastern parts of Louisiana. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, most likely for strong winds and hail. Just right across I-20 now in northeastern Arkansas, Morehouse, Richland, and even West Carroll counties for Delhi, Epps, and Rayville until 12:30 radar indicated. But you could see a little of that purple showing up on radar indicative to maybe some decent sized hailstones, maybe to an inch in diameter or larger east of Monroe here. So dangerous weather continuing and a ton of lightning with these thunderstorms. And a lot of times when you do have tornadic cells and severe storms, you get a lot of electricity and a lot of lightning with these cells. And that's certainly the case here as thunderstorms with plenty of thunder and lightning here continue to push through northeastern parts of the state of Louisiana. But it's really further up the line where we are seeing the most active weather, and on the line, as we expect, occasionally getting spin-ups. And those spin-ups producing tornado warnings further north from Detroit down toward Columbus, severe thunderstorm warnings. But this is another active tornado warning. This tornado warning for the county of Miami, Concord, Piqua, and into Troy until 1:30. That's a radar indicated. Don't see much in the way of rotation there, but if it's in there, I was going to say right there, a little bit of green hitting red, and that's what you look for on the velocity, and that means there's kind of winds blowing toward and away from the radar, and that's where we could expect to see that spin off if it is there. So we'll track that out, and we'll look at places further downstream of where this storm is going into the Urbana area, about 131, Christiansburg a little bit earlier, Johnson, Northampton, and Tremont City. You should already be in your safe place with this cell, and if you know these areas, or you know, and you live in and around this area, that is certainly something you could do to keep yourself safe here during the overnight. The worst time for these storms to come on in, especially when they're tornadic. Further north now up near Detroit, one of the bigger cities being impacted by severe weather. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, we're not downplaying that, but this could be winds to 60, maybe hail to 1 inch in diameter. Monroe, Wayne counties, that does include Dearborn, the city of Detroit. And again, not seeing much in the way of rotation with these cells, but certainly looking at potentially some strong winds and some very heavy rainfall further south. Still looking at that cluster going through the Ohio Valley, but we'll keep an eye on these. Have you updated in a couple minutes on this storm heading toward Nashville. There's severe weather encroaching now into Nashville, Tennessee. Just got a report coming in out of Davidson County, western Davidson County, of some large hail. Now, severe thunderstorm warning is in place here. Looking over the city, you can see to the west of us plenty of lightning with this storm, so a little electric here as we head on through now past midnight into our Saturday morning. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it because there was a tornado warning for some of the western counties into, I think, Cheatham and another county west of that. But right now, we've got a tornado possible, and it looks like if it is in there, it may be hanging there on the southwestern side of where the severe thunderstorm warning is. Yeah, that's exactly where it would be. Kind of broad rotation right now, but a thunderstorm heading toward the city of Nashville into Davidson County right now that at a minimum has the lightning that we're seeing and some hail with it. You can kind of see the little purple showing up there, and that hail report coming in was about 1 inch in diameter. So that is severe hail, and you can see it back here. That's measuring at about ½ an inch, but that's a radar estimate. Some of these reports are showing maybe a little bit bigger hail with this storm as it pushes on through. So Ashland City and even toward the city of Nashville itself looks like maybe on the north side of Davidson County and clipping the northern part of downtown. That's where the greatest threat for severe weather may be. We'll go further south now, and this has been the more let's say consistent storm in terms of tornado warnings. Lawrence, Lewis, and Wayne counties now in south central parts of the state of Tennessee. This warning is for severe storm and an observed tornado earlier, potentially continuing to move on off toward the east in the rotation right south of Hohenwald. So the core of the rotation may pass south of Hohenwald, but maybe one area that could experience some strong winds and some heavy rain and hail with that thunderstorm as it continues to push northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So if you hear your town or city and you're around these towns or cities, hopefully you've gotten to your safe place. Meadow Ford, Gordonsburg, Aretha, and into Hampshire and Mount Pleasant up until 12:45, give or take a few minutes for that. So you should already be into your safe place with that cell that has had a history and even some reports of a confirmed tornado. So that's the most dangerous cell right now on radar here early on a Saturday morning. Considerable threat, and again, observed tornado with that thunderstorm cell, and even back toward the west, we're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. So once that cell passes, you still have got strong winds and even some hail and heavy rainfall to deal with. You go a little further north now, we're getting up into Kentucky. This warning just coming out a little bit ago, Greene and Hart counties around the Campbellsville area, Greensburg, Donesburg, and even Somerville. This is a tornado warning. Radar indicated on this one. I mean, the rotation is within the thunderstorm, but nothing observed or not clear cut. But if it is in there, it's most likely probably right in this area here, kind of diffuse of where that rotation is, or looking for that couplet. But dangerous cell nonetheless. Gabe and into Summersville, right around 12:30 local time. That's when that cell may be passing, give or take just a little bit. And the storm continues to go east. And again, they're moving pretty quickly at about 55 miles per hour. So if you are out and about, a lot of people working overnights or maybe heading out and heading to a destination for the weekend, dangerous storms, let them pass. They'll come through pretty quickly here now as this clusters of storms are becoming a little bit more linear as a cold front's trying to catch up with it. Northwest of Columbus here, we've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning to your northwest. These severe thunderstorm warnings right now are for strong damaging winds, and this tornado warning, another radar indicated tornado warnings for Miami County. So again, for Concord and Piqua and Troy, these are areas now that may be impacted by this cell potentially producing a tornado there. Columbus, get ready. You're going to get at least some strong winds and maybe some severe winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. But along the line, as we look further toward the north and on off toward the Cleveland area, you could be next over the next hour or two as these storms look like they'll hold their intensity. Don't see anything that's going to weaken them. Further down toward the south, we have seen some weakening of the cells, but we do have one lone cell that's kind of remained pretty intense and remained with this severe thunderstorm warning now that's been issued further east into northeastern parts of Louisiana. This is for East Carroll and Madison parishes. Warren, one spot that may be impacted by this latest warning for wind and even some hail coming on in here as these storms continue to push on off toward the east, and a ton of lightning with this thunderstorm cell also. All right, serious storms continue to push into now central Tennessee, and reports of a considerable amount of damage now southwest of the Hohenwald area on this cell. So Hohenwald still just south of you, looks like where the main rotation is. So pretty dangerous storm. Observed tornado with this one, Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury counties. But for the town of Leatherwood, back to the southwest, getting reports from the media coming in of homes destroyed, that would be probably back down in this direction. And this cell has had this warning on it the entire time. And whether or not tornadoes been on the ground the entire time, we don't really know that yet. The NWS would get out and assess afterwards. But usually when you get these storms that are tornadic, they would stay tornadic for a long period of time. And this one is certainly holding its own here with rotation, even trying to maybe tighten up a little bit more there to the southeast of the Hohenwald area. And that's the tornado warning right now in effect, and not seeing as much in terms of debris here. If there is, probably back in this area, but notice back toward the southwest, north of Waynesboro. If you want to go back, Heather, a couple more frames, on that, we did see a little bit more pronounced debris signature, and that's about in the area where Leatherwood is, are pretty close to it. So, it's not really definable here. It looked a little bit better there, but either way, a dangerous thunderstorm you should have, or you should be into your safe place for this cell that it continues to push through. And even these severe storms now where the tornado warning just went through, unfortunately now, maybe some more strong winds. So again, observed and a considerable threat for Lawrence, Lewis counties here, and that cell will continue to push east, and we'll most likely probably keep that warning on that cell as we go through at least the next 30 minutes or so. Now, for Davidson County and in the city of Nashville, the latest warning has just come out. Dangerous thunderstorm as we take the live look off on the left here over downtown Nashville. You could see the sky kind of lighting up there with the thunder and lightning, all right? That is secondary to the threat for wind and potentially a tornado here. This storm was warned for a tornado earlier to the west. That was not confirmed, but either way, this is a Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson counties severe thunderstorm warning. They've taken the tornado possible tag off it, but looks like just to the north side of the city of Nashville here, a pretty broad rotation showing up. So that's why they went severe thunderstorm warning on this one, but that does not diminish the threat for powerful and damaging winds with this, and most likely even some big hail. I mean, look at that hail core right there. We've gotten some reports that have come in of 1 inch to, I thought I saw 1 3/4 inch diameter potential hail, and it does look like we got a big hailer here trying to develop with this cell moving on the north side of the city of Nashville. So plenty of thunder and lightning, plenty of dangerous weather there just north of the city of Nashville, and a couple of more tornado warnings as we move north and get into the state of Kentucky. Dangerous thunderstorms again along this line spinning up. Campbellsville, one area that may be impacted. Greene County, Donensburg, Greenburg, and into the Summersville area. A latest tornado warning. Again, radar indicated on this one. Get in your safe place with this cell as it continues to move north and east. Looking at rotation, that's kind of a little bit broad here, but it'd be right in this area here, kind of moving on off toward the north and east and impacting areas. Looks like it's going to be to the north of Campbellsville and maybe even Mansville here over the next 30 minutes or so. So these cells have had a history of producing damaging winds from the storms in Kentucky and Ohio, at least not that I've heard of yet. Haven't had any reports of tornadoes, but dangerous nonetheless, because still 50, even 60-mile-per-hour winds can cause damage and bring trees down, power lines down, and obviously we have the threat of hail and the thunder and lightning. All right, so for Sweeneyville, Campbellsville, Spurlington, Mansville, and Merrimack over the next 30 minutes or so, getting in your safe place for a potential tornado and strong winds with that cell as it moves on off toward the north and east. Further north as we get into central Ohio. Now, more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings, but this tornado warning for some weak rotation west of Columbus near the Urbana area. Champaign in Ohio, Champaign County in Ohio, Mechanicsburg, North Lewisburg, and Urbana. A dangerous thunderstorm here, potentially producing some rotation. A little bit of a weakness in the right there, the radar not really showing up, but it looks like that might be where it is. Either way, if you are in the areas that are under this tornado warning, the best advice at this point, get to your safe place into an interior room or basement if you have it, and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings along the line. Looks like a little bit more of a a line echo wave pattern developing further north where you kind of get these little ripples, and some of these echoes become severe along the line, and the potential north of where the warnings are in Tennessee and further south for quick spin-ups, quick movers, and then they'll quickly die down. At least that's been the trend so far. But dangerous nonetheless, because even on the severe thunderstorm warnings, you get winds to 60. And some of these storms, the Weather Service is putting out for winds potentially to 70 miles per hour. All right, City of Detroit, Monroe, Wayne counties, Dearborn, Detroit, and Livonia area until 2 a.m. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for winds to maybe 60, hail maybe 1 inch in diameter. Looks like the worst of it now is moving on off toward the north and northeast, and just some leftover rain now. Southeast of Toledo, though, we do have strong storms and severe storm warnings on those. And then southeast of Cincinnati, also some severe weather here. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, and a reissue of that one here that was in Bracken and now into Adams and Brown and Mason counties for Georgetown, Maysville, and into West Union until 2:30. So winds to 60 and maybe 70 miles per hour there. The potential for some hail, maybe 1 inch to 1.25 inches in diameter. Further south, let's go down. Yeah, let's get back down into this cell south of Nashville. This has really been, over the last couple of hours, the most dangerous and destructive, a considerable threat with an observed tornado. Now that cell is moving into Lewis and Maury counties, the eastern part of some of those counties. So Columbia, Mount Pleasant, Spring Hill. Can't emphasize enough here. This has had a report of a confirmed tornado. We've got confirmed damage, and Leathersville was one of the areas, I believe, that was hit, and potentially some major structural damage there. The rotation right in here just south of 412, moving northeasterly and tracking toward the Columbia area. So we want to make sure everybody understands this. This was an observed tornado, may still be on the ground here. Mount Pleasant, Gant, Columbia, Fountain Heights, Spring Hill, all from now until about 1:04 in and around these areas. Please get into your safe place, especially further east where you still have an opportunity. If you're west of Gant into Mount Pleasant, hopefully you've already done that. But out near Spring Hill, you still have got some time as this storm continues to push northeast area pretty quickly, too. You won't have much time to react from that cell, which continues to have an observed and a considerable tag on it. And it does look like it's producing some large hail. Did see some reports of hail. Now there's some better news in the Mississippi. These storms are strong but not severe right now, heading toward Tupelo. But this cell in northeastern parts of the state of Louisiana just getting ready to go into southwestern Mississippi. Now we've got East Carroll and Madison parishes in Louisiana and Issaquah and Warren counties in southwest Mississippi for a severe storm with winds potentially to 60, maybe 70 miles per hour and large hail, 1 inch in diameter, and a ton of lightning. I mean, lightning not necessarily a criteria to issue a severe warning, but dangerous nonetheless here. Plenty of thunder and lightning with this cell as it moves northeast, and likely a little bit of hail there. And again, as we go further north, the line looks like it's becoming a little bit better organized. And what we're seeing now is, instead of isolated kind of supercells sitting out and kind of absorbing all the instability themselves, they're becoming more a part of this line as it moves off toward the east. And as it rolls east, that's probably what we are going to see as we head on through the early morning hours. A line of storms, more severe warnings than we will have tornado warnings, but there will be tornado warnings, and all these thunderstorms and all these warnings are dangerous nonetheless. But south of Nashville right now, that's the cell we really have got our eyes on for this severe thunderstorm, or for this severe storm potentially still producing a tornado near and south of the Hohenwald area. Tornado warnings continuing now as we're getting into our Saturday morning, and even reports of a confirmed tornado and damage. Wayne County, southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. The Leatherwood area, report coming in from the media of homes destroyed. So hopefully things are settling down there, which it looks like they are, but the warning now continues. This storm has had a history and may still be a tornado on the ground. It's had a history of producing tornado and damage. And a considerable threat continuing now into Lewis and Maury counties. We're southwest of Nashville now. And yes, still seeing this rotation here on radar just to the west, northwest of Mount Pleasant, south of 412. That's where the center of the rotation is. But around that, we are expecting not only strong winds, but the potential for what looks to be maybe a tornado trying to kick up potentially a little bit of a debris ball there. Not all that, let's say, as observable as it was earlier when we back toward the south and southwest, but a dangerous thunderstorm that's most likely producing a tornado here, as we've got an observed tag on this one as it continues to push east toward Mount Pleasant, Armour Village by 1256 in the Field Crest area into Columbia and Lanton at 105. So in and around any of these areas, or if you know somebody in these areas, I know it's late, but we should make sure we're getting them into their safe place, and hopefully we'll get everybody safe here from this cell. Extremely dangerous thunderstorm producing a tornado, even some large hail coming down, and in through some of these areas, we're getting reports of wind damage. And as we had said, the Leatherwood area in Wayne County looks like it was hit pretty hard. As we get further north now and getting northeast of Nashville, thunder and lightning, you can see on the left, our camera shaking a little bit from the wind that's coming in with this thunderstorm cell, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning that looks like it's going to clip the north side of town with strong winds and a ton of lightning here, as you can see from our live view over downtown Nashville, and strong winds and hail with this one, as we're getting some reports come in with this severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for maybe some 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, a considerable threat here for Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson counties, with that cell moving on off toward the east to just north of east now, up near the Kentucky border. Now, another tornado warning further north, this one into east central Kentucky, south of Lexington. This is a tornado warning, this one near the Campbellsville area. Once again, we're in central Kentucky, Marion, Taylor counties, Campbellsville, Mansville, and the Sonoma areas until 2 a.m. Eastern time. A dangerous storm potentially producing a tornado here. On the velocity, looking for to find a little kind of real good tight couplet here. It doesn't look all that tight, but that doesn't mean it's not there. A dangerous cell potentially producing a tornado here, going across 744 in the Campbellsville area, just northeast of you. Looks like where that main rotation is. Lexington, you're doing okay, but northeast of you, here's another tornado warning. We're still in Kentucky now. This tornado warning for Harrison County. Harrison County now. For the Sithania area, radar indicated, hopefully I said that right, tornado possible with this storm, along with potentially some hail and damaging winds. So either way, you hear tornado warning with tornado possible, you know, that doesn't mean that if it's not confirmed that there's not strong winds, it's still a severe storm with maybe winds to 60. So if you're in this area around Sithania, if I said that right, get into your safe place now. Dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless. Let's go south. Just saw a couple warnings pop up in Mississippi on this line that had a couple of warnings earlier. So yeah, now, all right, on the line north of Tupelo, this is the latest, and this has just come out. Severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. So counties of Itawamba and Lee and Prentiss counties until 1:30. This is a tornado warning now. Radar indicated, but we look back toward the west now. Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of a tightening of this couplet here. You're looking for the green and the red kind of touching each other, winds blowing away from and toward the radar. Looks like we've got some rotation with this storm right now, trying to develop and moving into and off toward the north and east. The Baldwin area maybe here shortly, and maybe toward Guntown, and crossing Route 45 over the next 30 minutes or so. So if you hear your town or you're in and around one of these towns or cities, get down into your safe place now. Alpine, Baldwin, Marietta in Mississippi, New Site, and Burton between now and about 1:19 this morning, give or take a few minutes. I mean, it's not going to be right exact on the timing, so you should already be getting into your safe place here in northern Mississippi with some of these cells, and be ready downstream too, as these storms are getting ready to cross into northwestern parts of the state of Alabama. Again, let's go again south of Nashville and take a look at our strongest storm on the radar here this morning. This is the one that has had a history of producing a tornado. There may still be a tornado on the ground here. A significant threat here, Lewis and Maury counties, Columbia, Mount Pleasant, Spring Hill, tornado warning until 1:15. Extremely dangerous Friday, and now that's rolling right into our Saturday morning. Ray Stajik here at the Weather Channel, and dangerous thunderstorms lined up from just south of Detroit now all the way down to the northeastern parts of Louisiana. Thank you for staying with us here on this extremely dangerous now Saturday morning, with reports still of a tornado on the ground and a new tornado warning now that's just come out in northeastern parts of Mississippi. This is for a cell in Itawamba, Lewis, and Prentiss counties in northeast Mississippi, Baldwin, Guntown, and into Marietta. This cell now looks like it's trying to show a little bit more in the way of a tighter rotation. Kind of see that blue showing up, touching the red there. That would be where that rotation is, and that looks like we've got at least rotation within this thunderstorm. We don't have any reports yet of anything observed, but the tag on it is radar indicated at this point, but it's dangerous nonetheless. You'd want to treat any tornado warning the same. All right, so Bethany and Baldwin and Marietta, Mississippi, and New Site and Moores Mill from now until about 1:20, give or take. You're in and around any of these areas or towns, please get into your safe place now with this tornado warning again for this area, continuing here now until 1:30 local time. A dangerous cell with potentially producing some rotation, radar indicated thunderstorm, and you can see it here too. Not only that, but probably seeing some large hail and moving on into this area here. Now, as we've got now we do have an observed tag on this. Again, this is now for Lee and Prentiss counties. Down here in the southwest of Baldwin. Yeah, there we go. We got correlation coefficient on this, and basically what sticks out. And this is debris, and that's debris and likely tornado on the ground here, kicking up that debris. If we go back southwest, you can kind of see how it spun up as we were following it, and we saw it start getting a little bit more intense on rotation. You can see now we've got a debris ball potentially now heading toward the Baldwin area, or just south of that. So it's between Guntown and Baldwin. It may be right in this area here that we may see this storm head into. So hopefully crossing 45 and 145. And we've got everybody into their safe place now as we're kind of splitting the uprights here, but still Baldwin at about the top of the hour. But if you're in between Baldwin and Guntown, or in those towns or cities, this is when you want to get into your safe place. You probably still got a couple of minutes, but remember, the radar is going to show where the cell is, but it's probably lagging just a little bit behind. So the storm is most likely just a little bit further east into Lee, Prentiss, and now into Tishomingo counties here. Observed tag now on this cell as it continues to push northeasterly at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Further north, this has been the one so far over the last 2 hours that has been producing a tornado. And again, this does have an observed tag on it in Maury County in Tennessee. We're south of Nashville, near the Columbia area. The tornado warning now, radar indicated into Tennessee for a considerable threat and maybe a dangerous thunderstorm with a tornado coming with it, heading toward and just south of the Columbia area. Don't really see much now in terms of rotation on the velocity, but again, we may have to watch for additional spin-ups here with that thunderstorm as it moves northeast, and maybe even some hail with this one. Again, for Maury County, Columbia, Mount Pleasant, and Spring Hill, considerable threat with an observed tag on this tornado warning. And now northeast of Nashville, this one's just popped up with the line of storms that had earlier had tornado warnings on them, severe storm warning for Nashville, Tennessee, but now into Clay, Jackson, and Mason counties. Now right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border here, this is the latest tornado warning and radar indicated once again for Hermitage Springs, Lafayette, Red Boiling Springs until 1:30, and looking for rotation in here. If it's in there, it's most likely in this area here or close to it. Either way, if you're in this tornado warning, best advice is to get in your basement, get in your safe place, as this cell looks like it's trying to get a little bit of a hook there, trying to developing in exactly where that tornado would be. Drapers Crossroads, Red Boiling Springs, Miles Crossroads, Denton Crossroads, and the Arcot area between now and about 1:20 local time. So that cell looks like it's trying to get organized a little bit better, and potentially a tornado with that, along with large hail and strong winds, because there's also severe thunderstorm warning with that one. Let's go down closer to Nashville. We'll go north. That's fine. Further north now as we get up into these areas into I think we're into Ohio or Campbellsville, Kentucky, Marion, Taylor, Campbellsville, Mansville, and the Saloma areas. This is a tornado warning until 2 a.m. radar indicated. It looks a little messy right now. It doesn't mean it's not there. There might be a little broad rotation right there northeast of Campbellsville. Either way, still a dangerous thunderstorm, potentially producing a tornado here. And it looks like that one's trying to get its act together, but nonetheless, a dangerous thunderstorm with winds maybe to 70 miles per hour. Nashville not quite ready to call the all clear. Still some rain and thunderstorms on the north side of town, and your warning with a radar indicated tornado possible tag on it is considerable threat. Davidson, I'd say the northern half of Davidson County for that one, and into Clay County and into Sumner and Wilson counties here. Gatlin and into Goodlettsville, you're also in the threat. Hendersonville, tornado possible and considerable threat here with that thunderstorm. And the Weather Service saying potentially winds to 70 and hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. We could see on the left, looking at our live shot of downtown Nashville. A little bit earlier, that camera was shaking from some of the wind. It looks like it's calmed down a bit, but now we're continuing to see the lightning heading across downtown Nashville right now. So looks like maybe another 30 minutes or so, probably less. We'll still keep on this cell for as long as it's warned on for areas north of the city, but even down toward the south here now, seeing a strong storm with strong winds and potentially some hail with that cell. And these storms will continue to push through and hopefully given the all clear here for the city of Nashville within the next 30 minutes, maybe even less than that. We take a wider view now. We go down further south. Let's go into, we've got multiple warnings now in northeastern Mississippi. Got a new tornado warning just come out Lee County and Pontotoc County. This one's just come out, Pontotoc and the Saltillo area and Tupelo. So Tupelo, Mississippi now in this tornado warning. Again, this is a radar indicated until 1:45. So what that means is that your radar is showing rotation. That would be back in here, all right, with this cell. It's not confirmed, but it does have the potential to produce a tornado. And either way, it does produce strong and damaging winds. Because remember, we still got a severe thunderstorm warning. The criteria for that is winds 58 plus and hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. But we go just north on the second warned storm up here southwest of Baldwin. That one actually showing a little bit more in the way of rotation, a little bit tighter circulation. So winds blowing toward and away from the radar gives you this couplet. And when you can kind of really see it and really pick it out, that's what we mean when we say, we've got a pretty defined couplet and even a debris signature here that's kind of held together. So there is likely tornado on the ground producing damage, just kind of splitting Baldwin and Guntown. It looks like you're in the clear there, but further northeast and upstream now from where that cell is, we've got a tornado on the ground heading in your direction into and maybe close to the Marietta, Mississippi area. So Pratt's Marietta between now and 110, new site, Moore's Mill. These are some areas that if you are in and around these cities or towns, you're going to want to get into your safe place, into your basement, because it looks like we do have a tornado on the ground here producing a debris signature. That would mean that something's kicking up that debris and a likely tornado there. And again, on this cell to the southwest, looks like we may have a little debris getting kicked up there also. It's kind of tough because this out here is most likely just kind of noise with the radar, but that is new, and potentially we've got maybe a tornado producing a debris signature there. Not very well defined in terms of a circulation or rotation, but does look like it's there. We look at the correlation coefficient. We did see a little bit of a tornado debris signature showing up. So for Lee and Pontotoc counties, for the cities of Pontotoc, Saltillo, and Tupelo now, one of the more heavily populated towns in this bunch, observed now and a considerable threat from this cell as it moves northeast into Chippewa and Furs and even Belden and Tupelo at 125. These are all areas that we should be into duck and cover and obviously getting into our safe place here early on a Saturday morning. And unfortunately, these cells coming overnight. Hopefully, people got away of getting alerted. But I would say if you are east of these cells and getting in now into northwestern parts of Alabama, that we are going to likely see a continuation of some of these warnings. All right, let's jump back. We now have a continued tornado warning now being extended further east. No surprise here for Bedford, Marshall, Maury counties, Rutherford counties, even on into Williamson County. So Bethesda, Chapel Hill, Unionville. Again, we're back on this cell that is south of Nashville. Right now it's radar indicated, but for a long time we had an observed tornado on the ground. This one potentially producing a tornado for, again, Bedford, Marshall, Maury, Rutherford counties. Weather Service saying severe storm producing a tornado located near, or potentially producing a tornado near Columbia, moving east at about 55. So these things moving pretty quickly. It looks like Columbia in the clear. It's probably just east of you now. In this area here, don't see a real broader tight couplet, but nonetheless, as we had mentioned, this is the cell that's had a history of damage and homes destroyed in the Leatherwood area in Wayne County. That is down in this area here somewhere, but these cells now continue to push east and continue to produce not only tornado warnings, but potentially observe tornado, as this cluster has done over the last couple of hours. Now, as we go further north, we're more into severe thunderstorms than we are tornadic cells, but we do have this latest tornado warning. This one has just popped out just south of Marion in Ohio. This is Delaware County. So Delaware County for the city of Delaware, Delaware City, and the Radnor area. Dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here. Radar indicated on this one. If we do see any rotation in here, it's probably just off to the northeast. That looks like where it could be, northwest, of Delaware in Ohio. Get into your safe place. Dangerous cell nonetheless, because there's multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in and around it. And those thunderstorm warnings are for winds potentially to 70 miles per hour and the potential for some hail. Further north, getting a little bit more linear, this line of thunderstorms continues to produce severe weather. Crawford, Huron, and Richland counties, northern Ohio, Mansfield, Norwalk, and Sandusky until 2:45. But you can note that on this line at any point, we may see a brief spin up here, and we may go tornadic on some of these cells as we've done further south. So the threat further north is being more for severe thunderstorm warnings with maybe the occasional spin up, but a large amount of real estate covered with this severe thunderstorm warning. So north central Ohio, Norwalk, Mansfield, if you are in the Elleria area, Strongsville, and now getting into Cleveland at 2:48. So between now and about 2:50, just before 3 a.m. Eastern time, this line of storms likely is going to be holding together. So you can expect winds maybe to 70 miles per hour and potentially some hail. And just be ready, because on that line, we may get a brief spin up. I wouldn't be shocked if we get additional tornado warnings there. But the real danger continues to be further south with some life-threatening weather here. And these storms into Mississippi now have become the ones that have been more tornadic than not. Lee and Pontotoc counties, the city of Pontotoc, Saltillo, and Tupelo now, again, looking at this cell they just put an observed tag on it. And, that would make sense because we're seeing the rotation on our velocity here. But I think if we go to the correlation coefficient, we do see that we did over the last couple of scans potentially pick up some debris. Yeah, that is debris signature right there. So tornado on the ground south of Pontotoc. Looks like it may just go south of that town and go between Algoma and Pontotoc, but nonetheless, any of those areas we just previously mentioned, going to want to be getting into your safe place. And as we track that out further north and east now, heading toward Tupelo here shortly, Chihuahua 112, Belden at 121, Tupelo 125, the most highly populated of all those, and then 134 at Eggville. So in and near any of these cities or towns previously mentioned, tornado on the ground there and producing a likely debris ball and probably some damage. All right, considerable threat from an observed tornado also in Mississippi, Lee, Prentiss, and Tishomingo counties, Baldwin, Guntown, and Marietta, and that's Marietta in Mississippi. Here's your rotation right here, and that rotation, again, had been producing a debris signature, so likely a tornado on the ground here. Not getting damage reports yet, but nonetheless, please get into your safe place if you are in the Marietta area. Little bit of a debris signature showing up there. It was a little more pronounced here. But luckily, we've seen maybe a bit of a weakening of that cell, but nonetheless, likely damage in a tornado on the ground, potentially still here or weakening now as it heads toward Marietta. But a ton of rain, you might even be able to see that rotation could be embedded right within that supercell, and that would be the area near Marietta, New Site, and Moores Mill between now and 120 that have the most considerable threat for a tornado being close to these areas. So severe weather continuing here as we continue to move through this morning. I don't think the threat's over with within the next 30 to maybe 60 minutes as the line continues to stay organized. Severe storms and tornado warnings all along this line continuing to pop up. Please stay tuned and stay with us as we continue our coverage. All right, tornado warnings continuing, very dangerous and a life-threatening morning now shaping up. It hasn't stopped. If anything, over the last 30 minutes, we've seen additional confirmed tornadoes. Debris signatures and into Mississippi, the most active area right now, Lee and Pontotoc. These are the counties in Mississippi. Observed tornado, considerable threat. Saltillo and into Tupelo coming up here, potentially tornado on the ground here in this area where a large and potentially dangerous tornado located at Sandy Springs, 10 miles southeast of Boonville, and moving east at about 50 miles per hour with these cells. So this is our rotation, kind of looking at that kind of green and the blue touching the red. That's our couplet we call, and even a debris signature. That would indicate a tornado picking up non-meteorological things, and this is, you know, whether it's trees or debris from buildings, it's there, and it's moving to the north and the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So if you are in the areas to the east and southeast of Pontotoc, some of the areas that may be impacted include Tupelo here eventually, but luckily there's not much in the way of heavily populated areas, but there is nonetheless the Firs and the Bethel area, 118 to 123 getting into our safe place. Tupelo about 130, so 127 give or take. Skyline at 131. So if you've heard your town or city mentioned and you're in or around one of those, my best advice is to get into your basement, into your safe place. Extremely dangerous tornado here, moving off toward the northeast and moving further north now as we get into Prentiss and Tishomingo counties. Still, we are in northeastern Mississippi. This is a tornado warning that's been active over the last 30 minutes. Getting pretty close now to the Marietta, Mississippi area where we may be seeing a rotation with this cell, a pretty broad rotation, but it's there nonetheless. And we did have a debris signature a few minutes ago when we looked at this. Let's see if we've still got that on radar. Tornado debris signature. Looks like we've lost that here with this. You can kind of see pretty faint here as across just south of Baldwin. But nonetheless, there's likely tornado on the ground there. Good news that it has weakened. Doesn't mean it's not there. We still got the warning in place, but at this point, we're not getting a TDS or a tornado debris signature showing up on that cell. We could jump now further north, and as we get into Tennessee, let's go back to those cells further north where we've had tornado warnings and continued tornado warnings. The cell here has been the one we've had confirmed damage in Wayne County around the Leatherwood area where we've had buildings destroyed, but this is for Marshall, Rutherford, and Williams counties. This is south of Nashville. South of Nashville up here, it looks like you're in the clear, but if you're in Bethesda, Chapel Hill, Unionville until 1:30, this is a considerable threat here from what looks to be a storm that continues to produce potentially tornado. This is the one that's been tornadic the longest here so far over the last couple of hours, and the rotation looks like it may be right in that area there, moving toward the Eagleville area here over the next few minutes. So may go north of Chapel Hill in Tennessee, but doesn't look like it's going to get into Unionville. But nonetheless, potential tornado on the ground again here. Observed tag still on this, I think it was, and then further north as we get into areas northeast of Nashville, Tennessee, where you're starting to get out of the severe weather. Looks like you're completely out of it, at least for downtown. But this cell is the latest in Tennessee to come up with a tornado warning. This one is radar indicated. You can kind of see back in here not only a hail core, but also potentially a little bit of appendage there for Jackson and Macon counties. This is where we may have a tornado. Can't really see here any rotation from the velocity, but radar indicating rotation with that thunderstorm cell as it continues to move on off toward the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Some of the other areas that may be affected downstream may include the Livingston area here over the next few minutes, and further east of that, we could be looking at damaging winds too, because there's also a severe thunderstorm warning within that cell. Further north up the line, a strong storm's going through central Kentucky, but as we move further north now, we get into Ohio, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and along the line, as we expected, we're getting An occasional tornado warning. Now, it looks like this warning's or the cells outrun the tornado warning, but around eastern Delaware County, Ashland, Berkshire, and Kingston, radar indicating some rotation there. Pretty broad on the velocity. Might be that tail end there of that cell, but still along the line, the entire area is warned. A severe thunderstorm warning for maybe winds 60 to 70 miles an hour and some hail along that line. And that's damaging wind too. I mean, they issue the warnings because that's the threshold, 58 plus miles per hour on even the damaging straight line winds from these thunderstorms in northern and north central Ohio. Let's go back into northeast Mississippi now. The two dangerous cells here that had tornado debris signatures on them heading toward Tupelo now. All right, so we're getting dangerously close. Should be in duck and cover here now. Lee and Pontotoc counties, Tupelo here, a considerable threat with an observed tornado. Pretty strong signature showing up on radar. Back to your west as you get into areas south and to the just southwest of Tupelo. We track this out, and right now we're looking at still a bit of a debris signature, and on the current trajectory, it's going to be pretty close. So if you are in Tupelo, Mississippi right now, at about 1:30 at the bottom of the hour, that's when this storm is forecast to come past you. Get in your safe place now. Looks like tornado on the ground in Mississippi. Extremely dangerous Saturday morning continuing as tornado warnings confirm tornadoes and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings headline it, and the most dangerous and most tornado warnings now in northeast Mississippi and now starting to get into northwestern Alabama. This is our latest warning that has just come in. This is our latest warning now getting into Colbert and Franklin counties now. I believe that's the line, right? Alabama, Mississippi off to the west. Radar indicated Red Bay, if you're on the Red Bay area, severe storm capable of producing a tornado here. And again, this cell has had a tornado debris signature on it back toward the west. Radar indicating we do have a strong thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado now coming out of northeastern Mississippi, heading into northwestern Alabama. And as we'd figured, these storms are holding their own, keeping their intensity and staying tornadic if they had been tornadic. Your rotation kind of broad, but in this area here, I mean, you've got multiple warnings. And if you're near Belmont and even near to the Red Bay area, these are some of the areas that may be affected. Golden also at 131 and into the Seven Pines area at 138. Again, this is the latest tornado warning now as we get into northwestern Alabama. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado there. And then back toward the southwest, Lee and Pontotoc counties. This is an observed tornado, a considerable threat. Was looking back, and we did get reports of damage that had come in through Lee County. A considerable threat, very dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. But we have had not only a debris signature, but reports now coming in Lee County of damage of this cell here, and a broad rotation. It looks like it's kind of maybe maxing out, but doesn't mean it's not a serious threat nonetheless. There's your debris signature. Yeah, just north now. You go 278, and I believe, a little tough to tell there, but maybe in here. Either way, we may be looking at a debris signature that's kind of split off from where we thought it was earlier here between Sherman and Tupelo. Nonetheless, crossing 178 here shortly at 22. Either way, looking at a very dangerous tornado now heading potentially just west and maybe northwest of Tupelo. Right now, this cell is warned on, and if you are in the Tupelo area, it does look like it's just about upon you. So, yeah, that signature was up here, I think, Heather, right? Further north of Tupelo, but it looks like where the actual cell may be and where the tornado may just be, yeah, right, exactly, heading right into maybe downtown Tupelo here shortly. So there's your rotation. That's where we're seeing radar indicating where that rotation is. And that is where we're expecting the most damage with this cell as it pushes northeast now. And not much time, if any, now to react if you are in Tupelo, where we are seeing this tornado warning and observed tornado on this warning here now heading into the Tupelo area. So into your safe place, in and around Tupelo, especially just to the west, not having much time to react, if any, at least at this point, and those multiple warnings are most likely going to go right into northwestern Alabama. Tennessee stays active. Very dangerous, life-threatening storms here, now south of Nashville. This area has been the one where we've had an observed tornado. Wayne County, at least one of the areas near the Leatherwood area, had a considerable amount of damage with buildings destroyed. Now, Bedford, Marshall, Rutherford counties for Chapel Hill, Eagleville, and Unionville. This is a tornado warning. You can see our couple, looks like it might be right in there. We've got that blue kind of touching the red. North of Unionville, south of Eagleville. Tornado warning on this storm. And again, this has been the one that's had an observed tag on it for quite a while with a tornado on the ground. Concord and Link, into your safe place, in and around these areas. Right at the bottom of the hour, pretty close to it, is when that cell is expected to pass near your area. So Murphesboro, just south of you, you may be next, at least getting in on at least part of this warning. But we could see here, kind of tough to pick out any defined kind of hook echo within this cell, but nonetheless, it's been there, and it's been there over the past couple of hours with damage and a considerable amount of damage and a considerable threat from that cell. Nashville and east of 65, the worst threat now. West of you, looks like you're getting into the clear, but north now, as you get into the Kentucky and Tennessee border, this tornado warning is for areas south of Lafayette and heading toward Gainsborough, Jackson, Mason, and Smith counties. It's a 145, so Burristown, Gainsborough, Rowley, or Red Boyle Springs, all into your safe place for a radar-indicated tornado warning. Dangerous weather continuing, life-threatening, damaging storms, tornadoes here early this morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel in our continuing coverage of a tornado outbreak now that is pushed into now northwestern Alabama. Going to get into northeastern parts of Mississippi right now, though, and near the Tupelo area now. The cell's upon you, right? All right, so this is a tornado warning, and this tornado warning is a considerable threat for a tornado here, Plantersville, Tupelo, and Verona. So everybody should already be in their safe place here, as it looks like the cell is probably just past you now. With a potential tornado with it and some damaging winds. Yeah, it looks like if it's not upon you, it's pretty darn close. The rotation maybe just to the south of the city of Tupelo, but still some strong winds likely here, and maybe even a tornado on a storm that did have debris signature earlier. And that debris signature to the south and to the west did produce some damage, and we did get some damage out of Lee County. And with this cell, as it continues to come northeast, the debris signature here, yeah, is still there south of Tupelo. And then we talked earlier about maybe what this was further to the north, and the Weather Service is saying that may actually be debris in the air. Heather, what did we say, 12,000 feet?
Yeah, up to 12,000
Yeah,
feet.
up to 12,000 feet in the air. So as the cell came through, likely right in this area here, or this area here, what it was doing is spinning up debris at the surface, and then now radar potentially picking up debris in the air further north. So that's not where it is. It's down here where we've got the signature and the debris getting kicked up and kind of splitting Verona and Tupelo in half, crossing 145 as we speak, or maybe it's already crossed. So this is a very dangerous situation, potentially a dangerous tornado. Located over, I believe, the Plantersville area, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. So if it's not passed yet, I'm just heading toward there at about 135 in Ballardsville. The Weather Service saying, again, a considerable threat, 1-inch hail. At 129, large and extremely dangerous tornado located over or near Plantersville and just over Tupelo, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. So this cell continuing to produce what could be, the latest threat here from severe weather. Now, this warning for Ottumwa and Lee counties is a new tornado warning observed. Again, a considerable threat. Tornado warning has just come in for Lee counties, and this is the Weather Service saying at 1:33, tornado located over Tombaji State Park, moving east at 45. Hopefully, if I said that correct, but yeah, there's your signature, your debris signature right there. Just to the south of Tupelo, pretty close to it, and that is moving on off toward the north and east. So that's why they issued that latest tornado warning for an observed tornado and a considerable threat for damage and 1-inch hail. So Ottumwa and Lee counties, if you are in Fulton, Manatachee, and the Trentmont areas, hopefully we said that right, observed considerable threat for damage. All right, and these storms have had a history of damage into Lee County. Further northeast now, we're getting into northwest Alabama. We're starting to get multiple warnings. Colbert and Franklin counties, including the Red Bay area. This is a tornado warning starting to come in northwest Alabama, heading toward the Russellville area. This cell right now is a radar indicated circulation, most likely just to the southeast of Belmont on 366 and heading toward the northeast now at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. So the storms are moving quickly. So if you hear your town or city or in and around one of the towns or cities mentioned, you're probably going to want to be in your safe place already. Red Bay, Seven Pines, Burnt Out, Piney Bend, and Dempsey between now and 147 under the threat for a potential tornado here. This one, I believe, was radar indicated, but nonetheless, yeah, we're radar indicated on that. Now we'll go further north. Colbert and Lauderdale counties. Again, we are in northwestern parts of the state of Alabama. Florence, Petersville, and into Underwood. This is this is actually a radar indicated tornado. Rotation back in here, moving northeast at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. These are areas that may be impacted. Rhodesville, Central Heights, into the Underwood area, Florence, Bailey Springs, all should be getting into your basement or into your interior room. If you are mentioned in one of these towns, there's a considerable threat here for, at a minimum, damaging winds. Hail 1 inch in diameter, and the winds could be 60, 70 miles per hour. And with a radar indicated tornado, that means there's rotation within the thunderstorm, just not seeing anything yet in terms of observed tornado on the ground or a signature enough to give us that tornado debris signature there in northwestern Alabama. And right now, I don't see much that's going to weaken these storms as they continue to push east now. Further north and northeast as we get into Tennessee, still a couple of active tornado warnings. The one south of Nashville has been the one that has produced damage in Wayne County, Bedford, Cannon, and Rutherford counties now observed again on this one for Christiana, Cottrell, and Plainview. Severe storm with a tornado right down into this area here. If you are in the Christiana area, likely seeing damage with this storm continuing to come on off and cross 231 here shortly with potentially tornado. It's got an observed tag on it, and that has been the cell that has been tornadic and has had an observed large tornado downstream back to the west-southwest here earlier tonight. So Christiana, Plainview, Florenton, and Bradyville between now and 153 into your safe place. This cell potentially producing a tornado. If we can get the correlation coefficient on that, we'll still see if we've got debris popping up with this. And yeah, we may have, right there. Now, it's not a huge debris ball, but there's debris nonetheless now starting to get kicked back up once again. So if you are in the Christiana area, hopefully you've taken cover south of Murphesboro, at least some debris and likely a tornado on the ground there. And notice if we go back a little bit on this cell, you can kind of see how we had the debris kind of come and go here. So it looks like what's been happening is that, we get debris, then it goes away, then it comes back. And, we may be seeing that funnel kind of going back up and lifting into the clouds and then coming back down, as that has been the trend through the last couple of hours. Again, repeating to the southwest, we've had a considerable amount of damage, and this cell continues to produce a tornado here south of Murphesboro, heading on off toward the east. Further north, as we get into now areas well northeast of Nashville, up near South Carthage, this is a tornado warning. This tornado warning is in effect for Jackson and Mason and Smith counties, Burristown, Gainsboro, Red Boiling Springs until 145. Likely some big hail in there too. The velocity not showing up all that well. It looks kind of tough to see there, but that might be where it is right there. Looks like it has weakened or become a little bit more diffuse right there in the last scan, but that's a cell that's got the capability to produce a tornado. And if it is in there, it is producing at least strong winds to maybe 70 miles per hour. Further north, let's go north into numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail possible. Heavy rainfall too, but getting into Cleveland now, you've just been, look at that, just had Ashland, Medina, and Wayne counties now issued for a severe thunderstorm warning. So now that does include the city of Cleveland, Lakewood, and Palmer. You're also in that until 3 o'clock 3 o'clock in the morning. Right now it's a wind threat, straight line wind, maybe to 70 miles per hour. Could be some hailers in here, but I think the hail threat is for smaller hail than larger. Either way, it could be some damaging winds and potentially some damage coming in even east of Mansfield. Large severe thunderstorm warning and a lot of real estate covered, and a lot of people now, if we're looking at Cleveland and getting close to Akron, potentially under this severe thunderstorm. So Cleveland 244. Strongsville at 247, Cleveland Heights 250, Worcester at 256, and Solon about 301. So these are areas that we could get strong and damaging winds. Not for everybody, but still it's enough to get everybody down into their safe place. And certainly going to want to stay from these storms as they continue to come on through. And down south of Columbus, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. But we think right now the greatest threat for tornadoes is continuing now in northeastern Mississippi, probably now east of Tupelo, but heading into northwestern Alabama, where we've had observed tornadoes. Tornado warning for Ottumwa County has now been canceled, seeing that come in, but still near Fulton here and east of Tupelo now. Lee County for the cities of Fulton, Manatee, and near Fulton, that's where we've got this rotation just south of 371. And on Interstate 22 here, debris signatures. So observed tornado here, and it looks like we'll continue to see that cell head toward the Fulton area. So if you are in that area now, please take cover. Dangerous tornado heading in your direction. Dangerous, life-threatening, severe weather here early on a Saturday morning. Multiple tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and observed tornadoes. The latest coming out of northwestern Alabama, northeastern Mississippi for observed tornado now from the Weather Service office out of Huntsville. Tornado warning for an observed storm here. Lauderdale County could be one of the spots that we've got an observed tornado, but Franklin and Colbert County is the area. Yeah, this is the one that we want to look at the observed tag on it, where the Weather Service has just come out and said Franklin and Colbert counties tornado warning, 3/4 inch hail, and at 140 tornado producing storm located near Red Bay, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So get into your safe place now for an observed tornado warning here now. We're northwestern Alabama, so the severe weather is now shifted into northeast Mississippi and into now northwest Alabama as we get another state into this. So near 247 and 24, looking at the coalition coefficient, looking for debris signature here. Don't see much showing up on that, but again, Weather Service telling us looks like probably in this area here, some rotation, and they're saying tornado warning here for Franklin and Colbert counties again. It would be right down in this area here. There's where we're looking at what looks to be on the radar. A little bit of an appendage there on the south side of this cell. Yeah, maybe down in this area here's where that rotation is. I'm heading toward the Russellville area. So this storm, an observed tag on it, heading toward Russellville, and down toward the southwest of that, another tornado warning. And now we've got a tornado warning in southwestern parts of areas southwest of Tupelo, Calhoun, Chickasaw, Monroe counties. This is radar indicated for Calhoun City, Houston, and even on into Okolona. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado here until 2:30. Slate Springs, one of the areas that may be impacted. Maybe some broad rotation. Maybe up here, not quite sure where we're seeing it, Calhoun City. Either way, if you're in this tornado warning, the best advice is always to get into your safe place and keep yourself safe and your family safe from these storms, which, not only have they been tornadic, not every single one of them, but again, meaning we've had observed tags on quite a few of them here this morning now as we get into northeastern Mississippi and northwestern Alabama.
Hey,
we go.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to call attention to Amory, Mississippi, which is not in the warning, but you could see it's just downstream of it. They just were ravaged by an EF3 tornado. Just this, basically at this time last Friday night into Saturday morning. So hopefully this warning does not extend or does not continue downstream of them to impact them even more. But Yeah.
From last week's tornado
week,
outbreak,
yes.
right? Emory, that area. Again, on your doorstep. Hopefully these storms will weaken, but hopefully everybody. Thanks, Heather. Heather Zahn's here with us early this morning. Weather producer helping us out. Certainly dangerous, and hopefully we see that storm weaken as it approaches. Itawamba, again, Fulton and Tremont observed a considerable threat here, right along Interstate 22 in northeastern Mississippi. So that cell will likely cross into northwestern Alabama and likely get a tornado warning on it also. Back here, likely where the rotation is, somewhere in this area here. That's where that cell is. Looks like it'll go south of the Fulton area and just south of maybe Interstate 22 and then probably cross I-22 somewhere southwest of Tremont. Yeah, looks like some debris. And again, we had the debris signature here as it went south of Tupelo. And this still could be debris in the air and some of these things showing up in the correlation coefficient. But, you know, let's not pay attention to that. Let's pay attention to Fulton and areas within the severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Dangerous thunderstorm with an observed tag still on this. Yeah, observed tag until 2:15. The center, or at least where the tornado may be, could be just south of you. But, you know, we like to say I'm still close enough because radar is not going to be showing exactly where that cell may be. It could be a little bit off, and, you know, a few miles may mean all the difference. But again, in this area now getting into the border of northwestern Alabama, severe storms are likely to hold their intensity. At least that's the way it looks right now. Russellville, northwest of you and up near Florence, you've got active tornado warnings. Let's jump back into Tennessee now and take a look at what's going on up and into Tennessee. You have multiple tornado warnings continuing. Nashville will give you the all clear now. Storms east of Interstate 65, but again, with these cells now pushing Bedford, Coffee, Warren counties in Tennessee, we've had a history of an observed tag with this cluster of thunderstorms and damage, again, back in Wayne County near the Leatherwood area. I haven't had a lot of time to take a look at any other areas getting damaged, but right there, if there is rotation and there is rotation within it, and if there is a thunderstorm producing a tornado to be there, there's another one up here. And again, we are seeing these storms producing not only observed tags, as this one is for Cannon and Rutherford counties now, meaning tornado on the ground, Christiana, the Cottrell, and even into the Plainview areas. They've had a history of producing tornadoes and damage. So if you are in the Cottrell area, hopefully you're in your safe place. Storm upon you or passing you right now. Looking for debris on the correlation coefficient. Didn't see anything really popping up there, but that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily there. So, you know, very strong storms continuing even around Murphesboro with severe thunderstorm warnings. Those would be for damaging winds even to 60, 70 miles per hour. All this area, including Knoxville now until 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Tornado watch. That's the latest. A Lexington tornado watch, and now getting into northern parts of Alabama, a tornado watch. Dangerous and life-threatening severe weather continuing now as we head through our Saturday morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajik here at the Weather Channel, and we're going to go into areas now east and southeast of Nashville, Tennessee, where the latest tornado warnings are. A history of observed tornadoes back in Wayne County, one area near the Leatherwood where we got a report. And this one is a radar indicator for Cannon, DeKalb, and Rutherford counties now for Cottrell and Woodbury, and showing a pretty decent signature here near the Readyville and the Canyon-Rutherford County border right there. So that's our signature tornado warning for this cell. This storm continues to push off toward the northeast and near the Woodbury area. Looks like where it may go. Looking for debris signature. Weather Service says they're picking up a debris signature now, moving right through Readyville community in western Cannon County. I think that's the cell we're on here right now. Either way, dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless. Right in this area here to the east of Cottrell and to the west and the northwest of Woodbury. So if you're in Culpeper, Woodbury, Half Acre, and the Blumtown area, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here, coming in and moving on off toward these areas. So get into your safe place, lowest level of your home, and into your basement if you do have one. Reports of coming in from the Weather Service that they may have reports of some damage with that cell as it continues to push on through and head toward the Woodbury area. So what they're looking at is you can kind of see a little bit of a hook echo showing up there. That's really why on our correlation coefficient we haven't seen any debris yet. yet, but that may be what we're looking at right there, where a tornado may be sitting just to the west of the Woodbury area.
Oh, there it is.
House damage, Marshall County, Beasley Road. And yeah, there's our debris signature now for a confirmed tornado just north of 70S. Looks like it'll pass probably just to the north of Woodbury, but nonetheless, the tornado's going to pass within a few minutes, they're saying, of the Woodbury area. But again, a signature here now, a tornado debris signature, tornado on the ground here, large tornado debris signature now, likely strong tornado, western Cannon County. They're going to update that to a warning to considerable threat. That's coming out of the National Weather Service office here in Nashville, Tennessee. So east now of Nashville and southeast, this has really been the active area for observed tornadoes and damaging tornadoes. And this cluster or this individual cell may or may not be the same cell, but has had a history of producing tornadoes and large observed tornadoes. And then again, as we have said, they've put the observed tag on this in Cannon County. DeKalb County, also Rutherford County is under tornado warnings. So Woodbury, half acre, I'd say near and in and around the Woodbury area, hopefully getting into your safe place, because the radar is probably a little bit behind where the actual cell is now. So just be aware of that. It's not going to be exactly right on time. And you can, again, see where our hook echo is. That's where the tornado would be sitting. And if we could throw the correlation coefficient over that again, we could show you where we've had debris just to the west, northwest of Woodbury. That's your debris signature. So a tornado picking up objects, whether it's trees and bushes or even structures, hopefully not. But if it is, that's where it is, moving on off and off to the northeast, probably going to pass northwest of the Woodbury area, and then further east into Cannon and into DeKalb counties. Again, they put an observed tag on this and a considerable threat. 3/4 inch hail, and the Weather Service just putting it out, located near Woodbury, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Other severe weather in the area down into Somerville, just south of you, just north of Tullahoma, Cannon, Rutherford counties. We picked that one up. This is Coffee, Grundy, and Warren counties. We're still in Tennessee, Manchester, one area that may be impacted by this cell as it continues to push off toward the east. Weak rotation within it, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get damage. It's also a severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern edge of this, or the western edge of the tornado warning. So Manchester and Somerville, north of Hillsborough, be on guard for severe weather there. Get into your safe place. And once again, as you get into northwestern Alabama now, becoming more active with severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings also, and into areas south now of Tupelo, numerous tornado warnings continuing to pop up here. And these have had some observed tags on them also. We'll get back to our tornado warnings and our severe weather continuing here in just a minute. All right, tornado warnings continuing now as we head on into northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Alabama. We're south of Tupelo. Tornado warning now, radar indicated Calhoun, Chickasaw, and into Monroe counties. A storm capable of producing a tornado heading toward Calhoun City, into Houston and Okolona. Dangerous thunderstorm. Again, this one's radar indicated, so rotation showing up within this thunderstorm. Just to the west of the Houston area, not really seeing much in the way of rotation. Trying to pick out where it might be picking it up right there, but nonetheless pushing off toward the northeast. Maybe some down in here too, so there might be two areas where we could have at least some signatures or some rotation. Don't want to limit the hail threat either. We're seeing a little purple showing up in there. There may be some hail with that storm too. All right, let's get us into a little reference here. Alabama over here, and this is Mississippi. There's the state line. Marion, radar indicated tornado warning in northwestern Alabama now for Bexar, Hackleburg, and into Hamilton. If you are in those areas or in and around those areas, that's a severe storm capable of producing a tornado here. Getting pretty close to the Hamilton area now. Again, kind of tough to pick up where the rotation is, but maybe somewhere down in this area here. Either way, it's radar indicated. Don't have anything in terms of any reports of observed or damage yet, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. Hackleburg and toward Haleyville, some other areas that may be impacted by this radar indicated tornado warning here early this morning. Further north now, these cells, as they came out of northeastern Mississippi, did have some observed tags on them, but right now, radar indicated Colbert, and into, I think that was Franklin County, Russellville. You could be next for what looks to be a radar indicated rotation within this thunderstorm cell. Again, I'm not seeing a very strong sign of rotation in there, but a tornado warning nonetheless for some rotation within that cell heading toward Russellville, off toward the north and east. They're moving pretty quickly at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. We go north and we stay on this kind of cluster of thunderstorms now well east of Nashville and south of Interstate 40. And we get into Cannon and DeKalb counties for the city of Woodbury. This is the one that the Weather Service had a lot of concern about with the debris signature showing up. So they've got the observed tornado and a considerable threat near the Woodbury area for maybe a tornado on the ground still. Because as of last check, we did have not only the couplet here, but we did have a tornado debris signature, and that is where we could be seeing some damage with some debris getting picked up north of Woodbury. Now, it looks like in the latest scan, yeah, it's kind of going away. So we had potentially tornado on the ground with that debris here and now moving north of Woodbury. That signature has gone away. Luckily, right now, we're not seeing a tornado debris signature, but still a tornado warning on that storm as it crosses 53 here shortly. Within the next few minutes, if not already, yeah, we can see here that storm moving pretty quickly and now giving Woodbury kind of into the clear now with that cell moving northeast and getting into the Mount Ararat at 208, the Blumtown area by 212, and Watkins at 214. So these are areas we should be into our safe place for this tornado warning where we're seeing some rotation. We had seen an observed tag on this. We did have a debris signature, so all the signs that we had a tornado on the ground there with that warning. Luckily now, not as many warnings in Tennessee, and certainly limiting the number of tornado warnings, but that's not limiting the threat as severe weather getting into northwestern Alabama continues, and a new severe thunderstorm warning now just popping out east of where our tornado warning is. So Tupelo looks like you're in the clear, but east of town now, multiple tornado warnings getting into western, northwestern parts of Alabama. This one for Itawamba County in Mississippi for the Tremont area. That's for this area right there, showing where our rotation is within that thunderstorm. That's moving off and looks like it's going to go north of the Bexar area as we head through the next few minutes here and get into northwestern Alabama. So they may have to rewarn on that one as these cells continue to show signs of rotation even on into northwest Alabama. And they're holding their intensity. Now further north, let's get into the Cleveland area. There's been some weakening, but still strong to severe storms nonetheless. Looks like the city of Cleveland now is done, but as you head toward Ashtabula, you're going to be getting it next. And just as I say, they put out a severe thunderstorm warning. So Portage, Stark, and Summit counties and Ashtabula County now in this severe thunderstorm warning for winds potentially to 70 miles an hour, potential for hail in here. But these, they don't really look like they're hailers. It's more like a damaging, quick, straight line wind threat. Little thunder and lightning, and then it's over with. Parkersburg and southeast Ohio, you've got heavy rain, and also an embedded within that line. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, but a lessening of the severe weather further north, and a few warnings for severe thunderstorms down into southern Kentucky. We're south of Lexington, where it looks like you're in the clear, but heading toward London, Kentucky, and east of Albany in Kentucky, getting ready to come across 75 here. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, which are in effect for strong winds, 60, 70 miles per hour, and potentially some hail. But our most active area continues to be northeastern Mississippi now and getting into northwest Alabama, where we go south of Tupelo. And we're continuing with additional warnings on some of the same cells. So they just keep extending these warnings east, Calhoun and Chickasaw and into Monroe counties. In Mississippi now, south of Tupelo, and the cities of Houston, one area that may be impacted with this cell as it's starting to approach now, get pretty close to you. Maybe the rotation sitting right in there. It's not really pronounced, and we don't really see a tight couplet here, but rotation nonetheless, potentially tornado. This one, radar indicated from the National Weather Service, and Dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless. Some of these cells have had a history of producing extreme damage and tornadoes, especially further to the northeast. But, these severe storms now on this line have gotten a little bit more active and now starting to get into northwestern Alabama, further south down into just north of Jackson. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds and hail. That cell continuing to move and head toward the Jackson area with another little cluster of thunderstorms now getting ready to come into west central parts of the state of Mississippi. And the severe weather threat not over, as severe weather through Saturday now coming in and going into southern parts of Georgia and into South Carolina, Charleston, Savannah, Brunswick, Albany, and south of Macon. Possible severe weather as we get into Saturday. And then further north, major metropolitan areas could be impacted, including New York City, potentially Boston. This is likely going to be later in the day, although we'll have rain and thunderstorms early. I think there's going to be a decent break in the afternoon, and I think at that point, don't think it's over with. So anybody from west to east as the day goes on, severe storms are possible. That would mean wind, hail, and maybe even some isolated tornadoes. So the southern tier into parts of the Catskills and even the Poconos. All right, here's kind of the big picture. Storms lining up from Ohio all the way down into west central parts of Mississippi. Most severe and tornadic cells with some observed tags on them. Northeast Mississippi, northwest Alabama. And dangerous, life-threatening severe weather continuing now through early on Saturday morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. And the severe thunderstorm warnings and our latest tornado warning now coming in out of Kentucky. This is for Knox, Laurel, McCreary counties, Wayne counties until 3:45. Radar indicated on this one showing a rotation within the thunderstorm and within this cell back toward the west here. You can kind of see where that rotation is, sitting well west-northwest of Pine Knot. And again, radar indicated tornado warning until 3:45. This is Knox, Laurel, McCreary, and Wayne counties. So get in your safe place. If you are in these counties north of Pine Knot, heading toward I-75 here shortly and crossing over the next hour or so. Some of the areas that may be impacted, including Stearns, Sawyer, Williamsburg, North Corbin, and into the Barberville area. These are the areas that if you're in and around the areas here in Kentucky, southern Kentucky, get into your basement, into your interior room, and kind of surround yourself with as many walls as possible, and keeping yourself safe by covering yourself up with either a blanket or something in case you get into some flying debris with that cell, which at this point is radar indicated. But we've had numerous reports and starting to get damage reports coming in Tennessee. Luckily, not as many warnings, with one tornado warning now for a radar indicated tornado warning for Cannon and DeKalb counties until 2:15 local time just south of Smithville. And if you look on there, you can kind of see that rotation just south of Smithville heading in your direction. So now the concern here is that this cluster, I don't know if it's this individual cell, but this cluster, and maybe even this cell, has had an observed tag on it. We've had observed tornadoes with damage and significant damage in many places. I'm starting to see more reports come in. One was Leatherwood in Wayne County in southwest central Tennessee, and it's all been south of Nashville where most of this damage has come in. So the potential here for something to drop out of this cloud once again is high. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we're also going to see some large hail. If you saw the little white show up there, we're getting hail reports in. All right, south of Nashville again, Chapel Hill in Tennessee. Power lines down, carport and fencing mangled, building debris in the roadway on Beasley Road near Tennessee Central. That's a Twitter report here that has come on in from some of the damage from that cluster of thunderstorms where we have that observed tag that's come on through. And again, luckily those cells are weakening. It doesn't mean that there's not strong winds and still some hail left over. And it does not mean that those storms may not get warned upon again. It's just that the threat is lessening just a bit. Where all the action now is gone is down into northwest Alabama and northeastern Mississippi. We're Tupelo now, you're in the clear, but not so much east and south of you where we've got a couple of tornado warnings now. Don't think any more observed tags on these. This is another radar indicated Chickasaw and Monroe counties in Mississippi. So for Houston and Okolona and Woodland, radar indicated until 2:30. This is a storm capable of producing a tornado in northeastern Mississippi, and also severe thunderstorm warning. So, at a minimum, you've got wind. The question is, do you have rotation in a tornado? And right now, the rotation looks pretty weak and is likely, kind of tough to pick out. There might be weak rotation there, maybe down toward the south of Houston. But if you are in the warning, the best advice is always to get into your safe place and get into an interior room or a basement, as the storms are clearing now Houston and heading off toward the northeast, and again heading toward northwestern Alabama, where we've got a tornado warning for Marion County. Again, this is a radar indicated, so dangerous for Bexar, Hecklenburg, and into Hamilton until 3 o'clock. A cell capable of producing a tornado here. You can kind of see back toward the west there. That's where that signature is, east now of Bexar, crossing Interstate 22 and heading on off almost due east now, with the direction of these storms at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So it looks like the heart of that cell now has passed, and to the north, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. So we've dropped the tornado warnings now as you get closer in and west of Huntsville. But again, that does not mean that they can't or they won't spin up again on this line, as that has been the trend, although over the last 30 minutes or so, it's been less observed and more radar indicated. But still, if you're in Huntsville, get ready for some severe weather, which will include strong winds, maybe damaging winds to 60 miles an hour, and hail, and potentially on the line some tornado warnings as you'll get these individual cells within the line that could spin up and produce tornadoes. Plenty of thunder and lightning, numerous lightning strikes now being reported near Florence, heading toward Huntsville. So not going to be long now on that line before it gets into the Huntsville metropolitan area. And then further north now, big cluster of rain in between severe storms north and south. The ones up near Cleveland now moving east of you, and those severe thunderstorm warnings now getting into Ashtabula and moving pretty quickly. So if it's already rained and you already got wind and thunder, you're done in Cleveland, and you're done almost in Ashtabula, if not already. But a severe thunderstorm warning now for Trumbull County into Niles and Warren and Wethersfield. And yeah, we're getting ready to go into Pennsylvania now with some of these warnings just north of Youngstown. And then, as we had mentioned, heavy rainfall coming in through southern parts of Alabama, or southern parts of Ohio into West Virginia. And some of those storms may actually have the potential to become severe. So the big picture showing not only severe weather, but also some heavy snow now on the north side. Minneapolis, you went from a little snow to rain, and now you're snow. Still blizzard warning, Heather? Still blizzard warning for Minneapolis. Cold, snowy night as winter tries to hang on here as we get into the first day of April. Tornado warnings continuing now as we head through early Saturday morning, and we've had damage, a considerable amount of damage over the last few hours. A lot of that's come in through southern Tennessee, and unfortunately the damage reports keep coming in. But we're into some of the more active weather right now, which is northwestern Alabama, and this is Marion County. So Bear Creek and the Hackleburg area, this is a tornado warning now. On this cell, it is radar indicated, so that means the rotation is in the thunderstorm. We don't have an observed tag. We'll take a look at the velocity. The rotation back in here north of Hamilton, that's where it looks like it is. And then if we've got any debris not showing up here, so that's actually a good thing, where we've got a tornado warning and likely still going to be looking at some damage and some damaging winds, at least a threat, and some hail. But the good news on that is that we do have what looks to be a tornado warning with just radar indicated right now. And then as we roll and we get back toward the south and the southwest of that, here's that one warning we just talked about, and we look at where some of the rotation may be for this warning here, just east of Houston in northern parts of Mississippi. That tornado warning is in effect for the next few minutes, as the storms look to be maybe weakening a bit and not really holding their intensity like they did earlier. But we jump into now northern Alabama or northern Tennessee and into southern Kentucky as you get into Laurel, McCreary, and into Whitley counties. This is Corbin, Gray, and North Corbin. This is a tornado warning now that's in effect. If you are in these areas, a radar indicated once again, but as we look at the radar here, a pretty intense cell. So wind and maybe even some 1-inch hail, maybe larger with some of these storms. But at this point, we are looking at a radar indicated tornado with our velocity showing if there is rotation, it's back in this area here, and that cell moving northeasterly. And they've been moving at about, I would say, 40 to 50 miles per hour. So if you're in Sawyer or the Walden area, North Corbin, Gray, and Barberville between now and about 3:45 local time, let's say the top of the hour, that is where we are seeing the most substantial threat for severe weather here with that cell as it moves on off toward the north and the northeast. But plenty of warnings now down into the area where these storms have been tornadic earlier. So let's run through them. Damaging winds now and hail, a threat with tornado tag on these storms at DeKalb, Putnam, and even on into White County now. So tornado possible with this cell south of Interstate 40 heading toward Crossville. We'll get into this next cell here just south of that. Grundy, Van Buren, and Warren counties. Severe thunderstorm warning radar indicated maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds, and you can kind of see there a little bit of purple showing up. That could be the hail core. There may be some hail 1 to maybe 1.5 inches in diameter. The hail reports coming in have been about that and averaged that so far as we've gone through the early morning hours. And now south of Murphesboro, as we get into Bedford, Giles, and Marshall counties, a severe thunderstorm warning now for Bedford, Lewisburg, and into Shelbyville. So that's another area where severe weather is possible. And, I want everybody to be aware, though, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now and even getting close to Huntsville, Lauderdale, Limestone counties, and also into Colbert and Franklin and Lawrence counties. But that does not mean that on this line we may not see additional tornado warnings showing up because it's been what's been happening, especially further upstream where we have seen the storms kind of pulse type severe, where you've got a warning for severe and then you go to tornado warning. So Athens, Decatur, eventually Huntsville by 3:04, we can expect to see this thunderstorm cell approach your area. So strong storms nonetheless continuing to push through here northwestern Alabama with the tendency to become less tornadic and more severe, but still dangerous nonetheless, as severe storms are defined as having the capability of producing tornadoes at any time. Let's get back into Marion now. This is Marion County for Bear Creek and Hackleburg, the most significant storm on the map right now, but again, radar indicated, but a ton of thunder and lightning as this storm continues to move on off toward the east, almost due east now. So if you are in areas to the northeast of Hamilton and out of the warning for Bear Creek, Haleyville, Forkville, and Ashridge over the next few minutes, get in your safe place as dangerous thunderstorms are continuing to push into your area now as we head on through the next few minutes. Well, severe weather will be continuing as we head on through the early morning hours with tornado watches lined all up and down the Ohio Valley and down into the southeastern U.S. Severe weather continuing, including tornado warnings, active tornado warnings. The good news is that we're seeing less. The bad news is there's still some active tornado warnings across parts of the south into Kentucky here, and even Mississippi and northwest Alabama starting to get into the picture. But a huge area of severe weather all the way from just east now of Cleveland and getting into northwest Pennsylvania and down into Alabama, Mississippi, and even eastern parts of Louisiana. So we'll go in first. So we got a tornado warning here up in Kentucky, south of London, Kentucky. This is Laurel, McCreary, and into Whitley counties, Corbin, Gray, and North Corbin. Radar indicated rotation on this thunderstorm, moving on off toward the north and east. But you can see here the radar showing where that rotation may be. It's probably right in that area right there. And if we throw the velocity on there, that's most likely where we'll see, right in that area where we're seeing the best kind of opposite colors, or whether it's red and green or blue and or green touching each other. That's where that rotation would be, right down there, down southwest and well southwest of the Corbin area. Correlation coefficient, if we're getting any debris on this, at least not at this point, we don't see anything in the way of debris with this cell, luckily showing that we've got a storm and potentially a dangerous storm, but at this point, not showing any TDS or tornado debris signature with that cell as it continues to move north and east now at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So moving pretty quickly. You may not have too much time to react here, but let's go out and give you a couple more areas that may be impacted. Walden, North Corbin, Swan Lake, Girdler, and Haima there between now and 4 o'clock near the top of the hour. So give and take, if you are in these areas, hopefully getting into your safe place, interior room, maybe into your basement with that cell as it moves on in through Laurel, McCreary, and into Whitley counties here. That tornado warning until 3:45. We jump down south now. Now, these have been, at least over the last few hours as I've been here, the most, let's just say, tornadic, and they've had reports of damage and in some cases significant damage in southern and south central Tennessee. And now they've moved east and they've become severe thunderstorm warnings, but that doesn't mean that we may not get the occasional tornado warning to come back, because all severe thunderstorms rotate. The question is, do they rotate enough to warrant tornado warning? In this case, south of Cookeville for White, including Doyle and Sparta, there's a tornado possible tag on there, so there may be some rotation, maybe right in that area there, south of Cookeville, but at this point, not enough to produce a tornado warning. Same thing, Bledsoe and Sequatchie counties, tornado possible tag on this cell also for potentially rotation that could lead to maybe a tornado warning being issued. But there's your rotation to the north, and that cell to the south, kind of tough to find it, but this severe thunderstorm warning enough here to produce potentially some damaging winds and maybe some large hail too. Hail reports have been to severe criteria, about an inch, maybe up to 1.5 inches in diameter. The bigger news had been that we did have some reports of tornadoes on the ground and maybe even large tornadoes for a long period of time. Now, just south of Cookeville, kind of put the debris correlation coefficient showing debris here on Doppler radar, and there may be just a little bit south of Cookeville, but nothing too definitive to let us know that there may be anything on the ground there. But as we go further south, and now we're going to get into another tornado warning for Marion County here in northwestern Alabama, I believe we're in now. Yeah, we're in northwestern Alabama. This tornado warning, radar indicated once again for Marion County for Bear Creek, Hackleburg until 3 o'clock in the morning here for this thunderstorm cell capable of producing a tornado. So the rotation probably just south of Hackleburg right there. That rotation not very strong, so we do correlation coefficient and not looking at any debris. Those are all signs that not necessarily seeing anything on the ground at this point, but that rotation staying up within the thunderstorm cloud, but still a dangerous storm that does have obviously the potential to produce a tornado and strong damaging winds. So this line, pretty impressive. So we'll track out who may be impacted by this cell as it continues to go almost due east. So Bear Creek and Haleyville between now and 244 and into the 4 area 247. Ash Ridge at 252. So get into your safe place with that thunderstorm cell for Marion County, which again does have a radar indicated tornado warning with it. Go further southwest of that, severe thunderstorm warning. Now getting into Mississippi, this is Chickasaw, Lee, and Monroe counties. Again, a tornado possible tag on this one as there is some rotation in there. Aberdeen and Amory and even into the Nettleton area, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here, moving on off toward the east. And at this point, damaging winds at a minimum, maybe some large hail as we watch this area of severe weather continue to push almost due east. Some other areas that may be impacted would include maybe Aberdeen and Detroit between now and 250. The Sullivan area, 259, and Gwynne 307. That could be another area that could be impacted by this kind of cluster of thunderstorms here in northeastern Mississippi. So some of the strongest storms now showing less signs of strong rotation and more signs in the way of maybe damaging straight line winds. But just look at these areas of thunderstorms. You can see on the water vapor just blowing up, but the drier air now starting to work in the darker areas shown here in the maroonish color. That's where we are starting to see the front go through, and it's going to bring an end to the severe weather. But a severe weather threat nonetheless now As we run down the watches, the watch meaning where severe weather can be expected in and around the watch area. Tupelo still in it, but as you get now close to Birmingham and into Huntsville, this tornado watch until 7 o'clock local time, and that's for the potential for severe weather and the occasional spin up in Jackson, in Mississippi. Eastern parts of Louisiana still under this tornado watch here until 4 a.m. local time, and then further off toward the north and east now, we get into Knoxville and even into London, Kentucky. We've got this tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock in the morning. So not quite done yet with severe weather. We think it's actually going to continue even as we head on into our Saturday, as severe storms are forecast now even into the Northeast and New England. So Albany, Syracuse into the southern tier of New York State. They're starting to enter western parts of Pennsylvania right now, but as the day goes on, we'll continue to see that threat for severe weather, even for New York City. It looks like you may have some showers, thunder showers through midday, and then the guidance suggesting a break, and then later in the day toward the evening hours, some storms may come in, and then eventually into Boston, maybe Portland. All these areas, even Philadelphia, have the potential for severe weather. And we're not done in the south. Not yet, as we're looking at the potential for severe weather southeastern Alabama through the day, South Georgia, and on into southeastern South Carolina. So this is for the afternoon. Remember, we still got to deal with the storms coming through northern Alabama now, so we'll see how that threat for our stronger storms continues to stick with us here as we head through this morning into northwestern parts of Alabama. So let's jump back quickly now into some of the latest warnings that come out. Just saw one come out, a severe thunderstorm warning for Cumberland County in southern Tennessee. So we do want to jump into that. That's the latest one that's just popped out here. Yeah, this is Cumberland, Fentress, and Putnam counties. And again, these have had tornado warnings on them for observed tornadoes. So they're keeping the tornado possible tag on this cluster now that's gone south of Nashville and Interstate 40, Clark Range, Mayland, and even in the Monterey area. Tornado possible, radar indicated severe storm, potential for a tornado to spin up at any time. And then again here, White County tornado possible, and into Bledsoe and Scottsdale counties, tornado possible, radar indicated rotation within this thunderstorm. And you want to stop that just a second there, as this storm continues to produce hail too. And I want to show you this purple here, some of those hail cores potentially producing some large damaging hail too with some of these storms. We'll be back with an update in just a couple of minutes. Dangerous and life-threatening severe weather is damaging storms and even tornado warnings continuing here early this morning. Not quite as many, but the latest in northern Alabama we're going to get to in a second. Potential observed tornado being shown there from our tornado warning that's just come out from the Huntsville office. Further north, some good news here with our cell in Kentucky. They just expired the tornado warning here, but still strong storms with the capability of producing wind and hail. North Corbin heading toward Williamsburg, Burning Springs, and points east of that and east of Interstate 75. A few warnings here, severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee, Cumberland, Fentress, and Putnam counties. Starting to get more and more reports now from this cluster of damage, even into, I believe it was eastern Rutherford County too. So there are many areas, not only Rutherford, but into Wayne County, everybody in between, of damage from observed tornadoes earlier. And that's why we've still got a tag of tornado possible here for the Clark Range, Mayland, and the Monterey areas for those thunderstorms. And then this is our latest warning and observed tag, northwestern Mississippi. Kind of got Huntsville hiding here, and then Birmingham down to the south down in here. So this is where we are to give you a perspective on our latest observed tags on these tornado warnings. Franklin and Lawrence County, and I believe this one that's just popped out, Winston County. Yeah, that's come in until 3:15 and 3:45 respectively. So this new information is radar confirmed tornado near Hackleburg, and or watch the circulation coming in for the one cell further north, also for observed rotation with that thunderstorm cell. Weather Service saying tornado warning, observed hail 3/4 of an inch or less. And at 2:39 local time, tornado-producing storm located near Hackleburg, 8 miles west of Haleyville, moving east at about 45. So it's kind of in this area here where we've got the rotation showing up. And we put the velocity on, and yeah, it looks like somewhere down in here near the Haleyville area and heading east and east on this thunderstorm as we continue to monitor it. Maybe a debris signature back here toward the west, but kind of tough to pick out. The radar a little sloppy right now where we're getting some interference, but yeah, maybe a little bit of debris showing up. You could show it kind of right there and then going away. So that's certainly some good news there. But nonetheless, a dangerous thunderstorm and observe tag here as you get into Winston and Haleyville. Severe thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado as the tornado warnings now are out here as we head through 345 and 315 respectively. So with this line coming in, let's give you a few more areas that may be impacted. Haleyville now or pretty close to now at 247. 255 in the Ashridge area and the Grayson and Moreland also between now and the top of the hour, just after the top of the hour. So those are areas now that you do want to get into your safe place, your basement or your interior room, covering yourself up with as many walls between you as possible. Now, I'm going back into Kentucky because we had just talked about them dropping the tornado warning for the cell, but now they've reissued into Clay, Knox, and Laurel counties. Again, we are east of Interstate 75. This is London, Kentucky here, and now they've reissued a tornado warning radar indicating rotation, Clay, Knox, Laurel counties. All right, severe thunderstorm, or tornado warning, excuse me, for this area now until 4:15 local time. Velocity on this one showing maybe, there's a rotation back in there. You can kind of see that weak little couplet, and in terms of debris, there may be a little bit of debris getting kicked up there also. Not really all that pronounced, and don't see a debris ball, so to say, but it does look like there might be, that could be just a little kind of little bit of the radar just showing a little interference there, but that is where it would be if there was a tornado warning with this cell. So want to get you some other areas that may be impacted here from this thunderstorm over the next few minutes. Gray 349 into Girdler at 358. And then between 412 and 423 into Asher Forks, Big Creek, and Moselle. Those are areas that you should be getting into your safe place for a potential for severe weather there. Now, as we take a look at the big picture, certainly less severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings, but, you know, plenty of rain and thunderstorms and strong storms, and some of those storms now starting to get into western Pennsylvania. So now Crawford and Erie counties. We're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado threat north isn't as high as it is south, but Erie and Harbor Creek and into Mill Creek, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for you. And down in eastern Ohio, Trumbull County, getting ready to cross the border there north of Youngstown, that is also a severe thunderstorm warning for wind and hail. And the watches continue until 7 o'clock, including Huntsville and just northwest of Birmingham. That's a tornado watch. And then down toward Jackson and Tupelo, you're still in the tornado watch, but most likely going to start to see parts of this getting chipped away. But further east, Meridian and east of 55 will continue to have the threat for severe weather and including tornadoes within that. And then as you jump north and we get into northern Alabama and right on the Georgia border there, we've got the tornado watch extended now, and that's going to be until 7 o'clock. London, Kentucky, Knoxville, all in this for the potential for severe weather. We'll continue to keep you updated on the severe weather after this. Life-threatening and dangerous thunderstorms and tornadoes continuing this morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. And east of Nashville now, we're clear. East of Tupelo, clear. But numerous warnings still within this line. Thank you for joining us here at the Weather Channel. And, you know, still damage with some of these storms being reported. Reports from what's happened earlier starting to come in, and reports now of maybe an observed tornado coming in near the Hackleburg area. And I do want to go back here a few frames on this. This is an observed warning now for Franklin and Lawrence County, and an observed tag Winston County for Haleyville. We are in northwestern Alabama, so let's go back into the Hackleburg area and show you what we're talking about in terms of, you know, potentially tornado. You can kind of see the debris signature showing up, you know, right there near the Hackleburg area. Not really pronounced, not a big debris signature, but it looked like it was there nonetheless. And now it's continued to move on off toward the north and east. So the Weather Service has kept the tag of observed on these storms as they head on off toward the east here. I'm not seeing a lot on the velocity in terms of rotation within both of these clusters, and even on the correlation coefficient. Yeah, maybe a little bit of debris showing up here on the northeast quadrant of that one warning, but nothing really pronounced and not really strong debris, but still in that area here as you get north of Winston County and you get into Franklin and Lawrence County, reporting tornado warning with an observed tornado there. So the active weather continues. The storm's severe and potentially tornadic, but the good news, we're seeing less observed reports and more like this into Kentucky now of radar indicated rotation for Clay, Knox, Laurel County. So Big Creek, Girdler, and into New Corbin. This is our latest tornado warning until 4:15. Weather Service saying potentially rotation, damaging winds and hail with this storm as it moves on off toward the north and east. So dangerous nonetheless. I mean, just because we say there's no observed tornado tag on it, I mean, these storms still producing wind, producing hail in some cases, and large hail. And on this one, this area of rain and thunderstorms south of Nashville and east now, and south of Interstate 40, this one and these storms have been the ones that have been most dangerous and damaging so far late night and early into the morning hours. So Cumberland, Fentress, and into Putnam counties. Again, we'll give you a little perspective. There's Nashville over to the left of the screen. We are well east of that now. This is where we've got the latest. Severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. You can notice right there maybe a little bit of an appendage hanging down. There may be some rotation in there. Yeah, if it is, it's pretty weak, at least right now, showing that weak rotation within that cell and not seeing much on the correlation coefficient. So at this point, the storm's basically showing rotation with tornado possible with that one and down toward Bledsoe, including the city of Pikeville now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible on that one. And then as we go further southwest and we get into west central, I guess, Alabama, Fayette, Lamar, and Marion counties, that is a severe thunderstorm warning radar indicated for Fayette, Gwynne, and even into Winfield until 3:45. So damaging winds and maybe even some hail with that storm as it continues to push on off toward the east. And then as you get into east central Mississippi, this is Monroe County. Monroe County, Aberdeen, Amory, and Smithville, tornado possible tag on that cell as that area of rain and thunderstorms continues to push on off toward the east and the northeast. So looking at these cells, though, it looks like as you go further south, the line is weakening a bit, and even south of Yazoo City, but heading toward Jackson, we do have some stronger storms, but at this point, not seeing anything in terms of rotation, but we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of popped up here for Hines, Warren, and Yazoo counties near the Vicksburg area, pushing east, and Bentonia and into Florida until 3 o'clock. So Jackson, get ready. Some hail and maybe some damaging winds on the way for you as our thunderstorms continue to move along here through the morning. And tornadoes will continue to be a threat as this cold front comes through. You can kind of see that sharp delineation from where we've got storms and moisture to where we don't. And thus these watches will stay in place from Jackson to Huntsville and even east of Nashville, getting into Cookeville. The one for Jackson in effect until 4 o'clock local time, and then further north now as you get into Huntsville and right near the Georgia border there. We'll see if that gets extended in northwest Georgia. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock this morning, and then as we work further on up the chain during the day today and through this evening, possible severe weather moving into the big cities, the northeast corridor, maybe Philly, New York City, and into Boston, even near Albany and Syracuse. You'll have the threat for severe storms, including wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado, but either way, it looks like the banner tornado threat is out across the south. Dangerous and even life-threatening severe weather continuing. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel, and still tornado warnings here popping out Most concerning now getting into northwest or north central parts of Alabama into south central Tennessee. Once again seems to be one of the hot spots. This is an observed tag on this tornado warning now. Franklin, Lincoln, and Madison counties. Weather Service saying observed tornado for Madison and Franklin counties at 3:10 local time. Confirmed tornado located near Hazel Green, 7 miles north of Meridianville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Tornado debris signature observed north of Hazel Green along the Alabama and Tennessee line. And you can see it. It's right there. There's Hazel Green. And on the radar, you can see that little appendage kind of sitting right down there, and tornado sitting right in that area. And if we put the velocity on there, you could see where that couplet is now. To the east now of Hazel Green. It's kind of become a little bit less, I guess, obvious, where you could see in the last couple of frames right there. Good couplet there showing where that stronger rotation was, and they even had a TDS or tornado debris signature on this near the Hazel Green area or close to it. There it is, just to the north there a few minutes ago. So if we stop it, not the biggest of debris signatures we'd seen, but at least some debris with a tornado there observed, an observed tag on that tornado warning there right on the Tennessee and northern Alabama border as that storm continues to move north and east now. Getting into some areas near Flintville and Huntland and even into New Hope here up until about 3:30 here this morning. So a dangerous thunderstorm cell there. Severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning for Winston County continues in Alabama. That one's radar indicated, but this severe thunderstorm warning now southwest of Huntsville could be producing some large hail. Coleman, Lawrence, and into Morgan counties. That one for a tornado possible, and you could see those areas in purple, maybe some 1-inch hail or larger. And then further north, we've got a radar indicated in Kentucky, Leslie, Letcher, and into Perry counties. That is a radar indicated tornado warning for Cutchin and into Moselle and Viper. That thunderstorm certainly has a chance of producing rotation and some damage. Right. So tornado watches do continue through 7 o'clock this morning for northern Alabama into parts of, even eastern Louisiana until 4, so those will likely be expiring. Jackson and then further east into Meridian, and then further north, tornado watch includes Huntsville, Chattanooga, you're in it, North Georgia, not yet. And then as you get into London, Kentucky, and into Knoxville, this tornado watch until 7 o'clock. So we'll continue to break in as needed for our severe weather coverage. We're now going to send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. Deadly dangerous and destructive severe weather continuing here early on a Saturday morning, and now confirming 2 dead in Indiana. Death toll from this tornado outbreak now up to 8. Unfortunately, more severe weather and tornado warning and an observed tornado tag on the latest here for Franklin, Lincoln, and Madison County. This is Madison County in Tennessee, in the Huntland area, and just a reissue of this tornado warning with the observed tag on it. You can see our hook echo here, and right on 122 heading toward Huntland. Please get into your basement or your safe place. That warning now just reissued by the Weather Service saying observed tornado damage threats considerable, 3/4-inch hail for Franklin and Lincoln. Confirmed an extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles southwest of Huntland, 13 miles northeast of Moores Mill, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So Huntland, please get into your safe place right now. We are showing at least rotation within the radar here and the velocity. You can kind of see a little bit of a couplet. It's not as pronounced as it was, but on our correlation coefficient, we do have a TDS, a tornado debris signature. Weather Service saying that debris has been getting thrown up as high as 17,000 feet, that TDS signature, as it approached Elora, Tennessee at about 4:21. So debris with a tornado on the ground here just to the southwest of Huntland heading toward your area, and a observed tornado tag on this tornado warning now that's just been reissued for areas just to in and around the Huntland area and pushing on into Madison County, Franklin, and Lincoln counties now. Also for the city of Huntland and Winchester. A considerable threat here for a tornado continuing to push east toward the Huntland area. Looks like it's going to pass right over the top of you. Some other areas that may be impacted by this tornado include Huntland here, probably right now, Maxwell at 322, Three Forks at 338, and looking at Saul City at 341. Again, observed tornado. The Weather Service saying that just a couple of minutes ago, large and extremely dangerous tornado located 7 miles southwest of Huntland or 13 miles northeast of Moores Mill, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So right now, Franklin, Lincoln counties, even on into parts of Madison County, get ready for severe weather as it continues to approach you. Severe thunderstorm warning south of that, near Huntsville with a tornado tag on this one, moving east of Huntsville now until 4 o'clock. Princeton, Scottsboro, you're next for severe weather, potentially a tornado. Deadly destructive tornadoes continue here to roll as we head through the overnight. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. And storms had a history all day of producing damage, and unfortunately now confirmed 8 fatalities from storms, the latest 2 in Indiana, unfortunately, 1 in Illinois, 5 in Arkansas, and the severe weather continues. And with this latest tornado warning, we did have a tornado debris signature with debris possibly to 17,000 feet. So a strong rotation and a tornado on the ground and still considerable threat. Now in southern Tennessee, we're right on the Tennessee-Alabama border here. Franklin, Lincoln counties, including Huntland and Winchester. This is a tornado warning and an observed tornado warning from the Weather Service until 4 o'clock in the morning. The latest on this storm is from the Weather Service just a few minutes ago, considerable threat. The tornado a few minutes ago was located 7 miles southwest of Huntland, 13 miles northeast of Moores Mill, and moving on off toward the east at 40. So Huntland right now, if you got it, it's probably past you. And now that rotation continuing to move north and east and maybe weakening a bit, but we'll put the velocity, take a look at where that rotation is. It's kind of gotten a little bit more separated with the greens and the reds, but still we did have a signature on the correlation coefficient. You can see that little green dot there showing up just south of Huntland, and debris signature showing up with this cell here, showing that we had a tornado on the ground. Whether or not we still have that, I don't have anything confirming or denying that. So, you know, either way, dangerous tornado continuing to push on off toward the north and east, getting east now the Huntland area and pushing east into the eastern parts of, I think, Franklin and Lincoln counties. We're going to track and get a few more places here that may be impacted by this storm as it continues to roll east. And we're going to see Cohen at 345, Tantalon at 348, and Kewanee at 351 potentially being impacted. So get into your safe place with this thunderstorm, not only producing a tornado, but also some large hail possible to 1 inch in diameter and a ton of lightning too starting to show up. So as we put the lightning on this, a lot of times when you get severe storms and even tornadic thunderstorms, they usually are accompanied by a significant amount of lightning. As we see is the case here south, this is a severe thunderstorm warning as we get into Jackson and Madison counties. We're in northern Alabama now, just to the east of Huntsville. This also has a considerable threat with a tornado possible tag on it, meaning nothing observed yet by radar or by spotters. But again, we're seeing that trend for a whole bunch of lightning and maybe seeing a little bit of a hook trying to develop here north of Gurley. Either way, dangerous thunderstorm. And then to the south, we get into Marshall and Morgan counties. Give you an idea here in northern Alabama still, looking at this tornado warning for Marshall and Morgan counties here. And then going north and we get into Kentucky, this has been an active area too. Leslie, Letcher, and Perry counties, we do have a tornado warning radar indicated. If you're in Cutchin or Defiance or Viper, that's until 4:45. Please get into your safe place. And now the Weather Service has just issued Floyd, Knott, and Pike counties. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for Millard, Robinson Creek, and Weeksbury until 5 o'clock. So this cluster of thunderstorms continuing to produce rotation and potentially a tornado as it moves off toward the northeast. So let's get some other areas that may be impacted by this line of rain and thunderstorms. into eastern Kentucky. So Colson, 437, Van at 441. All these areas you should be getting into your basement or your safe place, even on into Southdown and Dorton and Potter's Fork at 445 respectively. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado there. So we'll continue with watching that threat on up into Kentucky, but just seen another warning now coming out into Tennessee, Anderson, Loudoun, Knox County now, and Morgan County. So that's eastern Kentucky, I believe near the Knoxville area or close to it. Yeah, here we are heading toward Knoxville now. This is just issued tornado warning for Anderson, Knox, and Roane counties. So Farragut into Carnes and Oak Ridge, radar indicating rotation. You can kind of see that little weak appendage there just to the west and southwest of Knoxville, just to the east of Harriman. This is new coming in, so not getting a good shot here on the velocity, but there may be a weak rotation there. And at this point, don't see much showing up in the correlation coefficient. Right now, just a radar indicated tornado on this shot here from the Weather Service coming out of Tennessee. So this is the latest. Tornado warning now, Anderson, Knox, and Rowan counties. That tornado warning continues here until 5 o'clock. We'll continue to keep you updated as we roll through this morning with the severe weather, including the threat for tornadoes. We've got numerous tornado watches. We'll have the updates as needed as we head through the next couple of hours. We'll now send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. Damaging and deadly tornadoes Friday and early Saturday. Now the severe weather continues. Death toll now from storms up to 10, unfortunately. And the storms continue this morning. Now, luckily, no active tornado warning. So I did want to get that out. Even the one that was heading toward Knoxville was allowed to expire at the top of the hour. I'm going to go there first. There's no severe thunderstorm warning. There's rain, maybe some gusty winds, but luckily, that guy's weakening. Doesn't look like it's going to get any stronger. Now we're in southern Tennessee here, and this is Alabama over here at the bottom, and right on the border, a couple of warnings. There's still tornado possible tag on this one in Franklin County. Cohen and Sewanee and Winchester, or Sewanee and Winchester for strong winds and hail. Maybe some rotation with that one. And then these couple here in northeastern Alabama. Now getting into northwest Georgia here shortly. So we're looking at northeast Alabama, DeKalb, Jackson, Marshall counties, and also DeKalb and Jackson counties here. Radar indicated tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings, and right now not seeing much in ways of rotation, maybe some broad rotation sitting there in those two cells. But at this point, none of these storms have tornado warnings on them. At Cullman County, this is a tornado warning tornado possible with a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's radar indicated moving east of Cullman now. So a pretty nasty line of rain and thunderstorms, although weakening just a bit. It's got a ton of lightning with it, and with that lightning comes that threat for even more of these cells to potentially become strong, maybe even severe here as we head through the early morning hours. And thus, we've seen an expansion now of our tornado watches, and now getting into parts of the Atlanta metro area. So Paulding, Bartow counties and counties east and even northwest of that. Atlanta not in it, and then into northern Alabama. Birmingham's in it. Chattanooga's in it now. So the potential here through 9 o'clock this morning will exist for continuing severe weather. Just want to take a broad shot now, the entire line of storms as they continue to push through. Again, heavy rainfall, gusty winds along the line. In northern Alabama, severe storms, no active tornado warnings. That doesn't mean that those storms may not become tornadic again, but it does look like we are going to continue to see some active weather here early this morning. Now, rain and thunderstorms moving into the northeast, not severe yet, but the guidance suggesting that as we go through the day, some of these storms potentially will become severe, with an outlook for severe storms in the northeast and New England for many of the big cities here, Philadelphia, even on into New York City and Boston, Albany, Syracuse, and Scranton. So busy day coming up once again. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. Continue to keep you updated as needed until 6 a.m. We'll now send you back to your regularly scheduled program.